After traversing the stars, the unable-to-transform remnants of humanity, Jiang Xu, was employed as a caretaker at a peculiar zoo. In dire straits financially, she initiated an eccentric live-streaming venture feeding these fluffy creatures. When interstellar war erupted, Jiang Xu was specially recruited. While others piloted mechas, she played with snow leopards while others battled the insectoid race. She cuddled wolf cubs, until one day, she brought home an injured white lion. "Be good. I'll groom you," she cooed, as the barrage of comments exploded. "That is His Highness Prince Saintt, the top-ranked god of war." The interstellar populace remained oblivious to her possession of millennia-long tribulation-level cultivation, nor did they realize that the fierce beasts nestled at her feet were all transformation warriors that struck terror into the hearts of the battlefield. Until the insectoid ambush occurred, this delicate maiden crushed the insectoid queen's nest with her bare hands, flanked by a legion of glass battle beasts. Those who once mocked her went mad. "You call this a grooming manual? Clearly, it is the art of beast taming. Streamer, look at me. Main coon transformation request to battle." One day, as Jiang Xu stroked the lion's ears, she murmured, "If only I could transform into a human." That night, she was pressed into the bedding, a deep chuckle resonating in her ear. "If you wish to see a human form, you should have said so earlier, Miss Caretaker." Chapter 1. Have I transcended? Jiang Xu's long, curled eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings as she struggled to open her eyes, greeted by a pure white ceiling while lying in bed. Before she could grasp her surroundings, a voice exclaimed, "Second, miss, you are awake." Instinctively, she turned her head, catching sight of a figure clad in a maid's outfit, who dashed out like the wind. Jiang Xu's pupils constricted despite just awakening. Her keen eyesight swore that the fleeing figure sported a pair of cat ears atop their head. Pushing herself up, she slowly surveyed the technologically advanced room, and coupled with the maid's beastly ears, Jiang Xu was certain that she had traversed realms. Just moments ago, she had been on Fu Yun Mountain undergoing tribulations, struck mercilessly by the heavenly tribulation lightning, and as the final bolt approached with overwhelming force, Jiang Xu decisively shielded her soul with all her power, breaking free from her corporeal shell, only to subsequently lose consciousness. In the next moment, she awoke here, and a torrent of memories surged in her mind. For an ordinary person, receiving 20 years' worth of another's memories would surely induce a splitting headache and considerable discomfort. Yet, Jiang Xu, a tribulation-level sword cultivator with millennia of cultivation, possessed an immensely powerful soul. With only a slight furrow of her brow, she comprehended the original owner's past experiences and also grasped the common language of this realm. Coincidentally, the original owner's name was also Jiang Xu, sharing both name and surname with her. "My lady, you see, the second miss truly has awakened." The maid who had just dashed out led a beautiful noblewoman into the room. The noblewoman, adorned in an intricately designed lace gown and wearing exquisite makeup, looked upon her with evident disdain, furrowing her delicate brows. "Since you are awake, do not linger, quickly get up and tidy yourself, for we depart for Wotu Star this afternoon." Pausing, her tone dripped with contempt, she continued, "As a remnant of humanity with not a shred of transformation gene, the fact that I could secure you this position is solely due to my pleading. You ought to be grateful, do you understand? Do not be ungrateful." This noblewoman was none other than Jiang Xu's stepmother, Madame Jiang. The slightly long bangs obscured the girl's lowered eyes, concealing her expression. After Madame Jiang finished speaking, she turned and left, showing no concern for the girl's physical state. Her only desire was to swiftly find a reason to send the girl out of the house, to wholeheartedly prepare for her biological daughter's marriage. Jiang Xu, having gleaned from the original owner's memories, knew that the position arranged for her by Madame Jiang was as a caretaker at the zoo on Wotu Star. The Jiang family, residing on this capital star, was not a top-tier noble family, but held the status of a moderately affluent one, with financial means that could easily support the original owner's existence within the household. How could the original owner willingly accept a position as an animal caretaker? Upon learning this news, the original owner immediately sought out Madame Jiang for a confrontation, encountering Madame Jiang's biological daughter, Jiang Miao, along the way. During their dispute, the original owner was pushed into a swimming pool, and by the time she was rescued, she had already fallen into a coma. Upon learning the sequence of events, Madame Jiang did not even summon a doctor, but merely instructed the servants to toss her onto the bed, treating it as if nothing had happened. Thus, the original owner quietly passed away, allowing Jiang Xu's soul to enter. Through the original owner's memories, Jiang Xu learned the name of the cat-eared maid, who was, other than her brother, the only person in this household who showed her concern. With a shift in thought, she extended her consciousness outward, perceiving everything within the Jiang family estate, even the movements of ants on the ground. The downside was that this body had undergone no training and could not withstand the full force of her consciousness's projection. However, the Frostblade, her natal immortal sword, had accompanied her as well. The Frostblade, which had shielded her from several tribulation lightning strikes, trembled pitifully, its blade marred with cracks as it greeted her. Seeing Jiang Xu silent, the maid, Ai Li, worriedly pondered if the second miss was struggling to accept reality. Jiang Xu reopened her eyes, cleared her throat, and endeavored to mimic the original owner's bewilderment, saying, Ai Li, please help me gather my belongings. I have decided to go. To Wotu's start, an hour later, Jiang Xu stood before the aircraft in the courtyard, clutching a small suitcase, awaiting the arrival of the family's pilot. Ha! You dreadful creature, you are finally leaving. I truly cannot comprehend what Brother Shen sees in you. A sweet-faced girl with an exquisitely delicate appearance appeared in the courtyard, lightly fanning herself with a lace. Fanned at a remnant of humanity who cannot transform, aspiring to be the future matriarch of the Shun family. What a daydream. The harshly spoken girl was Jiang Miao, the one who had pushed the original owner into the swimming pool. She continued her tirade. Allow me to inform you, my mother has already arranged the wedding date with the Shun family for me and Brother Shun. As for you, you should go tend to those filthy, stinky beasts. Jiang Xu smiled nonchalantly, catching a glimpse of the pilot approaching the aircraft. She set down her small suitcase and strode over to Jiang Miao. Taking advantage of her unpreparedness, Jiang Xu grasped her hand, subtly exerting a hidden force through her fingers. The pointed words momentarily rendered Jiang Miao speechless, but the pain in her right hand swiftly dispelled her thoughts. It hurt terribly. Not only was it painful, but it also felt as if countless tiny insects were gnawing at her, with the sensation gradually spreading from her fingers to her entire forearm. The fine, relentless torment was unbearable. Having been pampered since childhood, Jiang Miao had never endured such suffering. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her small face pale from pain and slick with sweat. Jiang Xu's lips curled into a mocking smile, momentarily avenging the original owner. In the future, she would seek a more significant reckoning. Amidst the astonished gaze of the pilot, Jiang Xu coldly commanded, "Open the door." The pilot, snapping back to reality, hurriedly pressed the button to open the aircraft's door. Jiang Xu, carrying her suitcase, swiftly boarded the aircraft, leaning out to inquire, "What, do you need me to ask you nicely?" The pilot trembled, flustered, and hurriedly took his seat, hastily starting the aircraft. Meanwhile, Jiang Miao endured the pain for over 10 minutes before she could barely recover. By the time she sought to settle the score with Jiang Xu, the aircraft she had boarded had already vanished into the sky like an arrow loosed from a bow. Chapter 2, Wota's Star. The pilot delivered Jiang Xu to the aerospace port, the aircraft never once shutting off. As soon as she disembarked, it immediately ascended, soaring into the sky. Jiang Xu shook her head, not overly concerned, as she carried her small suitcase toward the waiting hall. The spacecraft destined for Wochuoxing has yet to reach its departure time, and Jiang Xu finds herself idly observing her surroundings in the waiting hall. The space is bustling with travelers, reminiscent of the frenetic atmosphere during the spring festival travel rush back on Earth. Reflecting on her brief 20-odd years, Jiang Xu recalls the beauty of that time studying her beloved field of animal science at university and smoothly transitioning into a position at a zoo post-graduation, where she could indulge in the delightful company of adorable furry creatures daily. Had it not been for her attempt to rescue a drowning tourist, Jiang Xu would not have traversed to this vast continent and transformed into a cultivator. One by one, the travelers peer around, quickly rising to organize their belongings. Jiang Xu, with her modest little suitcase, effortlessly picks it up and becomes the first to board the spacecraft. Behind her follows a long line of passengers. Once aboard, these travelers are assigned to individual cabins, arranged similarly to dormitories from their school days. A standard cabin accommodates 8 individuals, while a slightly better one houses, for there are also double rooms, with the most luxurious option being the single room. Madame Jiang, however, was not entirely unreasonable, assigning Jiang Xu a double room. Yet, Jiang Xu yearns to upgrade to a single room. The journey from the capital star to Wochuoxing is lengthy, with a typical commercial spacecraft taking around half a month. Is it truly necessary to pay such a hefty fee for a single room? 50,000 interstellar coins. Jiang Xu exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Affirmative. Glancing at the balance on her communicator, she raised her hand to confirm the payment. With a beep, 50,000 interstellar coins were deducted, leaving her with a mere few hundred. Jiang Xu reassured herself that meals aboard the spacecraft were included in the ticket price, so as long as she refrained from purchasing anything extra, she would not incur additional expenses. Once she begins working on wochuoxing, she would earn a salary. After upgrading to a single room, Jiang Xu settled in and commenced her cultivation of the technique Inqiju. This practice is essential for every disciple of the Fuyun sect, regardless of whether they belong to the inner circle or are mere attendants. As the initial step on the path of cultivation, drawing in qi is not particularly challenging, though individual talent and comprehension vary. In her previous life, Jiang Xu possessed a heavenly spiritual root and an exceptional aptitude for cultivation, mastering the technique overnight. In contrast, some of her fellow disciples, lacking in talent, might meditate day and night for a month without perceiving any sensation of qi. Fortunately, although she has taken on a new form, her consciousness and experience remain intact. While her current body's aptitude is not as remarkable as in her previous life, it is still adequate. She successfully drew in qi within 2 days, and in a matter of days thereafter, reached the stage of great perfection. For safety's sake, Jiang Xu decided against attempting to break through to the Foundation establishment stage on the spacecraft. For the remainder of her time, she occupied herself with studying materials about wochuoxing in her cabin, occasionally venturing to the common area to converse with other passengers. Thus, her daily life aboard the spacecraft unfolded. A week later, the spacecraft made a brief stop at a transit planet, disembarking more than half of the travelers. It was then that Jiang Xu realized that the number of individuals genuinely heading to wochuoxing for work was scarce. Among those she met in the common area was a girl named Kelly, who was also bound for employment there. However, their job roles differed, with Jiang Xu seemingly the only one aboard destined to become an animal caretaker. After another week of travel, the spacecraft finally arrived at the aviation port of wochuoxing. All passengers disembarked and gathered at the exit, awaiting representatives from various departments to greet them. As others were gradually collected, Jiang Xu found herself increasingly isolated, until eventually she stood alone at the exit. A gentle breeze swept by, almost providing a poignant background score to her solitude. Jiang Xu's elegant brows furrowed slightly. Was the zoo she was heading to truly reliable? Did they not know a new employee was starting today? Just as she pondered this, a tall man clad in a silver military uniform hurriedly entered, apologizing upon sighting her. "You must be the new caretaker, Jiang Xu. I sincerely apologize for the delay. There was a commotion among the animals, and we had to exert considerable effort to separate them." Understanding the reason behind the tardiness, Jiang Xu felt her irritation dissipate after all. The man had been preoccupied with urgent matters. "It's quite all right, I didn't wait too long," Jiang Xu replied, her eyes wide as she stretched the truth. In reality, she had been waiting for a good 2 to 3 hours. Yet, it was essential to understand such social niceties. What surprised Jiang Xu was the staff at the zoo wearing military attire. "I am Sun, the assistant director of the zoo. I am delighted to have the opportunity to work alongside you from today onward," and Sun said, extending his hand with a smile. Before her stood a remarkably handsome man, his high nose complemented by light gray eyes, and his shoulder-length silver hair tied back in a low ponytail, creating an air of poise. In his military uniform, A.S. Jiang Xu discreetly assessed and Sun. He, too, was observing her. The girl possessed a slender figure, radiant fair skin, and exquisite features, complemented by soft, smooth black hair and equally dark eyes. Her temperament seemed amiable, as she had not displayed any anger despite waiting for several hours. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, and Sun promptly addressed the matter at hand. "My aircraft is parked by the roadside in front of the aviation port. Allow me to take you to the zoo." With that, he effortlessly lifted Jiang Xu's small suitcase. Jiang Xu raised an eyebrow, appreciating his thoughtfulness. After a few minutes of walking, they came upon a uniquely designed flying vehicle, devoid of any other personnel. Once aboard, and Sun placed her suitcase down and indicated a seat for Jiang Xu. "Thank you," she said, dutifully sitting down and fastening her seatbelt. Seeing Jiang Xu settled, and Sun took his place in the front cockpit and maneuvered the flying vehicle into the skies. Chapter 3. Preparing for employment, Jiang Xu sat at the rear of the aircraft, occasionally feigning curiosity as she peeked at Sun, who was operating the flying vessel. Seemingly casual, she meticulously noted every action he performed. The aircraft glided smoothly through the air, easily lulling one into a state of relaxation. After a while, Jiang Xu leaned back at her seat and succumbed to a deep slumber. When she finally opened her eyes again, the aircraft had come to a steady halt. Outside was a helipad adorned with an array of flying machines, varying in size and shape. Jiang Xu realized that the aircraft she had boarded was parked at the edge of this open space, approximately a kilometer away from the nearby cluster of buildings. And Sun, effortlessly carrying her small suitcase, strode ahead with long strides. Jiang Xu followed, her gaze wandering as she occasionally expressed genuine admiration. The air quality here was remarkably pristine, invigorating her with every breath, far superior to that of the capital planet of Xing Yasilan, reminiscent of the refreshing atmosphere of Fu Yun Mountain. All around her, lush mountains and forests stretched as far as the eye could see, accompanied by the distant sounds of wildlife. Along the way, they encountered other uniformed imperial soldiers. Upon spotting them from afar, the soldiers immediately halted and respectfully saluted. Jiang Xu couldn't help but wonder, wasn't Sun's military rank truly so high from merely an assistant to a zoo director? She observed that everyone here appeared tall and robust, exuding a distinctly masculine aura. This was not surprising, similar to the Huaxiao nation on Earth. Truly exceptional and capable men were indeed devoted to their country. Upon arrival, Sun unlocked a door that required an iris scan to open. Once inside, two soldiers on duty immediately saluted him. This display left Jiang Xu somewhat perplexed. Wasn't this merely a zoo? She had never heard of any zoo having security protocols more stringent than those of a national secret department. Could it be that the zoo housed rare and endangered species of the empire? Armed soldiers stood guard, and the number of restricted access doors was overwhelming. After passing through two doors, Sun knocked on a third, imposing door. A cool yet gentle voice invited them in from behind it. Following Sun inside, Jiang Xu beheld a middle-aged man seated within. He was handsome and refined, with brown hair that had a hint of gray at the temples, and light golden eyes that sparkled with kindness as they met hers. Jiang Xu found herself momentarily stunned. The man before her possessed a completely different charm from his senior. He must have been extraordinarily handsome in his youth, and even now, in middle age, he exuded a unique allure, undeniably a heartthrob for older admirers. No, she chastised herself. This was not the time for infatuation. Sun introduced him. This is the director of the Huachuo Zoo, Major General Fears. Jiang Xu froze in place, questioning whether she had misheard. A zoo director required a Major General S rank? Sensing her shock, Fears softened his tone and said, "You must be Jiang Xu. There is no need to be nervous. You may call me Director Fears. I hope you will come to enjoy working here." Observing her demeanor, Fears' gaze grew ever gentler. "By the way, there are over 10 other caretakers in the zoo. I will arrange for you to reside with them. Does that pose any issues?" Jiang Xu, mindful of her need for solitude to cultivate, cautiously inquired, "If possible, could I have a single room?" Fears smiled and clarified, "It is indeed a single room. You will simply be in the same building as them." With that, Jiang Xu felt completely reassured and beamed a sweet smile, replying, "That is perfectly fine." Fears continued, "As for your salary, it is a net monthly income of 100,000 star coins. If your performance is outstanding, the year-end bonus will be quite substantial, accumulating to an annual total of 1,500,000 star coins. Jiang Xu's eyes instantly lit up. This was far more than she had anticipated. This job was simply perfect. Let us proceed with this arrangement. Major General and Sun, please input Jiang Xu's identification details, arrange her accommodation, and escort her to the logistics department to collect her work uniform. Director Fears instructed casually. And Sun nodded, indicating his understanding. "Thank you, Director." Jiang Xu expressed her gratitude and followed Sun, her steps light as they exited Fears' office. Once outside, however, Jiang Xu paused. Although her cultivation level was merely at the peak of qi refinement, her senses were significantly sharper than those of an ordinary person. She sensed an additional presence in Fears' office. Instinctively glancing back, she considered that there might be more than one entrance to the office and dismissed the thought, continuing forward. She had a multitude of onboarding tasks to attend to and no time to waste. Indeed, she had not misjudged. Fears' office now contained another individual. This person was tall and imposing, possessing a wild, rugged beauty with sharp features, short white hair, and striking light blue eyes that emanated an overwhelming aura, exuding a sense of menace as if he had just returned from the battlefield. Had Jiang Xu seen him, she would likely have marveled at the existence of such an extraordinary man. Your Highness Saintt, what do you think of the new caretaker? I find her to be quite a charming young lady, Fears remarked with a smile. In the brief time spent with Jiang Xu, Fears felt his previously tense demeanor relax considerably. It seemed that the Imperial Academy's research had not gone awry. Although the remnants of humanity lacked beastification genes and exhibited lower combat capabilities, their presence could still soothe beastmen. This was why Wachuo Planet had employed them as caretakers. The white-haired man remained non-committal, replying coolly, "The remnants of humanity usually possess timid dispositions. Let us hope she does not flee in fright when the time comes." Resigning from this position. With that, he crossed his arms, casually leaning against a nearby table, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his azure eyes. Suddenly recalling something, Fears looked up and asked, "You just defeated the level insect queen on the battlefield of Shima Star. Are you experiencing any issues with your mental state? If so, you should seek treatment from the medical room as soon as possible. I would prefer not to face a version of you that has lost all rationality and transformed into a complete beast." The white-haired man cast a sidelong glance at him, his lips curling slightly as he replied, "Rest assured, should that day ever come, I will retreat deep into the forest, ensuring that none of you can find me." Unaware of the discussion between the two men in the office, Jiang Xu, under Ensign's guidance, painstakingly completed the myriad of onboarding tasks. Ensign then informed her about a mandatory orientation session. "Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, I will conduct your training," Ensign stated, pausing for a moment before adding, "Let me first take you to your accommodation." Upon learning that Ensign would be her trainer, Jiang Xu felt a wave of relief wash over her. Though she was not socially anxious, facing someone familiar was undeniably more comfortable than encountering strangers. She smiled at Ensign, nodding in agreement as she cheerfully replied, "All right, I appreciate your help." Chapter 4. Such magnanimity, although it felt like a short distance. Jiang Xu's eyes widened in astonishment upon checking the actual distance between the office area and her residence on her holographic device. What would have taken at least half an hour by car on Earth was traversed in mere moments by the interstellar shuttle, a testament to the marvels of advanced technology. Her residence was a 10-story apartment building, with each employee provided their own apartment. Jiang Xu had previously known it was a single room and had assumed it meant one room per person, so this was a delightful surprise. And Sun reminded her that the door lock had been programmed to her iris, allowing only her access. After hearing this, Jiang Xu approached the door, placing her eye near the lock, which opened automatically. And Sun remained outside, standing at the entrance and saying, "You should take the time to rest today. I will see you at 8 tomorrow morning. If you need anything, feel free to contact me via your personal holographic device." While attending to the trifles of her onboarding process, Jiang Xu had already added Sun to her contacts. After exchanging a few words, Sun hurriedly departed to attend to other matters. Jiang Xu waved goodbye, feeling fortunate to have met her first colleague, Sun, who was warm-hearted and considerate. Once Sun's figure vanished from sight, Jiang Xu stepped into her small apartment and surveyed her surroundings. The interior, though modestly decorated, exuded warmth and cleanliness, with essential furnishings like a washing machine and refrigerator. On the balcony, several thriving plants were arranged, and the windows were bright and clear, instilling a sense of joy in her heart. What delighted Jiang Xu the most was the small open kitchen, complete with pots, pans, and dishes. She casually opened the refrigerator, only to find it empty of food. Entering the bedroom, she noticed the bed was quite spacious, ample enough to accommodate 3 people, and the bedding was brand new. Lying on the bed, she activated her light brain and opened the new employee guide she had received in her email. The guide was meticulously detailed, instructing new employees on how to navigate life in this vast zoo. To her astonishment, she learned that there were dozens of canteens within the zoo. How many people must be working here, she wondered? Surely not fewer than 10,000. Yet, there were only a handful of caretakers. How could so few manage to care for so many animals? After pondering for a moment without arriving at a conclusion, she decided to leave it for now, trusting that Sun would provide answers during the orientation the following day. Existing employees could use their iris to collect meals from the canteen. If one preferred not to go there personally, they could also place orders via the light brain, with delivery by robots, albeit at a slightly higher cost. The same applied to the self-service shop, Whatever items were taken would be recorded under the employee's name, with deductions made from their wages later. Jiang Xu planned to cook in her new home that day, wishing to imbue the space with a sense of warmth, and thus began browsing the self-service shop. Prices on Wuchuoxing were rather steep, with the cost of fruits and vegetables being twice that of the capital star, while meat prices for beef, lamb, and pork were relatively comparable. Considering this, a monthly salary of 100,000 was hardly surprising. Indulging her preferences could easily lead to spending tens of thousands just on meals. Indeed, she was quite impoverished. The speed of interstellar delivery was impressive. Just as Jiang Xu opened her suitcase to hang up a few clothes, she heard a knock at the door, accompanied by a notification on her light brain. She walked over and opened the door to find a robot, half her height, with a round belly, holding shopping bags in each hand. After confirming its identity by touching the robot's chest, it carefully placed the two bags on the ground and produced several fragile jars of condiments from its ample midsection, items Jiang Xu had purchased. With the ingredients in hand, Jiang Xu showcased her culinary skills, preparing a sumptuous dinner for herself. As she savored a piece of glistening, aromatic red-braised pork, tears of joy nearly welled up in her eyes. It had been far too long since she had tasted such a familiar flavor. In Fuyun Zone, as the sex ancestor, she had a lead by example. Since successfully achieving fasting, she had devoted herself entirely to cultivation, believing that she could not let her disciples witness her indulgence in culinary pleasures. It was truly blissful to enjoy good food. The next morning, the gentle rays of dawn filtered through the sheer curtains, awakening Jiang Xu. She stretched comfortably, initially thinking she would struggle to sleep, but surprisingly found rest in this unfamiliar environment. After her morning routine, she quickly prepared two simple breakfasts. After finishing her portion, she carefully packed the other. Standing at her doorway, she hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether to contact an senator she wished to express her gratitude by offering him breakfast, as he had been incredibly helpful since her arrival on Wuchuoxing. Lost in thought, a sleek black hovercar pulled up before her, and Sun, who had just been on her mind, stepped out with an upright posture and an air of confidence. "Good morning, Jiang Xu. How did you sleep last night?" he inquired with genuine concern. "Thank you. I slept very well," Jiang Xu replied, handing him the packed box. "These are some pan-fried dumplings I made for breakfast. I hope you enjoy them." Turning back, she suggested, "We still have time. Why not come in for breakfast?" And Sun felt slightly shy about entering a girl's room, but seeing Jiang Xu's confident demeanor, he stepped inside. Sitting at the dining table, and Sun took a delicate bite of the dumpling, and his eyes widened slightly in delight. The outer skin is crispy, and the filling is juicy, far tastier than what you find in the employee canteen. With that, he quickly finished the remaining dumplings. Jiang Xu smiled warmly at him, pleased that he enjoyed it. After breakfast, the two made their way to the hovercar together. With a sense of familiarity between them, Jiang Xu boldly asked, "Could you teach me how to drive the hovercar while we're at it? Although I could take the shuttle. The hovercar seems more convenient." Since Jiang Xu was eager to learn, and Sun had no reason to decline, he patiently began to explain the functions of the various buttons inside the hovercar. Afterward, he added, "The hovercar also has an autopilot feature. Just input the destination route in advance, and it will drive itself there." Jiang Xu nodded, realizing that this was simpler than learning to drive in a driving school. Around 8 o'clock, Jiang Xu followed Sun to an office for a theoretical knowledge session. She was the only new employee this time, and Sun had already noticed how exceptionally bright she was. She remembered everything clearly after just one explanation and was able to integrate the information. Sun tapped a few buttons on his light brain, projecting a virtual screen into the air. A vivid, three-dimensional map of Wuchuoxing appeared before them. "The entire Wuchuoxing is under the jurisdiction of our zoo," Sun explained, manipulating the map with his fingers to zoom in and out. "Over 100,000 staff members are stationed on this planet, all dedicated to serving the animals." That was quite extravagant, Jiang Xu thought to herself. No wonder there were dozens of employee canteens. But why were there so few caretakers? As if reading her mind, Sun proactively clarified, "The animals can usually hunt for themselves. The primary duty of the caretakers is to patrol their assigned areas. Only when encountering injured animals that cannot feed themselves do we step in to assist." To alleviate her anxiety, Sun softened his gaze and continued, "Jiang Xu, the wildlife on Wuchuoxing can be quite fierce. They will attack humans upon encounter. But you need not worry. These beasts do not target individuals with disabilities. This conclusion is drawn from countless experiments conducted by the Imperial Academy of Sciences, and I assure you on my honor, not targeting individuals with disabilities? How intriguing, Jiang Xu mused. Was this the reason Wachuazu employed her? It was indeed a remarkable feat to hire a handful of individuals with disabilities as caretakers. From the memories of her predecessor, Jiang Xu learned that Earth, her home planet, was devastated by earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and tsunamis, obliterating cities and civilizations in just 3 months. Several nations were completely wiped out. In the end, scientists worldwide collaborated to create a spaceship capable of interstellar travel, the Noah, which carried the remaining hundreds of thousands of people and some flora and fauna away from Earth. After drifting through the vast cosmos for over a century, the Noah finally arrived in the current OSI star system, finding a suitable planet to inhabit. The universe was fraught with danger, not only from aliens, but also from various unknown rays and grotesque, monstrous insectoid species. In order to better confront these crises, scientists have endeavored to inject various animal genes into the human body to enhance physical capabilities. In the year 3068 of the stellar calendar, Jiang Xu is a citizen of the Yazalan Empire, which governs 8 star systems with a population exceeding 100 billion. After more than 3 millennia of evolution, citizens of the Yazalan Empire are born with animal genes and can awaken a certain degree of mental prowess upon reaching adulthood. With this mental power, they can seamlessly transition between their beastly and human forms. Among this vast population, it is rare to find an individual completely devoid of beastly genes. Scientists refer to such individuals as fanzu, while the general populace more commonly labels them as Kanrun or remnant humans. Due to the absence of beastly genes, remnant humans exhibit significantly inferior combat capabilities compared to ordinary citizens of the Empire and tend to possess more timid and cowardly dispositions, thus often shying away from employment. Excluding those who are of unsuitable age or unwilling to venture out, securing a few dozen remnant human caretakers on Woda Planet is already quite an achievement. This area will be your responsibility to patrol from now on, Anson stated, manipulating a virtual screen to enlarge a specific region for Jiang Xu. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Xu realized that the area designated for her, possibly to accommodate her as a new employee, was situated closest to the office, extending outward from the office center for over 1,000 kilometers. This region comprised vast expanses of forests, canyons, and rivers, with the outermost boundaries marked by a chain of snow-capped mountains. Given such an extensive area, patrolling solely on foot was impractical, so Anson led her to the warehouse. Inside the warehouse were various modes of transportation, including mountain all-terrain vehicles, hovercars, and aircraft. She planned to use the mountain vehicle for patrols within a 200-kilometer radius, the hovercar for farther distances, and reserve the aircraft for even more remote areas. Although she was not yet proficient in flying, she resolved to learn in due course. Our workload here is manageable, Anson remarked while gazing at the distant forest. As long as no animals are injured within, no one will concern themselves with what you are doing. However, his tone shifted as he turned to Jiang Xu with a serious expression. When you are needed, I hope you can perform admirably. Otherwise, you may face termination from a zoo. Of course, Jiang Xu nodded, acknowledging the expectation. Thanks to her formidable mental faculties, she demonstrated an astonishing aptitude for learning basic medical knowledge, jungle survival skills, and familiarizing herself with the Area S maps during her subsequent training sessions. Anson checked the time on his holographic device, noting that only a few hours had elapsed since the training commenced. Previous employees typically required several days to master a single aspect of their training. I have little left to teach you. You are the fastest new employee I have seen to complete the pre-job training, Anson declared. Jiang Xu's eyes brightened with anticipation as she asked, "Does that mean I can begin patrolling tomorrow?" "Certainly," Anson replied with a smile, adding, "Your personal holographic device is now connected to the park's monitoring system. If you encounter any challenging situations, do not hesitate to send a distress signal through your device. Our emergency team will arrive as swiftly as possible." Excited at the prospect of meeting the furry inhabitants of the forest the following day, Jiang Xu could hardly contain her enthusiasm. The next day, Jiang Xu rose early and efficiently began loading a mountain vehicle with essential supplies for patrolling the forest, starting with the indispensable first aid kit, followed by food. If only my storage bag had come with me, she muttered as she worked, envisioning a simple wave of her hand to store everything inside the bag effortlessly. Dressed in a zoo-issued uniform and donning a sun hat, Jiang Xu revved the mountain vehicle and ventured into the forest. The all-terrain vehicle of the interstellar age was remarkably intelligent, automatically planning suitable routes based on the terrain while providing the driver with updates on road conditions. As she entered the forest, the dense canopy of trees obscured the sunlight, creating a dappled pattern of light and shadow on the ground. A gentle breeze caressed the surroundings like a tender hand, stirring everything in its path. Not far away, a tranquil emerald lake lay still, its surface rippling gently in response to the wind, resembling a delicate veil draped over it by nature. After driving along the winding forest paths for over an hour, Jiang Xu was greeted by the sight of the serene lake. Considering that large animals might come to drink from its shores, she resolved to patrol along the water's edge. However, she felt a tinge of disappointment as she encountered no significant wildlife along the way. Glancing at the time, which was nearing noon, she decided to seek a suitable spot by the lake to prepare a meal. Although she had packed dry rations for emergencies, she preferred the pleasure of enjoying a fresh, warm meal. Observing the plump fish swimming in the lake, which appeared unaccustomed to hardship, she planned to catch one for a delightful grilled feast. Without hesitation, Jiang Xu retrieved a folding knife and cut an appropriately sized branch by the lakeside, trimming off excess foliage and sharpening one end. She stood at the water's edge, focusing intently on the surface, then plunged the branch into the water. When she lifted it, a plump fish flailed desperately, unable to escape its fate. Kneeling beside the fire pit, Jiang Xu gently turned the sizzling fish over the flames. Leaning slightly forward, she sprinkled some salt from a nearby container, resting her chin on her hands while her gaze remained fixed on the grilling fish. Sensing it was nearly done, she added a sprinkle of cumin, and the aroma of the grilled fish wafted through the air. From a corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of a tawny figure darting through the green blades of grass, eliciting a smile from her as she continued to tend her meal. At that moment, a pair of large leaves parted to reveal a golden eye watching her intently. Moments later, a dirty, furry paw cautiously emerged from the edge of the grass. After a brief pause, ensuring the coast was clear, the creature cautiously poked its head out. The brownish-yellow mane, short and rounded ears, and the large, round eye peering out from a fuzzy face displayed a combination of innocence and vigilance. Its gaze fell upon Jiang Xu, who was seated by the fire, and its pupils narrowed into slits. The creature fixated on her, its black nose twitching as the enticing aroma wafted towards it. Jiang Xu, noticing that her fish was perfectly cooked, realized that if she remained, this cautious creature would likely not dare approach. A fleeting glance revealed it to be an adult lion. Seemingly injured, Jiang Xu's keen sense of smell detected the scent of blood on the lion, which was not from a recent hunt. For this lion, a single fish might hardly suffice as a meal. As the fragrance of the grilled fish intensified, it tantalized the lion's senses, prompting its claws to twitch with desire. A powerful urge to seize the delectable offering. The struggle between impulse and caution reached a climax when a lion observed Jiang Xu darting towards the lake with the fish spear. Seizing the opportunity, the lion sprang into action, its body soaring despite a bloodied hind leg, showcasing its agility. In a flash, the tawny figure snatched Jiang Xu's grilled fish and swiftly concealed itself in the underbrush by the lake. The fish tumbled onto the pristine grass, and with a swift lick from the lion's rough tongue, a substantial portion of the fish was devoured, allowing a wave of satisfaction to wash over the lion, leaving it in a state of bliss. In the blink of an eye, a roasted fish weighing a full 3 pounds had been devoured, leaving only the pristine bones behind. Yet, the great lion felt an insatiable hunger, far from satisfied. At that moment, it remained oblivious to the fact that someone had stealthily approached it, as it savored the last morsel of fish, alleviating the persistent heaviness in its head. It suddenly sensed a gentle pressure on the back of its neck as a hand alighted upon it. Then, a soothing voice drifted down from above. "Oh, great feline! Surely this amount of fish is insufficient. Allow me to treat you to more." Startled, the lion emitted a low growl, baring its fangs and swiping its claws toward the hand resting on its neck. However, Jiang Xu did not flinch. With a subtle release of energy, the lion collapsed to the ground. With her mastery at the pinnacle of qi cultivation, Dealing with this magnificent creature posed no challenge. A swift slap, followed by a sweet treat. One hand firmly held the lion, while the other gently caressed its mane, gliding along its back. She couldn't help but nuzzle against its fluffy form, inhaling deeply. Bliss overwhelmed her. It was pure ecstasy. The lion's fur felt exquisite to the touch, and, astonishingly, it bore no hint of a wild animal scent, only a faint whiff of fresh grass, likely acquired while traversing through the thickets. And perhaps a trace of blood. Blood? Dizziness washed over her. Upon contact with the soft fur, she felt lightheaded. First, she needed to tend to its wounds. Jiang Xu glanced back at the lion's hind leg, where a gash had been opened, still bleeding, and the bone presented a peculiar angle. "My dear friend, you are injured, and I must attend to your wounds." Jiang Xu spoke in the gentlest tone, urging the lion to remain still, regardless of its comprehension. Having been forcibly petted by Jiang Xu, the lion initially struggled but soon surrendered to the soothing sensations, relinquishing any inclination to resist. Jiang Xu rose, and the lion did not seize the opportunity to flee, instead remaining obediently in place. She retrieved a state-of-the-art hemostatic needle and an anti-infection syringe, administering one injection around the wound before preparing to bandage it. However, the lion's injured leg seemed to have been bitten by another beast, resulting in a fracture. Simply bandaging it might lead to misalignment, so she resolved to ensure the bones healed properly. Jiang Xu gently rubbed the lion's large head, offering comfort. "This may hurt a bit, so please be brave." As she spoke, her hand aligned the bone, and her chi flowed through her fingers into the lion's leg, hastening the healing process. With her mastery of chi cultivation still lacking in energy reserves and fearing further complications during her patrol in the forest, Jiang Xu could only mend the lion's bone with her spiritual power, allowing the flesh wounds to heal on their own. A wave of comfort washed over the lion, even more palpable than after consuming fish. It squinted its eyes in sheer bliss, especially aware of the sensations in its injured leg. Its mind felt blank, floating pleasantly, as if it had not experienced such ease in a long time. Realizing that being near this two-legged creature brought relief, and sensing no threat, the lion chose not to flee, instead sauntering over to lie beside Jiang Xu. Jiang Xu turned to the lion, chuckling lightly. "You're quite the ungrateful one." Both the human and beast fixed their gazes upon the roasted fish by the fire, eagerly anticipating its readiness to satiate their hunger, creating an atmosphere of harmonious camaraderie. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the office area. Despite the sun not yet having risen, a significant incident had unfolded at the zoo. The esteemed Prince Pedro had sustained injuries in the forest, and a soldier's dispatch for his rescue had yet to locate him. Director Firth was in a state of frantic anxiety, losing the composed demeanor he usually exhibited in front of Jiang Xu, wishing fervently that he could venture into the forest himself. How could this happen? Worry etched on everyone's faces. Damn it, Firth swore under his breath. Could His Highness have wandered into that area? Anson furrowed his brow. That area was notorious for blocking signals, but the implications of entering it were unfathomable. It would mean that Prince Pedro believed his life was nearing its end. Chapter 7. The Super Handsome One. That cannot be, according to the medical room's analysis. His Highness Pedro still retained some awareness. Losing all sense of reason would take at least another 6 months. Although Firth was frantically worried, he maintained a level-headed approach to the situation. "Firth, are you certain he is in this vicinity?" A cold voice emanated from the communicator. "Yes, Your Highness Saint. I am certain he is within 200 kilometers of here," Firth replied seriously, though he was puzzled as to why he could not locate him on the surveillance. "I'll go find him," Saintt ordered. You all continue to scrutinize the surveillance closely. Finally, Jiang Xu cheered as she placed the perfectly roasted fish on several large leaves to cool, intentionally leaving the fish prepared for the lion unseasoned. "Oh, great feline. It would be best if you refrained from eating fish with seasoning. Those spices are not good for your health." Jiang Xu playfully ruffled the lion's mane, suddenly recalling the importance of notifying the director about the injured animal. This was surely a significant matter, yet she had no way to contact the director. "Well, I can reach Anson first," she decided. Acting swiftly, Jiang Xu dialed Anson's communicator. In the surveillance room, Anson's communicator vibrated several times. Upon seeing Jiang Xu's video call, he feared that her first day patrolling the forest had led to some trouble, and he promptly answered. 1 minute later, He would be exceedingly grateful for this decision. Jiang Xu greeted Anson with a radiant smile before diving straight into the matter. Anson, while patrolling the forest, I encountered an injured lion. I have already bandaged it and wanted to report this to you. If I need to inform the director, could you provide me with his contact information? After speaking, Jiang Xu aimed her camera at the lion, inadvertently presenting its fluffy visage directly to Anson's screen. Startled at first, Anson quickly realized that this was none other than Prince Pedro, nearly overwhelmed with joy. Jiang Xu, please do not disconnect the call. The director is right beside me. I will hand over the communicator so you can report directly to him. Anson passed the communicator to Firth. Upon seeing the lion on the video call, Firth meticulously confirmed that it was indeed Prince Pedro, noting the distinct dark brown tuft in its mane. At last, we have found him, Firth exclaimed anxiously. Jiang Xu, please tell me, what is the situation there? Is the lion severely injured? Director, the lion consumed the roasted fish I prepared, which had seasoning. Is that a concern? Jiang Xu quickly inquired before Firth could terminate the call. No worries. The wild animals in our zoo differ from ordinary ones and can consume the same food as humans. Firth replied hastily before ending the call, needing to report this development to His Highness Saintt. After disconnecting, Firth let out a long sigh of relief. They had been saved. If Prince Pedro were truly not found, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Fortunately, the new employee had encountered Prince Pedro, sparing him from the icy glare of His Highness Saintt. Speak quickly. Saintt's voice was as cold as ice shards upon receiving the call. Your Highness Saintt, we have located Prince Pedro, and he is unharmed. Firth exclaimed excitedly. Our newly hired caretaker, Jiang Xu, encountered him in the forest. I will send you the coordinates immediately. After ending his call with Firth, Saintt, still deep in the forest, immediately set off toward Jiang Xu's location, following the coordinates provided. Upon learning that the great lion could share her food, Jiang Xu generously sprinkled the remaining roasted fish with seasoning. As anticipated, this time the lion did not refuse, savoring the meal with delight, even showcasing its talent by devouring a fish in 2 bites. After finishing one fish, Jiang Xu felt satisfied and comfortably leaned against the lion, half closing her eyes to relish the warmth of its natural fur. Big cat, I can't keep calling you that. Surely there are many of your kind in the forest, she mused, turning to lie partially on the lion, unconsciously rubbing its fur. Let me give you a nickname. A playful name is easier to keep. From now on, you shall be called Schwanzi. How's that sound? She patted the lion's head, making an unopposed decision. What a ridiculous name. The lion, displeased, flicked Jiang Xu's hand off its head, its tail swishing irritably. Had it not been for the relief from the pain in its head while near her, it would have long since fled. Indeed, after consuming her food, it too felt more at ease. When Saintt arrived, he found the pair lounging comfortably in the sun. The lion glanced at him, its expression betraying an almost human-like embarrassment. Saintt felt a stir of curiosity. Could Uncle Pedro truly possess consciousness at this moment? Jiang Xu's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "My goodness, why are there so many handsome men in this zoo?" Before her stood a man clad in a crisp military uniform, his posture upright, with striking features complemented by neatly cropped white hair. His blue eyes exuded a subtle chill, reminiscent of an unreachable flower on a lofty peak. She could not help but swallow hard. He was undeniably captivating. "Are you the one sent by the director to check on Schwanzi?" She stuttered, unable to conceal her nervousness in the presence of such beauty. Saintt nodded and cautiously approached the lion. Noticing that it did not flee, he confirmed that Uncle Pedro had indeed regained his senses. "Are the wild animals here so enlightened?" Jiang Xu whispered, not dwelling on the thought. Nearby, Saintt squatted before the lion, intently observing it. "Uncle Pedro?" The lion nodded gently and pawed at Saintt's wrist. In response, Saintt produced a communicator, projecting a virtual keyboard and adjusting its size accordingly. The lion extended a large paw, laboriously typing. After reading the text on the communicator, Saintt's expression grew serious. "Are you saying that being near the girl soothes your mental fluctuations, allowing you to maintain your consciousness for longer?" The lion nodded again, its furry face betraying a hint of gravity. Chapter 8. The Secret of Planet Wodu. After deliberation, Pedro decided to remain by Jiang Xu's side, as it greatly aided in his recovery. "You told her not to call you Schwanzi anymore?" Saintt read the text word by word, a subtle smile playing at the corner of his lips. The The lion shot an irritable glance at Saintt, clearly aware of the mockery in his expression. Saintt cleared his throat, assuring, "I will speak to her about it, though I cannot compel her to comply. Isn't the name Schwanzi quite pleasant? It carries a profound meaning. If tied up, it won't run away." Jiang Xu found this curious, scratching her nose. How could he tell that the lion disliked the name? "It has a name, Pedro," Saintt replied, glancing at the audacious zookeeper with exasperation. Most zookeepers would instinctively fear such ferocious beasts, retreating to call for help. Yet here was Jiang Xu, seemingly unperturbed by the lion's presence. Fortunate indeed that Uncle Pedro had regained his senses. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At this moment, Saintt remained unaware that Jiang Xu had initially subdued the lion purely through force, and Pedro had not articulated this clearly due to the difficulty of typing with his paws. "Then let its formal name be Pedro, while we continue to use Schwanzi as a nickname," Jiang Xu suggested, not wanting her hard-earned name to go to waste. Saintt pondered this. It was not surprising that the girl, unaware of the secrets of Wotu, would act thus, and he nodded in agreement. Catching a glimpse of the lion's gaze, he shifted the topic. "You will stay in the forest with him until he can hunt on his own." "What? Stay in the forest with a lion?" Jiang Xu thought she misheard. While she adored furry creatures, she did not wish to remain in the forest indefinitely. Upon hearing the mention of a salary increase, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded eagerly, thinking, if nothing else, I can privately call him Schwanzi. No one will know. Being praised by her superior on her first day and receiving a raise filled her with immense joy. Phil's, well prepared, immediately handed him a device resembling a tablet, retrieving Jiang Ning's information. Saintt perused it swiftly. The girl's profile was simple and appeared satisfactory. Jiang Xu hailed from a middle-class family in the capital Star Yazilin, with an elder brother, Jiang Hao, and a younger half-sister, Jiang Miao. Jiang Hao had graduated from the first military academy and completed several challenging missions, rapidly ascending to the rank of major within a few short years. He was currently deployed on a mission in the southern distant star. Jiang Xu's application for this position was facilitated by her stepmother, who had submitted her resume to the Woda Zoo, where Phil's accepted her as a mere human. Saintt tapped the tablet, looking up to ask Phil's, "What do you think of her?" Both men turned their gazes toward Anson, who instinctively straightened his posture, describing Jiang Xu with several terms: kind-hearted, grateful, intelligent, and with an excellent memory. Both of Saint's subordinates had favorable evaluations of Jiang Xu, and based on his interactions, he too found no issue with her. Having gathered useful information, Saintt donned his hat once more, instructing, "Prepare supplies. I will deliver them to the forest later." It would not do to leave this girl entirely reliant on her own skills to forage for food for herself and Uncle Pedro. Understood, fils rapide. He was genuinely grateful to Jiang Xu for today's events, once again relieved that he had welcomed her to work. Who would have thought that Prince Pedro might encounter a grizzly bear in the forest, despite efforts to keep these fierce creatures at a safe distance during their release? Prince Pedro, though the uncle of the Emperor and Prince Saintt, was not much older than they. 2 years ago on the battlefield, he had lost control of his mental faculties while protecting his subordinates, and since then, he had been unable to shift between human and beast forms at will. In his agony, he gradually lost his sanity and came to reside on planet Wotu. Citizens of the Yazilin Empire with strong predatory genes require formidable mental strength for control. Once mental faculties slip, they risk becoming true beasts, devoid of reason, and may ultimately succumb to madness, awaiting a slow demise. To protect the Empire, soldiers and commanders engaged in battle against the insect race are the most susceptible to losing their mental control. Yet, they're the heroes of the Empire. The Woda Zoo exists for this very reason, allowing these heroes to live their final days with a semblance of dignity and freedom. The area Jiang Xu patrolled was home to the elite and nobility of the entire empire, marking it as a protected zone. Other regions housed soldiers in various beast forms and ordinary commanders. Presently, the entire planet Wodu was under the watchful protection of Prince Saintt and his troops. These secrets remained unknown to the ordinary citizens of the empire, let alone to Jiang Xu, a mere human. Ordinary individuals typically exhibit the animalistic tendencies of creatures with relatively feeble attacking power, and they seldom encounter instances of mental disarray. Most of them simply lead unremarkable lives. Their greatest curiosity lies in the sudden disappearance of exceptionally skilled and renowned military leaders, whose stories often suggest they are merely recuperating within their family estates, never to reappear in public again. As for Jiang Xu, after bidding farewell to Saintt with a wave, she intended to continue her patrol through the forest with a majestic lion. Glancing at the wound on the lioness' leg, she decided against allowing it to roam freely for fear of exacerbating the injury. Jiang Xu retrieved a sausage from the food compartment of the off-road vehicle, peeled away its casing, and waved it enticingly before the lion, Pedro, while gently stroking its back. She coaxed the lion to rise and approach the vehicle, opening the spacious back seat and tossing the sausage inside. With a resigned expression, the lion leaped into the vehicle, seized the sausage, and settled down to eat. Pedro internally mused that the self-service store sausage was as unpalatable as ever, far inferior to the previously enjoyed grilled fish. Saintt had mentioned that Jiang Xu was unaware of the secrets of Wodu Xingqiu, advising him to act like an ordinary animal so as not to frighten her. Watching the lion munching on the sausage with its head tilted, Jiang Xu felt her heart flutter with delight, utterly enchanted by the adorably fierce creature of this planet. At that moment, she received a communication from an unfamiliar number and, after some contemplation, decided to answer it. Chapter 9. The Most Eligible Bachelor. Saintt, a familiar visage of striking beauty appeared on the screen, that of the white-haired officer Saintt, who had visited an hour prior. His voice resonated clearly. I have prepared some supplies, which will be delivered shortly to the nearest rest cabin for you and him to use over the next few days. Do you require anything additional? Oh, what a handsome gentleman, possessing both beauty and kindness, and even taking the time to inquire after her as an ordinary caretaker. Jiang Xu felt warmth in her heart and nodded instinctively. Please bring me some additional clean drinking water. I prepared other supplies. Understood, Saintt replied, intending to say more when suddenly a communication request from the royal family interrupted his conversation with Jiang Xu. Dear brother, how is our Uncle Pedro today? Appeared on the video screen a nobleman clad in resplendent attire, none other than His Majesty, Emperor Caos of the Aslan Empire, and Pedro's nephew. Caos nodded, his expression somewhat haggard. I had a nightmare last night. My deceased father suddenly appeared in my dream and scolded me for not taking good care of his brother. This has left me feeling uneasy, as if something ominous is about to occur. Saintt, maintaining a stoic countenance, silently criticized, indeed, he has not taken good care. He was injured while fighting a grizzly bear. I wonder how that bear managed to enter this area. Is he safe? Please show me his photograph, Caos requested. Harboring little hope, for the wildlife on Wodu Xingqiu was notoriously elusive, often shunning electronic devices. Given the rare opportunity for the emperor to speak, Saintt contemplated and decided to fulfill his request. His agreement stemmed partly from a desire to soothe the emperor, distressed by a dream of being chastised by his father, and partly for convenience. You mentioned that capturing their feeding habits is impossible? Caos exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Is this truly a video captured by satellite? Why is it inside the cabin? Saintt clarified, it is not satellite footage. It was filmed by our park-s caretaker. Caos was even more astonished, but, as an emperor, he understood matters beyond the ken of ordinary folk, exclaiming, you mean caretakers hired from across the empire? They can indeed approach these creatures, even formidable beasts like Uncle Pedro. How extraordinary! Let us continue our observations. Caos nodded. I trust you comprehend the significance of this matter, so I shall refrain from further elaboration, as you are now the decision-maker on Wodu Xingqiu. Saintt inclined his head slightly. Farewell. As Caos was abruptly cut off from the communication, he found himself in a state of bemusement. In truth, his contact with Saintt was not solely out of concern for Uncle Pedro. He was also mindful of Saintt's recent romantic pursuits. Emperor Caos worried for his brother, who had faced great risks on the battlefield against the insectoid species. Seizing the opportunity presented by the recent defeat of the major insect queen, he had arranged for his brother to be stationed on Wodu Xingqiu to allow him to relax his frayed nerves. Additionally, Caos hoped for his brother to cultivate a pleasant romance, ideally leading to marriage and the birth of children, thus increasing the dwindling royal population. At a recent banquet, Caos had even promised that whoever could capture Saintt's heart would be rewarded with the highest building on one of the main streets of the royal city as a wedding gift. Upon hearing this news, young women across the empire erupted in excitement. What? If one could truly win the heart of His Highness the Prince? Who would care for that building? Even if it meant giving away a commercial property, many would gladly do so. The challenge lay in the fact that His Highness Saintt was as elusive as a dragon, often found either on the battlefield or delving deep into the wilderness. Making a meeting with him akin to a Herculean feat in the afternoon forest, sunlight continued to shine brightly. Jiang Xu, accompanied by the lion, drove the off-road vehicle toward the nearest rest cabin. She planned to receive supplies there and rest for the night. Perhaps lulled by the warm sunshine, Pedro yawned widely, exposing a set of sharp, gleaming fangs, then tilted his head onto his paws and quickly fell into a deep slumber. Indeed, as a member of the feline family, he possessed all the adorable habits of a species. To spare Pedro from excessive jolting, Jiang Xu deliberately reduced her speed, cautiously maneuvering the vehicle. What was expected to be a 1-hour journey stretched to nearly 2. At last, the rest cabin came into view. A broad expanse lay before the cabin, and Jiang Xu parked the vehicle steadily at the entrance. She then nimbly exited the vehicle and briskly approached the door. Leaning in slightly, she utilized iris recognition technology to successfully unlock it. The moment she stepped inside, the surveillance footage in the office area clearly captured her figure. The monitor displayed the scene of the human girl locating the premium meat stored in the preservation unit, glistening and expertly deboned, its quality immediately apparent. Jiang Xu smacked her lips. She recognized this expensive meat from the self-service store, but had never dared to purchase it due to the exorbitant price. Meanwhile, the lion, Pedro, sauntered cautiously into the cabin. Chapter 10. Preparing for a side business, he circumnavigated the room cautiously, marking furniture and walls with his scent before finally selecting a corner to elegantly lay down. This remarkable sight was transmitted clearly to the observers in the monitoring room, leaving them wide-eyed with astonishment. It was unprecedented for a wild beast to voluntarily enter a human rest cabin, an utterly inconceivable occurrence that had never transpired before. Typically, wild animals avoided humans at all costs. Even with tracking devices, witnessing them was exceedingly rare. Previously, acquiring knowledge of their whereabouts relied heavily on satellite imagery. Yet now, a wild beast had entered a human sanctuary, a phenomenon unheard of in history. Simultaneously, Jiang Xu, inside the cabin, sensed an unseen gaze through the camera. Though she paid it little mind, in this vast forest, the installation of surveillance equipment is a normal measure to ensure the safety of the caretakers and to stay informed about their conditions. According to Anson, in order to understand the living conditions of the wildlife on Wotu Xingxiu, the staff of the zoo has placed numerous cameras throughout the forest, with someone monitoring the equipment around the clock. Jiang Xu raised her hand to check the time on her light brain. There were still over 2 hours until dinner. The grilled fish from lunch had filled her up, so she was not hungry at the moment. Rather than just staring into the eyes of the lion in the room, she decided to walk to the bedside, lean over, and surf the star web on her light brain to pass the time. Oh, the website for Wotu Zoo. Let us see what's inside. Jiang Xu murmured to herself as her fingers eagerly clicked in. Upon entering the web page, Jiang Xu discovered an abundance of content, including a discussion forum, a photo-sharing section, and even a live streaming area. As she browsed, she couldn't help but laugh aloud. The content was simply delightful. In the discussion forum, many people were posting complaints about the cafeteria's food, which had remained inedible for years. It seemed the cafeteria's supervisor must have recruited chefs with their toes, or perhaps he never even dined there himself. As she continued to scroll, Jiang Xu suddenly straightened up. She had stumbled upon the photo-sharing section, where staff had posted images of wildlife captured in the forest. One particularly ordinary photograph had garnered a substantial amount of flowers and tips. The people of the Yazalan Empire truly adored animals. Their compassion was evident. Little did she know that these photos were taken at great personal risk by the staff. Typically, aside from using satellites, it is nearly impossible for humans to capture images of ferocious beasts, as any sound from aircraft or vehicles sends them fleeing into the shadows. Jiang Xu's gaze fell upon the large lion, Pedro, lounging in the corner, and she felt a surge of excitement. This was indeed a perfect subject for her own photographs, and she could already envision the generous tips rolling in after posting. However, to ensure everything was above board, she intended to contact Anson to confirm whether the zoo permitted such actions. But as she exited the browsing interface and switched to her contacts, her finger inadvertently tapped on a recently contacted person. Panic set in as she intended to cut the call, but the other party had already answered. In the video call, Saintt spoke first. "Hello, is there a new situation on your end?" realizing that it was best not to burden him with multiple inquiries. She thought that this handsome gentleman must be a seasoned employee of the Woda Zoo, and consulting him would be equally beneficial. Clearing her throat, Jiang Xu shyly asked, "Everything is normal on my end, and Pedro is behaving well. I just wanted to ask if I could take photos of Pedro and post them online." Saintt nodded and reminded her, "You can only share images on the zoo's website." Jiang Xu's eyes widened. That was splendid news. A bright smile spread across her face. Saintt, observing the girl's radiant smile on the screen, felt an involuntary smile tug at the corners of his lips. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "However, you cannot photograph injured animals to avoid causing concern to their families." Jiang Xu had another question. "There's also a live streaming section on the zoo's website. Can I stream as well?" Saintt nodded once more. "You may during your personal time outside of work." He had not anticipated that Jiang Xu intended to stream with the animals, considering that ferocious beasts generally despise electronic devices, and currently, she was the only one able to approach them closely. "By the way, I'm Jiang Xu." Jiang Xu mentally encouraged herself, thinking that the bold would win over the handsome and the authoritative. "May I know your name?" Saintt was momentarily taken aback. It had been many years since anyone had asked him that. This girl didn't even know who he was. It seemed to contradict what his elder brother, Emperor Kai Osi, had claimed about all the young girls in the empire knowing him, suggesting that it was an exaggerated notion. "Saintt, that is my name," he replied. Long ago, during the Interstellar Military Academy League, he had introduced himself in the same manner, and since that competition, it seemed the entire universe had come to recognize him. Thus, he felt a sense of nostalgic familiarity in response to her question. "Your Excellency Saintt, it is a pleasure to meet you," Jiang Xu smiled, her eyes forming adorable crescents, feeling that she had drawn closer to the handsome man. After ending the call, Saintt couldn't help but shake his head. Jiang Xu seemed genuinely oblivious to her identity, which explained her lack of surprise when she heard the name of the lion, Pedro. Had she always been cooped up at home, avoiding communication and indifferent to the affairs of the empire? After several interactions, she appeared to be quite an outgoing and cheerful girl. It was unclear what had caused such a drastic change in her. Once Jiang Xu disconnected the communicator, she suddenly felt something tugging at the hem of her pants. Turning around, she saw Pedro, the lion, tugging at her pant leg. Goodness! How had 2 hours passed while browsing the website? Jiang Xu slapped her forehead, realizing that Pedro must be hungry, prompting him to seek her out. While she and felt hungry during her web browsing, her stomach was now audibly reminding her to provide it with sustenance. Hastily, Jiang Xu retrieved several pieces of fresh meat from the preservation device and placed them before Pedro. The lion's gaze fixated on the meat, its nose sniffing eagerly, and a low rumble emanated from its throat. It was evidently famished. Chapter 11. Caring for the lion, however, surprisingly, despite his hunger, Pedro did not immediately lie down to eat. He lifted his head, his light golden eyes fixed intently on Jiang Xu, softly whimpering, and occasionally scratching at the ground with his paws. Pedro craved the food prepared by the girl, as it always left a refreshing sensation within him, especially alleviating the throbbing in his head. If Saintt were present, he would realize that his Uncle Pedro was purely a wild beast at that moment. Yet even a wild beast remembered to desire the food crafted by the girl. Seeing that Pedro was not interested in the fresh meat, Jiang Xu instinctively reached out to stroke his furry coat, sending a trickle of her spiritual energy along with her touch. Once she finished channeling her energy, she noticed the great lion had comfortably closed his eyes, emitting a series of low, intermittent purring sounds, sprawled on the ground like a large fluffy cat. Jiang Xu, seeing this, smiled and took the meat away from him. "Then I shall prepare you a pan-fried steak for dinner." Shaking her head in amusement, she added, being so picky, "What will you do when I'm not around to cook for you?" As Jiang Xu walked to the small kitchen with fresh meat in hand, Pedro remained sprawled on the floor, indifferent. Little did he know that his suddenly wagging tail had completely betrayed his hidden thoughts. Aware of the lion's substantial appetite, Jiang Xu marinated 7 or 8 pieces of fresh meat and cooked them all for Pedro. Once prepared, the meat patties disappeared into the lion's belly, yet his stomach showed no sign of bulging. Jiang Xu couldn't help but curiously observe Pedro's belly for an extended period until he became uncomfortable, his mane fluffed up, resembling a large, furry pom-pom. Jiang Xu took out a sandwich from her food box and began to nibble on it slowly. She had been busy and was still hungry herself. Though she was tempted by the meat, in the uncertainty of whether she could eat it, she decided to hold off. After all, she couldn't possibly compete with this voracious lion for food. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the staff began to discuss incredulously. Is that all she eats? No wonder she looks so frail. One staff member exclaimed, pointing at Jiang Xu's sandwich on the screen, disbelief evident in their tone. She prepared so many meat patties for Prince Pedro while casually munching on that. Another individual shook her head, her gaze filled with compassion for Jiang Xu. Is her name Jiang Xu? How audacious! She exclaimed. I just witnessed her boldly touching His Highness the Prince's mane. The moment these words were uttered, the crowd collectively gasped. It is well known that the fierce beasts on this planet are notoriously temperamental, forbidding human intrusion. No one had dared to approach before Jiang Xu, and now, astonishingly, it seemed capable of tolerating a human's touch, a miraculous occurrence indeed. The demeanor of Prince Pedro in Jiang Xu's presence was so remarkable that had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Once the beast exhibited signs of awakening, it was imperative to return it to the wild, lest a grave incident ensue. Saintt furrowed his brow upon observing the food Jiang Xu was consuming on the monitor, his voice tinged with displeasure as he inquired. Did no one inform Jiang Xu that the provisions included rations for the caretakers? Fears awkwardly rubbed his nose, realizing he had indeed forgotten to relay this information to Jiang Xu, as everyone had assumed the caretaker would inherently know. Hastily, he sent a message to Jiang Xu, informing her that the food in the resting cabin was equally available for her consumption. Not long after finishing her sandwich, Jiang Xu received the director's message, her round, doe-like eyes sparkling with excitement. It was too late to prepare braised pork, which required lengthy simmering, so she quickly pan-fried a pork chop instead, relishing a hearty meal. How delightful it is to savor something free. After satisfying her hunger, Jiang Xu gazed out at the night sky, initially intending to use her cultivation practice to replace sleep. But recalling the presence of surveillance, she reluctantly abandoned that notion. She clenched her fist, resolving in her heart, tomorrow, I must find a blind spot in the surveillance to practice diligently. Perhaps I could also take a stroll in the forest, where I might discover some spiritual herbs suitable for alchemy. Although Jiang Xu had been a sword cultivator at the Fuyun sect, her true talent lay in alchemy. This was due to an unexpected turn of events during her selection for an intersect peak, where the peak master of the Dan Peak, Ji Chunjinjun, could not compete with He Lijianjun from Sword Peak. Consequently, she inadvertently became a disciple of He Lijianjun. Despite this, her aptitude for alchemy was exceptional. However, it was unavoidable. He Lijianjun's formidable martial prowess compelled Ji Chunjinjun to concede. Unwilling to let go of such a promising student, they agreed that Jiang Xu would frequently visit the Dan Peak for study. Ultimately, Jiang Xu attained the level of a fifth-tier alchemist, becoming quite proficient in alchemy. Meanwhile, the staff in the monitoring room had toiled since early morning and were now utterly exhausted, taking turns to rest. The bed in the resting cabin was small, just enough for Jiang Xu. She lay down fully clothed, covering herself with a small blanket she had brought, and closed her eyes to sleep. The opportunity to observe the fierce beasts of the planet up close was a rare privilege for the staff on duty, making them keenly attentive to the monitor. Someone quietly caressed the communicator, a flicker of regret passing through their eyes. Were it not for knowing that the lion was the esteemed Prince Pedro, they would have long succumbed to the temptation of taking a screenshot and sharing it online for a substantial profit. This was regarded as an unspoken means of generating income, with the potential for tips depending on one's skill. They satisfied the needs of the beast's relatives for information while also earning a little extra. Unfortunately, they could only capture images of more docile creatures like elephants and foxes, as no one had yet managed to document the rare images of top-tier beasts like lions, tigers, leopards, and grizzly bears. As the staff watched the screen, they quietly discussed. According to regulations, these top-tier beasts were kept in remote areas. So how could Prince Pedro have encountered a grizzly bear? Their chatter abruptly ceased when someone suddenly recalled something and lowered their voice, saying, I heard that the grizzly bear seems to be General Xiaoyu, who just recently entered the forest. Prince Pedro was sleeping soundly, his snores resounding throughout the monitoring room. Jiang Xu tossed and turned in bed, finding it difficult to sleep due to the lion's thunderous snores. She moved her fingers beneath the blanket, deciding to create a sensory shield, finally achieving some peace and quiet. Saintt, possessing exceptional physical and mental prowess among the imperial citizens, had also been active since early morning. He sat upright in the monitoring room, maintaining an imposing posture. Observing that both the human and beast on the monitor were sound asleep, he finally stood up and exited the monitoring room. Chapter 12. Playing with the lion upon awakening, Jiang Xu instinctively glanced toward the window, where dawn had just begun to break. After all, she was sharing a room with a great lion, and despite having shielded her senses from its snores, she remained somewhat alert and unable to sleep deeply. Rising from her bed, she surveyed her surroundings, startled to encounter a pair of gleaming eyes. It was the great lion, Pedro. Its massive form was now anxiously pacing in front of the door, even scratching at the door panel with its paw, producing a scratching sound. The lion's intentions were unmistakable. It was clear that it yearned to go outside, having consumed so much meat the previous night. Could it be that it needed to relieve itself? Jiang Xu rushed to open the door, fearing that if she delayed even a moment, the lion Pedro would begin to ram against it, threatening the integrity of the zoo's property. As expected, the instant she opened the door, the lion bolted outside, vanishing into the misty underbrush. The temperature in the forest varied significantly between morning and evening, and the wind was still quite chilly. While an ordinary caretaker might have hesitated, daunted by the unknown dangers lurking within, Jiang Xu, bold and skilled, donned a windbreaker and, stomping her feet to shake off the chill, ventured into the forest amidst the dim light. Pedro, the great lion, Jiang Xu called several times, startling an owl that flitted overhead. Suddenly feeling somewhat foolish, she decided to cease her calls. Standing still, she closed her eyes and gradually expanded her consciousness. Given her current cultivation level, her range was limited. Every inch beyond that boundary sent sharp pangs through her mind. Furrowing her brow, Jiang Xu realized that enhancing her cultivation was an urgent matter. If her body could withstand the spiritual energy of the tribulation period, she could traverse half of the Woda planet in mere moments with a thought. Sighing, she lamented the difficulty of transitioning from luxury to simplicity, feeling her physical limitations were indeed a hindrance. As she wandered through the grass, aimlessly searching, a myriad of chaotic thoughts filled her mind. Did fierce beasts really need to run so far to relieve themselves? Who would be there to spy on them? In her musings, Jiang Xu completely overlooked the surveillance equipment scattered throughout the forest. Naturally, the lion would seek out a secluded spot to relieve itself in peace. She also forgot that at zoos on Earth, visitors were often thrilled to witness pandas and other animals in such moments. Suddenly, Jiang Xu said, a helpless smile gracing her lips. Thankfully, it was her. Others would likely be terrified. Lowering her gaze to conceal her amusement, she deliberately slowed her pace, her keen hearing picking up the cautious footsteps behind her. The fluffy shadow drew closer, the breeze it stirred brushing against her hair. Pretending not to notice, she continued forward. Just then, a swift shadow lunged at her. Roar! The thunderous roar shattered the morning mist. In a swift response, Jiang Xu turned, her toes lightly tapping the ground, propelling her upward to leap onto the great lion's broad back, her arms securely wrapping around its neck. Following the momentum, she pressed her body down onto Pedro, employing a technique akin to a 1,000-pound drop, effectively pinning the majestic beast firmly into the damp mossy grass. Have you even learned to ambush? She flicked the lion's furry ear, earning a disgruntled grunt in return. As the morning mist gradually dissipated, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting patterns on the ground. Jiang Xu rose to survey her surroundings. Splendidly, no surveillance equipment was detected nearby, ensuring that their playful antics would likely go unnoticed by those in the office. Jiang Xu nodded in satisfaction, nearly forgetting the pressing matters at hand. She suddenly let a soft gasp, squatting down as the hem of her tactical jacket brushed away the morning dew from the grass tips. It seemed that Pedro had sensed her intention, extending his injured leg towards her. Indeed, the wound had not reopened. It was healing remarkably well, and she felt that in 2 days he should fully recover, even faster than anticipated. She gently tapped the lion's claw with her fingertips, eliciting an annoyed shake of his head from Pedro. Is the recovery ability of beasts in the interstellar age truly this formidable? Jiang Xu had never encountered such a phenomenon before, leaving her unable to compare. She had assumed this was the norm. Perhaps it was also related to her occasional infusion of spiritual energy. After inspecting the wound, Jiang Xu's palm involuntarily stroked Peiduo's thick mane, marveling at its density, which framed his head and adorned his shoulders and chest. In the eyes of lionesses, this fellow must be a paragon of beauty, immensely popular. You could certainly captivate a host of lionesses. If Prince Peiduo were aware of Jiang Xu's thoughts, he would likely wear a bewildered expression. Although they possessed beast genes, they were still distinct from true wild beasts. Even in his beast form, should he encounter a wild lioness seeking his affection, he would perceive her merely as a potential threat to eliminate. Jiang Xu glanced at the time on her communicator. Surprisingly, an hour had passed amidst their antics. Displeased with Jiang Xu's slow pace, Peiduo eventually squatted down for her to sit upon him and swiftly made his way toward the resting cabin. When the duty staff arrived to exchange shifts with the monitoring room personnel, they were greeted by this scene. The staff immediately displayed expressions of envy. They could not even approach, while this girl was fortunate enough to sit atop Prince Peiduo. Wait, how could she sit on a prince? Their envious expressions swiftly morphed into shock, as everyone's gaze involuntarily drifted to His Highness Saintt, who had arrived at the monitoring room early that morning. Steam wafted from the kitchen stove, where Jiang Xu was intently stirring the sizzling interstellar beast meat in the pot. The vibration of her communicator caught her off guard. Glancing at the food in the pot, she pressed the answer button without a second thought. "Good morning," a clear and melodious voice resonated in her ears. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Xu's eyes brightened, and she instinctively turned off the heat, facing the video with a beaming smile. Morning, Saintt. Chapter 13. Smooth foundation. Jiang Xu's radiant smile, brimming with youthful vitality, emanated through the video, causing Saintt to momentarily hesitate in his intended words. Suddenly realizing something, Jiang Xu's eyes widened, and she exclaimed, "Ah, is it prohibited to sit on animals in the zoo? I'm sorry, I won't sit on Peiduo again." She recalled that she hadn't noticed this stipulation in the employee handbook. Implicitly, she indicated that it wasn't her fault. She truly had no knowledge of this rule. Nearby staff members shuddered, contemplating inwardly that no one besides her could approach these beasts, let alone sit upon them. The director, Fiercy, quietly extracted a pen and inscribed a new rule on a blank page of the employee handbook: prohibition of riding or dragging interactions with fierce beasts. This new regulation was evidently tailored for a certain exceptionally gifted caretaker. If these fierce beasts possessed human awareness, only those with whom they shared a deep bond could sit upon their backs. Prince Peiduo would surely regret having carried this girl if he were to learn of it. However, thus far, there had been no recorded instances of beasts regaining their senses after completely losing control of their mental faculties. "Is there anything else?" Jiang Xu asked shyly. "Peiduo is eager for breakfast. If there's nothing else, I shall hang up and prepare his meal before contacting you again." Peiduo, already hungry, tugged at her pant leg, urging her to hasten the cooking of the meat. "Nothing else. We can talk later." Samuel, on the video, appeared somewhat distracted. Why did Peiduo's beast form resonate so well with this human girl? Was it only Peiduo, or did other fierce beasts also feel a connection with Jiang Xu? After ending the call, His Highness sat before the monitor, pondering these questions. The poor duty staff, with the esteemed Saintt present, dare not let their minds wander or capture images of the animals on the monitor. After satisfying both the great lion and herself, Jiang Xu chose not to linger in the resting cabin, but instead took the lion out for a stroll. She hoped to catch some photographs of the lion for online rewards, and she also wished to scout the forest for a suitable place to cultivate. The morning mist had yet to dissipate, but the golden sunlight pierced through the clouds, bathing the entire forest in a flowing golden glow. Suddenly, a branch snapped in the distance, startling a flock of blue-crowned birds that scattered, their indigo wings shedding golden flakes as they fluttered. The tawny lion approached, treading on the dew, its amber eyes sweeping over the underbrush, causing all rustling noises to abruptly cease. Aware of the impending danger, the small animals scurried into the dense woods, watching with vigilance. The lion flicked its tail in annoyance, regarding them with disdain, occasionally releasing a roar, as if to proclaim its dominance as the king of the forest. Yet, even without asserting its sovereignty, no beast would dare contest it. The zoo had strategically separated the fierce beasts for their rearing. The previous encounter with the brown bear had been an anomaly. At this moment, the lion remained oblivious, persistently marking its territory while occasionally glancing back at Jiang Xu, emitting a low growl of urgency. Jiang Xu followed closely behind the lion, strolling through the woods. inhaling the refreshing morning air. The air quality on Wochuoxing was exceptionally good, untouched by human degradation, allowing her to more easily draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Scanning her surroundings within 100 meters, she confirmed the absence of cameras. And with a sense of relief, she leapt onto a towering sequoia tree, sitting cross-legged atop it to commence her cultivation. As her mind sank into the practice, the surrounding spiritual energy surged uncontrollably toward her body. The vortex of spiritual energy surrounding her intensified, causing the originally green leaves to shimmer with golden light, transforming into fragmented glimmers that flowed into her meridians. The lion paced anxiously around the sequoia, its mane beginning to bristle. It could sense the overwhelming power surging within the space, far exceeding any threat it had encountered before. This surging force washed over its body, evoking a sensation of both comfort and discomfort, prompting it to want to roar, but for some reason, it held back. What was that bipedal creature doing up in the tree? As Jiang Xu underwent the foundation establishment once more, she was already well acquainted with the process. Yet the pain that accompanied it remained unavoidable. The spiritual energy, gathered at the peak of the Qi training stage in her dantian, was compressed in a spiritual liquid under the influence of her practice. Jiang Xu suddenly arched her back, her nails digging deep into her palms. Abruptly, her eyelashes trembled violently. Summoning all her strength, the invisible shackles binding her realm began to shatter, allowing her to successfully break through from the Qi training peak to the foundation establishment stage. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of the black, viscous filth covering her skin, emitting a foul odor. This grime was the impurities accumulated from consuming grains, forcefully expelled from her body during the foundation establishment. Rising from the tree, Jiang Xu clenched her fists, feeling her muscles, organs, and meridians strengthened and rendered more resilient and transparent by the cleansing spiritual energy. Her consciousness had undergone tremendous enhancement and refinement, enabling her to perceive movements within several miles, where every blade of grass and every bird and beast could not escape her awareness. Jiang Xu Zawen, overwhelmed by the stench of the filth on her body, nearly retching, she decided it was best to find a place to wash up. The forest, with its dense trees, was unsuitable for flying with a sword, and the large lake was not far away. Thus, Jiang Xu employed her light body technique, placing a restriction on herself to avoid being captured by the cameras, and swiftly made her way along the treetops toward the lake. As for the great lion, she had cast a glance earlier and saw it lying beneath the tree, sound asleep. Jiang Xu's act of placing a restriction upon herself skillfully evaded the notice of her colleagues in the surveillance room. The energy she had gathered during her foundational breakthrough had already set off increasingly piercing alarms at the distant observation station. On the monitoring screen, the energy readings representing the district surged wildly, akin to a runaway steed, soon exceeding historical highs. This was impossible. The technician stared at the screen, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Could it be that the equipment had malfunctioned? He mused himself. Nevertheless, he later composed a report to submit, leaving the subsequent handling of the matter to those who would review it. Chapter 14. Dining with Leadership, taking advantage of the camera's inability to capture her. Jiang Xu swam joyfully in the pristine lake, making several laps. The inky impurities expelled during her foundational stage dispersed in the clear waters, becoming a fine, fragmented substance stirred by her limbs. Concerned for the great lion sleeping beneath the sequoia, she did not swim for long. In the tranquil forest, a delicate figure emerged from the water, alighting gracefully upon a nearby treetop. In an instant, the steam rose, and her previously damp garments dried completely. Seeing the great lion contentedly slumbering, emitting comfortable snores that caused the ground to tremble slightly, a smile naturally graced Jiang Xu's eyes. She approached, casually lifting the restriction she had imposed upon herself, crouched down to ruffle the lion's mane, and carefully examined the wound on its leg. Thanks to the abundant spiritual energy she had gathered during her foundational stage, the lion's injury had fully healed, leaving no trace of its former affliction. Jiang Xu looked up at the sun, which was steadily descending on the horizon, casting a soft, rosy light upon the earth. It would soon be fully dark. She silently lamented the prolonged duration of her foundational stage, recalling that during her time on the vast continent, she had succeeded in just 1 hour. The lighting was far from optimal, casting a dim hue, so she refrained from photographing the lion. She planned to return the following day to capture some splendid images of it. It was time for dinner. She gently tapped the lion, Pedro's furry paw, causing the lazy creature to open its golden eyes, emitting a dissatisfied whine from its throat. Jiang Xu laughed and tugged at its ear. The lion shook off her hand, rolled over, buried its head between its front paws, and stretched luxuriously. It appeared to have enjoyed its nap thoroughly. Upon returning to the resting cabin, Jiang Xu adhered to her usual routine of preparing a meal for Pedro. After a full day devoted to her foundational stage, the lion was likely quite famished. "Here you go," she said, placing a plate of freshly cooked pork chops before him. The lion rested a paw on the edge of the bowl and leaned in to eat. Logically, it should have been ravenous. Yet it did not devour the food as voraciously as before. The sight of the furry creature eating was adorable, but Jiang Xu did not wish to disturb him. Only feeling somewhat puzzled as she muttered to herself, "Why does it seem like you are eating more gracefully today? Is Pedro a gentleman among lions?" Today, Pedro left not a single crumb outside the bowl. Pondering without conclusion, Jiang Xu decided to prepare something for herself as well. In her foundational stage, she could easily go 10 days or even half a month without food, yet her love for culinary delights was sincere. To deny her sustenance would be akin to taking her life, since it was merely for the pure enjoyment of food. Jiang Xu resolved to spend some time crafting a sumptuous dinner for herself. She discovered a few cleaned pig trotters in the preservation unit, likely prepared by the staff for Pedro. Since Pedro now refused uncooked food, Jiang Xu decided to make braised pig trotters. After blanching the trotters, she caramelized sugar, added them to the pot, stirred evenly with various spices to release their aroma, then added an appropriate amount of hot water and transferred everything into a stewing pot, leaving the rest to time. She also prepared rice in another pot, ensuring that when the trotters were ready, she would have her staple as well. With a satisfied clap of her hands, she declared her work complete. Seizing the moment, she hurriedly browsed forums on the Starnet. As she perused, a photograph of a plant on one web page captured her complete attention. The plant's name was unfamiliar, but she recognized its form without doubt. The entire plant exuded a warm, amber glow, with stems as robust as a baby's arm, crowned with 9 heart-shaped leaves, each translucent like cicada wings. Was this not the Jiang Xu exclaimed in delight, astonished to find spiritual herbs in the interstellar age. Jiang had manifold benefits. When consumed alone, it could swiftly heal wounds and restore vitality. However, during her time on the vast continent, no one dared to consume it directly. Alchemists typically refined it into Jiang pills. When breaking through the bottleneck from foundational to golden core stage, consuming Jiang provided immense spiritual energy, enhancing the likelihood of success. Jiang Xu carefully examined the web page. It was a promotional page from a shopping website, and she was uncertain how she had stumbled upon it. Extending her delicate fingers, she began to count the digits. 1,500,000, the entirety of a year's salary, requiring her to forego sustenance. Jiang Xu could not wait an entire year. What if someone else purchased it in the meantime? But how could she acquire the funds? After an hour of stewing, the pig trotters filled the kitchen with a tantalizing aroma that wafted throughout the room. However, Jiang Xu's thoughts were consumed by the Jiang, significantly diminishing her interest in the braised trotters. She absent-mindedly added salt for flavor and turned up the heat to reduce the sauce, continuously stirring to prevent sticking. Once the trotters were plated, an idea suddenly illuminated her mind, presenting a solution that would serve 2 purposes. Taking out her communicator, she dialed the number she had grown familiar with over the past few days. After a couple of rings, Saintt's familiar visage appeared on the screen. "Good evening, Saintt," Jiang Xu greeted before getting straight to the point. "Have you had dinner yet? I have been experimenting with an ancient culinary method and would like to invite you to dinner." She even angled the camera to showcase the braised pig trotters on the table. Saintt, who intended to check on his uncle Pedro's condition, readily accepted Jiang Xu's invitation. After ending the video call, Saintt promptly piloted his flying craft toward the resting cabin. Within 10 minutes, the silver vehicle landed on the open ground before the cabin. He wondered whether Uncle Pedro possessed human consciousness at that moment. If not, wild beasts had a strong territorial awareness. Saintt held his breath, concentrating his spiritual energy to the utmost, cautiously opening the hatch and gracefully descending the metal steps from the craft. Just then, with a creak, the wooden door to the cabin swung open. Jiang Xu stood there, her eyes sparkling with mirth, while the great lion Pedro stood behind her, his golden gaze fixed intently on Saintt. Chapter 15. A private conversation between uncle and nephew. Upon confirming the lion's gaze, Saintt's heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally settled. Uncle Pedro was indeed aware. A faint smile crept onto his lips as he approached the pair of human and beast. Jiang Xu was momentarily taken aback by his sudden smile, her heart skipping a beat, silently marveling at his otherworldly beauty. Indeed, such stunning looks can be misleading, she thought. But she did not forget to extend her invitation. Saintt, please come in and take a seat. As Saintt entered the cozy cabin, he noticed that in merely 2 days, Jiang Xu had transformed the space into a warm haven. The simple wooden table was adorned with 2 dishes and a soup, alongside a large bowl of fried rice with beef chunks and eggs. Give it a try. This is braised pig trotters, pan-fried pork chops, and wild vegetable egg drop soup, Jiang Xu said, her eyes sparkling as she gestured animatedly over the dishes. Inviting others to dine could not consist solely of braised pig trotters, and after concluding the video call, she had hastily cooked a few pork chops. In the thicket behind the cottage, Jiang Xu discovered edible wild vegetables during the day. He eagerly gathered some to prepare an egg drop soup and complemented it with fried rice made from freshly steamed rice, making the meal appear less meager. Saintt selected a piece of braised pig trotters, which were tender and succulent, the amber-hued skin quivering delicately at the tip of his chopsticks, glistening with an enticing sheen. As he took a gentle bite, the juices burst forth between his teeth, the pig skin melting away in his mouth. Jiang Xu anxiously observed his expression, and upon seeing his brow slightly relax after swallowing, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect your culinary skills to be so exceptional. You should join in, Saintt remarked approvingly, his chopsticks shifting towards the sizzling, oily meat ribs. The crispy exterior released savory juices, mingling with the aroma of black pepper, providing a completely different sensation from the braised pig trotters. Suddenly, he glanced at Jiang Xu. Wild vegetable egg drop soup? All right. Jiang Xu, startled by the unexpected question, hurriedly scooped a bowl of egg drop soup, where the tender green shreds of shepherd's purse floated amidst the milky broth. This soup is refreshing and alleviates greasiness. You must try it. Just as Saintt was enjoying his meal, a wave of warmth suddenly surged against his knee. Looking down, he saw Uncle Pedro transformed into a large lion, nuzzling against his calf with a fluffy mane brushing against his pant leg, creating slight wrinkles. He sensed a yearning in the lion's eyes. Saintt set down his chopsticks. Do we have food for the lion tonight? Fearing his response would imply negligence, Jiang Xu quickly replied, yes. I specially fried 7 or 8 pieces of meat for him. He should be full. Saintt's gaze swept over the table laden with dishes. What about these? Jiang Xu replied, I was worried there wouldn't be enough, so I didn't feed him any of these. Indeed, the quantity of food on the table was just sufficient for 2. It smells delightful, and now I'm tempted. Saintt understood. I'm not particularly hungry either. We can share some with him. Jiang Xu stood up to fetch a clean bowl, carefully placing a few pieces of braised pig trotters and a scoop of fried rice before the large lion. The lion immediately began to feast. Drawn in by the irresistible aroma, Jiang Xu watched its swaying tail and took a deep breath. Saintt, may I inquire if the zoo allows for an advance on salaries? Encountering difficulties? Saintt set down his spoon, his gaze flickering over the girl's tightly clenched fingers. Jiang Xu nodded. I wish to purchase a rare plant priced at 150,000 star coins, nearly equivalent to my annual salary. Jiang Xu opened her light brain to display the shopping website featuring the 9-turn Danshun for Saintt. The zoo has no precedent for salary advances. Noticing the dimming expression on her face, Saintt added, I will lend you this amount from my personal funds. Buy it if you wish. He brought up the transfer interface, his fingers swiftly tapping on the virtual keyboard. Moments later, Jiang Xu beamed at the purchase confirmation screen, springing up like a coiled spring to wrap her arms around Saintt's slender waist in a warm embrace, exclaiming, Thank you so much. Caught off guard by the sudden embrace, Saintt tensed up, uncertain where to place his hands. Fortunately, Jiang Xu released him almost immediately. I'll take Pedro out for a walk to help him digest, Saintt informed Jiang Xu, nearly escaping through the door. The lion followed with light footsteps, its padded paws rustling on the dry leaves. In the surveillance room, Silence enveloped the space. Numerous eyes were glued to the screen, captivated by the embracing figures. An older operator adjusted his glasses, sliding down his nose. Is that His Highness Saintt? Amidst the gasps, although the white-haired young man appeared slightly stiff. He did not push the girl away. If the Emperor finds out, he will be overjoyed, someone murmured, their voice tinged with incredulous excitement. Shortly after our last meeting, my consciousness became chaotic again, only regaining clarity this afternoon. I have attempted to restore my human form, but so far I have not succeeded. The lion shook its mane, a hint of wistfulness glimmering in its eyes. The mental waves transformed into electronic sounds resonating in Saintt's mind. I have tried numerous times. My claws have scratched the ground, yet this beastly form seems bound by some force. During their previous encounter, Pedro could not communicate through mental power, relying on a communicator to type messages. This time, however, he showed significant improvement in his mental capacity. Pedro gazed up at the starry sky between the treetops, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. I suspect this special effect is not an isolated case. Perhaps other beasts trapped in chaos can also benefit from contact with her. Saintt nodded. In a few days, I will arrange for her to interact with another beast, perhaps Ian, the youngest son of the Icen Duke. That lethargic black and white bear who only knows how to be cute? Pedro shook his ears, emitting a sound akin to a muffled chuckle. Though he jested, he knew Ian's combat prowess in beast form was formidable when he took things seriously. Half a year ago, the commercial starship of the Icen Group encountered the infamous Red Dragon space pirate gang during interstellar travel. The ship's firepower was inadequate to fend off the pirates' sudden assault. In his beast form, Ian battled the pirates in a vacuum of space for an entire day, ultimately holding out until the Eastern Army's patrol ship arrived to drive them away. Chapter 16. Jiang Xu's work report. The Duchess of Icen has recently deteriorated in health, constantly murmuring about wanting to see her son. Saintt gazed into the distance at the faint outline of the rest hut where Jiang Xu resided. A few days ago, he had sent someone with a holographic camera nearby, but all they captured were the swaying shadows of trees. A wry smile curved his lips. Perhaps Jiang Xu's unique ability could coax that little rascal into revealing his true face. Pedro nodded in agreement. Let's give it a try. If I go to the office, I might frighten everyone, as there has never been a case of someone regaining control after losing mental power. The lion's fluffy face rarely displayed a serious expression. It would be best if you took a trusted medical officer with equipment into the forest. I will undergo an examination aboard your craft. Saintt nodded. It was best for Jiang Xu's unique ability to remain known to as few people as possible. If it turned out to be an isolated incident, everyone would be disappointed if expectations were raised only to fall short. The disparity between high hopes and reality is not something everyone can accept calmly. The uncle and nephew continued their discussion in the forest about more specific matters, such as who could be privy to Jiang Xu's secrets and what information must remain strictly confidential. Meanwhile, Jiang Xu, taking advantage of Saintt's absence to walk the lion, quickly opened her light brain to begin drafting her work report for the past 2 days. Although the new employee guidelines did not mandate such a report, Jiang Xu believed it prudent to write one to better convey her work situation. During her previous tenure at the zoo on Earth, she had to submit a report weekly, so composing one now felt quite familiar to her. Little did she know, she was the only person in the entire Yasi-Lan Empire capable of writing such a report on interactions with ferocious beasts. Others had no opportunity to do so. She compiled her observations from the forest, her daily interactions with Pedro, and details of Pedro's recovery into a comprehensive report, sending a copy to Director Phils. Afterward, Jiang Xu realized that Saintt was also her superior and decided to send him a copy as well. This way, she would leave a good impression of her diligence before both of her supervisors, especially since that 150,000 annual salary was contingent on her performance. Upon receiving Jiang Xu's work report, both Saintt and Phils reacted differently, yet both were equally eager to read through it. Phils, after finishing, expressed great satisfaction. Jiang Xu's report was detailed and accompanied by illustrations and videos, making it visually appealing. After reading, he forwarded a copy to His Highness Saintt, as he was now a significant leader overseeing the military forces of the entire Woda planet. On the planet Wotu, a military force is stationed, tasked with ensuring the security of the zoo. Technically, they are not staff members of the zoo. Rather, They are a contingent directly dispatched by the Empire to serve as bodyguards. Phylos raised an eyebrow. It was quite impressive how Jiang Xu had established direct communication with His Highness Saintt. At this moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that the two not only communicated directly, but had even embraced one another. Tomorrow morning at 9, stay in the office. I have matters to discuss with you. Saintt sent another message to Phylos, preparing to relay information regarding Jiang Xu's abilities the following day. As the director of the Wota Zoo, Phylos was responsible for the daily operations of the entire establishment, and his loyalty was beyond question. With his cooperation, subsequent matters could proceed smoothly. Saintt, feeling somewhat embarrassed, blushed slightly and said, "I will repay you the money you lent me as soon as my salary arrives each month." Upon hearing this, Saintt was momentarily taken aback. This girl was unaware of how crucial her unique abilities were to the Empire. After all, the mere act of saving Uncle Pedro warranted a reward of 1,500,000. No need to worry, there is no rush for that money. Saintt replied with a smile, his tone laden with meaning. Perhaps you will soon find yourself in possession of wealth. As Jiang Xu gazed at him puzzled, the spacecraft descended and departed from the forest. The next day at 9 in Phylos' office, he sprang from his chair, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? Prince Pedro has regained consciousness. Phylos fixed a piercing gaze on Saintt, seeking confirmation of the news. Saintt nodded slightly, affirming the information once more. Jiang Xu had thought that this was merely an ordinary interstellar zoo and had no awareness of the influence her abilities had over the beasts. Saintt leaned against the desk, stating, "My opinion is to maintain the status quo and observe carefully. When the time is right, I will personally inform her." He tapped the desk gently, his voice serious. "This matter is classified as a top military secret of Wotu and must not be leaked." Phylos nodded thoughtfully. This discovery was of utmost importance and must remain confidential. It was known that the two major human powers in the universe, besides the Yazalan Empire, were also grappling with the issue of uncontrolled mental powers among the citizens of the Coal Federation. The scientific research institutions of both regimes had been tirelessly conducting studies in the field of mental abilities, and while they had developed some medications to delay the onset of complete mental collapse, they were utterly helpless in cases where control had already been lost. Saintt interrupted Phylos' thoughts with his next statement. "I intend to have Officer Kelly accompany me into the forest to conduct a comprehensive examination of Uncle Pedro. Please summon her to the office so we can meticulously discuss our subsequent actions." Kelly had previously served as Prince Pedro's personal medical officer, and her exceptional expertise made her the ideal candidate for this mission. Phylos promptly accessed the communication interface to summon her to the office. In the medical room, the experimental instruments emitted a rhythmic humming sound. Kelly, with her striking red hair, ended the call, her dark green military uniform accentuating her exquisite figure, while her white lab coat added an air of professionalism. She tucked the experimental data report under her arm and turned to her assistant, instructing, "Continue monitoring the subject's various indicators and notify me immediately if there are any anomalies." With that, she exited the medical laboratory. "Reward her 1,500,000 for saving the wild animals," Saintt suddenly added, recalling something. Phylos naturally agreed, saying, "Of course, even if she is unaware that she saved His Highness, our zoo must provide a reward." Shortly after, a knock echoed at the office door. Phylos exchanged a glance with Saintt. It must be Kelly arriving. "Come in," Phylos called out, raising his voice. Chapter 17. Delicious teriyaki chicken leg meal in the forest. Jiang Xu felt that the lion had grown smarter. Just yesterday morning, it required her assistance to open the door. Today, before dawn, it had learned to push the door open and venture out on its own. This allowed her to linger in bed a bit longer, rising at 8. Remembering the unfinished tasks from the previous day, Jiang Xu prepared a simple sandwich for herself before heading out. Today, she chose not to take the mountain bike, as the primitive forest had limited paths suitable for driving. With her foundational cultivation, Jiang Xu strolled freely through the forest, effortlessly leaping over obstacles, which proved to be more convenient. However, she needed to be cautious about not being captured by surveillance cameras or remember to cast a shielding spell. With no particular destination in mind, she wandered, exploring anything that piqued her interest while moving forward if something did not. Jiang Xu secretly activated the camera on her communicator, capturing precious photographs of the adorable animals. Presumably well-fed, the small creatures frolicked playfully among the trees. Noticing the absence of surveillance cameras, she easily jumped into a tree to pick some fruit. The slightly reddened fruits were likely not fully ripe, their sourness causing her face to scrunch up. The deep red, almost purple ones were the sweetest. She bit into one, and the luscious juice flowed into her mouth, sliding down her throat. Jiang Xu indulged in several, gathering some in her backpack before descending from the tree. Curious, she pondered how the lion found her. She had been wandering aimlessly in the forest without a clear destination. Was it through scent, or did it possess radar? After waiting for a moment, a golden-brown figure pushed aside the vines, revealing the round, furry head of the lion. It was none other than the grand lion, Pedro, whose fluffy mane was adorned with a few violet petals. Striding towards her with the grace of a monarch surveying its realm, it approached lazily, exuding an impressive presence. Jiang Xu quickly crouched down, excitedly snapping pictures of the majestic lion. The lion's body stiffened momentarily before it resumed its approach, as if it resigned itself to her photography. Upon reaching Jiang Xu's side, it halted and lay down to rest. Jiang Xu patted the lion's head. It felt damp, perhaps from dew or sweat from its morning exercise. She retrieved a sandwich from her backpack, the remnants of her breakfast, and offered it some water. The lion accepted both the sandwich and the water without hesitation, even devouring several fruits from her backpack. "You even eat fruit," Jiang Xu remarked, kneeling to stroke the lion's short ears. Her curiosity piqued. "Is there anything you don't eat?" The lion looked at her with a bemused expression, wondering who would chat incessantly with a lion. "What kind of look is that?" Jiang Xu playfully bumped her head against the lion's, engaging in a brief game with it. Pedro indulged the girl in what he deemed a childish game. After all, within the lion's exterior lay the spirit of an adult man. Both felt they were making an effort to entertain one another. Feeling fatigued from their play, Jiang Xu stood up, suggesting, "Let's explore the forest." She walked ahead, with Pedro trailing behind, his golden eyes reflecting curiosity, as if he wondered why the girl was unperturbed by the thought of him pouncing on her from behind. The duo meandered aimlessly through the forest. Thanks to the lion's presence, many animals sensed its aura from afar and fled. Jiang Xu glanced around, failing to capture any clear photographs of the animals along the way. Gradually, they emerged from the forest into a vast grassland. Standing at the edge of the prairie, Jiang Xu spotted a herd of antelopes grazing, while some wild buffalo swatted at flies with their tails. Jiang Xu was unsure whether it was not hungry or simply desired to eat what she had prepared. Approaching noon, the sun had risen high, casting a warm heat upon her. Recalling the lion's demeanor from the previous day, Jiang Xu decided not to prepare a separate meat steak for it, opting instead to make a larger portion for herself, intending to share the remainder with Pedro. Upon opening the preservation device, Jiang Xu began to enumerate the ingredients within, discovering an unexpected cache of deep-sea fish alongside a neatly arranged collection of around 10 chicken drumsticks. Instantly, a recipe blossomed in her mind. Jiang Xu resolved to prepare teriyaki chicken rice and steam a fish. Considering the substantial appetite of the great lion, she extracted all the chicken drumsticks from the device, deboned, and marinated them, while simultaneously steaming a large pot of rice. During the marination of the chicken, Jiang Xu cleaned the fish, scoring both sides to facilitate the infusion of flavor. She evenly applied salt and cooking wine both inside and out, allowing it to marinate for 15 to 20 minutes. With the fish steaming, Jiang Xu busied herself preparing a teriyaki sauce by mixing light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, honey, and oyster sauce until well combined. Following this, she commenced frying the chicken drumsticks over low heat until they achieved a golden hue. Once cooked, she poured the prepared teriyaki sauce into the pan, tossing the chicken to ensure it was thoroughly coated. The steaming equipment chimed, signaling that the fish was ready. Jiang Xu retrieved the fish platter, discarding the excess liquid, and adorned the fish with shredded green onions and red bell peppers, drenching it in hot oil, which elicited a tantalizing sizzle and aroma. After the rice was done, she served herself a bowlful, transferring the remainder into a large iron basin designated for the lion. Filling it to the brim, she reserved 2 drumsticks for herself, placing the remainder atop the rice in the basin and drizzling it with the leftover teriyaki sauce, creating a tempting mound. Thus, the delectable oversized teriyaki chicken rice was complete. Chapter 18. Generous Reward. Jiang Xu picked a piece of steamed fish and placed it in her bowl, setting the entire fish platter before the lion. The great lion, previously half asleep, suddenly perked up, his amber eyes glimmering, nostrils flaring in excitement. The meal she prepared was simply irresistible. With the thought of her impending responsibility to care for the foolish son of the Ison family, Pedro felt reluctant to part with her. Prince Pedro reminded himself to maintain decorum, yet after a few bites, he succumbed to ravenous indulgence. After all, he consoled himself, I am a lion now. No one expects a lion to dine elegantly. Jiang Xu, perched on a low stool with her bowl and chopsticks, watched in astonishment as the lion displayed an extraordinary appetite. She had scarcely touched her own teriyaki chicken when she noticed that the lion had licked the iron basin spotless. After finishing, the lion gazed at Jiang Xu with lingering desire. Jiang Xu shook her head, explaining that she had prepared the meal according to the lion's appetite, and his continued eating was merely due to gluttony. Your injuries have healed. It is wise to regulate your portions. Otherwise, excessive weight will hinder your ability to run and catch prey. At this thought, Jiang Xu couldn't help but chuckle. Reminded of a certain viral officer from another zoo who had grown as round as a gas canister, necessitating a trainer's assistance for weight loss. Jiang Xu certainly hoped Pedro would not end up that way. After the meal, Jiang Xu produced fruits for dessert, enjoying one for herself and offering another to Pedro. Savoring the post-meal relaxation. After a brief respite, Jiang Xu received a communication from Director Fires. Director Fires praised, Jiang Xu, I have read your work report. It is excellently written. Due to your diligence and the rescue of the great lion, the park has decided to reward you with 1.5 million star coins. Jiang Xu's expression reflected disbelief as she glanced at the lion, exclaiming, Wow, this lion is truly remarkable. Saving him has yielded 1.5 million star coins, equivalent to a rare medicinal herb. The lion, however, merely gave a casual shake of his head, contemplating in his mind that as a prince of the empire, a reward of 1.5 million was rather minimal. The stingy Fires should have tripled it. Do not doubt it. It is true. They were in a video call, and Fires could clearly see Jiang Xu's expression, chuckling as he added, the finance department will likely transfer the reward to your account shortly. Regaining her composure, Jiang Xu expressed her gratitude to the director once more, assuring him of her commitment to work diligently. Jiang Xu, may I see him? Fires, feeling that directly referring to the lion was somewhat impolite, opted for the ambiguous term him. Fortunately, Jiang Xu, having navigated the workplace, understood his intention and adjusted the camera to focus on the lion. Although it was merely a lion's furry face, Fires discerned a hint of disdain in the lion's gaze. Indeed, that familiar sensation confirmed that Prince Pedro had truly regained his human consciousness. Fires felt a sense of relief, reflecting that apart from Saintt himself and Pedro, the latter always considered the people of the Yaslan Empire to be utterly foolish, including his esteemed nephew, Emperor Cows. Before ending the call, Fires informed Jiang Xu that Saintt would arrive in an hour with medical personnel to conduct a checkup on the great lion. Pedro and I will be waiting in the rest cabin. You can direct them to come straight here. Having satisfied his appetite, the lion was now nestled in a corner. His eyes closed, a familiar rumble emanating from him. Jiang Xu refrained from blocking her senses, fearing she might miss Saintt's arrival, which would be impolite. Enduring the thunderous purring, she activated her light brain, only to discover a message inviting her to join a group. Watostar Animal Caretakers Group, inviting you to join. Jiang Xu read the message word by word, suddenly recalling that Anson had mentioned such a group for caretakers to exchange knowledge on better animal care. Caught up in her tasks, she had forgotten to join, likely due to someone's initiative to include her. Jiang Xu promptly accepted the invitation. Upon entering the group, numerous members greeted her warmly. Jiang Xu apologized for her oversight, and everyone reassured her that it was no issue. The group was small, comprising just 13 individuals, with Jiang Xu becoming the 14th. You actually dare to sleep in the same room as a lion? Remarked a member with a cute cat avatar, leading Jiang Xu to surmise that the individual might be a girl. I can hardly believe it. I thought I misheard. Once Jiang Xu joined, messages began to flood in, creating a lively atmosphere akin to a large group chat despite the modest size. Jiang Xu found herself bewildered. Weren't humans generally timid and shy, avoiding social interactions? Yet, here they were, quite active in the chat. Or perhaps they were social butterflies online, but introverted in reality. It must be said, Jiang Xu's assumption was accurate. After exchanging a few words, she heard the distant roar of engines overhead, promptly informing her group that she had to leave for work. The speed of the flying vehicle was astonishing. As Jiang Xu opened the door, she beheld the familiar craft descending gracefully, landing steadily before her cabin. As the hatch opened, her attention was first drawn to the gleaming military boots that stepped onto the metallic platform, followed by a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a white lab coat. Her fiery red hair tied back, exuding an aura of antiseptic. Jiang Xu deduced that this must be the medical officer responsible for Pedro's examination. As expected, the stunning woman approached, extending her hand. "Hello, I am Medical Officer Kelly's. I am caretaker Jiang Xu. It is a pleasure to meet you," Jiang Xu replied, feeling the coolness of medical gel lingering on her fingertips as she shook her hand. Her gaze then shifted to Saintt, who was also disembarking from the vehicle, and she quickly added, "You are here to examine Pedro, correct? He is sleeping in the cabin. I will go awaken him." A moment later, Saintt and Kelly's witnessed the great lion, slightly irritable due to insufficient rest, approaching them. Chapter 19. Her food alleviates headaches. Inside the flying vehicle, the great lion wore a helmet-like silver device atop his head, with intricate sensory wires tracing down through his mane, connecting to electrodes affixed to his robust body. This instrument is currently measuring the fluctuations of his mental C, with higher peaks indicating an increased risk of losing control over his mental faculties. Were it not for the fact that Pedro now possesses human consciousness, there is little chance that a ferocious beast would obediently wear a helmet for testing, much less refrain from immediately destroying the equipment. Kelly sat across from him with a serious expression, her fingers deftly tapping on the keyboard to operate the device. Her eyes unwaveringly fixed on the values displayed on the screen. As soon as the designated testing period concluded, she immediately stood up, carefully removing the helmet from the lioness head and the metal electrodes affixed to its body. Meeting the inquiring gazes of both man and beast, Kelly's finally allowed a hint of relaxation to grace her features. Prince Pedro's mental C fluctuation index stood at 65, significantly below the danger threshold. Research from the Imperial Academy of Sciences indicates that a mental C fluctuation index exceeding 75 reaches a perilous level, necessitating constant vigilance. An index of 80 is particularly critical, as exceeding this level means that one's mental faculties could spiral out of control at any moment, devolving into a mindless beast. Imperial soldiers are typically trained to elevate this threshold to over 85, with Saintt even managing to surpass 95. High fluctuation values inflict considerable suffering upon them, as they not only signify a mental prowess beyond the ordinary, but also imply a relentless struggle against the tumultuous waves of the mental sea. Thus, they are able to raise their thresholds. Behind Pedro, the lion flicked its tail, its claws inadvertently scratching 5 deep grooves into the metal floor. This was also the aspect that puzzled Kelly's. I simultaneously checked other bodily metrics for Prince Pedro, all of which fell within normal ranges. Theoretically, the conditions for transformation had been met. Her lab coat swept across the cold operating table. Yet this was the first instance of a mental breakdown being reversed back to a state of human consciousness, suggesting that there may be factors we have yet to consider. With that thought, Kelly suddenly crouched down to meet the lion's gaze. "Prince Pedro, could you share your feelings while near that girl?" In the Empire, mental energy is typically utilized for manipulating mechas against foes, and is only shared with close relatives or partners. Randomly probing into another's mental C is considered impolite. Given the choice, Pedro would prefer not to let his mental energy touch Kelly's mental C, even though she is his designated medical officer. Instead, he communicated with Saintt through mental fluctuations. The aura surrounding Jiang Xu and her food alleviates the headaches caused by the surges in my mental C. Saintt relayed Pedro's words to Kelly's in detail. He had tasted Jiang Xu's cooking once and found it exceptionally delightful, lifting his spirits, though he had not specifically considered that aspect. Perhaps his comfort stemmed not solely from the deliciousness of the food. The fact that Prince Pedro did not directly use his mental energy to converse with her made Kelly's eyelashes flutter violently, her recording pen sketching crooked lines on the terminal. She lowered her gaze to conceal her disappointment, but her professional demeanor swiftly adjusted her expression, refocusing her attention on the data stream. It seems we need to reassess the influencing factors of mental energy restoration. After pondering for a moment, she proposed, since Prince Pedro indicated that Jiang Xu's cooking has a positive effect on mitigating mental C fluctuations, it would be ideal for me to conduct an experiment, randomly selecting 3 soldiers with a mental C fluctuation value of 72 to consume Jiang Xu's food for a week. I will track the changes in their mental C values. Saintt nodded in agreement. I will mention it to her shortly and see if she consents. This time, Kelly's did not accompany him down from the aircraft. She remained on board to organize the data. Saintt removed his military cap, revealing white hair pressed into a pattern, his pale blue eyes flickering with surprise. Of course, he replied. Calculating, he realized that the other party had been living alone in this perilous forest for nearly 4 or 5 days, a trivial matter for a soldier. However, Jiang Xu was not a soldier. She was merely an ordinary girl, perhaps even below the standard of ordinary, a fragile human being who, in the eyes of normal imperial citizens, appeared timid and weak, a special kind that ought to be protected. Noticing the evident confusion in Jiang Xu's eyes, Saintt continued to explain. After tasting her food last time, my mental C felt quite comfortable. The medical team wishes to conduct an experiment to observe the reactions of other soldiers. He recalled Jiang Xu's tight financial situation and quickly added, all ingredients will be provided by the facility, and additionally, you will receive triple your hourly wage as compensation for your special services. Saintt used himself as a reference. He could not yet mention Peidua's situation for fear of alarming Jiang Xu, considering Jiang Xu's delicate appearance. If she were to learn that the adorable creature in her eyes was actually a formidable beast, it might frighten her. He intended to wait for a more opportune moment to reveal the true nature of the animal. In her past life on Earth, certain deeply ingrained beliefs had led Jiang Xu to hold a greater respect for the military profession. During times of great calamity, earthquakes, floods, snowstorms, regardless of the danger or difficulty, the olive-green uniforms could always be seen charging to the front lines. Hearing that her cooking might assist the imperial soldiers, Jiang Xu contemplated briefly and agreed. I can give it a try, but let's be clear, I cook simply because I enjoy good food. If the results are unsatisfactory, no need to worry. Saintt interjected promptly. Your dishes are so delicious that even if they do not aid the mental C, simply being able to enjoy your cooking is a rare treat for those lads. Being appreciated for her culinary skills brought a smile to Jiang Xu's face, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Remember to check your light brain messages. He activated the terminal to send a holiday approval request, with a holographic projection shimmering between them. Ingredients will arrive at your residence promptly tomorrow morning. If you require anything else, feel free to contact me. Shortly after Saintt departed, Jiang Xu suddenly exclaimed in dismay. While Peidua was undergoing a physical examination, she received a notification from the facility regarding a reward of 5 million star coins. I mustn't let him misunderstand that I am intentionally withholding. Jiang Xu's expression tightened as she hurriedly opened the transfer interface. Fortunately, due to the previous transaction record, she quickly located Saintt's account and completed the transfer with a few taps of her fingers. After finishing the money transfer, Jiang Xu sighed in relief. Living in debt was challenging, and it was a relief to resolve this pressing matter. Now, she needed to find ways to earn money. Jiang Xu gazed out the window as the sun hung low on the horizon, casting a warm glow across the clouds. Above all, she hoped that the wild lion would not lose its hunting abilities after becoming accustomed to captivity. Do not entertain any other ideas. Jiang Xu understood his meaning but remained unmoved, casting him a sidelong glance. You are already well. You can hunt for yourself. I cannot always feed you. You will need to hunt to eat in the future. Peidua had initially hoped to sneak in another meal before Jiang Xu departed, but he did not expect her to be so resolute, unwavering in her decision. His golden, beastly eyes flickered uncertainly, his claws lightly resting on her box. The standoff lingering for a moment before he continued to plead with Jiang Xu. Go hunt. Jiang Xu felt no pity. Her previous indulgence stemmed from his injury, but to continue coddling him now would only be detrimental. Ultimately, seeing that Jiang Xu remained unmoved, the lion let out a low growl, reluctantly turned away, and strode towards the door, flicking its tail behind it. Lions are not creatures that can easily endure hunger. Once they are deprived of food, their physical condition declines rapidly, prompting them to seize any opportunity to hunt, lest they face the threat of death. Yet Jiang Xu still harbored some concern and chose to follow him discreetly. She trailed at a distance, her mental awareness spreading like a web, ensuring that the lion could not escape her notice. After following the lion for 4 or 5 kilometers, she observed it lying in wait among a patch of grass, and Jiang Xu held her breath. Ahead, at a shallow watering hole, a herd of zebras grazed. Zebras are among a lion's favorite prey, but as social animals, they possess a certain degree of resistance, making mature zebras challenging to catch. Lions typically seize opportunities to attack when zebras are drinking, resting, or migrating, often targeting the young or weak members of the herd. After being well-fed and cared for by her, Pid Lu is still uncertain whether he can catch a zebra on his own. Jiang Xu, wary of disturbing the great lion during its hunt, maintains a safe distance, her hands clenched in nervous anticipation. In contrast, the majestic lion appears utterly unperturbed, moving leisurely with calm steps. Faced with a nearby herd of zebras, he nonchalantly shakes his ears, his golden eyes surveying the potential prey with a composed demeanor. Rather than rushing towards his target, he takes his time to observe the surroundings. It is only when he spots a young zebra playing away from the group that he lowers his body slightly, his belly nearly brushing the grass, approaching silently. Jiang Xu's concerns for Pid Lu's initial hunting attempt are not unfounded. Although the lion reigns as the king of the savannah, male lions seldom partake in hunting. Their primary role is to protect the pride's territory and ensure the safety of its members, while hunting duties predominantly fall to the lionesses. Jiang Xu gathers a faint azure wind blade at her fingertips, intending to quietly assist Pid Lu, hoping to bolster his confidence in self-sufficient hunting with a successful first catch. However, in the next moment, Pid Lu shatters her worries, exploding into astonishing speed. Like an arrow released from its bow, the zebra herd hardly has time to react before he accurately lunges toward his target, sinking his teeth into the young zebra's neck, causing the rest to scatter in panic. The lion's bite is extraordinarily powerful. The young zebra struggles briefly before collapsing, motionless. This is Jiang Xu's first close-up experience of a lion hunting, leaving her utterly astounded. Is this truly the same large cat that had playfully demanded food at her feet? After a moment, the lion releases the young zebra, now bleeding profusely, and gazes blankly at its belly, seemingly hesitating over how to begin its meal, a look of resignation etched upon his furry face. After a brief pause, he finally begins to leisurely tear into the zebra's belly, his demeanor starkly contrasting with the voraciousness he displayed while begging for food from Jiang Xu. Unfortunately, Jiang Xu misses this scene entirely. Having set her navigation, she is presently driving towards the office area. The lion's dining has turned into a languid affair. After swallowing a few bites of fresh meat, he decides to abandon the meal, refusing to further torture himself. Standing upright, he recalls the direction in which the girl had departed the rest area and begins to run toward it. Jiang Xu, navigating the rugged forest roads, is unable to drive quickly. She had just witnessed the lion hunting. When did he manage to catch up? Clearly, that would be impossible. Glancing at the navigation display, she notes that the office area is less than 50 kilometers away, prompting her to urgently contact Saintt for assistance. Have you arrived at the office area so soon? Saintt's voice comes through her communicator, tinged with mild confusion. There's still less than 50 kilometers to go. Jiang Xu nearly shouts into the communicator. But Pid Lu is following me now. Saintt responds with a puzzled expression, rubbing his throbbing temples, unable to comprehend Pid Lu's intentions. Realizing Jiang Xu is anxiously awaiting further guidance, he quickly reassures her, do not panic, just keep driving forward. When you near the office area's perimeter, he should stop on his own. With her superior's words providing comfort, Jiang Xu continues her journey toward the office area. Although lions are capable of incredible speed, their endurance is relatively limited, preventing them from maintaining high-speed pursuits for long periods. Pid Lu runs intermittently, but when he is approximately 10 kilometers from the office area, he no longer keeps pace. Jiang Xu surmises that this distance is likely too taxing for the great lion, prompting him to refrain from coming closer. On several occasions, she feels compelled to stop when she sees the lion resting and panting, wishing to approach and stroke his large head in comfort, but ultimately convinces herself to press on for his own good. Jiang Xu understands that, being a wild beast, bringing him into human society would only endanger him. Saintt calculates the time, estimating that Jiang Xu should be nearing her destination, and sends her a message. Have you arrived yet? The ninth cafeteria is well regarded among the staff on the zoo forum for its delicious meals. Upon reaching the office area, Jiang Xu heads straight there. Saintt considers joining her for a meal at the ninth cafeteria, but he has pressing matters to attend to. The tracker indicates that Uncle Pid Lu is lingering more than 10 kilometers away from the office area, and he intends to investigate the situation. Faced with the girl's invitation, Saintt politely declines. I have other matters to attend to. As a dedicated leader, he has yet to eat dinner, prompting Jiang Xu to remind him, make sure to eat on time. Understood, Saintt replies. After sending that message, Jiang Xu turns her attention away from her communicator, contentedly beginning her meal. Jiang Xu, a familiar voice calls out to her. Here. Jiang Xu waves her hand, signaling for him to join her. I didn't expect to see you in the cafeteria. Ines settles into the chair across from her, a plate of tiramisu adorned with fresh fruit placed before her. Jiang Xu had noticed the appealing desserts in the cafeteria earlier, but hesitated to indulge due to their steep prices. Thank you, she beams, her eyes crinkling with delight as she gently pierces the top layer of sugar with her spoon, releasing a sweet aroma that mingles with the scent of cream upon her tongue. Seeing how a simple dessert brings such joy to Jiang Xu, Ines can't help but feel a pang of sympathy, pondering the difficult circumstances she must have faced in the past. 1 week. Jiang Xu swallows a mouthful of the delicate cake, excitedly holding up 7 fingers. Saintt granted me a leave of absence. Saintt. Ines' stainless steel fork pauses mid-air, confusion evident on his face. Are you referring to Princess Saintt? He cannot recall anyone other than that esteemed prince in the empire bearing the name Saintt. Yes, Jiang Xu nods, momentarily taken aback. Prince? In her former understanding, only royal family members are addressed as prince by the citizens of the empire. Is Saintt a member of the YLNS Empire's royal family? Ines chuckles, shaking his head. In the entire YLNS Empire, few dare to address him simply as Saintt. He continues to explain, Princess Saintt is the only brother of Emperor Kios, possessing formidable strength and receiving immense respect and admiration from the citizens of the empire. He recently defeated the level queen before coming to W2 star. Jiang Xu facepalms. So, the superior I have been in contact with all this time is actually a prince? She feels somewhat flustered, anxiously wondering if she has inadvertently committed any royal faux pas in their conversations. Had she perhaps been a bit too informal? Yes, Ines finds her reaction amusing. No need to be nervous. I suspect Princess Saintt holds a very favorable impression of you. After all, not everyone can embrace Princess Saintt without being pushed away. Coming to terms with this revelation, Jiang Xu resumes her enjoyment of the delectable dessert. This tiramisu is truly delightful. Seeing her relish the treat, Ines considers getting her another serving. Enough. Jiang Xu waves her hands. Overindulgence is not good. If I eat too much today, I want to have it again next time. While Jiang Xu savors her dessert, Saintt ventures into the forest over 10 kilometers away. Upon entering the area indicated by the tracker, he soon spots the familiar golden-brown figure emerging from the foliage. Pid Lu's large form looms like a small mountain, causing the ground beneath his paws to tremble. Uncle, what brings you here? Saintt squats down, reaching out to stroke the lioness mane, only to have Pid Lu shake his head away. The lion casts a sidelong glance at him, as if to say, You little rascal, you've learned to be as impudent as that girl. After all, Jiang Xu had not known his identity when she had been so bold. Pedro's mental fluctuations transformed into a voice that resonated in Saintt's mind. Go to canteen number 9. Pack me 2 servings of red wine steak and roasted ribs. There was an unmistakable excitement in Pedro's tone. I don't want to touch any of that bloody raw meat. In truth, Pedro longed for the meals prepared by Jiang Xu. Yet he understood the girl had been tirelessly caring for him in the forest these past few days, and he figured he would have to settle for the canteen for dinner. He was quite accurate in his assessment. Pedro reluctantly decided to make do with the fare from canteen number 9 for the evening. Chapter 22. The Beast's album. Is it really necessary to come to such a close location to the office just for a meal? Saintt sighed, his military boots crunching over the dry twigs as he stood up. If I recall correctly, though you are my dear uncle, you are merely 10 years my senior. At 37, you are by no means old. In the standards of the Yazlan Empire, this is precisely the age of flourishing youth. Suddenly, Pedro let out a thunderous roar, shaking loose a few dried leaves from the treetops, his voice brimming with dissatisfaction. Don't bamboozle me with the Empire's standards. I am a seasoned veteran who has fought in 3 wars against the insectoids. I ought to get married soon and be a grandfather. Meanwhile, in the canteen, after finishing her meal, Jiang Xu declined Anson's offer to pay for her. Although she was financially constrained, she did not wish to constantly take advantage of her friend. One dessert was quite sufficient. Jiang Xu, make sure to rest well during your rare break, Anson said gently before leaving. Upon returning to the human living area, Jiang Xu felt particularly cheerful. She waved to Anson. All right, Anson, see you tomorrow. Tomorrow, she planned to organize her things and prepare a gift for Anson, as well as for Principal Fears and His Highness Saintt. After bidding farewell to Anson, she left the canteen and walked briskly toward her small apartment, perfectly missing the approaching Saintt. Saintt stabilized his flying vehicle and hurriedly arrived at the canteen to pack the food as requested by Uncle Pedro. Why is it taking so long? Upon seeing the meal box in his nephew's hands, he immediately leaped up, eagerly clawing at the lid. At this point, he was truly starving. Bah, what is this rubbish? Pedro scoffed disdainfully, his claws digging deep grooves into the ground. Does the canteen not have to pay for energy? After frying for so long, the steak is tough enough to be inedible. The great lion promptly switched to another dish, the roasted ribs. The chef of the roasted ribs must have been killed selling salt. They're so salty that I can hear the salt crying. He couldn't help but disparage this dish as well, lamenting how it could never compare to Jiang Xu's cooking. Pedro suddenly fell silent, a long sigh escaping his throat, his beastly eyes glimmering with reminiscence. The girl could effortlessly fry a steak, making it tender and juicy, leaving a lingering taste on the palate. While packing food for Pedro, Saintt also prepared a serving for himself, intending to share the meal with his uncle. He sat on a dry tree stump, eating while listening to Pedro's critiques, which dampened his own appetite. Previously, Saintt had thought the cuisine from Canteen Number 9 was quite palatable. He speared a piece of steak with his fork, and while it wasn't as exaggeratedly bad as Pedro claimed, when compared to Jiang Xu's cooking, it paled significantly. After his complaints, Pedro resumed eating. After all, anything was better than gnawing on bloody raw meat. The dinner was tasteless, and even the evening breeze carried an inescapable heaviness, leaving both of their moods rather dismal. Jiang Xu had to prepare 3 extra portions of food daily, and she was already quite exhausted. Saintt gazed at his 37-year-old uncle, who was acting like a petulant child, and spoke solemnly. Although his uncle had a point, he did not want the girl to be overly fatigued. On Watto Planet, staff were permitted to share photos of the animals they captured in the park on the website. Saintt calmly stated, the rights to the animals' likenesses belong to the animals themselves. If those creatures lack consciousness, the staff can freely share their photos, but I can certainly lodge a protest. Remembering how Jiang Xu had cautiously inquired about sharing animal photos, Saintt pondered for a moment before agreeing. However, I must clarify that I am merely asking. I cannot guarantee Jiang Xu's consent. Saintt gave his uncle a precautionary warning. Pedro, however, was quite confident. You must remember to mention that the food is for me. Jiang Xu will surely agree. Searching for a pottery jar, Jiang Xu bit her lip, her fingers swiftly gliding across the screen. The shopping website was filled with an array of retro coarse pottery, shimmering glazes, and biophilic tree pattern pots, leaving her dazzled. She added her favorite styles to her favorites and began selecting albums. Upon discovering a leather album adorned with a starry sky pattern, her eyes lit up. It was perfect for storing the photos taken in the forest. In the end, Jiang Xu unknowingly bought over a dozen albums along with a multitude of uniquely shaped pots. Women truly become easily enamored while shopping. However, she dismissed it, thinking they would all be useful in the future. Since it was already evening, Jiang Xu scheduled the delivery for the next day. After hesitating for a moment, she began selecting the photos she had taken in the forest. The central figures in her digital gallery were undoubtedly the great lion, Pedro, captured in various moments, eating, yawning, and majestically surveying his territory. Jiang Xu initially created a series of beast-themed albums, most featuring close-ups of Pedro, complemented by detailed shots of plants and some scenic photographs, with graceful text accompanying the images, resulting in a captivating animal album. Chapter 23. Hand-pulled noodles. As for Anson and Principal Fears, Jiang Xu selected additional photos to create another style of album. This collection primarily featured landscapes and adorable small animals, such as long-armed gibbons munching on fruits and trees, herds of antelopes drinking water, and birds among flowers. accompanied by her feelings during the shoot or stories from that time. The overall style was artistic and refreshing, making for a heartfelt gift. After completing the albums, Jiang Xu checked the logistics of the Jiuzhuan Danshin she had purchased online for 150,000. The seller was quite far from Watto Planet, and the interstellar courier would take 4 to 5 days, but thankfully it would arrive tomorrow. As night enveloped the world, the curtains of her apartment blocked out the moonlight. In the forest's rest cabin, due to the presence of surveillance, Jiang Xu had been unable to properly cultivate after breaking through her foundation. Tonight, in her small apartment, undisturbed, she decided not to sleep. Instead, she swiftly sat cross-legged on her bed, circulating her cultivation method, and soon azure, spiritual energy swirled around her, flowing through her meridians like a swimming dragon. The slightest hint of drowsiness quickly dissipated as she practiced, her consciousness gradually immersing in cultivation. Time slipped away unnoticed, and the sky outside began to brighten with the dawn. A night passed swiftly in Jiang Xu's cultivation, and when she slowly opened her eyes, the world outside was already bathed in bright light. Morning light pierced through the clouds, streaming through the window, casting a halo over the girl's delicate and gentle profile. Taking a deep breath, the fresh air filled with the essence of the rising sun surged into her lungs, prompting a radiant smile to bloom on her face. The early morning is the key to a productive day. I must hurry and prepare breakfast. After washing up, Jiang Xu walked into the kitchen to begin her preparations. Donning an apron, she poured flour into a bowl, recalling that since they were all soldiers, their appetites should be considerable, so she added another large bowl of flour. Based on the amount of flour, she mixed in an appropriate amount of salt, then cracked in 2 eggs, and gradually added water while stirring with chopsticks until the flour became fluffy. Next, Jiang Xu kneaded the mixture into a dough, working it until the surface was smooth, then setting it aside and covering it with a damp cloth to rest. She planned to make hand-pulled noodles today, just as she placed a frying pan on the stove. She heard the smart doorbell chime. On the electronic screen stood a robot wearing a standard helmet, standing straight, while a brown-haired soldier beside him removed his sunglasses, his rugged features sharply defined in the sunlight. "Miss Jiang Xu?" The man raised his hand in a military salute, the metallic watch on his wrist reflecting a cold light in the morning sun. "I am Steve, the direct aide to His Highness Saintt." He stepped aside to allow the hovering vehicle behind him, laden with ingredients, to pass. The compartment was filled with an array of fresh fruits and vegetables, even the meat still shrouded in a chilly mist. Deliveries were scheduled for 7 o'clock daily, and he added, "Should you have any special requests, feel free to contact me at any time." Before he finished speaking, he operated the holographic device on his wrist, bringing up a friend request interface. Jiang Xu lightly raised her wrist, allowing her device to touch Steve's, successfully adding him as a friend, her contact list now adorned with a silver-gray avatar. She stepped aside to clear the path, smiling as she said, "Thank you for your hard work. Just place the ingredients on the kitchen countertop." Steve nodded, signaling the robot to transport the ingredients. As the robot busied itself, Steve took a moment to survey Jiang Xu's kitchen. It was not particularly large, yet everything was arranged with meticulous order. "Your kitchenware is quite unique," he remarked suddenly, his finger tracing the fresh knife marks on a wooden cutting board. "It is rare to see such traditional materials these days." Jiang Xu, who was sorting the delivered ingredients into boxes for the refrigerator, looked up and smiled. "I prefer using traditional items. My cooking is based on classic recipes, so I'm not very skilled with molecular gastronomy or the like." Once the robot completed its task, Steve took his leave, informing Jiang Xu, "I will also collect the 3 meals daily. Just let me know 10 minutes in advance when they are ready." Jiang Xu glanced at the time and reminded him, "Then please come back in an hour for breakfast." After Steve departed, Jiang Xu received a video communication from the esteemed leader, Saintt. "Jiang Xu, have you received the ingredients?" Saintt's tone was gentle, and his voice naturally softened when speaking to her. Feeling fortunate to have such a handsome figure before her early in the morning, Jiang Xu replied, "Yes, I have received them." After a brief pause, she continued, "I apologize, Your Highness Saintt. I only learned last night that you are the prince of our Yazalan Empire. If I've been disrespectful in any way before, please forgive me." Saintt raised an eyebrow, pondering when Jiang Xu would finally realize the truth. "No need for that. You may continue to call me Saintt. I would like your assistance with something." Saintt's warm demeanor made Jiang Xu quickly respond, "Please do say. There is an elder who has a great fondness for traditional cuisine. I wonder if you could prepare an extra portion? Without hesitation, Jiang Xu exclaimed, of course. Just make sure to prepare a larger quantity. If you don't mind, I can also include your portion. Would this be too much trouble for you? Saintt hesitated. While he relished Jiang Xu's cooking, he did not wish to burden her. It's no trouble at all. You are a wonderful person, and I like you, she declared, hastily shutting off the communication interface, her heart racing, and her hand instinctively touching her face, which felt flushed. I finally complimented him and revealed a hint of my feelings. Oh dear, Jiang Xu, you are so bold. Saintt, left staring at the abruptly blackened communication interface, found himself lost in thought about the girl, a smile gradually appearing in his cerulean eyes. Jiang Xu took a moment to cover her face with her hands, waiting until the heat subsided before resuming her tasks. She opened the refrigerator, retrieved a box of eggs, preheated the pan, added a bit of oil, and expertly cracked 11 eggs into it, intending to place them atop the noodles later. Besides her own single fried egg, the remaining 5 portions would consist of 2 eggs each. With no choice but to prepare 2 additional servings, she decided to increase the quantity of the accompanying dishes. Jiang Xu washed and sliced the pork belly into fine shreds, placing them in a bowl with a splash of soy sauce and cooking wine, mixing them well to marinate for a moment. She heated oil in the pan, adding minced scallions, ginger, and garlic to release their fragrance, then introduced the marinated pork, stir-frying over low heat until the meat changed color. With the dough resting, Jiang Xu rolled it out into thin sheets, folded them, and sliced them into strips, tossing a bit of flour to prevent the noodles from sticking together. With the preparations for the pork and egg noodles complete, she awaited Steve's arrival to cook them fresh, ensuring the noodles retained their texture. As the appointed time approached, the doorbell rang precisely on cue. Upon opening the door, Jiang Xu greeted Steve, "Please have a seat in the living room for a few minutes. It will be ready shortly." With that, she hurried back to the kitchen to boil water, adding the noodles along with a pinch of salt, cooking them for an additional 2 to 3 minutes once they floated. Efficiently, she ladled the noodles into 5 large bowls, garnishing each with a few vibrant green vegetables and a perfectly fried runny egg. She then retrieved 5 covered round bowls, adding seaweed and shrimp, followed by a dash of soy sauce and chicken essence, before pouring in boiling water and sealing them with porcelain lids to lock in the warmth. If the noodles sit too long in the broth, they will lose their firmness and texture, she instructed. After a moment, she added somewhat shyly, "The dough was prepared in advance. This is all there is for breakfast. I will make more for lunch and prepare a portion for you as well." Steve expressed surprise at the girl's attentiveness, quickly responding, "No need to trouble yourself. My portion was already included in the original 3 servings." Jiang Xu then realized that Steve was one of the 3 soldiers, which relieved her of any awkwardness in their interaction. As Steve opened the door to leave, Jiang Xu followed with a reminder, "The broth is quite hot. Please be careful." Steve nodded, activating the hover vehicle and swiftly departing. Meanwhile, upon receiving Jiang Xu's breakfast, Saintt made his way to their usual spot in the forest to dine with Uncle Pedro. Following Steve's suggestion, he slid the resilient noodles into the reddish-brown broth. As he stirred with his wooden chopsticks, the clumped noodles unfurled in the soup. After serving a portion to the large lion, who promptly began to eat, Saintt finally took a bite of the noodles. The moment his teeth sank into the springy texture, the delightful flavors burst forth on his palate. Saintt's pupils widened slightly. The texture of these noodles was markedly different from those served in the cafeteria, possessing a greater chewiness. The addition of seaweed and shrimp enhanced the umami flavor of the broth, while the egg, fried to perfection, was neither overcooked nor undercooked, revealing a luscious yolk upon biting. The cooked vegetables were crisp and refreshing. Soon, both he and the beast were engrossed in their meal. Pedro finished his noodles, drinking the broth down to the last drop, pondering the worth of the noodles compared to the delectable meals prepared by Jiang Xu. Suddenly recalling something, his gaze shifted to Saintt, who was still eating, contemplating how this young man had become a source of daily delivery. Back in her small apartment, Jiang Xu leisurely finished her breakfast. Having received the photo albums and ceramic pots she ordered the night before, she quickly connected her holographic device to the printing equipment, printing the selected photos and arranging them in the album in the previously planned order. After completing 3 albums, Jiang Xu chose suitable ceramic pots for her small plant arrangements based on the appearance of different plants, soon filling her windowsill with a row of swaying green life. She first headed to Principal Fear's office, still unaware of Anson's or Saint's office locations. Upon reaching the office area, Jiang Xu tested her access. managing to open the first door with her iris, but lacking the clearance for the subsequent two. She thus approached the guard stationed at their post for assistance. "I am looking for Principal Fears." Jiang Xu switched the paper bag to her left hand while tidying her falling hair with her right. The guard's intercom soon relayed a confirmation, and as the third door slowly opened, Fears' hearty laughter floated out. "Quick, let her in." Fears stepped around his walnut desk, cluttered with papers, to greet her personally. "Good morning, Principal," Jiang Xu said, presenting one of the paper bags adorned with daisy patterns, smiling as she added, "A small handmade gift. I hope you like it." Was momentarily taken aback, but soon a gentle smile graced his face as he extended his hands. "You are too kind. Come in for a cup of coffee. I have much to discuss with Jiang Xu," and today Jiang Xu appears to be in good spirits. Jiang Xu looked at and hurriedly waved her hand, saying, "Principal, I will 1 TB going in. I still need to deliver gifts to Anson and His Highness Saintt. Do you know where their office is?" Anson arrives promptly at 10 every morning to report on his work. "You can leave the gift for him here, and I will pass it on," replied after a moment's thought. He then decisively added, "His Highness Saintt's office is not far from here. I will take you." "All right," Jiang Xu responded, quickly placing the gift for Anson in the principal's office, eagerly following behind. The imposing triple iris security doors and the soldiers patrolling the corridor silently spoke of the stringent security surrounding the offices of the principal and staff. Jiang Xu couldn't help but imagine how fortified the office of the imperial prince must be. However, when guided her into the side corridor and passed through an archway draped in ivy, Jiang Xu was taken aback. There was not even a basic identity scanner. They simply walked right in. "Jiang Xu, just push open that door and go in yourself," gestured ahead. "Remember to come find me after you've seen His Highness." It was then that Recalt's experiment. Indeed, Jiang Xu would have little time later, and the matters he wished to discuss could not be conveyed in merely a few sentences. "All right, I will come find you in the afternoon," Jiang Xu replied. After watching the principal's figure fade away, Jiang Xu took a deep breath and turned to enter Saint's office, all the while feeling puzzled about why it was so easy to access the office of a prince. Little did she know that the principal's office contained various confidential materials regarding animals from the planet, and any leaks could cause turmoil in the empire, thus necessitating strict security. In contrast, Saint's office was merely an ordinary reception room, devoid of any crucial data. As he turned and raised his head, he found the girl standing at the door, smiling at him. "Good morning, Your Highness Saintt," Jiang Xu said, shaking the paper bag she held. Chapter 25. Cooking with spiritual energy. Saint's stern features softened considerably upon seeing Jiang Xu, and he nodded slightly. "Good morning. Please come in and take a seat." Jiang Xu stepped into the office and sat upright, the air carrying a familiar scent that resembled a hint of coffee. After a moment, a ceramic cup with a greenish luster was placed in front of her. "Is this for me?" Jiang Xu exclaimed in surprise. "Thank you. You're welcome," replied the princely figure clad in military attire, his piercing blue eyes gliding over Jiang Xu, making her heart race inexplicably. Lowering her gaze, she took a sip from the cup, then set it down, intending to present the paper bag to Saintt. However, he spoke first. "The noodles you made this morning were delicious. Thank you." Jiang Xu handed the paper bag to Saintt, explaining amidst his puzzled gaze, "This is a gift for you. It's just some photographs and a potted plant I made myself. I hope you will accept it." Feeling her ears burn, she hastily shook her head. "Not at all." "How are you adapting to working in the forest district?" Saintt asked, carefully placing the paper bag beside him, his gaze sweeping over her flushed cheeks. "I'm particularly well-adjusted." Jiang Xu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "It's such a joy to interact with the animals, and I'm truly grateful that Zhu hired me." The two engaged in light-hearted conversation, discovering that their views on many matters, especially regarding the animals in the forest, were remarkably aligned, leading to an endless stream of topics that kept the atmosphere vibrant. As Jiang Xu spoke, she unconsciously leaned forward, while Saintt listened intently, neither of them noticing that the drink in their cups had long since cooled. The succulent leaves of the potted plant glimmered like mother-of-pearl, and Jiang Xu had attached a note to the clay pot, specifically mentioning that it didn't require frequent watering. She hoped that, during his breaks from work, he could find relaxation in observing the plant. Flipping through the photo album, a golden monkey leaped into view, basking in sunlight that cast a shimmering glow. Several monkeys were seen competing for purple fruits on a fruit-laden tree, while a young one hung upside down, its tail swaying. Capturing a moment that seemed to vibrate with joy, as fingertips unconsciously brushed over the photo paper, as if he could feel the exuberance Jiang Xu experienced while taking the pictures. He turned the delicate pages of the album, the scene abruptly transitioning to a silvery gray riverbank. A herd of zebras cast reflections in the water, while one startled zebra raised its front hooves, splashing droplets that crystallized in the air. Turning the page revealed a group of antelopes lounging lazily in the shade on a scorching afternoon, the lens capturing the soft fur on a young one's lips, its amber eyes looking directly into the camera as if peering into one's soul. Having served as the principal of the zoo for such an extended period, was not only diligent in his work, but also a genuine lover of animals. He pressed the album to his chest, utterly enamored with the animal photographs Jiang Xu had taken, pondering how this girl managed to achieve such results. When Anson arrived at the office, reminded him of the gift Jiang Xu had prepared, and indeed, Anson's face lit up with astonishment upon opening it. In Saintt's office, Jiang Xu's gaze suddenly fell upon a decorative clock hanging on the wall. 10:30. How'd it get so late? She thought, realizing she had originally intended only to deliver a gift and leave. Saintt reassured her, there's no need to rush. It's perfectly fine to have lunch a bit later. No, that would delay your afternoon work. I will cook something quick, Jiang Xu replied, but before she could finish her sentence, she had already dashed away. After exiting Saintt's office, Jiang Xu immediately sought out a secluded spot devoid of surveillance cameras, performed a gesture to create a protective barrier, and then summoned her frost sword, soaring through the air to her small apartment in an instant. Knowing that lengthy braised dishes would take too much time, she decided to whip up a few quick stir-fried dishes that would be hearty enough for soldiers. First, she rinsed the rice and placed it in the rice cooker. Selecting the quick cook option, Jiang Xu opened the refrigerator and picked out several pieces of chicken breast. Indeed, she planned to make kung pao chicken, which would satisfy the soldiers' protein needs while allowing for a swift preparation. As the kitchen filled with a subtle aura of energy, the knife in her hand transformed into a blur. 2 pounds of chicken breast danced on the cutting board, swiftly becoming uniformly sized, pale yellow cubes. Jiang Xu's wrist flicked, adding cooking wine, soy sauce, and starch into a bowl. As she kneaded the marinade, the flavors penetrated the meat. Meanwhile, cucumbers and carrots were diced, and ginger, garlic, and scallions were chopped into tiny pieces. The sound of porcelain bowls clinking echoed as she prepared the sauce, purposely adding an extra half-spoon of vinegar, knowing these steel-hearted men would appreciate a tangy flavor. Peanuts crackled joyfully in the hot oil, and she stood at the stove, gently stirring them until they turned a light golden color before removing them to cool, ensuring they would retain their crispiness when added later. With the oil heated to the right temperature, she added the chicken cubes, quickly stir-frying them until they were enveloped in a tempting golden crust, then swiftly set them aside. Leaving some oil in the pan, she sought Ed Sichuan peppercorns and dried chilies. As the pungent aroma wafted up, the minced ginger, garlic, and scallions followed suit, causing flames to leap up in a vibrant dance. The kung pao chicken was completed in 30 minutes, largely due to the 15 minutes of marinating time. Otherwise, she could have finished even faster. Once the dish was ready, she hurriedly sent a message to Steve, informing him that he could come to collect lunch. While waiting for Steve's arrival, she quickly prepared a cucumber dish and a tomato and egg soup, both simple dishes that could be completed in mere minutes. Jiang Xu silently apologized, promising herself to cook a hearty meal for them in the evening to make up for it, knowing that her master from the Fuyun sect would likely chastise her for using spiritual energy to cook, deeming it a waste. Saintt originally anticipated that lunch would be served rather late, perhaps close to noon. To his surprise, before 11:30, Steve delivered 2 familiar meal boxes to him. In Chapter 26, a shocking encounter with the interstellar beings, Saintt received the boxes, his fingertips brushing against the slightly warm walls of the containers. Before dining with the forest and Uncle Pedro, he cast a glance at the paper bag sent by Jiang Xu. After Jiang Xu's departure, he had worked for a while and had not yet found the time to examine its contents. The austere prince first weighed the paper bag in his hands before slowly opening it, retrieving a photo album and a small potted plant. The cover, adorned with a cosmic starry sky, exuded a fantastical atmosphere and felt delightful to the touch. Saintt raised an elegant eyebrow as he opened it, his gaze skimming over the inscription in delicate imperial script, "To you, who eternally guards the stars." His throat bobbed slightly, and his motion of flipping through the album paused momentarily before he continued to turn the pages. The winds of the grasslands seemed to penetrate the photo paper, brushing against his ears. In one image, a majestic lion lay languidly on the plush green grass, its amber-colored eyes reflecting the light of the sky. The embodiment of wildness and majesty sent shivers down one's spine. However, upon turning to the next page, Saintt's eyelashes quivered as he spotted a crooked little braid woven into the lion's fluffy mane, the tip adorned with a bell that swayed gently in the breeze. In those fierce eyes, one could see a rare glimmer of human-like helplessness and indulgence. Such a sight of Uncle Pedro was indeed extraordinary. As he flipped through the album, the essence of the forest enveloped him. There were photos of various small animals and plants from the forest, yet most prominently featured Uncle Pedro. The images depicted the lion's proud stride during patrols, its exposed fangs while sleeping, and its belly exposed in a display of affection. Each frame narrated the leisurely existence of the great lion on the grasslands. Jiang Xu's lens seemed enchanted, capturing every pose of Uncle Pedro. Even the dewdrops on the leaves radiated a languid aura. The lion's appearance conveyed a message of thriving existence. As he closed the album, the texture of the leather cover lingered in his palm. Saintt, he pondered for a moment before retrieving the album again, documenting each page with his light brain. The cool blue light flickered in his eyes, encoding every photograph into his private encrypted space. "Send this to His Majesty," he instructed the soldier he had called. "Yes, Your Highness." The soldier saluted before departing. Watching the soldier's retreating figure, Saintt caressed the now empty paper bag, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He knew his elder brother Cos well. Without explicit reminders, he might have kept this precious gift for himself. However, this was a gift from Jiang Xu, and he merely intended to share Uncle Pedro's current state with Cos. The gift belonged to him. In the forest, Uncle Pedro, having finished his lunch, was pleasantly surprised to see his nephew linger instead of leaving immediately. Curiously, he observed as Saintt tapped on his light brain, projecting a series of photos of his lion form into the air. The first image elicited a chuckle from Pedro, who exclaimed, "Look at how majestic I appear." But the subsequent photo, showcasing the lion with the little braid, was hard to bear. Why does that girl share every photo? In the afternoon, aside from a brief meeting with the director at the office, Jiang Xu had the rest of the day free, yet she had no intention of wandering around. Her 9-turn ginseng had arrived. Upon opening the package, she saw the once beautiful heart-shaped leaves of the ginseng curled up, causing her heart to ache as she pressed her hand against her chest, reassuring herself not to be angry, attributing it to the interstellar being's ignorance of proper preservation methods. The current state of the 9-turn ginseng made it impossible to replant. Jiang Xu hastily prepared a concoction with the materials at hand. Laking a prupe alchemical furnasa. She could only manage a semi-finished product, striving to retain its medicinal properties as much as possible. As she carefully brewed the 9-turn ginseng, she muttered to herself about making money, planning to scour the star net for tools suitable for alchemical creation. Jiang Xu transformed the damaged ginseng into a semi-solid paste, biting her lip as she sealed the medicinal mixture into specially designed capsules. After completing the 9-turn ginseng, she seized the opportunity to contemplate her money-making scheme. On the balcony of her small apartment, she brewed herself a cup of homemade beverage and then logged onto the zoo's website to check for updates from her colleagues. Learning how to share her photos. The verdant panorama of the forest, occasionally dotted with herds of herbivores, was stunning, yet it felt devoid of soul. Those monotonous landscape photos lacked the presence of a protagonist. Jiang Xu initially did not wish to rush, but to earn money quickly, she decided to astonish these interstellar beings. Hearing that capturing ferocious beasts was difficult, she believed that photos of the lion would garner considerable tips. So she edited a series of photographs of the lion taken on the grasslands. Behold the majestic ruler of the plains, the lion. The early summer grasslands had transformed into a stage for kings, where the most striking figure was undoubtedly the lion, the sovereign of the grasslands. With a robust physique, its muscles subtly defined beneath its thick fur, each powerful step declared its absolute dominion over the land. From a distance, the lion's fluffy mane shimmered in the sunlight, its dark golden fur radiating a delicate halo, transitioning to a soft cream near its belly. When it lay silently, the patterns in its fur stretched naturally, resembling the finest silk, yet when it proudly strode, each hair exuded a wild charm. Jiang Xu wrote, "Greetings, esteemed individuals. I'm a new employee, Jiang Xu, and today I present my first work. I hope you enjoy it. Shortly after uploading her first piece, it smoothly passed the review process and officially appeared on the website's latest updates page. It is well known that ferocious beasts are highly vigilant, making it challenging for humans to photograph them up close. Thus, such close-up shots of wild animals are rare on the website, with only occasional blurred figures captured by satellite photos. Each photo captured by Jiang Xu's lens vibrated with life. In the frames, the lion walked with a regal gait, sometimes lounging lazily, grooming its fur with its tongue, and at other times gazing into the distance, each pose flowing with the primal rhythm of wildness. Holographic screens of the citizens of the ESI Lawn Empire lit up with notifications, and a casual tap suddenly froze, their gaze captivated by this extraordinary collection of photographs. How is this possible? Countless exclamations erupted across the StarNet. The perspectives in the photographs were startlingly close, as if the photographer stood directly before the lion's paw, with even the drifting clouds reflected in the lion's eyes clearly visible. In Chapter 27, Return to the Forest, professional photographers lamented at their screens. Such exceptional shooting conditions. Yet they felt regretful. Even the basic stabilization had not been handled properly. If only I had taken a shot, they mused, for previously, the website had never showcased such clear photos of ferocious beasts, as it was impossible for an imperial citizen to be so close without facing danger. These photos would not circulate. The zoo's website had a rigorous security system, allowing only viewing within the page. Even attempting to photograph the images with another camera would yield only a blur. Watching her work past the review, Jiang Xu immediately focused on the reading count in the lower right corner. It began to surge rapidly. Looks like it's stable, she sighed with relief, a satisfied smile gracing her lips as she exited the page, deciding to prepare a hearty dish of dompa pork for dinner. Once the dompa pork was ready, she would pack some to take to the office for Director Fears. After all, it is said that kindness is never unwelcome. The dishes at noon felt rather perfunctory. Yet with the introduction of a hearty main course in the evening, complemented by a refreshing stir-fry and a comforting soup, it should surely delight everyone. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xu, the quick dishes she prepared at noon led the three men to consume more rice than usual, leaving them feeling quite stuffed after the meal. The food was simply too delectable. Even Steve, among the trio, dared not carry a lunchbox to the cafeteria, but instead hid in an empty room to enjoy their meal. Major Oliver wiped the corners of his mouth, his chestnut eyes sparkling. Deputy White, the noodles this morning and the lunch fare were simply extraordinary. He leaned closer and whispered, "Could it be that His Highness has arranged for a new chef for us?" "Indeed," replied Major General Gu Ting, rubbing his belly, his features relaxed under his dark hair. "After 2 satisfying meals, my headache, which had plagued me for several days, has eased considerably. I can hardly wait for dinner." Steve nodded thoughtfully, the warmth still lingering in his lunchbox, reflecting on the prince's words. He couldn't help but wonder if the girl's cooking truly had a remarkable effect on the fluctuations of the spiritual sea. The impact of this midday meal was even more pronounced than that of breakfast. Medical Officer Kelly had instructed them to undergo a spiritual sea fluctuation test in the medical room shortly after finishing dinner, at which point they would gain clarity. Jiang Xu retrieved a large piece of fresh pork belly from the refrigerator. As her knife glided effortlessly, the marbled meat was precisely cut into 2-centimeter cubes, which she then blanched in boiling water for 3 to 5 minutes. While waiting for the pork to blanch, Jiang Xu suddenly heard a familiar announcement, echoing from over 1,000 years ago. Yes, her light brain was receiving notifications. Ding. Bing He Ru Ming has tipped you 100 interstellar coins. Ding. Fan Xing Dian Dian has tipped you 200 interstellar coins. Ding. Inzi Duo has tipped you 200 interstellar coins. Leaning against the counter, Jiang Xu smiled, thinking how delightful this sound was, even more enchanting than any melody. During her first life, when she attended university, one of her roommates, Xiao Man, whose family owned a small supermarket, would have her payment code placed at the cash register for several days each month, as her parents did not provide her with an allowance. During those days, apart from class time, when she would silence her notifications, she would occasionally turn them on, allowing her roommates to experience what it felt like to earn money effortlessly. Whenever her phone chimed with the sound of a payment received, the ponytailed Xiao Man would proudly shake her phone, declaring, "Listen, the wonderful sound of money." Jiang Xu had envied her then. In contrast to the small amounts Xiao Man received, Jiang Xu now heard notifications of hundreds and 200s, instinctively biting her lip, feeling a smile blossom at the corners of her mouth for the first time. Glancing at the pot, Jiang Xu realized it was nearly time. She skimmed off the foam from the water surface and drained the pork belly. Just as she began laying out the ginger, scallions, star anise, and cinnamon for the next step, her communication device chimed. Upon seeing it was a call from Saintt, she wondered what the high-ranking official required. Promptly pressing the answer button. Jiang Xu, where are you right now? Saintt inquired eagerly as he appeared on the video screen. Jiang Xu hesitated, holding the oil bottle. I can end my vacation early, but what about the promise to cook for the soldiers for 7 days? The situation with the creatures on Wota planet takes precedence. Saintt replied in a calm tone. He explained that the Duchess of Isen was gravely ill, with the hospital issuing a critical condition notice, necessitating immediate surgery. The surgery came with significant risks, and the Duchess wished to see her son, even if only a photograph of his beast form, before she would agree to enter the operating room. Duke Isen and his wife had known each other since youth and had shared decades of deep affection, making it heart-wrenching not to fulfill her final wish. With tears in his eyes, the Duke sought assistance from Emperor Kai-Ao. Your Majesty, I will do anything to allow Eve to see Ian even once. After soothing the increasingly frail Duke Isen, Emperor Kai-Ao naturally directed his communication to Saintt. In the video, a rare frown creased Kai-Ao's brow. Saintt, could you arrange for that caregiver to capture a few photos of Ian in his beast form? Duke Isen has visited the palace several times and has made significant contributions to the Empire. The Isen Corporation has supplied military materials to the Empire free of charge for years, sufficient to equip 3 deep space fleets. Though he was the Emperor, Kai-Ao found himself troubled, as the Empire could not afford to alienate its loyal subjects. The Duchess's condition could not be delayed any longer. The sooner, the better. Saintt had originally planned to allow Jiang Xu a week's rest, but that plan had to be interrupted. With this in mind, Saintt's expression grew increasingly serious, his handsome brows knitting together. Jiang Xu quickly suggested, once I locate the black and white bear, I will head to the nearest rest cabin. It will be the same as before. I will cook there, and I would appreciate if Steve could fetch the meals. Jiang Xu remained optimistic, reasoning that it was merely a change of venue for cooking, as she had previously utilized the rest cabin's kitchen in the forest. Chapter 28. Is this not the national treasure, giant panda? Upon hearing Jiang Xu's words, the tension in Saintt's jaw began to ease. He nodded slightly, saying, I will arrive at your apartment in 15 minutes, using the aircraft to take you to the closest location. After ending the call, Jiang Xu immediately set about packing the supplies she would need in the forest. She packed all the food from the refrigerator, placing vacuum-sealed fresh meat into a shockproof box, and bundled the ginger, scallions, and garlic along with the star anise and cinnamon. She even made sure not to overlook the last half carton of eggs in the fridge and brought along half-finished dompa meat and her personal necessities. Looking at the packed supplies, Jiang Xu couldn't help but wish for a storage bag. The Empire's spatial technology was notoriously expensive, typically reserved for storing mechs, and the price was exorbitant. Jiang Xu was reluctant to count the zeros following the numbers for spatial buttons she had seen online, as few would dare to use them for ordinary supplies. After thoroughly checking her preparations, she was confident that everything she needed was ready. At that moment, the doorbell of her apartment rang. As soon as the chimes sounded, Jiang Xu opened the door to find Saintt, whom she had seen only a few hours prior, standing before her once more. As Saintt's military boots stepped onto the entry mat, his gaze swept over the stacked boxes in the living room. Are these all the items you wish to take? Just a portion for emergencies, Jiang Xu replied, crouching to pat the topmost fresh-keeping box. But it looks like a lot. When considering the meals prepared for the soldiers, it will only last 3 days. Saintt did not say much more. His long fingers had already pinched a pearl-white button-like object. With an unknown maneuver, the mountain of supplies suddenly rippled, vanishing into the void as if drawn into an invisible vortex. 20 cubic meters of military-grade spatial button, Saintt stated, placing the still-cold device into her palm, the metallic edges retaining warmth. He patiently instructed Jiang Xu on how to operate the spatial button. Jiang Xu stared at the object in her hand, hesitant to close her slender fingers around it. The cold light swirling on the metal surface reflected her wide eyes. Despite its small size, even the most basic version of this device was typically a rather significant target, and this was military grade. Jiang Xu's expression shifted, and she quietly asked, Saintt, is this not too precious? It's standard equipment for executing special tasks, Saintt replied, easily slipping the spatial button into her pocket. Jiang Xu considered this, realizing that otherwise, she would always be burdened with cumbersome bags, which was indeed impractical. This time, the aircraft Saintt piloted was notably larger than the one she had seen previously. With its streamlined body glistening under the afternoon sun, Jiang Xu found it rather curious that two individuals required such a large aircraft for their endeavors. Upon boarding the vehicle, she was greeted by the sight of a familiar mountain bike, its tires still caked with the earth from their previous mission. A smile of understanding graced Jiang Xu's face. Saintt was indeed meticulous, likely considering her subsequent solo venture into the forest, where a mountain bike would prove more convenient. Saintt deftly tapped a few commands on his holographic interface, and a three-dimensional map suddenly unfurled between them. With a light pen, he traced a route across the map, beyond the Emerald Canyon and snowy mountains, leading to the sprawling bamboo forest that extended for 800 miles. The black and white bears, known to inhabit the bamboo groves, primarily subsisted on bamboo shoots. As Jiang Xu followed the illuminated path with her gaze, an adorable image of a plump, charming bear materialized in her mind. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be the national treasure, the giant panda? Jiang Xu observed the distance marker on the holographic map, indicating a total of 276 kilometers. Yet the aircraft had reached its destination in a mere matter of minutes. Outside the window, the jade-green bamboo forest expanded at a visible pace, the turbulence caused by the aircraft creating a wave-like motion among the bamboo stalks. The aircraft finally settled steadily on a clearing in front of a cozy cabin at the forest's edge. This is as close as I can take you. Any further towards the bamboo may alert the bears to the vibrations of the aircraft, Saintt remarked. I understand, Jiang Xu replied, smoothly transitioning onto the mountain bike. Waving farewell to Saintt as she confidently steered into the bamboo sea, her demeanor reflecting that of an experienced driver. As the bike ventured into the bamboo forest, the sound of the aircraft lifting off echoed behind her. The winding path through the woods resembled a serpent, clearly carved by lasers and subsequently modified by human hands, just wide enough for the mountain bike to navigate. In early summer, the afternoon breeze wafted through the bamboo, carrying the refreshing scent of bamboo leaves. The director, Fei Ersi, was promptly informed of Jiang Xu's new mission and immediately connected with the monitor, reaching out to Jiang Xu. Hello, Jiang Xu. I am the monitor, Mark. I am here to provide you with constant positioning support. The tires of the mountain bike crunched over the gravel road, creating a series of crisp sounds in the tranquil bamboo forest. Jiang Xu glanced at the odometer, which read 27 kilometers, and inquired, Hello, Mark. Can you see the location of the black and white bear? Is it nearby? Yes, I could track it. It is located at a bearing of 9 o'clock. Approximately 30 kilometers away, Mark paused, his tone tinged with curiosity. It has remained stationary at that location for half an hour, which seems rather unusual. That's reassuring to confirm. Jiang Xu expressed her gratitude and ended the communication, casting her gaze towards the 9 o'clock direction. After traveling 30 kilometers, Jiang Xu chose not to contact the monitor again, opting to park the mountain bike beside a giant nen bamboo. She closed her eyes, allowing her consciousness to ripple through the bamboo forest, piercing through the layers of shadow cast by the towering stalks. Upon sensing a warm breath caught on a rocky outcrop of the cliff, she abruptly opened her eyes to find a black and white figure awkwardly wriggling its rotund body, stuck halfway down a steep slope, reminiscent of a large candy stuck in a bottle. Jiang Xu's expression turned bemused, her lips twitching involuntarily. She could not determine whether the bear had accidentally fallen or was merely playing on the slope. After all, such antics were certainly within the realm of possibility for a clumsy panda. Suddenly, vivid memories of ancient Earth flooded her mind. Images of pandas tumbling down hills, getting stuck in tree branches, strikingly similar to the scene before her. Indeed, Jiang Xu confirmed that the so-called black and white bears referred to by the Empire were none other than the national treasure, the giant panda. Also the legendary mount of the ancient beast Qiyu. The dense bamboo ahead rendered the path impassable for the mountain bike, and following the road would only lead her further from the panda's predicament. After dismounting, Jiang Xu stored the mountain bike in her spatial button, deciding that walking would be a swifter approach. Do you require route guidance? Your distance has now reduced to 300 meters, Mark inquired, Noting that the two light points on the monitoring screen had drawn closer together, prepared to assist Jiang Xu with directions. No need, Jiang Xu declined Mark's assistance. Resolutely making her way to the cliff's edge, the mountain wind lifting the hem of her clothing. 20 meters below, the panda tilted its head, gazing upward with its glossy, round eyes glistening in the sunlight like two obsidian stones. Its belly, wedged between the rocky cliff and a giant nan bamboo, gently rose and fell with each breath, while a few bamboo leaves clung to its black and white fur, creating a picturesque scene. Jiang Xu quickly descended to assess the situation, discovering that the panda's lower half was trapped between the jagged rocks and the massive bamboo, its front paws clawing at the rock wall, its plump rear futilely wriggling. With each movement, its ample backside pressed against the bamboo, causing it to creak. The panda emitted a few plaintive whines, which Jiang Xu initially misinterpreted as an effort to escape. Upon closer inspection, she realized that its front paws were desperately reaching for a robust bamboo shoot. It seemed that, for the panda, the allure of the delectable bamboo shoot took precedence over its predicament. Jiang Xu couldn't help but chuckle at the bear's insatiable craving. Composed and accustomed to the panda's antics, Jiang Xu stepped forward, deftly kicking a bamboo shoot free and presenting it to the panda, then circling around to determine the best way to assist its rescue. Upon catching a whiff of the freshly severed bamboo, the panda's furry black and white form froze in place, its eyes widening in astonishment. Clearly, it was exhausted, thirsty, and ravenous. The moment the bamboo shoot appeared before it, the panda eagerly snatched it up. With precision, the panda grasped the bamboo shoot and bit off the tip, then began peeling away the tough outer shell layer by layer, akin to unwrapping a banana, revealing the tender bamboo flesh within. The sounds of the panda munching on the bamboo echoed distinctly on the slope, occasionally accompanied by satisfied grunts. "Did you find it?" Mark inquired. "I did. It is stuck between the rocks and bamboo on the slope," Jiang Xu reported, her gaze sweeping over the panda's squished backside. "I am currently trying to free it." Upon learning that the black and white bear was trapped, Mark's heart raced. This particular bear was not an ordinary rare creature. It was Ian Eisen, the youngest son of Duke Eisen, a favored pet. The youngest marquis in the empire, it was imperative that no harm befell him. Should he not have accidentally transformed due to a loss of control over his mental powers, he was destined to inherit the dukedom. Mark, realizing the gravity of the situation, refrained from concealing the truth and promptly reported to Director Fei Ursi and Prince Saintt. The two hastened from their respective offices to the monitoring room. The rotund panda continued to relish its bamboo shoot, appearing blissfully unconcerned about its current predicament. Jiang Xu, however, remained undeterred, seeking a viable solution. There were two potential methods. One was to use a cutter to bore a hole through the rock, and the other was to chop down the thick bamboo. After weighing her options, Jiang Xu concluded that it would be easier to cut the bamboo, as the debris from the rocks could potentially harm the fuzzy creature trapped in the crevice. With a flick of her fingers to her brow, the luminous blade of frost emerged from her consciousness. Jiang Xu grasped the frost blade, channeling her spiritual energy into the sword. The blade flickered with precision, gliding effortlessly across the panda's white belly as she swung it towards the massive nan bamboo. The frost blade, a spiritual artifact, could slice through mountains if Jiang Xu infused sufficient energy. Thus, cutting through bamboo was trivial. The thick bamboo snapped cleanly in two, its surface as smooth as a mirror, causing a flock of birds to scatter from the forest. The panda, unperturbed, shook off the bamboo leaves clinging to its fur and climbed out from its trapped position. With a satisfied belch, it sprawled across the slope, its paws clutching the peeled bamboo shoot as it continued to feast, the leaves on its belly quivering with each bite. Since she intended to capture the moment anyway, Jiang Xu activated the camera function on her holographic interface, snapping a flurry of photos of the panda. In the sweltering heat, the temperament of the giant panda often becomes irritable and restless due to its thick fur, which makes heat dissipation relatively challenging. Fortunately, this area is adorned with bamboo groves. Nestled in the cool shade of cliffs, where the perceived temperature remains mild. This round and plump creature, belonging to the family Ursidae and the genus Ailuropoda, prefers to dwell in dense bamboo forests at altitudes between 2,600 to 3,500 meters. Such environments are cool and humid, perpetually shrouded in mist, resembling a natural air-conditioned haven. As the ideal habitat for giant pandas, bamboo forests not only provide ample food sources but also effectively shield them from predators. Giant pandas are crepuscular animals, predominantly active during dawn and dusk. Despite being classified as carnivores, an astounding 99% of their diet consists of bamboo. From tender bamboo shoots to fiber-rich leaves and stalks, all are integral to their culinary repertoire. However, they occasionally indulge in meat, capturing bamboo rats, raiding bird nests for eggs, or relishing fish and shrimp by the streams. The giant panda's adorable physique, characterized by a rotund body, makes it one of the larger mammals. Adult male giant pandas can weigh nearly 300 pounds, while females are slightly lighter. They are clad in their signature black and white coats, with round heads and chubby limbs covered in deep black fur, while their fluffy bellies and cheeks are pure white, especially accentuated by their distinctive black eye patches, which lend them an endearing appearance. Despite their seemingly clumsy stature, giant pandas are surprisingly agile. Their seemingly awkward bodies can swiftly scale tall fir trees, and they're also adept swimmers, capable of traversing swift streams with ease. One could say they are quite nimble in their movements. Although their vision is somewhat poor, akin to nearsightedness, their sense of smell is exceptionally acute, allowing them to accurately locate prime bamboo forests. Should one encounter a giant panda in the wild, feigning death in hopes of evasion would be ill-advised. Unlike brown bears, giant pandas possess a curious nature. Playing dead may only pique their exploratory instincts, prompting them to approach without hesitation, perhaps to take a nibble or deliver a playful swipe. The correct course of action is to slowly retreat while maintaining a face-to-face position, avoiding any sudden movements that might startle them. If the opportunity arises, one should hastily escape. But if escape is not feasible and one lacks defensive tools, one can only hope that the encountered giant panda possesses a friendly disposition. After all, these seemingly lovable creatures still retain the wildness and strength inherent to their species, with a running speed of up to 40 kilometers per hour, making it challenging for humans to escape. Standing there for an extended period, Jiang Xu observed that the giant panda beside her was preoccupied with gnawing on bamboo shoots, leading her to conclude that this particular panda had a gentle disposition. With her frost sword stowed away, Jiang Xu prepared to audaciously pet the giant panda. Her heart leaped with joy at the prospect of interacting with a national treasure. What a charming giant panda it was, robust in form, with a round head and large, glossy black eyes, its belly adorned with fluffy white fur, and two small, broom-like black ears perched atop its head. During her tenure at the zoo, Jiang Xu primarily tended to felines. As for the giant pandas, the zoo housed only 3, giving her slightly more opportunities to see them than the average visitor. However, her colleague Xiao He, responsible for the care of giant pandas, was highly protective of them, leaving little chance for Jiang Xu to interact freely. Tentatively, she extended her hand towards the giant panda, gently rubbing its head and softly stroking its fluffy belly. Animals, too, experience ticklish spots. Perhaps the panda's waist was one such area. Upon inadvertently touching its waist, the previously motionless panda emitted a soft grunt and suddenly stood up. It did not retaliate with a playful swipe, possibly recognizing Jiang Xu's benign intentions. After taking a few steps away, it plucked another bamboo shoot from the ground, settled down, and resumed its feast. Before departing, Jiang Xu captured a series of photographs of the giant panda from various angles, selecting a few she found satisfactory to send to Saintt. Upon receiving the photos, Saintt immediately forwarded them to Duke Eisen. At that moment, Duke Eisen, stationed at the hospital, was filled with excitement. He trembled as he enlarged the images, fixating on the rotund black and white figure voraciously munching on bamboo shoots, its paws dusted with fragments and cheeks puffed up, tightening his throat. His gaze lingered on the adorable giant panda, and as he beheld the sight, a smile crept across his face, filled with affection and pride. "My dear Ian," he murmured, his voice breaking into a whisper as he tenderly caressed the screen, as if wishing to etch the furry outline into his palms. Since Ian's arrival on the planet Wotu, there had been no news, and even though they knew Eisen's beast form was a black and white bear, they had not seen a single hair of the panda. "Ian, your father loves you," Duke Eisen whispered, wiping away his moist eyes with his finger, stifling a sniffle. Though reluctant to disturb his wife's rest, he gently roused her, presenting the photographs before her eyes. "Eve, wake up," he urged, leaning close to awaken his slumbering wife, placing the light brain beside her pillow. Lady Duke, lying in her hospital bed, awaited a surgery with less than a 30% success rate. As she slowly opened her eyes and beheld the photographs, she was equally moved, showering kisses upon the close-up of her young one, repeating "my dear" countless times. To see more of him, promise me you'll undergo the surgery, Duke Eisen gently persuaded, reminding her that the longer they delayed, the lower the chances of success. Gazing at the photographs of their young, she finally nodded gently. Filled with joy, the Duke hurried out of the hospital room to discuss the surgical arrangements with the attending physician. Deep within the bamboo forest of Wotu, Jiang Xu lightly tapped her toes and in an instant leaped up the cliff. Her acute senses caught the faint sound of dried bamboo, leaves rustling under the weight of a figure. The panda's black and white form stood out vividly against the lush backdrop of bamboo, its round eyes fixated on Jiang Xu. As it exerted its forepaws to grasp the protruding rocks of the cliff, its rotund rear wriggling until it successfully climbed up. The reason the giant panda followed Jiang Xu was that it could sense the unique coolness emanating from her, soothing its restless spirit. However, once Jiang Xu moved away, an inexplicable agitation and fury surged from within, leaving it uneasy. Yearning to recapture that comforting sensation, it unhesitatingly pursued the bipedal creature. "Are you truly coming with me?" Jiang Xu pondered, somewhat perplexed. Upon reaching the original forest path, Jiang Xu activated the spatial button, and the off-road vehicle landed with a thud. "If you want to come with me, you can. Just hop in, as I lack the time to wait leisurely," she said, opening the trunk and folding down the back seat, creating ample space for the giant panda. She gathered several bamboo shoots from around, tossing them inside, then sat in the driver's seat to wait. The giant panda tilted its head, observing for a moment, then, with a burst of energy from its hind legs, clambered onto the vehicle. It rolled comfortably, its fluffy belly facing up, grasping a bamboo shoot and devouring it with delight, scattering bits of bamboo throughout the interior. When the off-road vehicle halted before the rest cabin, Jiang Xu stepped out and casually retrieved a bamboo shoot. The giant panda leisurely swallowed its last morsel, its plump form rolling out of the vehicle, stretching languidly, its black and white fur billowing in the wind. Fixating on the bamboo shoot in Jiang Xu's hand, it suddenly let out a soft call, wobbling on its short legs to follow suit. Thus, the human's rest cabin welcomed its second formidable resident. Once Jiang Xu and the giant panda entered the cabin, the monitoring staff observed their clear figures on screens. Having previously experienced the shock of a lion entering the rest cabin, the staff remarked that this occurrence had now become commonplace. Jiang Xu briskly approached the cooking station, retrieving ingredients from her spatial button to commence dinner preparations. Chapter 31. The first live broadcast, her nimble movements contrasted splendidly with a languid, black and white figure ambling behind her. The giant panda curiously nudged the corner of the climbing light with its nose, its rotund belly nearly grazing the floor. "Behold, the second esteemed guest has arrived." The chief monitor, Tom, let out a low whistle, his fingers gliding across the control panel to magnify the image threefold. Jiang Xu, initially intent on preparing dompa pork, altered her course upon seeing the adorably clumsy panda, opting instead for a dish of braised pork with bamboo shoots. The preceding steps remained largely unchanged, as the pork belly had already been blanched. The first step involved caramelizing sugar. She poured a modest amount of cooking oil into the pan, added rock sugar, and set the heat to low, stirring gently. As the temperature rose, the sugar gradually melted, bubbling away as it transitioned from white to a pale yellow, eventually achieving an amber hue. When tiny, dense bubbles emerged in the syrup, Jiang Xu quickly added the blanched pork belly, tossing it swiftly to ensure each piece was evenly coated with the caramel. Once the pork was adequately colored, she added scallions, ginger, star anise, and cinnamon to release their fragrant aromas. After splashing in some cooking wine to eliminate the odor and adding both light and dark soy sauce, she poured in boiling water to submerge the pork, bringing it to a vigorous boil before lowering the heat and covering the pot to simmer for approximately 30 minutes. While the braised pork simmered, Jiang Xu remained industrious. The rotund black and white furball was now pawing at the bamboo shoots she had brought along. Jiang Xu deftly peeled the bamboo shoots with a few swift motions. The panda, noticing the disappearance of its bamboo, looked up, momentarily bewildered by Jiang Xu's actions. It assumed the biped was preparing a treat for its enjoyment, only to have Jiang Xu take the peeled shoots to wash them. Seeing no intention of receiving food, the panda became obstinate, rising to pounce over, intending to procure sustenance for itself. Upon witnessing the panda's movement, the monitors in the control room could not suppress their gasps. Quickly, they called for the emergency rescue team, fearing for Jiang Xu's safety. The sharp kitchen knife swiftly chopped the bamboo into chunks when suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, Jiang Xu perceived a shadow darting towards her. The panda had inexplicably moved behind her, its dark, bright eyes fixated on the tender bamboo, emitting a disgruntled grunt from its throat. Just as Jiang Xu was about to plate the bamboo, a furry paw decisively pressed down on the cutting board, the rotund body entirely pressing upon it. "Let go," she exclaimed, gripping the panda's nape, insisting it was meant for cooking. Yet the colossal creature showed no sign of compliance. Jiang Xu, undeterred, encircled the panda's waist with her slender arms and, with a determined stance, managed to push the 300-pound panda out of the resting room. The panda's claws scraped noisily against the wooden floor, and the once mighty beast now resembled a cub being tugged by its nape, submissively allowing her to maneuver it. The monitors in the control room halted their frantic calls for the emergency team, their expressions frozen in astonishment. No one had anticipated that Jiang Xu's seemingly frail frame possessed the strength to usher the hefty black and white bear out the door. Remarkably, the notoriously temperamental creature allowed itself to be pushed without retaliation. The observers widened their eyes, captivated by the real-time infrared heat imaging, where the temperamental beast's temperature curve remained surprisingly stable, even retracting its claws when being ushered out. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Jiang Xu's image in their minds had transformed into that of a fierce warrior, deserving of reverence upon their next encounter. Jiang Xu secured the door and retrieved several fresh bamboo shoots from the off-road vehicle, tossing them out. The panda's furry paws expertly caught them, immediately tilting its head to gnaw on them, bamboo husks cascading onto its plump belly. Jiang Xu breathed a sigh of relief and re-entered the kitchen, washing her hands, which were now covered in the fuzz left behind from the earlier tussle. Glancing at the time displayed on her wrist device, she lifted the pot lid, revealing the amber sauce bubbling enticingly. She slid the bamboo chunks into the pot, gently stirring to mix, before covering it again to simmer on low heat. For another dish, Jiang Xu took out the remaining half-box of eggs and tomatoes, preparing a delightful stir-fry of tomatoes and eggs, sweet and tangy, a perfect accompaniment to rice. As she concluded with a light vegetable and lean meat soup, the kitchen filled with an irresistible aroma. Wiping the thin sheen of sweat from her forehead, Jiang Xu meticulously packed the 3 dishes into a thermal container. She messaged Steve, requesting him to collect the meal box from the resting cabin near the bamboo grove. "Jiang Xu, could you please place the meal box a bit further from the resting area?" Seeing the look of confusion in her eyes, Steve explained. The beast exhibits heightened aggression towards those from the Empire. Jiang Xu nodded in understanding, inquiring how far would be appropriate. After a moment's thought, Steve replied, "At least 500 meters." Before departing, Jiang Xu prepared a generous bowl of bamboo shoots and braised pork atop rice, presenting it to the panda, who was outside playing. The giant panda's keen sense of smell immediately detected the delectable aroma of the dish, and it scrambled to its feet. The iron bowl still emitted wisps of steam as it eagerly pawed at the air, its claws circling above the steaming food. The once restless beast suddenly froze, its round ears twitching as the distinctive, refreshing aura enveloped it, causing it to involuntarily squint in delight. Jiang Xu, observing the panda's demeanor, believed it to be calmed. But as she turned to leave, the panda promptly followed suit. Jiang Xu had to rest her hand on the edge of the iron bowl, channeling her energy to instantly temper the scalding food to a more palatable temperature. The panda's nose nearly touched the bottom of the bowl as it eagerly seized a sauce-coated bamboo chunk. The sounds of chewing mingled with its contented grumbles, drowning out even the roar of the off-road vehicle as it started. The twilight cast a golden hue over the bamboo grove as Jiang Xu halted the vehicle at the designated spot. Just as anticipated, as soon as she parked, the panda ambled over, the empty bowl now gleaming, devoid of even a grain of rice. After disembarking, Jiang Xu affectionately rubbed the panda's head before entering the kitchen to serve herself a bowl of rice, browsing the web as she ate. Upon noticing the flickering flame icon beside a post on the web page, she abruptly halted, her grip on her chopsticks tightening as she observed the rapidly escalating numbers of likes. Comments and donations. This was utterly astonishing. Jiang Xu murmured to herself, her heart skipping a beat at the sudden influx of digits in her account. As the saying goes, a gentleman treasures wealth, acquired through just means. Receiving such a sum felt almost like a windfall. Jiang Xu felt a twinge of anxiety, sensing the need to do something in return for the support of her viewers. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon the panda lounging before her, its fluffy black and white form tilting its head, eyeing her bowl of rice with an insatiable curiosity. Chapter 32. The greedy panda. She swiftly wiped her hands, her fingers gliding rapidly across the screen as she activated the live broadcast system. The moment the camera illuminated, the panda seemed to sense something amiss. Slowly rising to its feet, its rotund body wobbling into view, curiously gazing at the glowing device. The official review personnel, upon inspecting Jiang Xu's live stream and discovering the panda in the frame, immediately contacted His Highness, Prince Saintt, to seek permission for Jiang Xu's broadcast to be approved. Within moments, the review personnel featured Jiang Xu's live stream on the homepage recommendation. Jiang Xu's eyes widened in disbelief. What sorcery is this? The review process is astonishingly swift. One might think she had secretly bribed the administrators, yet she could swear on her heart that she had not. The advantage of being on the homepage was immediately evident, as the viewer count visibly surged, far exceeding her expectations. Unfamiliar with the live streaming system, Jiang Xu tinkered for a while, eventually uncovering the reason. The management had added a striking crimson and gold beast tag to her broadcast title, explaining the influx of viewers. Jiang Xu chuckled softly in realization, her fingertips gently massaging the panda's fluffy head. The colossal creature nestled in her arms emitted a contented rumble, its round head nuzzling against her palm as if to express its desire for more. Jiang Xu raised her eyebrows at the camera, her voice laced with an uncontainable mirth. Inviting, come, greet your new fans. No sooner had she spoken than the barrage of comments erupted with cries of help. It's coming for me. The culprit, with its paws playfully pawing at the lens, displayed a pair of bright, curious eyes filled with innocence. Jiang Xu's fingertips glided over the virtual screen, adjusting the live streaming angle to perfection. The holographic comments hovered in the air, scrolling at breakneck speed, yet she remained blissfully unaware. Reminiscent of her days in the Earth Zoo's surveillance room, accustomed to the bustling visitors. Outside the screen, the world was alive with excitement. While within her small, streaming chamber, Jiang Xu felt a profound sense of tranquility. Her livestream was hosted on the official zoo website, frequented by true animal lovers from the Empire or family members of the beasts. They could not visit Woda Planet in person, but this platform offered a glimmer of hope to witness their loved ones residing on the planet. The phrase ferocious beast rendered the stream's title captivating. Yet discerning viewers recognized it was mostly a gimmick. Many visitors entered the stream due to these two words, but harbored skepticism, for sightings of actual ferocious beasts were rare. Who had ever streamed such creatures from the Woda Planet Zoo? None. At most, viewers could catch a distant glimpse of herds of herbivores. However, curiosity ultimately triumphed over reason, and countless spectators clicked into the live stream with the mindset of merely passing time. Initially intending to glance briefly before exiting, they were instead instantly captivated by a robust and endearing black and white bear. The comments momentarily froze, with only a few question marks flickering across the screen, soon followed by an overwhelming tide of exclamation marks. Is this for real? Indeed, it was a genuine black and white bear, suddenly perking its small, broom-like ears, its front paws gripping the camera as it gradually rose. Responding to the host's call, the bear drew near the lens, its deep and bright eyes contrasting sharply with its sleek, glossy fur. It's a real black and white bear, a ferocious beast. I can't believe I'm seeing one. Simultaneously, viewers scattered across the planet could not suppress their ecstatic screams, their exuberance drawing curious glances from those around them. How could they be so wild over a live stream? The Empire's surveillance technology was exceptionally effective. Once set up, those nearby had no means of viewing the stream, lest they become even more excited than the viewers themselves. Saintt accompanied Pedro in the forest as they finished dinner. At that moment, he too opened the website, entering Jiang Xu's live stream. Witnessing Ian's furry demeanor and the way his head nestled against Jiang Xu's embrace caused a slight furrow to form on the prince's brow. Saint's blue eyes narrowed slightly, a barely audible low hum escaping his throat, yet he did not forget to reward Jiang Xu in the stream. I was right. Pedro shook his mane, his amber vertical pupils reflecting the screen where the cuddly black and white ball was being endearing. Ian, regardless of his human or beast form, indeed charmed the ladies. The lion, dissatisfied, flicked his tail, scattering a few dry leaves, his claws unconsciously scratching the ground. It was because of the need to find him that Jiang Xu could not remain with him. He was confident that his magnificent beast form was the finest. As a proud man, Ian's adorably playful demeanor was utterly shameful. Saint's long fingers hovered over the contact list for a moment before ultimately selecting the image of Duke Eisen. Sending a message. Ian's live stream is on the zoo's official site. Remember to reward him after watching. Duke Eisen did not anticipate such sudden joy. News of his son arrived swiftly. Earlier, he had arranged his wife's surgery time with the doctor, and as the elderly couple browsed through old photographs on the holographic screen, the message prompted him to immediately log onto the zoo's official site. There was no need to search specifically. Jiang Xu's live stream ranked first on the homepage for real-time popularity. Upon entering, he beheld Ian's rounded face occupying the entire stream, undoubtedly due to his proximity to the camera. After a while, the livestream camera seemed to adjust, revealing Ian's entire beastly form. The Duke and his wife's eyes followed Ian's movements, taking special note of the remarkable caretaker. Comments had already begun to circulate about this exceptional caretaker, for none other had ever come so close to a ferocious beast. The remarks were mostly along the lines of petite, adorable, and brave. The panda toyed with the camera for a while, but soon lost interest, instead stretching its neck to emit a sound towards Jiang Xu's unfinished bowl of food, clearly craving a taste. The comments in the live stream flooded with sympathy for the black and white bear, pleading for the caretaker to feed him. He already had a large bowl of food. I will just give him a little more, Jiang Xu chuckled. With that, she stood, carrying her unfinished bowl of rice, fearing that it might be devoured by the panda if left on the table. The leftovers in the kitchen were scant, so she simply transferred everything into the panda's bowl. Man and beast, face to face, began to eat. The harmonious interaction between the ferocious beast and the girl painted a heartwarming scene in the live stream. In Chapter 33, he was called Huan Huan. To prevent the panda from finishing and still yearning for more, Jiang Xu hastened her eating pace, coincidentally finishing around the same time as the panda. At that moment, the live stream continued to welcome new viewers, flooding the comment section. Sugar, the host and the black and white bear are eating so deliciously. It's making me hungry. I love Ian, baby. Can the host feed him a bit more? Soul Travel Zoo. The black and white bear is too adorable. So cute. Ian was a prodigy among the younger generation of the Yazalan Empire, widely recognized. He was both scholarly and martial, possessing robust combat skills and an astute business acumen, which attracted countless admirers. The majority of women in the Yazalan Empire were drawn to Ian due to his handsome, flawless appearance and his romantic, graceful demeanor. At 25 years old and still unmarried, the Duke's heir commanded a vast commercial empire, naturally becoming the renowned diamond bachelor of the Yazalan Empire and the ideal husband for many imperial girls. However, few outside knew that the black and white bear being streamed on the zoo's official site was, in fact, Ian's own beastly form. Unsuspecting, ordinary citizens of the empire assumed it was a genuine, protected, wild, ferocious beast. A small number of individuals privy to the truth about the bear's identity remained tight-lipped, hoping to avoid excessive attention on Ian's beastly form, although they were confident in the safety provided by Prince Saintt's guardianship of Woto Planet, and that even if it became known that this was Ian, no adverse consequences would arise. They still tacitly agreed to keep the secret. With white skin and black eyes, her skin appears delicate. Wow. Is there really someone so petite among the Empire's people? The number of remaining humans in the Yazalan Empire was exceedingly rare, resulting in many individuals never having encountered one throughout their lives. Thus, when the viewers beheld Jiang Xu's appearance, they exhibited intense curiosity. Was it truly this girl who was associating with the black and white bear? Initially, people assumed that a caretaker daring enough to approach ferocious beasts must be robust and powerful. Yet the outcome astonished them. The caretaker accompanying the ferocious beast was strikingly slender and frail, appearing barely out of her teens. Her thighs not even as stout as an average person's arm, and her delicate neck exuding an impression of fragility, as if a gentle twist could snap it. Fortunately, she possesses a pair of crimson lips and pearly white teeth, and her softly contoured visage exudes a disarming charm, radiating a gentle and endearing demeanor. Thus, within Jiang Xu's live streaming room, numerous viewers expressed their concern, urging her to eat more. Given that Jiang Xu, as a young girl, has ventured into precarious professions at such a tender age, sustaining her livelihood with her delicate and frail physique. Those who initially entered her stream intending to abstain from spending money were moved by her circumstances and generously offered monetary support. Upon witnessing the influx of donations, a radiant smile blossomed upon Jiang Xu's beautiful face as she formed a heart gesture with her thumb and index finger, thanking everyone for their contributions. She added that her previous post had garnered considerable support, and her current live session was also a way to express gratitude for their warmth. Viewers playfully encouraged her to stream more frequently, expressing their willingness to contribute. At that moment, the live stream erupted in a dazzling display of effects, with starships gliding across the screen in a mesmerizing formation, leaving behind trails of rainbow light. The avatar of Duke Ison surged 10 levels up the donation leaderboard, claiming the top spot. Naturally, aside from the official personnel, no one recognized that the benefactor behind the account was Duke Ison. They merely assumed it to be a wealthy fan. Duke Ison had just made a substantial investment in a live stream by donating starships, the most valuable gift in the room. It is worth noting that a single starship is valued at 5,000 star coins, and had he chosen to bestow a gift worth 50,000 star coins, he would have done so without hesitation. The viewers commented in astonishment, noting the staggering number of starships donated. Jiang Xu, noticing the spectacular effects, smiled and sincerely thanked her beloved Ian for the starships. Suddenly recalling something, she turned to her side, realizing that the giant panda had wandered off during her interaction with the audience. Huan, she called out several times before explaining to her viewers that it was the name she had given her black and white bear. The chat exploded with reactions, questioning the appropriateness of such a soft name for such a formidable creature. The screen was filled with humorous remarks, expressing the audience's disbelief at the contrast between the panda's fierce appearance and its gentle name. Duke Ison, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, mentioned to his wife that he needed to contact the zoo management to set higher value gifts, as the current gifts in a live stream were too low in worth. The Duchess nodded gently, noticing that her son's current state was far from the tragic fate she had imagined, and her spirits visibly lifted, bringing a hint of color to her pale face. The name Huan, so unexpectedly tender for her once proud son, brought a flicker of amusement to the Duchess's eyes, prompting Duke Ison to feel even more grateful towards the caretaker. However, Jiang Xu's live stream was not devoid of negativity, as detractors inevitably surfaced. Is this really a black and white bear, or merely a lifelike imitation? The streamer is exploiting the beast's fame for views, one commenter speculated. Another remarked, a true beast would never be close to humans. Something must be amiss. Jiang Xu noticed these ill-intentioned comments, but remained unfazed, understanding that not everyone would appreciate her presence. Even with star coins, some even claimed that discussing star coins would tarnish her image. At that moment, her thoughts were consumed by the whereabouts of the giant panda. Meanwhile, Prince Saintt, watching the stream, furrowed his brow and took control of the live stream's administrative privileges, swiftly banning the accounts that made inappropriate comments. I'm sorry, but I have to end the stream. Huan has run off. I need to go find him, Jiang Xu said, her expression tinged with urgency. The audience feverishly sent messages requesting her to continue streaming, urging her not to end the live broadcast. In response to their enthusiasm, Jiang Xu, feeling a bit bashful, assured them that she would stream for a while longer, as long as they did not find it dull. The viewers witnessed her standing at the threshold of her door, closing her eyes in contemplation, seemingly deliberating on which direction to search for the black and white bear. Upon opening her eyes, she nimbly hopped onto an all-terrain vehicle, gripping the steering wheel tightly as she drove off in a determined direction. The contrast between her petite frame and her fierce driving style created a striking visual. What began as an unremarkable scene drew an ever-growing audience, as word spread rapidly, bringing many long and active members to the live stream. Among them were both casual onlookers and likely relatives of Ian, as well as high-ranking officials from the Aislan Empire. Within a mere 10 minutes, The zoo's official website unexpectedly welcomed a surge of dormant accounts, all converging in the same live stream. However, this was not a meticulously orchestrated political maneuver. They were simply eager to witness the magnificent beast. After all, there was only one platform in the empire where one could view such creatures live. This led to an unprecedented surge in Jiang Xu's stream, with an online audience that was astonishingly vast. Director Fears felt a wave of unease wash over him. When did our official site have so many members? The staff responsible for maintaining the website stammered that indeed, the concurrent online numbers were likely setting a record. It was no longer a matter of conjecture. It was a certainty. Fears sighed in exasperation, attributing the chaos to Jiang Xu's utterance of Huan Huan. Now the official website was overwhelmed, and he was unable to issue a command to shut down the live stream. Abruptly halting the stream would only incite greater panic, yet allowing the situation to unfold unchecked posed its own risks. Fears bit his lip, reluctantly preparing to consult Prince Saintt. "Your Highness, are you aware that Jiang Xu is live streaming?" The prince, already watching the broadcast, replied nonchalantly, "Yes." Fears carefully chose his words. "Should we consider implementing countermeasures?" He refrained from directly mentioning a shutdown, as the lively influx of viewers represented not just numbers, but the fervor of those dormant members. His true concern lay in whether the behavior of these individuals would spiral out of control after the stream concluded, potentially causing unnecessary turmoil on Wodostar. However, before Fears could finish his thought, he was interrupted. "Are you questioning our security system?" "Pas incroyable." "Certainly not," Fears protested. For the Aslan Empire's security apparatus was renowned throughout the galaxy, particularly under the direct oversight of Prince Saintt. With his superior appearing so unfazed, Fears felt it unnecessary to fret. Adjusting his tie, he leaned back in his office chair, tapping his fingers on the desk to summon his assistant. "Linda, please bring a black coffee and a nut platter to my office." After a pause, he added, "And a bag of chips," as if to say, who doesn't enjoy a live stream? "Come, let's watch together." Nonetheless, his gaze remained fixed on the monitor displaying the fluctuating viewer count, for that was Ian, the sole heir of Duke Ison, a figure of immense prestige and status. In the event of any mishap, a myriad of Jiang Xu's responsibilities would be insurmountable. Deep within Fears, there existed a genuine concern for this reckless girl. Within the Aslan Palace, upon hearing that the Wodo planet was broadcasting a live feed of fierce beasts, His Majesty Emperor Kos, rarely in high spirits, entered the study with the Empress, settling before the holographic screen. Would they be able to catch a glimpse of Uncle Pedro? The Emperor mused aloud. "I believe your thoughts are merely whimsical." The Empress chuckled softly, gently grasping her husband's hand. As their eyes met, both understood the vastness of the Wodo planet made the likelihood of capturing Prince Pedro on the live feed exceedingly slim. Moreover, that particular prince was notoriously fierce in his beast form, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to approach him, rendering the chance of filming him even more remote. At that moment, the audience in the live chat was fervently discussing the recently featured black and white bear. The Emperor and Empress were aware that the youngest son of the Eisen family, Ian, transformed into a black and white bear. Indeed, their private inquiries with Saintt confirmed it was indeed that child. As time elapsed, Jiang Xu abruptly hit the brakes, having been so engrossed in driving that she scarcely engaged with her audience. Upon exiting the vehicle, she glanced at the live stream, her eyes widening in disbelief. How could such a monotonous broadcast see an increase in viewership rather than a decline? The pressure began to mount. Although it was night, the moon, resembling a silver disk, cast a gentle glow over the bamboo grove, and with the live stream operating in night mode, visibility remained clear. Distinctly, she noticed the moving black and white figure at the edge of the bamboo grove, and a thought suddenly struck her. She deftly adjusted the camera to focus on herself, ensuring to provide the panda with a semblance of privacy despite the screen's barrier. Perhaps having indulged too much in bamboo shoots and rice, the panda ambled out on its own for a bathroom break. Jiang Xu observed the leisurely manner in which the black and white figure completed its business, only redirecting the camera back to the bamboo grove when it turned, waddle-like, towards her. Presumably, having emptied its stomach, the panda emitted a few low whines, burying its furry head in Jiang Xu's embrace. After nuzzling her, it surprisingly tugged at the hem of her clothing, attempting to lead her deeper into the bamboo forest. The panda glanced at the bamboo shoots, both front paws working in unison, snapping off a generous pile of tender shoots, yet it hesitated to eat. Fixing its gaze intently on Jiang Xu, its dark, grape-like eyes brimming with anticipation. Its rotund form nudged the pile of shoots, clearly indicating that it wished for Jiang Xu to take them and prepare a delightful feast. The viewers in the live stream were captivated, marveling at how this seemingly formidable black and white bear could exhibit such endearing behavior, even assisting its caretaker in foraging for food. The chat exploded with comments. What is the relationship between this bear and the caretaker? Why do they get along so well? The most fervent comment read, could it be that the bear was raised by the caretaker since childhood? Chapter 35. The panda working together. This seemed to be the only plausible explanation. The Duke and Duchess, watching the live broadcast from the hospital, exchanged astonished glances, unable to fathom that Ian, having lost his human intellect, could be so affectionate with the caretaker. Their emotions stirred amidst their surprise. They understood better than anyone that this black and white bear was not raised by the caretaker. It was, in fact, their dear Ian. The Duchess of Ian spoke with a tone laden with regret, lamenting that even if she were to enter the forest now, Ian might not exhibit such friendliness toward her. The Duke of Eisen, comprehending his wife's sentiments, comfortingly squeezed her hand. At that moment, Jiang Xu was completely oblivious to the chat. Otherwise, she would have sighed in exasperation, realizing the audience was overthinking the situation. This was not the panda offering her bamboo shoots. Rather, it was the clever bear securing itself a personal chef. Jiang Xu, both amused and exasperated, glared playfully at the panda. Yet when her gaze met its moist, dark eyes, she succumbed to its cuteness. Ultimately, she crouched down and gathered the pile of bamboo shoots in her space button. Suddenly, the mound of food vanished, causing the panda's eyes to widen in shock as it sniffed the air and anxiously spun in circles, bewildered by the disappearance of its hard-earned treats. Jiang Xu looked at its frantic movements with affection, gently stroking its head, her energy flowing into its soft black and white fur like a clear spring. Do not fret. Your food is safely tucked away. It is cumbersome to carry so much bamboo, and it would take up space in the vehicle. As she spoke, Jiang Xu shook the space button in her fingers to show the panda, and with a simple operation, the tender bamboo shoots reappeared at her feet, only to vanish once more in the blink of an eye. The panda tilted its head, fixated on the space button, its grape-like eyes reflecting confusion. What was this? It felt familiar. It seemed he once had something similar, capable of holding a particularly large item. Yet what was it? The panda fell into contemplation, silent, while Jiang Xu paid no mind. Let us go. Into the vehicle, she said, patting the panda's back as she turned toward the off-road vehicle. Suddenly, the panda shook its head, a fragmented image flashing through its mind. A woman in a pristine white room, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at him. Her mouth moved, but the words were inaudible. A sudden pang struck its heart, followed by a throbbing headache. Stumbling forward, it pressed a paw against its racing chest, unable to grasp that elusive memory. The woman in the image reached out to touch its face, and when instinctively it recoiled, it collided unceremoniously with Jiang Xu's back. The audience, initially engrossed in the interaction between the caretaker and the black and white bear, found amusement in watching the bear curiously stare at the empty space where the bamboo had been. However, the next moment, a thrilling scene unfolded, eliciting gasps from viewers across the hollow screens of various planets. How could such a hefty creature collide with the slender caretaker without sending her flying? Some timid viewers even closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight. At that moment, Saintt's brow furrowed as he sprang to his feet, intent on piloting a craft to Jiang Xu's location, hoping to reach her swiftly to provide assistance. Just then, to everyone's astonishment, Jiang Xu adeptly sidestepped, skillfully evading the panda's massive body. The viewers before the hollow screen collectively exhaled in relief. The exhilarating turn of events sent the chat into a frenzy. The host was incredibly lucky just now. Did she activate some sort of predictive ability? Anyone who still claims caretakers are merely playing with bears, I challenge you. This is truly a dance on the edge of a knife. The audience now understood the precarious nature of a caretaker's job. What appeared to be an easy task was fraught with potential danger at any moment. Meanwhile, the animals might simply perceive it as play. To celebrate Jiang Xu's narrow escape from disaster, a flurry of generous donations flooded in. The Duke of Eisen, feeling apologetic as the parent of the nearly disastrous bear cub, made a significant contribution of 20 starships to the live stream. Had they been playing while running? Jiang Xu's fingers found their way into the panda's fur behind its ears, gently kneading. Curiously, as a wave of coolness spread, the throbbing in her head began to ease. The panda involuntarily stood upright, resting its entire head on her shoulder, emitting a soft whimper reminiscent of cub. Each time it drew closer to her, those fragmented images grew clearer, yet always dissipated just as they approached clarity. It seemed he was beginning to understand the meaning behind her words. All right, enough with the affection. Into the vehicle first, Jiang Xu urged, straining to guide its front paws toward the car. I will prepare a delicious meal for you shortly. Upon hearing the mention of food, the panda perked up, no longer needing Jiang Xu's assistance. It wobbled its rotund body to follow her. Upon reaching the off-road vehicle, this time it climbed aboard with practiced ease, without needing any bamboo to entice it. Upon returning to the respite cabin, Jiang Xu poured all the bamboo shoots from the spatial button onto the open ground before her. The tips of the shoots glimmered with a jade-like green under the illumination, forming a small mountain of bamboo. Tonight, she must process all these shoots. She shook the kitchen knife in front of the camera, noting that leaving the bamboo shoots unattended overnight would render them considerably tougher by morning. Such waste would be regrettable after the effort she and Huan had put into harvesting them. The comments in the live stream quickly filled with messages expressing sympathy for the diligent caretaker and marveling at the necessity of peeling the shoots overnight. Meanwhile, she had already fetched a sturdy wooden stool. Jiang Xu settled before the mound of bamboo, laid a large shoot flat against the ground, and deftly carved a vertical line through its outer shell with her knife. With a gentle tug along the incision, she easily removed the skin, letting the peeled bamboo fall into a large iron basin at her feet, revealing the tender, ivory flesh within. Just as the audience was awestruck by her speed, a tuft of black and white fur suddenly entered the frame. The giant panda, Huan, had quietly taken a seat beside her, using its forepaw to hold the shoot's tip while gently biting the edge of the shell. With a swift tug, the entire outer layer came off in one piece, exposing flesh even smoother than Jiang Xu's peeled shoots. The comments erupted with excitement, with viewers exclaiming their admiration for Huan's prowess, declaring, "Look at that! Huan's paws are faster than a knife. And don't be envious, that's pure talent." The barrage of exclamations flooded the screen. Jiang Xu, smiling, set a separate basin beside Huan's paws for the bamboo shoots it would peel. These would be blanched separately, as Huan had used its mouth and teeth in the process. Chapter 36. He is coming before the holographic screen. The imperial audience gazed at the black and white bear, shaking its head with a bamboo shell in its mouth, collectively wearing expressions of subtle surprise. Were they witnessing a fierce beast? How had this transformed into a cozy domestic scene? If screenshots were permissible, this would undoubtedly be an image worthy of countless captures. However, a glaring red warning in the upper left corner of the live stream read, "Screenshots and recordings are prohibited. Violators will be held legally accountable." The imperial audience could only sigh in frustration, for even with the official technology, they could not capture a screenshot if they desired. As for the reasoning behind the prohibition, there was no need to explain to the members. The zoo had firmly declared it was simply not allowed. Both the human and the beast moved swiftly, and the pile of bamboo shoots was soon transformed into two large basins of bamboo flesh. Jiang Xu carried the bamboo into the cabin, washing it thoroughly before efficiently slicing it into uniform strips. 2 large pots were placed on the cooking counter, and water was brought to a boil. Once boiling, Jiang Xu lifted the pot lid and added a suitable amount of salt before pouring in the sliced bamboo. This step was known as blanching. While gently stirring the bamboo strips with a long wooden chopstick, she explained to the audience that adding salt would preserve the bamboo's vibrant color and eliminate any unpleasant bitterness. Viewers were encouraged to try this small tip when preparing bamboo dishes at home. After about 3 to 5 minutes, the bamboo flesh unfurled in the boiling water, its color becoming increasingly translucent. Jiang Xu, swift and skillful, used a slotted spoon to retrieve the blanched bamboo, swiftly plunging it into a bowl of cold water. This was to restore the bamboo's crisp texture. Time was getting late, and Jiang Xu decided to prepare a signature oil-braised bamboo dish for Huan. The neatly arranged strips in a porcelain plate gleamed with a jade-like luster, while the raw and dark soy sauces on the cutting board created an amber-hued reflection, filling the air with the sweet aroma of bamboo. When the oil began to smoke, The sizzling sound of the bamboo entering the pot startled Huan Huan, prompting the curious panda to stand up and watch Jiang Xu's movements. With a flick of her wrist, Jiang Xu wielded the spatula, creating silver arcs in the iron pot as the bamboo quickly rolled in the hot oil for 2 minutes, the edges gradually taking on a golden sheen. At this moment, she added the thickened sauce, ensuring the bamboo was evenly coated. The moment water entered the pot, steam infused with the scent of the sauce enveloped the entire kitchen. Huan Huan's nose twitched involuntarily, the enticing aroma causing it to become increasingly restless. While waiting for the dish to simmer, Jiang Xu did not remain idle. She measured out the portion for the next day, carefully wrapping it in cling film while categorizing the leftovers into the refrigerator. As the metal cabinet door softly clicked shut, Huan Huan, with its round body wobbling, nudged against her leg, its claws scratching at her trousers, its dark, grape-like eyes fixated on the steaming pot. What was the rush? Jiang Xu chuckled as she affectionately ruffled Huan Huan's round head, her fingertips brushing against its short, coarse fur, feeling a delightful itch in her palm. To appease the greedy panda, she decided to engage in a game of tossing apples with it. Huan Huan clumsily stood upright to catch the fruit, its plump belly swaying under the lights, eliciting laughter from Jiang Xu. As her fingertips grazed the sparse fur behind its ears, a whimsical thought crossed her mind. If this little creature had longer fur, it might look adorable with braids. This reminded her of the lion Pedro. She had previously braided his mane and wondered how he was faring alone in the forest now. Somewhere in the woods, the cold light from the holographic screen outlined a lithe figure. A normally regal beast was staring intently at the cooking counter from the other side of the screen, its shiny black nose nearly touching the display. Upon seeing the caretaker happily frolicking with the lazy bear, its fluffy golden ears suddenly flattened back, and its robust tail swished impatiently across the grass, leaving a deep mark in the soil. As the moon climbed above the treetops, rustling sounds emanated from the depths of the forest. A shadow suddenly leaped from the darkness, its limbs thumping heavily on the fallen leaves. It ran swiftly, its streamlined body gliding over the dew-soaked grass, its golden fur shimmering like silk in the moonlight. It darted about throughout the night, drawing ever closer to its destination. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xu, all of this unfolded in the background. If Saintt had known, he would surely regret leaving behind a light brain capable of accessing the caretaker's live stream at the insistence of Uncle Pedro. Meanwhile, Jiang Xu had already prepared the fragrant oil-braised bamboo in a respite cabin. To enhance the dish's flavor, she had first sought Ed some pork belly to render its fat, using the lard to braise the bamboo for a richer taste. Huan Huan had been circling eagerly by its food bowl, its round paws making soft sounds against the iron basin. When the glossy bamboo chunks were poured into the feeding bowl, the panda immediately buried its head inside, the sound of its enthusiastic munching resonating through the live stream, leaving the bowl's rim gleaming with sauce. The comments flooded the screen. It smells so good. I want the recipe. Some viewers lamented, why do I feel so hungry watching a black and white bear eat, even though I just finished dinner? It looks so delicious. It's completely whetted my appetite. I feel like I'm not watching a fierce beast, but a food broadcast. Jiang Xu glanced at the wall clock. The hands pointed to 9 o'clock. Despite the audience's reluctance, she planned to conclude the broadcast. Just before signing off, a clever viewer quickly reminded Jiang Xu in the comments, "Host, you are broadcasting directly using the Lightbrains camera, right? You should buy a set of dedicated live streaming equipment for multiple angles." Some viewers, still captivated, navigated to Jiang Xu's official account and found her previous posts. Chapter 37. Never let them cross paths. The comments in the live stream continued to scroll, and Saintt naturally noticed the friendly reminders from the audience. As soon as Jiang Xu ended the broadcast, he immediately opened a shopping website to search for live streaming equipment. The variety of live streaming devices was dizzying, divided into professional and amateur categories. The professional-grade equipment was prohibitively expensive, while the amateur devices were compact and portable, yet limited in functionality. As Saintt was not familiar with live streaming, he had no idea how to choose. "Old man, you should spare yourself," Yile waved dismissively. Hearing his grandfather speak only added to his frustration. In terms of strength, Gao Wu's cultivation undoubtedly holds the upper hand. However, when engaged in a contest of true energy with Lin Tian, Gao Wu failed to gain any advantage. A glimmer of pride flashed in his eyes. Fortunately, He had stored numerous magical beast corpses within the system, for it would indeed be challenging to find quality ingredients in such a remote area. The demon race is inherently combative, thus their leader must earn the respect of the majority. Otherwise, they would be akin to a scattered sand. It turned out to be Don Wu. It seems this time a valuable concoction has been produced. Wu Tian gazed in astonishment at the dissipating mist. Enough! He shall not spare us. Let us detonate all the external bodies. After the 9th mother bug issued the signal, the other mother bugs followed suit. The audience erupted in excitement, especially as they witnessed the Earth Snake King subduing the god of death. Uchiha Obito had encountered Jiang Xu before, yet this was the first instance he felt a sense of aversion towards him. Hu Cheng, the youngest patriarch of the Anders family, truly demonstrated his extraordinary talent by seizing the crux of the limitless path. The bodyguard recognized Tang Xuan Ning from the video and was particularly courteous and respectful towards her, knowing she was an important member accompanying the nation. Zhong Luo, you lazily leaned on the sofa, watching television, as a dull ache pulsed through his soles. The pain is indeed justified. Do you truly know this man? Just moments ago, he had his arm around your waist. Lu Ji glanced over. Long Ling sat cross-legged, fingers meticulously positioned, palms facing upward, while his knees rested calmly, entering a state of serene contemplation. Upon hearing this news, Chu Tian and his guards' expressions stiffened, yet they remained composed, striving to maintain an air of tranquility. Dad, are you going to have a romantic getaway with Chi Chi? Won't that be quite embarrassing? Dabao blinked his large eyes and inquired, always lingering around his mother. Where has this shameless celestial being placed Gu Yu and his father? It wasn't that she was unwilling to give. It was simply that Lei Yunhan was away, and Lung Yiqing had resolved to divorce her. Even if she informed Lei Yunhan, it would not salvage the marriage. Enough, a man should not weep. Take the command and prepare to assault the formation. Zhang Ji suppressed his tears and exclaimed. He then rallied the troops and rushed towards the Jiogong Bagua formation. Is that so? Zhang Jida appeared instantaneously between the demon ape and the snow sculpture. You are indeed pitiable. He grasped one arm of the demon ape and one wing of the snow sculpture. It is already certain that Chun Mu is a spy. Yet the extent of Zhao Jieyu and Sun Kai Ren's involvement requires further investigation. Xiao Nian's gaze followed the sound, landing on the blood-red jade bracelet adorning Yang Xian's hand, which made her fair and slender fingers appear even more delicate. Once the meat skewers were grilled, the ribs could be simmered, but alas, the grilling had filled the royal kitchen with smoke, masking much of the aroma. Chapter 38 Reunion with the Great Lion. His Highness Pedro would naturally not harm Jiang Xu. He feared most that the black and white bears would go wild upon encountering the imposing Great Lion. If Jiang Xu's frail body were caught in their clash, it would surely result in severe injury. Jiang Xu looked at the director's tense expression on the video call and smiled instead. Rest assured, Director, await my good news. Deep down, Jiang Xu felt this matter was of little concern. Even if the Great Lion arrived, she could handle it alone. However, due to insufficient cash flow, Bluster had to send someone to borrow money from the French ambassador. At that moment, Ivo Goss sold the armless Venus statue to a Greek merchant. With Gordon's remarkable speed of 3 seconds from receiving the ball in the backcourt to completing a buzzer-beater layup, Fischer could do nothing but watch, forgetting even to pull up his shorts. After contacting Xing Chun and Liu Xian, both denied being the source of the leak. Yuhuan's 10th rebound came as expected. After Nick Young's mid-range jumper missed, Yuhuan swiftly maneuvered past Omer Asik, establishing position and with precise judgment of the rebound trajectory. He was the first to tap it up before seizing the ball with his leaping speed. The crowd, bewildered by the sleepless methods, stood frozen for a moment before scurrying home in panic. Yuhuan understood Kobe Bryant's intent. He remained stationary, observing Kobe as he exited the tunnel, high-fiving fans along the way before he too made his exit. This implies that a pilot of an aerial spacecraft requires at least 5 years of training, a time frame that fails to keep pace with the current speed of Earth's aerospace development. The renowned lord of the dominant mountain manor conceded defeat, yet he found himself powerless against the terrifying individual before him. Ultimately, the true ancestor of the bloodline that includes Fu Lon and Lei Mi could only be Dracula. And it is unsurprising that Dracula, who wields dominion over the angels, possesses such formidable power. This technique of color application is not unfamiliar. However, Chun Xing has always felt that he lacks artistic talent. He merely enjoys doodling occasionally and feels a sense of familiarity with this application of color. Though he cannot pinpoint why, perhaps having seen similar works before without remembering. With Tianyu present, she need not worry for her safety. At that moment, she even forgot she was in danger. Compared to other aspects of malevolence, this seemed somewhat trivial. Then I shall give you a new name, Chang. Sure Bao attempted to establish a good rapport with the Tai Su sword spirit. Regardless, this man dutifully fulfilled the responsibilities of a fiancé. She could hardly ask for more. This was merely a topic to alleviate boredom, a rumor circulating about the urban legend of the fourth true ancestor, a vampire wandering somewhere in the streets. Frequently, Guan Qinji would stand before Gu Meng, who would take a moment to realize that the person before her was Guan Qinji. This was not only true for Guan Qinji, but also for Gu Ba and Gu Ma, and even Guan Yuchun. Gu Ba and Gu Ma had noticed this issue, but struggled to find an appropriate moment to inquire. After merely driving less than 10 meters, he decided to make a phone call and promptly halted the vehicle. Chapter 39, A Fight is Brewing. The great lion lifted its gaze towards Jiang Xu, its vertical pupils reflecting the gentle curve of her eyes, and suddenly nudged her hand with its furry head. Jiang Xu was overjoyed to meet the great lion. She stumbled back a step, but upon feeling the dampness of its mane, her heart ached for quite some time. It was not morning dew, but rather sweat from prolonged running, as even the roots of its fur were soaked. What a foolish lion, she murmured softly, her fingers grazing its ear. The personnel in the product development department collectively gasped, their eyes wide with astonishment, while a surge of intense excitement welled up within them. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the star essence stones. Such a quantity could only be contained within his storage ring. As the sun rose, its warm rays bathed the earth in a golden hue, imparting a serene ambience. A painfully piercing scream echoed, mingled with chaotic divine power, resonating for thousands of miles. That Xiushui Valley, Shui, Linlang harbored similar thoughts. However, the valley primarily focused on refining ceremonial robes. Of course, they also crafted ordinary garments, which were highly sought after. Sister Zhuyu, will my brother Tian Sheng be all right? Hu Jiu widened her eyes, grasping Zhuyu's delicate hand with concern. This area, located in the eastern part of the city, was minimally affected by the monsters, and most of the buildings remained relatively intact, with the survivors gathered here. In the shadows, Zi Fengling could not help but curl her lip, feeling quite displeased as she was here to plead on behalf of the Wu family. This left her with a rather unfavorable impression of Luo Chun. Xin Yuan nodded and remarked, "This is excellent. Let us set off at once." Within the grand formation, a dense fog obscured the path, making it difficult to discern direction. Fortunately, Xin Yuan had prepared in advance, producing a directional cart invented by the human race to navigate through the maze. At this moment, the flying birds had already attained the rank of celestial warriors, clearly reaching the pinnacle of the minor celestial level, engaging in a fierce battle with Ziqing. Zhao Luchan shrugged, feeling that this matter did not concern her, that alone sufficed. It was best not to open the glass, but if communication was necessary, I have a method. Calder promptly instructed Iyer, drawing forth a black light sword and inserting it into the front glass. Since the blade of the black light sword in its normal state was intangible, it caused no damage to the glass. Before the words were fully uttered, Li Tianyu's sword had already swung down, cleaving the thunder dragon in two, blood raining down from the sky as the severed body of the thunder dragon fell. "You are teaching Li Tianyu the great dragon destruction technique," Huang Yushan exclaimed, having discerned Huang Danqing's intent. Glancing casually at the sunbathing kings, Ding Hui spotted Lu Feng collapsed at the feet of the gold coins within the circle of blood. Earlier, the man in black who had conveyed the message followed closely behind, removing his mask to reveal Mu'er. His voice was steady. He had indeed seen Gulinga and understood his intentions clearly. Qing Ruifan was still present. "Speak, what is the matter?" The Jade Emperor smiled lightly, curious about what could have troubled Yin Mo, although she was unaware of why her beloved seemed to hold such high affection for her. She was certain that if she dared to marry another, he would not hesitate to show his displeasure. Preventing Bai Xin from seeing Lin Ji might lead to her longing for him, thus gradually increasing her affection. Chapter 40. The mediator Jiang Xu, until the moment his plump backside collided with the seat, he regained his senses, angrily pawing at the car door, only to be met by Jiang Xu, who stuffed a fragrant piece of jerky into his embrace. Jiang Xu had intended to offer Huan a fresh bamboo shoot, but alas, The bamboo shoots from the previous night had been cleaned and placed in the refrigerator, leaving only the jerky made during her spare time. State obediently, she pressed down on the panda's head, and, as she exited the vehicle, her fingertips swiftly circled the car door handle 3 times. This money belonged to Wu Cheng's Qian family, the only male of the 3rd generation, and old Master Qian doted on this grandson immensely. Qian Bujin possessed over 300 million gold coins on the forum. Hi boat, this is a gold card from Citibank. You must understand its value. It is impossible to obtain such a card without $10 billion. Do I need to prove anything else? Mizuki Kinzo said, handing a gold card to Highboat. Indeed, there were currently no rumors linking Dongxian Lake to him. Not even the followers of Du Taisher dare to speak of it. 4 Yin Fengqing belonged to the Yin family, who were confidants of Prince Gong. Du Taisher, who had once been close to Prince Gong and the late Ning Wang, was well aware of this. Xian, the Grand Commander, knew that Huang Huan's hammer technique could expel toxins. Thus, when providing a duo with the liquid essence of the Xing flower, she naturally considered this point, as it would be a wonder if Huang Huan could indeed resolve it. Old brothers He and Bai, what? Now that I am not on duty in the heavenly court, do I appear unrecognizable? The Lord of the Underworld, the gambling star. Inquire with a smile, blocking He and Bai. If you hadn't stopped my last sword, Li, you would not have been able to withstand my final strike. Bai, you said softly. Carrying a backpack in one hand and an oversized convenience bag in the other, he held an umbrella. Yet Yu Yinghao showed no concern for himself, remaining almost entirely exposed to the small but frigid rain. Reluctantly, Shui Yuxiu leaned closer to Yu Yinghao. The combination of a useless father and 2 old fools reaching a consensus was, to do Ruo, quite unexpected. At this moment, the man in black, locked onto by Meng Qingshan's spear, had only death awaiting him, with no chance of survival. The administrative affairs of these peripheral planets were partially autonomous and partially required reporting to Lanxing, allowing the senior officials of Daxia to handle them. Perhaps it was strange, or perhaps the two had already been destined for one another, or perhaps in his heart, Lu Shihan had already taken root deeply. Lu Shihan felt the name was familiar, pondering for a moment before suddenly recalling a phone call she had received a few nights ago. All right, Zhai Miaoyuan nodded, then began recounting Lu Yu's illustrious deeds to her father. Get lost, Hu Qanshan exclaimed fiercely, kicking Hu Seer to the ground, and after a moment of catching his breath, this fellow finally realized he had stirred up great trouble and crawled away in defeat. Chapter 41. I wish to remain here. Jiang Xu felt quite embarrassed, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing her heated ear, suddenly recalling Pedro's excited expression upon seeing her. She thought how sad he would have been if she had not gotten out to find the lion today. Animals can also suffer psychological trauma. She remembered a time in her previous zoo when an animal had been so heartbroken that it refused to eat. Sometimes, one cannot discern which choice is better in the moment, and Jiang Xu felt that their current glory was bestowed upon them by Yang Qi. Thus, he had no grounds for pride. Brother Hammer, when will our leader from the Killers Association introduce us? Inquired a supervisor named Fong Fengxia. Yet why did this high-ranking lord not attack Lin Tian when he ascended the stairs? This high-ranking lord stood a towering 20 meters tall, with tentacles extending 30 to 40 meters, resembling a great mountain, which explained why Lin Tian had failed to notice this massive figure upon his arrival. On either side of the screen, deadly beams of light continued to shine, occasionally striking individuals, severing bodies, or reducing them to ashes. The hall echoed with continuous wails. Situn Yapan and Tu Fengyu fixed their gaze on the vehicle, whispering to Yi Bai, indicating for him to act, yet Yi Bai hesitated to have his subordinates intervene, feeling it excessive to exchange a mere song for a car, especially a privileged one. In the summer, a highly confidential expanded military alliance meeting was organized, held at the command center of the Dream Chaser, adopting an in-person attendance policy, meaning the cancellation of telephonic conferences, requiring all participants to be present. The figure in green smiled and nodded, glancing towards Master Ting Chan, hesitating for a moment before attempting to slip away. At this thought, his gaze suddenly turned towards Miaojin Sanrin and Shun Bingjia, only to find their faces devoid of surprise, instead reflecting concern as they looked at Miao Yu Sanrin. Mocked as a dog by Qian Yun, Yin Yang displayed no reaction on his face, though internally he mused, "You wait, soon I shall make you wish you were dead. Do you admit that your thoughts are unhealthy?" Yin Xiaoxiao once again experienced the principle of being spoiled and arrogant. Whatever your Master S level, so too is mine. Ning Zhao said, shaking his head as he turned to leave the ward. Yet I have grown accustomed to watching over him, often reminding him to take care of himself when the pile of official documents grows too high. A crisp snap of fingers resounded as Lin Xiao struck the pillow, her ears catching the sound while her body felt a wave of warmth. In the corner of her, I detected a burst of crimson. Relax, why are you so stiff? As Yin Xiao leaned closer, she noticed Su Yi had turned stiff once more, feeling slightly discouraged, realizing the student had such a low level of comprehension. Unbeknownst to her, Su Yi's expression was suddenly unnatural, his cheeks slightly flushed. Damn Udinese, it must be that they have run into a gun barrel. With their formidable strength and high morale, they would surely triumph over the chickens of Udinese in the weekend's away match. Connie's thoughts inadvertently drifted to that weekend's game against Udinese. Kicking the ground ball is undoubtedly an excellent technique for striking the goalpost. However, the trajectory of the ball is subject to great variation, as the grass can alter its path at any moment. Thus, it requires not only skill and technique, but also considerable force. Chapter 42. Caring for two fierce beasts at this moment, the gentle grunts of the giant panda, Huan, caught Jiang Xu's attention. He was seen circling an empty iron basin, his chubby paws thumping against the wooden floor, while the fur beneath his dark eye circles was still smeared with remnants of porridge, clearly indicating his dissatisfaction and plea for more food. Fearing that Huan's commotion might awaken Pedro, leading to a confrontation between the two beasts, Jiang Xu hurriedly retrieved prepared bamboo shoots from the refrigerator and placed them in Huan's designated feeding bowl. These bamboo shoots, having been blanched, were a treat for the panda. Xia Xingyu was uncertain whether the usual alcoholic beverages would be effective for disinfection, but there was little time to ponder such matters. After spending over 10 days at the Shaolin Temple on Songshan, Zhao Hanqing and his companions formally took their leave from Master Kong Wei and set off toward Ruzhou. He had not anticipated that the unfolding events would not only align with Ke Zhenxin's expectations, but also exceed his own in surprise. In some areas, property prices had plummeted to below 2,000 per square foot. Jiang, you could write a 10,000-word essay and still afford a square foot. Mei continued to grapple, and after approximately 10 minutes, the ground was marked with petrified footprints as he Yongjiang fought upon them, protecting the stronghold and expanding its territory while engaging in relentless combat. They finally endured the month-long territorial planning period in the city. Suyu had previously wondered why the Nine Heavens demon exorcist sat immobile upon the dark throne. Initially, he believed the exorcist's stillness stemmed from arrogance, hence his apparent indifference. On the night of Huangpu, she consumed only a bottle of wine, an expense that should be trivial for the wealthy. She remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Suka couldn't help but reflect. Perhaps it was my own eccentricity that led me to view Uncle Tao in such a peculiar light. The police remained at the auxiliary residence until noon, yet Xia Yuhan never emerged to engage with them directly. This time, seeking assistance from Russia seemed of little utility. Given past experiences, they would likely choose to protect themselves, possibly even taking actions contrary to an alliance with them, as aligning with us would significantly increase their risk of being besieged, Fan Jie remarked. As Lin Yuma and her companions approached the security line, Zhou Feixian and Gao Wutong were also present, their brows furrowed in concern. Yu Hanyin immediately recognized a notorious figure from the martial world, known as the Tomb Raider, nicknamed Night Owl, who possessed remarkable skills in tomb raiding and treasure hunting. The already frigid night seemed to drop in temperature, as if a wave of icy shards had suddenly enveloped them. Yet, if Qinglin did not act, Ji Wanling's character would ensure that, regardless of Qingning being her apprentice, she would not allow Qinglin to escape unscathed. The dark blade of energy appeared to collide with something deep within the void, producing a resounding explosion. Yi Chanfeng had naturally considered such contingencies before entering seclusion. If a master thief attempted to steal the Gevra, he would be utterly defenseless. In this apocalyptic world, no one dared to trust another's character, especially not a well-equipped unit like the Thunder Squad, who were rightfully wary of being usurped. However, when she slightly turned her body, Qin Yin discerned a look of confusion and sorrow in her eyes. Perhaps the impact of recent events had been overwhelmingly profound. Her presence at the peak of Poso to admire the scenery was an uncharacteristic behavior. Everyone, did she mean him? Was she concerned that the elders would blame him for not taking care of her? Was this genuine consideration for him? What was the difference between this and a confession? Yet, he hardly knew her, and besides, Bing Bing seemed quite interested in Brother Liu. What had he done? I called out to her, then turned to look at Wei. He sat casually, a few buttons of his shirt loosened during our playful banter, exposing his collarbone in a rather alluring manner, gazing solely at the entrance. His expression bore a slight coldness, with an unmistakable air of detachment, creating a palpable distance. Chapter 43. Braised pork ribs with bamboo shoots. After nodding, the Grand Princess turned and pushed open the prison door. The Eastern Palace guards, poised to lock the door, were halted by her wave of the sleeve. However, turmoil roiled within him, stirred by Ning Ker's perfectly proportioned and voluptuous figure. Blood spilled across Gu Qingyao's body, and a force from the pool's bottom swiftly drew her into its center. Suddenly, only Lu Ruohuan and Zi Xuan remained within the tent, the nighttime ambience rendering the surroundings eerily silent. A tremendous gravitational force enveloped Li Qingshi and his vicinity, instantly shattering the dense power of devouring around them. As Yi Guangxiong's words fell, the audience erupted into the most fervent applause. The farmer's most pressing issue had been resolved, leaving them no reason to be unhappy. Yet, he had also read in the records of the demon sect that the Fox clan's enchanting techniques stemmed from their bloodline heritage, with male members lacking such abilities, and any legends merely attributed to the innate allure of fox spirits. There was little to be done. Although the system updated irregularly, each update seldom exceeded 2 months. He did not sense any immediate danger, but Stanley exuded a unique aura that deterred him from approaching or even making direct eye contact. Yu Fan, despite his arrogance stemming from his father being a prime minister, was not foolish. He understood that uttering a single incorrect word could lead to Zhao Zhang's sword swiftly severing his head. Zhu Xinyan expressed skepticism when Lu Yi mentioned heading to Kunlang Hill. She doubted his intentions, suspecting he might merely be seeking to capture spirit beasts for amusement. Mingji was inherently fearful of the wooden sphere shattering again. Yet the more he worried, the more he felt restrained, as his teammates were proving inadequate. Should Sha Nan's expedition fail, resulting in the demise of old Master Zhou, Zhou Fangyin could easily shift the blame entirely onto Sha Nan. Enveloped in golden light, a profound sense of spiritual connection bridged Chen Wei and Bai Luo. As he unfurled the training uniform, Lu Shiwa immediately noticed a long row of flat black squares in the area corresponding to the spine on the back of the uniform. The demons sealed within the demon suppression platform were not dead. Their powers lingered within, and Ing could harness this energy through her body tempering technique. The ancient Immortal Emperor's myriad divine calamity-level techniques were imprinted within the core, including the renowned time and space gate, which granted immunity to all harm. After a long pause, as silence enveloped the scene, the golden ghost, having reverted to human form, approached Huomei, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. If he had such a formidable master as a backing, would they not be able to navigate the world with ease in the future? He recalled clearly that the instructor had once confidently proclaimed that they could settle in with ease. Now, it seemed it was all mere deception. As his consciousness grew increasingly vague, enveloped by the cold, dark seawater, the glimmer of light receded ever further. Was he truly destined to fail? You caused this? Director Han exclaimed in shock. I glanced at him, astonished by the expression etched upon his face. Furthermore, once a life-and-death contract was signed, it would lead to an inescapable outcome, leaving no chance for escape. Without absolute certainty, who would agree to a fight to the death? Upon arriving here, Lin Mu exhaled in relief. Being so close, even the flying dragons could not find them, let alone in the bay. Speaking thus, he gripped the control stick and aimed the particle cannon at a pursuing Bawang Hall battleship. Regrettably, their skill levels were somewhat lacking. They were essentially just here to join the fray, not to dismantle. What if it affects the students of the ninja school? Lu Jiu inquired. Regarding the issue of perception, Lin Mu also discovered that as he grew more familiar, his sensory abilities improved. Initially, he could only detect intense fluctuations of primal force, but now he could vaguely sense even when the target was not manipulating their power. What is that monster? Karl Veit inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Huan's eyes, unable to refrain from asking. A large hand felt as if a gust of wind had suddenly swept through the flat ground, and before Meng Fan could make any adjustments or reactions, his fist had already approached his face, sending him flying. However, it was astonishing that there were indeed insiders within the palace, exposing Hua Air's actions, which granted those in He Shur Town a moment to breathe. Do you truly wish to take vengeance for Wu Xiaoyao in such a manner? The relentless tactics and indomitable spirit of their opponents left Situ Xiaoxiong utterly perplexed. The lawn bird had already taken flight. Amidst the mountains and forests, they had no choice but to proceed in the direction of the bird. Very well. This is what you have stated. Starting tomorrow, you are to clean the windows at home and then mop the floors. Lin Wanner incessantly reiterated her previous demands to Lin Hancheng to Yao Xiong. Particularly regarding the pricing in Europe and the nation, it far exceeds that of other regions. All products are priced lowest in Huaxia, followed by Southeast Asia, Africa, and several other underdeveloped areas, with each region's pricing differing significantly. If one were to observe closely, they might notice the swirling black aura deep within Adam's pupils, an insidious essence that continually emanated from his gaze. A few boys approached, dressed well, with the leader being tall and handsome, sporting a streak of silver in his hair. If he were to learn that she was referring to the pain on the inner side of her thigh, one could only imagine the thoughts that would cross his mind. At noon, they presented their entry permits to the city, underwent scrutiny by the guards, and were subsequently allowed to enter Yongzhou City. Chapter 44. Professional Live Streaming Equipment. It was not until he spotted the silver-gray box emblazoned with the emblem of Yazilin Technology on the desk that he suddenly remembered he had forgotten to deliver the live streaming equipment to Jiang Xu. Thus, at noon, he seized Steve's task, came over to fetch lunch, and took the live streaming equipment along. At the agreed coordinates, Jiang Xu looked on in delight. Under the influence of alcohol, her mind was quite hazy. She seemed to recall stabbing that person, but what transpired afterward was beyond her recollection. If the threat of the outer celestial demons were genuine, Su Lin would prefer to seek alternative means to enhance his cultivation. Engaging in battle with the outer celestial demons within the nine heavens sealing array rather than merging with the corpse of the heavenly emperor. Safe targets could enter the illusory world city, while dangerous targets would attract the slaughter of human powerhouses. Following the arrival of the apocalypse, spiritual energy surged forth. Powerful beings emerged, and the celestial zombies from beyond initiated their massacre. This world had become utterly mad. If only its intelligence were slightly higher, it would recognize that Su Lin would not harvest unripe ice moon grass. Thus leaving it here would pose no risk. The conditions stipulated that the offspring of officials must not come from families of lower rank than the 5th grade. Those below could not enter. He stood there, watching them tremble, unable to escape fear and pressure. That simply would not do. He sighed, sat down, and gently embraced them in his lap. The impact of this within the court, its deterrent force, likely surpassed Yu Jingtang. No wonder Shintu Junshi could behave so arrogantly. He had the means. Yet, in her heart, she reaffirmed Chu Yang's exceptional nature. She had previously mentioned that a single Yin-Yang Wujin pill could enable a Xiantian realm individual to break through 2 realms consecutively. Even for the sake of accumulating heads and vying for military merit, frequent occurrences of town and city massacres, killing innocents for glory had transpired. The young man regarded Chu Haoshuan similarly, giving Yili a gentle pat on the back, causing her to faint. Brother Gao Gaoza. Yuan Shao lowered her head, intentionally avoiding her classmates, not expecting him to wait for her. Shaoran, I called out to Hua, Shaoran with concern. Even I felt a tinge of fear from his demeanor. Behind the rumors lay orchestrators. Chu Haoshuan resolved to investigate this matter thoroughly, even hiring a private detective. Watching her circle around with a helpless expression before finding a spot to sit and daze off, the person on the bed suddenly opened her eyes, immediately spotting the drifting figure not far away, leaving her momentarily speechless. When Lan Lan was in a fluster, she despised anyone asking her questions, thus frowning and ignoring them unhappily. Should one strike these individuals to the ground, even if they were merely knocked unconscious, the structure would likely succumb to the pressure and collapse. However, failing to secure a decisive victory, one might find themselves ensnared by those reckless bullets. The high-tech equipment indeed posed a headache. Finally liberated, Yu Hao Yang and his companions rubbed their numbed arms, brimming with excitement as they began to explore this entirely unfamiliar world. Truly, you have endured much. What a unique taste. Merely imagining it, Feng Hua could discern how bitter that flavor was, so intoxicatingly soul-stirring. The young master had an exceptional memory. With a slight squint, he recalled the water ghost. Was that the mercenary? Wu Wei squinted, and with a sweep of his consciousness, could not help but mourn for Pang Wang, who had been driven to his death by rage. Inside the train compartment, The moon displayed several photographs. The first being a middle-aged man who appeared charismatic yet bore an air of lewdness. Chapter 45. Returning Pedro home. Of course, it is possible. Mark's voice carried a hint of amusement as the monitoring screen quickly outlined an irregular green area, its edges marked with red lines, indicating Pedro's activity trajectory over the past 6 months. As he operated the monitoring system, he casually chatted with Jiang Xu, noting how much Pedro seemed to enjoy being with her. Therefore, breakfast must still be consumed. Even if one were to be poisoned, one should eat. For one must be a glutton. I do not wish to quarrel with you. There is no need to raise your voice so high. You might frighten me. She spoke with a bright smile, showing no sign of being intimidated. There are many matters in this world that cannot be succinctly articulated in a few words. Yet some things can be encapsulated in just 3 characters. Abdullah's eyes widened, his face ashen. His loyal servant and valiant warrior, upon whom he relied, had all fallen in a pool of blood. However, the Jinding Entertainment Company currently has no artists. Tian and the commander, as the first batch of signings, would undoubtedly receive considerable attention and training. Qina regarded Wu Erzhou with a peculiar gaze, perhaps scrutinizing him closely. Do you still not comprehend my words? Zhao Zikai spoke impatiently once more. Although she was a person of thick skin, was it really appropriate to display affection so publicly on the street? Gong Sun Shinwen noticed that Zhou Yu had no intentions of settling scores later, and he breathed a sigh of relief, unwilling to linger in Zhou Yu's home, quickly departing with his father. Without removing her clothing, she could hardly inspect where he was injured. Speaking, she leaned closer to Su Yunran, tilting her head to observe him for a moment, her laughter increasing. Regrettably, all Xiao Yu currently knew was the elder's name. If the other party were nearby, it might be useful, but once distance was established, there was little he could do. Even locating someone became exceedingly difficult, for he had never seen them. It was impossible to find someone based solely on a name. Disposing of the blood in the trash, he turned and entered the bathroom, wringing out a towel to clean her wounds. Time passed slowly, especially for the big shots, as if several seasons had already elapsed during this interval. He removed the roses that had been in the vase for a day, tossing them into the trash, then placed the fresh roses he held back into the vase, meticulously arranging them. Upon realizing this, Su Zipei understood that if she wished to attain her desires, her strength must ascend to a higher level. Furthermore, this ceiling array encompasses the entire underground palace. How much essence would it consume? And does it include the lives of many innocent individuals? The Li siblings had never seen the Long Li carved wooden plaque, yet they had no doubt that it was intricately crafted by Long Li himself. Indeed, having such a brother without utilizing him would be a waste of talent. After Yang Yusin spoke, the 2 sisters burst into laughter. Upon his birth, he was already the mightiest being in this primordial world, requiring no arduous cultivation nor any spiritual stones. When he inexplicably clicked on the icon, resembling an iron furnace, he discovered a human figure manifesting with a radiant perspective within the enhancement page's functionality bar. However, no victory was achieved. Only the chilling sounds of anguished cries emanated from that direction. People were in their courtyards, offering sacrifices to Granny Moon, presenting various autumn fruits and round foods symbolizing reunion, celebrating the harvest of autumn, praying for a bountiful yield in the coming year, and speaking of peace and togetherness. In Chapter 46, the panda Huan Huan rolled twice in a pile of fallen leaves, its paws thoroughly cleaned of fruit remnants. With its round head swaying from side to side, it suddenly fixed its gaze on a nearby bush laden with wild berries. It scurried over, its short legs puffing, but as it brushed against the bush, it let out a yelp, realizing that a spider's web had stuck to its face. "Oh, you clumsy creature," Jiang Xu chuckled, shaking his head as he retrieved Huan Huan's special face towel. 3 years prior, I had visited the Jianhuang zone, at which time his sex fortune was nowhere near as robust. Was it all due to that man? The moon goddess surveyed the Jianhuang zone and spoke slowly. Yet, the death of her son struck her with immense grief, causing her to abandon even the pretense of composure. One by one, disciples of the Jiushao sect drew forth their standard flying swords, and a formation chart appeared, merging the momentum of all disciples into a singular force. A massive sword manifested, fiercely slashing towards the copper mirror array. Liu Beichen dismissed him, while Su Maqin was quite the chatterbox. If one were to find someone fond of nagging, it would surely drive Su Lao mad. Lin Xiaoyao's footsteps suddenly grew heavy. Then he exhaled and proceeded down the mountain at a measured pace. The Jile building did not accept silver notes. Thus, visitors were required to bring cash. The wealthier the guest, the heavier the coffin. Even though Jun Xiaoyao came from a distinguished lineage, she did not wish for Ling Er to develop too deep a bond with this mediocre individual. Among the top 100 prodigies, Lu Yunxi's exquisite jade-like face radiated with brilliance upon hearing the news. However, during the auction, Sun Liao realized that this young man, Chen Yu, was quite extraordinary. Gao Feng was not easily intimidated. Anyone could threaten, and he leisurely took a blueprint from Zhuya's hands, tossing it before the ambassador of the stick, stating, "Take a good look. This is the nautical chart for this batch of treasures. Pay close attention to the records within. Scrutinize them carefully." The sudden voice startled the distant guests, who were taken aback, realizing the truth of He Tu's warning about an ambush. Particularly, several Dao Gu individuals huddled together, seeking refuge among the lizardmen. This statement was not posed by Xiang Chuan Jingzi, nor by any demon or human present, but rather it was a young man who uttered the words. Before their eyes lay a breathtaking expanse of white pear blossoms, thousands blooming on the branches, so heavy they bent the delicate limbs. Some petals scattered on the bluestone path, left uncleaned, eventually forming a pure white road. Where walking upon it felt as if one's breath and soul were refreshed and cleansed. Observing this scene, Lung Mo furrowed his brow once more. This familiar tactic, with the Xuanwu Mountain as a barrier, rendered his transformed attributes incapable of inflicting lethal damage. Upon ascending the green cliff, they immediately spotted the stone pavilion perched at the edge, 3 tiers high with exquisite carvings, detailed and resplendent. Journalists, having learned of Zhuang Zio's lecture at Yuzhou University's Art College, arrived early. By the way, how could he forget that Yuan Xu was a feng shui master, well acquainted with such matters, and would not be easily frightened by such overtly false apparitions? She believed that Long Yi could create everything. Not only could he orchestrate a coalition of 2 sovereign nations to attack a mercenary group with just 2 battalions, achieving a miraculous victory that left everyone astounded, but he would also undoubtedly craft remarkable achievements in the realm of commerce. In Chapter 47, devoid of a lioness's territory, Jiang Xu felt a sudden tremor in her wrist, the sensation of a light brain against her skin urgent. She rotated the lens switching knob, instantly shifting the first-person view to a scene 20 meters away among the ferns, where a small deer was nibbling on berries. This could avert disaster. However, the heavenly punishment that had already descended did not cease, but rather surged fiercely towards this true emperor of the Lu Gu family. Song Zheng coughed up blood, feeling lightheaded, his body leaning forward into Ma Yuntian's embrace, a long sword piercing through his abdomen, signaling his impending demise. Feng Wanshan hurriedly blocked with his sword, pushing Ma Yuntian aside. So much time had passed. How could he still linger here unless he was truly dead? The thin man couldn't help but remind them. The Lion Troop King and the Peng Demon King had also ascended to the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Logically, their entry into this level was indeed later than the Monkey King. Yet their aura was markedly steadier and more substantial, evidently due to their exceptional lineage and deeper foundation. Moreover, the power of the Golden Elemental Source artifact, despite lacking a soul, was still quite formidable. Indeed, it was over. How was your level calculated? Yihan suddenly realized that Bai Jun, who could not cultivate soul power, must have a different system for calculating levels than his own. Hearing Lu Lin's confident words, Lian quickly rallied everyone, asserting that if Lu Lin believed it was possible, then it surely could be done. "Let's go. We must not hinder Lu Lin," he proclaimed as he took the lead in running. Seeing him take off, everyone hurriedly followed. From the moment he suspected this was all a conspiracy, he vowed to uncover the truth behind it all. He would not allow his elder brother to evade responsibility. Finally captured, Luo obediently approached Jinran, patting her new clothes while showcasing them to passing children and parents. Lu Huqing did not believe she was genuinely angry. She would bite, lick, and huff as usual. Tian missed her grandmother dearly. With her sweet tongue, she bewildered Kong Jiao. Nian grew anxious. Long Xiaoxian had never been away from her for a day, and now she was going on a business trip. Just as Lu Lin finished speaking, a red, silk-like substance appeared from his outstretched right hand, directly extending towards Lucifer's left hand. Long Sahan's exquisitely beautiful face was also tinged with an unnatural flush. exuding an almost dangerously seductive charm. Even a forceful kiss could not diminish the lingering desire in his demeanor. Time and again, the already soaked clothing of Lalu appeared as if it had been pulled from water, her legs growing increasingly weak, her body becoming more ethereal. To survive, one must not entertain ulterior motives. Such skills were hard-earned, and dying at this juncture would be too great a loss. In Chapter 48, I am but a remnant of humanity. According to the monitoring data, Mark could only brace himself to speak. There were no signs of female lions active within this territory. How is that possible? Jiang Xu's exclamation caused Huan in the back seat to sit up straight. He was so handsome. Could it be that the lionesses were blind? The live stream was instantly flooded with comments lamenting that the lionesses lacked aesthetic sense. Female lions in estrus would seek out a mate with powerful genes for their offspring. Yet, most individuals, even officials, would not handle matters in such a manner, which further emphasized the difference with Nangong Chanyun, a cultivator who never regarded external possessions with importance. However, at present, Li Si was utterly unimpressed by such a trifling sum. It should be noted that previously, Li Si had frivolously squandered 8 million without a second thought. Everything would have to wait until the bread van beneath the bridge was salvaged. Perhaps some useful clues could still be uncovered. The foul, putrid stench unmistakably belonged to that of a corpse. Could it be that this formidable demon had long resided in a graveyard, perhaps even practiced his craft using decaying bodies? He resolved to descend the mountain in search of his beloved sister from a past life, that enchanting Han Mei, the tender Ding Ning, and the ethereal Shui Fei, hoping to renew their fateful connection. During these past few days, Lu Ling had devoted most of his thoughts to cultivation. Yet he did not neglect his investigation into the news surrounding the Holy Grail War. One must confront the issue. Avoidance would not suffice. Indeed, we had not performed our duties adequately. Now, President Murong must be quite vexed if we do not allow her to voice her grievances. I fear that future cooperation may be hindered. Let us switch to speakerphone, so we may all listen, the leader remarked, casting a glance at Xiemingji. Lin Tian pondered deeply, repeatedly inflicting wounds upon the Hydra with fierce strikes. Yet with each blow, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction, discovering new inadequacies. After each improvement, he found yet more to enhance. Lin Tian, should you encounter Ouyang Luolei in the decisive battle, what is your level of confidence? Li Tingjun Inkidat. When I was employed, my monthly salary was 20,000. Pray impart your wisdom, the diminutive bodyguard said, clasping his fists before Guyu. Quite impressive. The Du family appears to possess considerable wealth. It is no wonder their son is so arrogant, Yang Fan mused aloud. Initially, I was reluctant to confront Lu Yuhua, but as he provoked, I could not extend my assistance. The first-year students accompanying Lu Yuhua were thoroughly intimidated by our ruthless demeanor. For a moment, I felt as if we were radiating an aura of brilliance. Rest assured, your son's abilities do not necessitate external protection, Yang Fan replied with a smile. Place it in the corner. I shall reinforce the magical array with Luli later. Should any mishap occur, the array will obliterate it. Shin Tian Na directed her gaze towards Lihua Luli, and upon receiving her nod, she pointed towards the depths of the magical chamber. Feng Gaofei needed to elude Jiang He by continuously running to shake him off, while Jiang He aimed to capture Feng Gaofei by persistently closing the distance, never losing sight of him. At that moment, amidst the toxic miasma covering dozens of miles, Yi Lin was running relentlessly. After Li Kong and Feng Hai departed, he too became aware of the situation. When gunpowder exploded, metal shards would be propelled, piercing their necks and severing their carotid arteries. In such a case, even the legendary Hua Tuo could not save them. Could he? Jiang He added. Chapter 49. The reluctant homebound lion Jiang Nan chuckled softly. Indeed, even on her birthday, she preferred to spend it quietly with someone she valued, rather than in a grandiose manner like Murong Xiao. The students, witnessing Mu Tian's demeanor, assumed he was unceasingly devoted to cultivation, which only heightened their admiration for him. They exchanged glances and settled into their seats, focusing intently on their practices. In the vast, primordial world, all cultivators learned of the news regarding the great competition, a momentous event for all. Since it is your family heirloom, I suppose it is not my place to inquire further. For some reason, Qin Feng felt a sense of foreboding and replied evasively. Madame Second was completely astounded, even forgetting to cry. Since their marriage, the second master had never spoken harshly to her, and now, he had struck her and reduced their home to ruins. The second master had truly lost his mind. Alas, it was exceedingly difficult. He had almost considered giving up. However, unexpectedly, that foul priest, seemingly pure of heart and resolute in his convictions, proved to be quite formidable in this regard. He merely sparked a flame, and the priest ignited it into an inferno, growing ever more intense. Of course, otherwise, why would the Lord of White Tiger City send an 8th-level practitioner to this place? At that critical moment, the cloaked man spoke, causing the city lord to furrow his brow. "What are you doing?" Rong Yinxiu felt a surge of frustration, but had to suppress her emotions. Despite his simplicity, the affection from Zhu Ke had become painfully evident to him. Li Ming gently squeezed, and the demon let out a pained scream, instantly transforming into a shower of blood. Falling away, he felt embarrassed, angered, and stifled, losing his composure. The usually decisive colonel found himself in an unusual predicament today, facing a young man, an ordinary-looking, unremarkable, plump fellow. Upon recalling this, Kong Yao shed tears of sorrow. Su Li noticed a ring on her left hand. Although it was not a precious artifact, it resembled a blood-forged item. It likely bore the blood of a significant lineage. Otherwise, the soul orb would not have guided Su Li here. Fueled by rage, his face flushed red. The plump man temporarily suppressed his fury, desperately searching for usable pharmaceuticals and instruments. Regarding Xiao Huanhuan's words, Qian Yi sighed in relief, acknowledging that his initial impulse to eliminate that cold-hearted individual had indeed been misguided. Unbeknownst to him, He Zhizhou's greatest concern was the potential escape of Mingwei, which prompted his urgent request for a marriage proposal, aiming to bind her under his watchful eye. Henceforth, she would bear his surname, become his, and bear his children, leaving her with nowhere to run. They discovered that the sky was marred by terrifying fissures that had inexplicably appeared, revealing gaping maws. Jun Ruo, have you restored your cultivation? Qin Yu was taken aback. Gazing at the ethereal Jun Ruo, sensing the aura, she emitted. She realized that she had encountered no semblance of danger along the way, as though she had not entered the desert of death. This time, the Xiangu clan and Duan Hun Mountain had dispatched 2 late-stage disciples to eliminate Lu Yu, their intent being to confront Yi Shuitong in a 2-on-1 ambush, ensuring a predictable outcome. I knew it, Fu Jichen fumed, tugging at her sleeve. Upon seeing Gao Shanai, she felt a sense of foreboding. While diligently laboring in his personal plot, Xiaozhi dropped his hoe and dashed towards the source of the anguished cries. It was Lan Lan, his lifeline. He could not procure that 75 pounds of premium flour by himself. The following week was particularly hectic, leaving Dong, Jiejia, no time to ruminate on trivial matters. It is splendid to have Brother Huang around. I feel reassured, Fu Ke exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He had always been Huang Xian's most ardent admirer. Huang Xian was exceptional among the younger generation and was on the verge of breaking through to the Saintt realm, a coveted state envied by many. Would you care for a bite to eat? Look what I bought. You are sure to enjoy it. Uncertain of what else to purchase, she offered him some food, having not eaten since the operation. Tan Liang said, producing a box of macarons from the food bag. The next day, Liang Xioli was reluctant to rise until Mu Jingxi roused him with affectionate kisses. That was the opponent he had once lost to Fang Xingchen. If He Guchen were to learn of this, he would surely not take it well. The group presented their names and easily gained entry to the Xingu Valley. Upon entering, they beheld a variety of cultivators, with more than half present to assist in the valley's call for help. Upon encountering the first conscious individual, it was unexpectedly Qian Yu. And Chai Enin silently rejoiced at her good fortune. Yet, over the course of these days, the dynamics between Hao Lin and Chai Enin had gradually shifted. Chai Enin grew increasingly taciturn, reminding herself to endure humiliation, while Hao Lin became ever more domineering, displaying his true nature as he reveled in his success. They discovered that there was no way to shed the veil that enveloped them. Perhaps the Empire had always emphasized the need for them to continuously improve themselves, hoping to resolve certain issues through such endeavors. Yet ultimately, everything proved to be far more complex than they had anticipated. Chapter 50. The third fluffy creature regardless of their origins, soldiers are not to be trifled with. The last time they had encountered the Myanmar man, their formidable reputation had been established, and now that they have found an opportunity, how could they possibly let it pass? I possess some medical knowledge. If it is not too much trouble, may I take the pulse of the king? Qin Yi remarked with a smile. The other three were elderly gentlemen, yet their vitality and refined attire suggested they were no ordinary individuals. The seat beside the blue YOJ remained vacant, clearly reserved for Zhao Zilong. Qin Yi led the group through the expanse for about an hour, and soon they glimpsed a flicker of light and heard voices. Qin Tian's eyes glimmered with fury, nearly bursting forth in flames, his words icy and gaze piercing, as a murderous intent surged around him. Not to mention the half-hearted retreat. The remains of beasts displayed in the void, countless beings of the Saint King level, had once stood proudly eons ago, their might undiminished even in their fall. Suman, wearing a simple robe, chuckled lightly, remarking that the food was rather bland, merely seasoned with salt and unnamed spices. If such fare could be deemed delicious, the true delicacies of the nation would leave this discerning palate longing for more. It has nothing to do with me, came the cold reply, causing Qin Lian to halt and nod repeatedly. Senior Ning, in truth, I have accrued considerable favors from the Ning family. This time I shall repay them. Lin Feng stated earnestly. This was no idle boast. His dragon team had already reaped substantial benefits from the Ning family, and this occasion served to settle previous debts. He swiftly approached Gong's son Mingjie, relaying instructions before soaring above the crowd, conjuring a bed with his magical powers, and reclining upon it. Closing his eyes in a state of repose, Imo-chan had no choice but to gently lie beside Suhi, attempting to pry her hand away from the fabric of her clothing. After all, today's protagonist was not them, but rather the nouveau riche whose smile resembled that of a wolf. Hua, and, having become a father late in life, cherished his son immensely, indulging him daily and fulfilling every request, which inevitably fostered a reckless and arrogant disposition in Huakong. However, when Imo-chan unexpectedly inquired about her family, Sui did not conceal the truth and merely shook her head. Ling Qianshun, with a forlorn expression, sat on the staircase, patiently awaiting Yu Mu Mu's awakening. Indeed, we must emphasize the gravity of the situation to her, instilling a heightened sense of awareness, Napoleon asserted. Suddenly, Roy gritted his teeth and unleashed an unprecedented force, fully activating the Nash cauldron, swiftly breaking through the blockade of two great saints and soaring toward the divine tomb. The three had seen each other before, their previous encounters marked by the presence of Ning Feng, leading them to regard one another with evident hostility. We're ants. They are the weak, the useless. Are you not an ant yourself? Young Master Fengling bellowed. Hua Lingfeng, you scoundrel, breaking your word once more. Zhuang Qingqing felt an overwhelming urge to crush her face into a round, flat shape. Although Wilcox's defense seemed inadequate against players of Duncan and Garnett's caliber, he proved highly effective against average interior players, excelling in both technique and physical confrontation. A few strong contenders were unfazed, continuing to forge weapons within their cauldrons. I need not say more. I am aware of your disdain for Zhuang Qingqing, for she has taken Hua Lingfeng from you. Were it not for her, you might have long been a couple, would you not? Gu Min remarked with a slight smirk. At that moment, within the headquarters of the Qian family in Shangxi, heads of the Qian, Lu, and Zhang families, along with Qian Sihai, sat around a table. From the neck down, the collarbone, sternum, and ribs had all been fractured. Even a Dozong expert would struggle to move after sustaining such injuries, and a common person would likely have fainted by now. Shi Sanyang could not understand why Bai Lu had covered her mouth, assuming it was merely shyness for receiving compliments. Particularly, Uncle Eli's expression shifted to one of discomfort as a cold breeze swept between his legs. Lin Su dashed into the Jin Sheng family-esque courtyard, finding the place in disarray, with Jin Sheng seated on the ground, clutching his head, blood staining much of his clothing. Sidestepping to observe the unfolding conflict with feigned nonchalance. Fu Taifu was not one to exhibit ordinary rigidity. Upon seeing the crown prince and princess, he respectfully performed a bow, not perceiving himself as their grandfather exempt from such formalities. Throughout the vast expanse of history, various alliances have played crucial roles in shaping the world's dynamics. Amidst the commotion, Zhang Jizhan, propelled by inertia, leapt 7 or 8 meters, landing in a shell crater. The initially trembling soul calmed the moment Jia, Bao, approached. On the 4th day, the steward of the Lin family secured a ship bound for Jinmen for Wendiaoyu. Although assigned to the most comfortable cabin, Zhao Juer felt nauseous the moment she stepped onto the deck and soon succumbed to seasickness. The Emperor Dao Jun, mindful of the connection between fortune and misfortune in the Northeast, paid particular attention to the campaign against Liao, and on the day before Yang Pu's departure, Kai Jing personally hosted a farewell banquet. With a resounding crash, Lin Xiao landed atop a military jeep, scrambling out of the large dent he had created, only to discover that he had indeed broken 2 ribs, the stark white bone protruding through the skin. Chapter 51. The Keeper's Wilderness Kitchen. Therefore, at this moment, the sorcerer dared not act impulsively, for the sage was his equal, and their schemes were equally formidable. Should he rashly intervene, he would only introduce further unpredictability. How could I know? In any case, only the male is useful. Capture that one sitting at the side. The prince gestured toward a fruit tree far from the cave, where a male monkey perched. Mo Ziju raised an eyebrow, his hand stained with red wine brushing against her smooth back, her entire back exposed, undeniably an instrument of seduction. Yet unexpectedly, Ding Hao achieved a remarkable score of 85. Those gathered, anticipating excitement, felt a tinge of disappointment for not witnessing the anticipated drama. Gazing up at the gigantic claw descending upon him, Xiao Cheng's eyes flashed with rage. Such an imposing stance signified the opponent's contempt and disdain. With such divine strength, the claw indeed possessed the might of a demigod's casual strike. No wonder it was so brazen. For the TW had the audacity to be arrogant. Yes, sir. Shall we investigate other matters as well? For instance, the Rochester Military Resource Company? The assistant inquired softly. Rest assured, my lord, the skies are secure. We have maintained our aerial defenses, preventing the enemy from entering the 4 continents. Your efforts have not been in vain. Bai Luan consoled, patting the back of the Northern King's hand. Liu Bowen's unwavering and resolute words dispelled any lingering doubts among the ministers of the Ming dynasty. Wu Dongfang cast a glance at Long Ba. Long Ba shot him a fierce glare before diverting his gaze. Despite the ferocity of Long Ba's expression, he still discerned a hint of gratitude within his fierce eyes. Upon hearing Lu Ji's command, the physician was taken aback, nearly dropping his jaw. What pulse can one take from the deceased, and how can one prescribe medicine? Has the person inside come back to life in such a short time? Without a word, he sprinted into the room. To be candid, upon reviewing the original text, it becomes evident that only CHT Ing possesses a true killer's resolve, while the others exhibit traits of arrogance or recklessness. Even TZM, with his adolescent bravado and distorted sense of justice, lacks the qualities befitting a true assassin. Zhang HNL Ing scoffed, and with a motion of his left hand, the severed dragon tail, as if guided by an invisible force, transformed into a barrage of pear blossoms, striking the ninja situated at a considerable distance from the sandy wall. In stark contrast, the strength of the demon race far surpasses that of the human race. At this juncture, the 9 sons of the dragon emerged, intent on eradicating the human race before any formidable cultivators could appear, a task not overly challenging for them. Never mind, I shall refrain from drawing talismans. After school, I will simply remind the teacher. Whether she heeds it or not is her own affair. There are numerous dining options at the airport, and the flavors are quite satisfying. LZM has often frequented various airports. Thus he finds himself quite familiar with their layout, as most share a similar design. As colleagues gradually departed from the office, LQ Ingyi leisurely rummaged through her drawer for an energy bar, taking delight in preparing a cup of milk tea. Upon concluding her dance, the enchanting performer gently wiped the sweat from her brow and bestowed a soft smile upon the audience. The crowd, still entranced by the performance, found their hearts struck by Ru NBNGXN's angelic, healing smile. Wang Ho entered the grand hall at a slow pace, and was immediately met by the sight of a middle-aged man. There was no need for thought to ascertain that he was the steward of the Battle Technique Hall. Presenting his nameplate for inspection, he noticed a fleeting flicker in the steward's gaze upon reading his name. However, just as W-Ing-X-F Ing was reveling in her own cleverness, a sudden cacophony of urgent cries erupted from outside, chaotic and indistinct. "You, how rude!" L.H. New York N's voice was soft, yet the irritation was palpable. It was not that she wished for Ji Ing Di Ingi to grasp her hand, but rather that his superior cultivation rendered her unable to react in time. At this moment, YY had long since lost the spirited demeanor he once possessed. Having discerned the intentions of the demon wolf, he exhibited neither joy nor enlightenment, but rather a vacant gaze and a tone of utter despair. Following M. Chi's departure with M. YNX. The remaining individuals began to murmur amongst themselves, while L and H Oi gazed despondently at the receding figure of MYNX, unable to comprehend the situation. "Mother, what are these?" MYX queried, having unearthed several jade tokens from a cabinet to present to Chi, who upon inspection realized they were formation tokens, though their purpose remained a mystery. "Are you worried that MJN will trouble me?" BISL Inging effortlessly perceived his apprehension. QNME was taken aback. Recalling her curiosity about how LY New York Ing had discerned her condition that day, she had thought he was merely teasing her for her pallor. But now he seemed to have noticed her relative's departure. GIR's complexion twisted visibly, his body trembling, and his eyes filled with a pain that contorted his features into that of a grotesque demon from the abyss. The aura of malice drove one to madness. While mental acuity brought clarity, the two entities existed as opposing forces intertwined by an inexplicable connection. When the two streams of black wind collided once more with the golden bell, as anticipated, the bell remained unchanged, while the black wind dissipated into the ether. Chapter 52. Camping in the Forest. A henchman reached out to encircle her waist, lifting her effortlessly, exposing her bare form to the air, inciting a ravenous hunger in the men who had long been deprived of meat. No one relishes trouble, particularly that which poses an imminent threat to one's existence. Were he alone, Tianwiyu might have allowed events to unfold naturally. However, with numerous brothers to consider, caution was paramount. YNWNR Eng's mind raced at the mention of being gentle, demure, and humble. Who among them was unaware of her capricious and unruly nature? "Your Majesty, is it truly wise to be so brazen in your deceit?" T.O. scrutinized CNGL from head to toe, her gaze fixating on the hand that grasped his arm. YY observed YNWNR Ing applying ointment to her wound and chose not to leave her with more medicine, departing with a smile. Their appearances rendered them forever perceived as slaves, devoid of any human rights. "If you wish to remain, I shall take my leave," MZ and Ing remarked, interpreting BIWELESH Ing's silence as reluctance to depart immediately. Guests from yesterday had all departed, and those arriving today would not show up until afternoon. Who could possibly seek her out? It was unlikely that those from PNGTI Village and BNSHN Village wanted to work at the mountaintop workshop. Would seek her out. The only possibility remained with the matchmaker. YNZHG Ing had originally intended to accompany them for an immediate estimate on the repair costs, but reconsidered. Being unfamiliar with the area, he might invoke trouble, preferring to quietly follow W Ing MSHN instead. DNGF Ing Y had no objections to being an auditor, asserting that auditors could acquire knowledge just the same, rendering the distinction irrelevant. It appeared that this peak was indeed the highest in a radius of over 100 kilometers, with all the mountain ranges sprawling beneath their feet. The village was flanked by bamboo on both sides and the rear, predominantly water bamboo, with a row of bamboo houses along the creek, all constructed as stilted homes. GZHNGT Ing lingered behind them, perplexed by the unfolding events. Shuhu and NGZ proceeded to lay out a net woven from hemp and silk, placing some bait within and covering it with bamboo, leaves to restore the scene, then pulling a long rope through the leaves. She of Ing silently admired, pondering that only Dichu Pu would dare venture into such a blazing inferno to save lives. After the incorporation of the Northeast Army, the numbers in LNGMN surged significantly. Once fully integrated, their ranks could swell to 1 million. J. Ing CHSHT, I retreated silently to the back window, swiftly sidestepping to force the window open with her uninjured left shoulder. Before she could leap, her expression froze as dozens of JNWW I awaited her in the courtyard, countless gleaming arrows aimed at her. Should she dare to jump, she would be riddled with arrows. How intriguing, he murmured, employing a tactic to pique her curiosity. How could I not recognize them? Their marriage was an unspoken understanding between us. She could come to the capital to test him, just as he could inquire about her on Hong Kong Island. Kaosh Inn Village lies approximately 30 miles from the county seat, surrounded by mountains to the south, east, and west, while the northern route leads to QNGFing Town and YYing County, which is relatively flat. There was no alternative, compared to embellishing the announcement further. LUNHO felt it best to convey the news himself. LUDZHU and Shi CN Ying were childhood sweethearts, well known across the capital for their impending marriage. Initially, he thought it a significant matter, causing him concern for half a day. In retrospect, entrusting this to him likely indicated that he no longer viewed him as an outsider. In a moment of joy, he filled his plate with an abundance of food, causing his companion to exhibit slight shyness, while he delighted in such intimate gestures. "Brother Shoi, do not weep. We shall avenge ourselves," Yy gently reassured. Her expression stoic, as tears of crimson flowed from her fiery red eyes, quickly vanishing down her cheeks. Internally, he resolved to remain strong. Although the youth was still young, he possessed considerable courage, reassured by the presence of skilled allies nearby. Thus, he remained calm and observant, keeping his eyes wide open to scrutinize the movements around him. She found it intolerable, for what was it but a slight alteration in physique and a marginal refinement in features that led her to shamelessly seduce men. Yn nodded in agreement, affirming her sentiments. It is uncertain whether the remarks pertain to the disappearance of the black mist or to what Miduo had said. "My fiancé, named Gong Shichin, was mentioned by Pan Wanner, who immediately added a comment, her cheeks flushing with shyness. "It seems he truly harbors feelings for me. Indeed, he genuinely loves me. It appears I have placed my bet wisely. However, this is not a favorable omen. The longer the power accumulates, the stronger its impact becomes. The catastrophe of the Nine Nines has occurred before, yet no one has witnessed it firsthand." Chapter 53. The awakening of Huan. The sky is devoid of clouds, indicating that rain has not graced us for several days. Without rain, how can there be thunder? Hong Rue cast a reproachful glance at Yixian, clearly disapproving of this notion. Shortly thereafter, a gust of ominous wind swept by, and Bayer's soul, having taken form once more, retreated to the sidelines. The Taoist Jiang Xu sat quietly upon a stone wall, extending a single finger to effortlessly deflect Yixian's attack. Ling Long possesses the ability to transform into a colossal bird soaring above the nine heavens, a feat unmatched by any. Previously, he had attended a funeral and recognized the presiding monk, finding his visage strikingly familiar. "Where were you last night? You still look as if you just awoke." Zhu Chuan Jingxiang teased while peeling a banana. Simultaneously, in the outside world, the Sin City, which had been ravaged by the destruction of a tenth of its territory, saw Chu Haoyun cloaking himself with the illusion of a demon, masking all his auras. The voraciously powerful beings continued to wreak havoc, casting the Sin City into an apocalyptic chaos. Meng Yunfei found himself perplexed as to why Murong Fengyun had not clarified Ning Fan's true strength upon his arrival. Forcefully suppressing his curiosity, Yi Tian scrutinized the toothed dragon beast, questioning why it did not simply satisfy its hunger and rest, instead tirelessly entering and exiting the cave. Perhaps it was gathering provisions. With a resounding crack, Yi Tian felt Zheng Ming's full-force palm strike his back, the result of his sudden bend to evade the attack aimed at his head. Zheng Ming did not fare better. As Yi Tian dodged, he retaliated with a powerful punch directed at Zheng Ming's dantian. Yin Lan was at a loss for words, encountering the mischievous Fei Yihan for the first time. In her eyes, he had always been a mature, composed individual with a somewhat dark psyche, never exhibiting such a playful demeanor. After all, the Mu family had been loyal for generations. Before the demise of the Emperor Wei, he entrusted the state and the young emperor to them. Yet, regrettably, due to a moment of delay, the sole heir perished amidst royal turmoil. Although the princess could not ascend the throne, the Mu family had nonetheless endeavored to preserve the bloodline of the Emperor Wei. Tomorrow? Who knows what tomorrow holds? Su Nuanyuan sighed inwardly. Holding a cup of water, she entered the room, realizing the anticipated sounds were absent. She recalled vividly how they had heartlessly abandoned her to enjoy themselves. The vast palace was eerily quiet, to the extent that even the faintest breaths could be distinctly heard. Prince Hao exhibited an exaggerated expression upon hearing Tao Hua's words, having never considered such a perspective. Nevertheless, her reasoning seemed rather plausible. Yet, why did he react so incredulously? Su Ruyao remained unmoved, stating, "Cheng Yenzhou, your attempts to atone for your father's sins are far from complete." The aura emanated from within the heavenly punishment holy court, drawn to the flames swirling around Yin Sheng. Poor Shui Yuqiong sat outside, blissfully unaware that she had been sold out by Chu Haoran and her grandfather. It was uncertain what her expression would be upon discovering the truth. Si Qinglong ceased to speak, silently observing the now empty bowl before rising to depart. The moment the wings appeared, the previously stable energy within the room erupted into chaos, dispersing violently. When it struck the light barrier, it left numerous craters upon the celestial canopy of heavenly flames. Regarding the contract with Ford, Nie Shuang continued to contemplate every detail, struggling to identify even the slightest inconsistency. You are merely fatigued. There is no serious illness. Rest for a few days, and you shall recover. Cheng Yinzhong's gentle demeanor starkly contrasted with his earlier outbursts towards the medical staff. Yes, Ko Donger replied, promptly loosening the ties of her winter robe, which she had donned hastily. Beneath it lay revealing undergarments. Father, I wish to come and keep you company. Before Qiao Neng could finish her sentence, Niao Wanluo leapt forward, exclaiming loudly, Why are men so different? I do not favor those who are more handsome than I. Qiao Neng's comment veered off topic. Meanwhile, a stunning visual representation of the situation unfolded before everyone, clearly illustrating the enemy's movements. Indeed, it was merely a matter of forgetting a phone number. Typically, individuals only remember others' numbers on their devices, rarely committing a complex number that does not belong to them to memory. Chapter 54. The Talking Lion. You are being modest. As long as you apply yourself, success is assured. I await your good news, Han Feng remarked before vanishing once again, leaving Zheng Jiren in a state of shock. Jiang Xu felt pleased with his reaction. Thus, she exhibited an unusual assertiveness today, a departure from her usual demeanor. What do you think? She whispered enticingly into the man's ear. Ji Rongyu captivated the other members of the Jiang family. Yet the family did not have a tradition of uniting through marriage with children, nor did they consider Ji Rongyu's potential and value in other contexts. However, her transformation seemed to carry an air of familiarity, prompting them to instinctively heighten their vigilance. Though the atmosphere appeared tense, Meng Daxian smiled gently. As she lifted her gaze, she spotted Gu Jueshi's tall and striking figure standing beside a pine tree, his unwavering gaze fixed upon her. Secondly, the crux of this sorcery lies within the serpent's eyes. Should one fail to gaze into them, the spell will not take effect. Unexpectedly, Meng Yanqing's expression soured with each passing word, ultimately departing in a huff, leaving Mao Xinxin startled and hastily pursuing her, though too late. Meng Yanqing had already stormed into Lady He's courtyard, still uncertain as to what had displeased her. All eyes were on Yi Tsangtian, who had surprised everyone with his audacity to directly provoke the falcon. If the Master of the Sky could summon Wu Gang to test Yi Tsangtian's divine inscription skills, it was evident that Wu Gang possessed extraordinary prowess in this domain, beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. In the 10th year of Tianyong, the crown prince was 9 years old, and the second prince was 4, both embodying the virtues of their father. The Emperor Tianyong, having regained his youthful appearance, once again exhibited his handsome and ethereal demeanor. The Empress continued to dominate the harem, basking in the affection of 3,000 admirers. The border between the southern frontier and Shishu was the stronghold of General Gao Xianshi, a loyal protector of the nation. As Mu Sanqian and his senior brother Guidadi left the southern frontier and entered Shishu, news swiftly reached the general's residence. Trustworthy? How can I not trust you? I opened the door and stepped out of the living room, retrieving a bottle of milk from the refrigerator and downing it in one go. Su Jiangnan furrowed his brow and turned away, attempting to dismiss the topic. He harbored a resolute determination to seek justice, undeterred by any fear, solely pursuing the truth to avert bloodshed. With no options left, Qin Shou mounted his bicycle, enduringly following the proud He Lao Bai as they traversed the streets, ultimately meandering to an old street with sparse crowds, arriving at a pawn shop for antiques. As soon as the words left his mouth, several gunshots rang out, the bullets whizzing through the third prince's skull, also piercing through his hand pressed against the glass, before finally exiting the vehicle. If I may speak, I fear my son may not take kindly to it. I have traversed this world for 3 decades and have gleaned 2 insights. The first is that in youth one should carry a sword upon one's back, while in maturity one ought to wear it at one's side. To bear the sword on one's back signifies wildness, whereas to adorn oneself with it represents restraint. As the ancients have said, to surpass the ancients is to possess ambition, and to fall short of the present is to lack virtue. What then shall be done? Sun Quan instinctively charged towards the location of the great army, subconsciously believing it to be a sanctuary. It was only upon Lu Su's reminder that he realized the precariousness of his situation. At that moment, his body went weak, and he could scarcely muster any strength, nearly toppling from his horse. As the encirclement battle loomed, everyone anxiously focused on the images displayed on the screen, fearful that a mere blink might cause them to miss crucial details. Suddenly, the secondary screen beside them displayed the blood and blue percentage data of the 6 competitors, prompting a swift glance from the crowd, yet leaving them utterly bewildered. My dear, are you still unaware? A week ago, the Moon officially joined the Ingu Navy, now serving as my aide. Her marksmanship is unparalleled, and her combat skills are exceptional. ZHNLN spoke with pride, sharing a knowing smile with SXU. Xiao Ing Yan's progress has reached a terrifying level, unmatched by anyone. Y&J dismissed any thoughts of escape and chose to follow him with a sense of reassurance. LNX Ru's expression was quite fitting. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, her lips pressed gently together, and her hands nervously clutched the hem of her clothing, her head bowed, resembling a picture of shyness. Once married, even if YSHLN managed to devise a way to discreetly remove this man from the Y family, YT&G would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule, forever bearing that stigma. Ensu M fainted from exhaustion. SHNHNCHN cleaned her up, dressed her in a nightgown, and carried her to bed. My dear, CMB, I felt as though his heart had halted at that moment, tightly embracing FNTNLN, as fear washed over him like a relentless tide, threatening to drown him. Were these two not well? Since marrying, MSHO had seldom visited this place. Even when he did, it was merely for social engagements, never seeking the company of young women. Chu and Y bit down hard on her lip, her heart chilling to the core. At this moment, Chu and SH of Ing had already finished dinner with G Ing SHYN, while Y Oru LN was tidying up. Due to his frequent absences and his father being on a business trip abroad, he sought to converse with Y Oru LN about matters concerning his mother. Thus they engaged in light conversation in the dining hall, oblivious to the sound of his phone ringing. The figure clad in black cast a detached glance at them, then, with a deft push off a branch, soared towards YTNSHLN like a majestic bird in flight. The long blade in his hand gleamed coldly, scattering countless droplets of rain as it swung towards the two. What level of creature could guard the FNX NJL formation? Yang Tian could scarcely fathom the situation. The monstrous creature that had burst forth from the cave was likely charred to death by the flames it had unleashed. If Mr. Li is unoccupied, I kindly request that you accompany me, as our general has summoned you, the man continued. General Han, what brings you here? Song Qing spoke with utmost respect. In the presence of Han Yun, even the esteemed princess did not dare to show the slightest hint of disrespect. While she reveled in all the privileges and favors, her life was abruptly extinguished, shrouded in mystery. The last image she beheld was that of a rusted spear piercing her heart. He engaged in numerous discussions with Xiaoshang and Zheng Yan, pondering whether to conceal their affections or to uphold righteousness by denouncing their kin. At last, under the counsel of Shunzin, he contemplated mending the father-son relationship, seeking to transform Peng Mingyi through subtle and unassuming means, granting him a chance, which in turn offered an opportunity for himself as a son. Chapter 55, The Discovery of the Spiritual Fruit. Pedro and Ian exchanged glances, the former's lion-like eyes brimming with astonishment. He had merely summoned this name in the depths of his heart, yet his vocal cords betrayed him, producing human speech uncontrollably. Had he finally regained the ability to speak? Did this signify that he was not far from reclaiming his humanity? The giant panda across from me, Yuan Air, suddenly tensed, and an incredulous glimmer ignited in its obsidian-like eyes. What are you pretending for? I have served at the Municipal People's Hospital for nearly 2 decades. I have encountered numerous distinguished individuals. If you think you can bypass me, dream on. Even if you were to summon the Dean, my stance would remain unchanged. The head nurse cast a sardonic smile at Yi Xian's retreating figure. A peculiar awareness began to seep into Zheng Jiuzhou's mind, seemingly derived from Seymour's extensive knowledge regarding ghouls. In the realm of Daqin, only the capable are entitled to positions of authority. Any individual who merely occupies a post without merit, lacking wisdom and capability, has never held a place of significance. This is the result of the vigorous reforms initiated by the first emperor at the dawn of his dynasty. Thunder roared as 5 formidable inlay pearls sliced through the sky, hurtling directly towards the target's brow at an exceptionally acute angle. The sister-in-law spoke in disbelief, unable to fathom the reality of the situation. Qin Hao affectionately ruffled Medusa's hair, then gestured for her to stand aside, indicating that the forthcoming matters would be handled by him. Upon hearing this, Alan, brimming with excitement, straightened in his chair, his handsome face nearly leaning into Norberto's. Goodness, this money is what Yi Xian obtained from selling the blue and white porcelain. Make Su Yue return it. Su Hongyan expressed her jealousy, stating that at present, the Longshan Miao was not the focal point of their journey. Their primary purpose was to seek out Zheng Jinda. A silver wristwatch fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound, while simultaneously an ethereal figure, invisible to the naked eye, was forcefully drawn into the nearby gate of the underworld, vanishing forever from this realm. For the beings inhabiting this maritime expanse, the Death Strait served as a graveyard for oceanic creatures. All sentient beings, upon sensing the approach of death, would enter this strait, quietly awaiting their demise. At this juncture, as Jack Rue spoke, the expressions of Ling Yong and the others subtly shifted. Wu Yuqian turned pale, biting her lip in distress, prompting Lin Yin to gently pat her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Lin Shen nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "So, will this food suffice to sustain us until the next harvest?" Do not skip words. It is not the heavens that assist, but rather I who aid him. At this moment, Yi Hen's figure gradually materializes in the air, the wings of the martial god slowly flapping, casting a mocking gaze upon the panicked Wu Ying below. Luo Hong is determined not to be unexpectedly brought down by someone once more. This time, it was purely a stroke of luck that Chu Huaqing did not meet his demise during his slumber. However, this does not imply that his fortune will perpetually remain so favorable. What solutions do you propose? Qingmu grew increasingly perplexed. What solution could Yi Hen possibly possess for matters that had left hundreds of thousands of soldiers in the army at loss? After emerging directly from the restroom, Lin Shun brushed off his attire and, upon lifting his gaze, encountered the unwavering stare of Shi Xianxian. The 3 individuals regarded Huan Luo with a mixture of confusion, while Huan Luo, seemingly lost in thought, gazed down at the finger that had just poked someone. Time appeared to freeze for an extended moment, long enough for Lans to yawn thrice and for Liang Ying to rub her eyes, preparing for slumber, when Huan Luo suddenly erupted into laughter. Chapter 56. From now on, you shall be called Bei Bei, the chorus of cicadas intertwined with the murmurs of the stream, enveloping the surroundings. Jiang Xu had closed her eyes, yet her mind continued to whirl incessantly. Contemplating this, Jiang Xu turned to sit upright, having resolved to remain in the forest for an additional 3 days. She intended to utilize the supplies prepared by Saintt as a backup. She sought to navigate the forest carefully, avoiding encounters until she secured the elusive note. However, should she be slain outside of the mission, the company would hold her accountable for the actions of their bodyguards. Yet, she had not pondered whether revealing the method to become a Dummo would satisfy those from the Darklands. Within the desolate and tranquil confines of the prison cell, the air was thick with a mingling sense of dampness and a pungent odor of sweat, remaining undisturbed by Lin Feng's abrupt entrance. A sharp, resonant cry abruptly interrupted Yi Hua's train of thought, and he suddenly felt a chill upon his face. Hastily, he reached out to touch it, only to find a dampness. Bai Yin curled his lips in a slight smile, advancing a couple of steps before coming to a standstill, remaining motionless and silent. With that, he approached the screen by the Kong, retrieving the new garments that had long been prepared, and presented them to her, gesturing for her to don them. It seems that the only option left is to call the police. Pingu, you might want to contemplate how to explain yourself in front of the Economic Investigation Department. Vang no deliberately remarquet. If one were to gaze down from a great height, they would perceive 3 figures nearly intertwined, slowly advancing across the vast expanse of the snow-covered mountains, their tracks swiftly obscured by the swirling snow and wind. After speaking, I placed Mikai's car keys on the coffee table in the living room, shouldered my luggage, and departed from the old house that had once recorded our joys and sorrows, feeling a profound sense of melancholy. Yu Bing delivered a swift blow, rendering John unconscious, stripping him of his garments, and seizing his communicator. Time, in a moment of disorientation, had reached 9 in the morning, while Mikai, who remained in Shitang, arrived at the event venue bearing multiple breakfast items. After leaving 2 portions, she entrusted the remaining meals to a phone for distribution among the diligent staff still at work. "Free fire!" shouted Bao Lu, raising his submachine gun to commence a barrage. After expending an entire magazine, Bao Lu discovered that his hands trembled so violently that he could not replace the spent magazine. In truth, Deng Hua was not fond of dumplings filled with chives and pork, as they left a strong aftertaste. However, today, upon taking a bite, he realized it was actually filled with lamb and chives. This left Song Chongqing feeling helpless. Yet he possessed enough confidence to believe that even if Wang Qin were to attack him, he would remain unscathed. However, Li Qing and the Taoist unexpectedly found that no matter how much strength they exerted, they could not contend with the figure in the black robe. As the treasured sword slipped from their control, moments later, in front of Li Gaolei, a colored sketch of Su appeared. He had to admit that the portrait was rendered with remarkable precision, especially the serene emerald eyes that seemed to conceal a volcano within, making Li Gaolei feel as though Su were truly standing before him. A series of startled cries erupted, seemingly emanating from the depths of the earth, filled with fierce roars and boundless hatred. In an instant, nearly hundreds of individuals fell into the abyss, silent and certain to meet their demise. The Ghost Clan Emperor wore a solemn expression, as the other formidable members of the Ghost Clan were preoccupied with more pressing matters. Once those matters were resolved, the Ghost Clan would surge to a terrifying level, free from the fear of any other clan. Chapter 57. The Brawl of Two Fluffy Creatures. Foolish. Although Kong Mang understood this fellow's intentions, he still found him sufficiently audacious. Hushime had long since noticed Lin Miaochong, who was standing idly by. This white-clad specter felt even more terrifying than the former sect leader. In the eyes of Du Xianying and Lin Miaochong, Hushime knew that without employing some cunning, she would never escape their grasp. The purple-robed disciple laughed heartily. Indeed, some frogs at the bottom of the well love to make a scene. What a Shura black fiend. When it reaches our sect's gates, it will bow its head like a dog. His words instantly provoked laughter from those around him. The Kilo-class conventional submarines, designed and produced in Russia, are colloquially known as the Oceanic Black Hole, and they are regarded as the quietest submarines in the world today. As long as I am able, I assure you there is no problem. I would even pluck the stars from the heavens for you, Jiang Xu vowed. The vehicle was also brought to the space between Zhengyang Gate and the Arrow Tower for measurements of the 2 ancient towers. Disciples of the immortal realm undergo tribulations not only in the land of demon spirits, but also at the hands of other immortal lords, as well as in the myriad other worlds, all of which serve as trial grounds for the immortals. Leaping from the vehicle, Wang Chuyang and Luo Xingyi lifted Wang Weilong's stretcher onto the Neptune helicopter. Afterward, Yi Shiqi retrieved a floral umbrella from her bag, the very one Qinyang had lent her at noon. Just after seeing off Sa Lei and his companion, Liao Xuebing descended to the lobby's front desk to engage in idle chatter with Li Wanqing. Mo Laowu emerged from the dining hall, with Li Xian coincidentally encountering him. The peculiar manner in which this fellow had evaded his lethal scheme could very well be attributed to the soul of an upper realm deity descending into the mortal realm to seize a new body. The divine soul he had encountered previously was also a powerful being from the upper realm. He wondered what connection might exist between the two. Observing the large rat behind Chen Feng, along with a beautiful figure resembling an elfin princess, Mina, Chu Yun promptly dashed forward, dispatching the disciples of the Day Sun Demon sect with a punch each. Since these individuals sought to take his life, Chu Yun would show them no mercy. Were it not for the thorn in his heart and the burden of the coal mine on his back, he might have soared into the sky like a mythical bird. Long Ku, stationed at Chuanlu City, could not come. He was tasked with monitoring the movements at sea. Xiao Yang, Qi Yin, and the master of Xiandong sect, Qiao Er, gradually arrived at the long locking pavilion. Xiao Yin shook his head in silence. At that moment, Mike seized the opportunity, unleashing a tremendous roar and channeling all his strength into a sudden blow aimed at Xiao Yan's chest. Unlike the vague sensations of reality within the realm of Zongheng, Chu Yao could clearly discern the state of his own body. There were no meridians to be found. Instead, he was filled with a substance akin to mud and sand. Just as Chu Yao had previously sensed, within Zongheng, he was a spirit body devoid of veins, a supreme constitution for cultivating qi. The old man drew his sword. the sharp blade continuously slashing at Lu Wei's form. Yet Lu Wei's torso resembled a reinforced metal block, unaffected by the sword's brilliance, producing only the crisp sound of metal clashing. After Yang Bu stabilized himself, several nameless young actors assembled, and Lu Lianxiao introduced each by name, referring to them collectively as internet celebrities. It was only natural for online dramas to utilize internet celebrities. As for their level of fame, who would bother to measure? Jiang Xu had some recollection of the waterfall, having seen it when he first entered the mountain gate and walked along the plank road. The air within the elevator was thick with 12 years of enmity, like massive ice blocks suffocating the cabin. Yang Feng's aura shifted instantaneously, pressing down upon his opponent, forcing him to kneel, and with a clenched fist, he struck fiercely toward his adversary's head, accompanied by a sharp whoosh. Although Lu Jichao had contracted the industrial park, he possessed not a single cent in startup capital. Every meal for the workers was borrowed from the market. Now, given the circumstances, he decided to offer a gift to Run Minjing. It would serve as a substantial token for their first meeting. Jiang Xu requested a bottle from Li Ran, intending to experiment with soaking flower seeds in the extracted liquid from the San Yiling flower. Had it not been for Jiang Feng's remarkably profound current state, he would have essentially been in a state of unity with the Tao. If he truly wished to achieve this unity, he could directly become the heavenly Tao of this world. However, Jiang Feng chose not to pursue that path. Shadows surged from the back courtyard of Canaan Academy into the sky, and the inner courtyard's grand elder, Su Qian, furrowed his brow. At this moment, Liu Bei, leading the army at the forefront, observed Qing Yuan and his group kneeling 100 meters ahead, urgently instructing Sun Fei beside him to halt the advancing troops. Following his command, a signal flag was raised to indicate the army's stop, bringing them to a halt 20 meters from Cheng Ziyuan and the others. Initially comforted by Yi Feng's warm embrace, Li Qing Luo felt a glimmer of hope, but thoughts of Wang Yiyin soon extinguished that spark. Su Yinyin had remained silent, but upon noticing Yin Li's apparent hesitation, she inquired with her eyes. Yin Lu, having caught her gaze, conveyed the information he had discerned about the other party through subtle gestures. It is because I possess the charm of being handsome and captivating, which has nothing to do with him. Su Zuyin swiftly retorted, determined not to allow Su Shiyun to develop a better impression of Yi Kaiqing. Su Si-un. He presented her with a bouquet of pink lilies, accompanied by birthday wishes. Yet, just as Su Zuyin snapped 2 photos, he was surprised to see Yi Kaiqing, whom he had just scolded a moment prior, suddenly appear. A.O. Shui gasped, and before she could scream, Su Huinin covered her mouth. After a while, Su Huinin released A.O. Shui. Within the depths of the chasm, Zhou Sikong found himself amidst a throng of players clad in crimson from Fusong, jostling and calling out in confusion. Despite the violent swaying, no one had perished, which brought a modicum of relief. Although Lan Xiang felt quite aggrieved by the situation, she had no outlet for her grievances. Expressing them would only invite ridicule. Those lacking understanding might even assume she was deliberately targeting Jingxian as bothersome behavior. Nonetheless, she confided in her partner about the incident. Chapter 58. So, it was spiritual energy after Jiang Xu departed. The giant panda savored the wild chicken meat from the leaf-wrapped bundle while reflecting on his privileged upbringing as the heir to the Ison Group. He had frequented numerous upscale venues and had tasted the culinary delights of the Yazlan Empire. However, Ian could confidently assert that the opulent establishments adorned with crystal chandeliers and the dishes crafted by top chefs rated 9 stars by the Interstellar Culinary Association paled in comparison to the flavor of the meals prepared by this seemingly simple girl. A sense of foreboding crept into Lu Ji's heart as he furrowed his brow at the bloodied figure at his feet. Gently grasping the man's top knot, he lifted his face to reveal a familiar visage, broad brow, short beard, and a distinctive nose. It was none other than Zhou Meng. Head to Tiandang Mountain, Lin Hao urged, indicating that they were at the entrance of the Tiandang mountain range. If they did not venture inside, they would be left exposed in the endless plains ahead, with no refuge in sight. This reality elucidated why, in any nation with a sovereign, the monarch either remained hidden or, upon emerging, commanded decisive authority. Among the Sun clan, aside from the renowned brothers Sun Yu and Sun Jun, there was another prominent figure, Sun Yu, the son of the great dragon Sun Jian. The red-robed individual exuded the aura of a superlative expert nurtured solely by the United States. wholly devoted to restoring the brilliance and sharpness of his nation's special operations system. Deputy Commander, aside from our foothold, I fear the rest is likely under the control of the barbarian troops, Song Jianggong remarked. Two more figures rose. One was the elder Huashu, clad in red robes, while the other was a short-haired man named Lu Jiqing, dressed in a gray-blue long gown. However, in the current realm of the Shifeng world, the 10 extraordinary beings were not all present within its confines. Figures such as Xianyuan Hongqisheng and the Emperor of Destiny had departed the Shifeng world early, accompanying the heavenly sovereign among the three talents. With that, he seized the three individuals, cursing their lack of loyalty, and fled in haste. Zhang Baiwan stepped out of the parlor and into the courtyard. He gazed at the several peach trees by the entrance, recalling how his mother had planted them from a single branch taken from the old residence 20 years prior. What began as a mere twig had blossomed into a grove, adorned with flowers each spring. If you believe there is an issue, you may file a complaint and have the police inspect your home. However, I must caution you that your current actions may constitute child abuse, potentially leading to prosecution, Chini warned. Grandpa Guan, nurse me, nurse me. A youthful voice echoed from the speaker, unmistakably male unless it belonged to a master of disguise. Lady-in-law. The elderly matriarch SH did not expect the Duchess of Dinghua to be so effusive, leaving her somewhat flustered. It took a while for her to regain her composure. The Duchess of Dinghua approached with a warm smile, offering her assistance. Thanks to Gaoong's overwhelming prowess, the human faction swiftly captured the domain gate within the span of a single night, employing the same strategies as previously used against the Bellows monsters. All right, I will await you at the school gate, Li Sisi said with satisfaction before turning to leave. Noticing the scarcity of those using chopsticks, most assumed that Tang Li had finally lost patience or had been provoked into drawing his sword. It was not that she was particularly confident. Rather, she was now regarded as a top-tier star both domestically and internationally. Chapter 59. Preparations for Return Understood. The giant panda patted its belly. But what if Jiang Xu learns that we can speak? Would she be startled? Pedro glanced at him as he stood, stirring the air with his movements. Given her personality, she would likely insist on training alongside you. The giant panda's round ears twitched in confusion. Isn't it good to train together? He began tallying with his claws, recalling how pleasant it felt when spiritual energy coursed through his body. Aihue observed the scene, filled with pride and melancholy. This was the army of their homeland, the soldiers of the people. The patrons at the surrounding tables, witnessing the commotion, hastily pulled their chairs back, fearing the fallout. Guqing would undoubtedly intervene. The various sectors of society and the workforce were already sufficiently competitive, with the absence of disparagement from internet trolls. The negative reviews from genuine viewers who found the film unpalatable were of little consequence. Sun Lihua approached the drawer where the medicines were stored, retrieving several bottles and pouring out a single pill from each. It is well known that regardless of the Baimin Kingdom, Xianyuan Kingdom, Undying Kingdom, or Wakiki Kingdom, all are among the most powerful nations depicted in the classic of mountains and seas. Draped in a dragon robe, though not heavy, it did not appear cumbersome. Rather, it accentuated his slender form. Xiao Qingshi fell into a brief silence, suddenly feeling a profound sense of enlightenment. Juxian visited the imprisoned Chengye, instructing him to assert that he had been coerced into performing for others, held at gunpoint, and subjected to torture. This rare sunny day in winter, although the sun's warmth was feeble for the winter of Shouyang City, indeed dispelled some gloom. This time, Xiaoyu did not enlist Wu Yulin's help in concocting the life elixir, as high-level life techniques demanded stringent standards, rendering novices unsuitable and prone to errors. What happened? Yin Xiangwan awoke and threw off the covers, while Jin Weimao, holding her, also opened his eyes. Your Majesty, I apologize. Yi Lingxi refrained from further words and directly offered her apology to the emperor, which took him by surprise but softened his heart. I didn't It wasn't me. Xiao Anjuan vehemently shook her head, her eyes pleadingly searching Gu Shu's for belief. Had he known it would come to this, he would not have exerted so much effort. At the very least, he would not have impulsively ventured into the fox domain, not only surrendering the treasure, but also endangering himself. Suddenly, Xiaoyu was taken aback as a surge of power erupted, causing his life force to swell dramatically. Yang Yue realized she had been evading reality, as this life was too beautiful to part with. She hesitated, unsure if revealing her true feelings would alter how Pei Ge would love her. Ji Ming gently patted Ji Ning, her dark eyes sharply fixating on Feng Yin, Di Ling Yuan, Ao Zhan, and Jin Yi. Yang Yue trusted her initial instinct and approached problem-solving simply, questioning her heart about what outcomes she could accept and which processes she could choose and compare. All had come from the north, having long passed Jinlin Mountain. Thus, visiting Suaping Lake was the clear choice. Xiaocong and Li Xian observed the scene and swiftly approached, extending their hands to lift the enormous divine guardian alongside Ling Tian using their spiritual energy. Withered hands gripped the spiraling streams of spiritual energy fiercely, and with a powerful squeeze, they shattered the energy streams. Chapter 60. I have arrived at the Great Plains as a child. He often complained that his name was too solemn, expressing his desire to name his future children something soft and sweet like little sugar cake or sticky bean bun. His aunt murmured softly, her gaze fixed on the screen where a brown bear swung its tail. Now, it was fortunate that she had received a precious gift first. If Xiaoyu possessed human consciousness, one could only ponder the emotions evoked by hearing such a name. Contemplating this, the family inevitably felt a pang of sorrow. After all, they understood that entering the planet Wotu essentially sealed one's fate. Lu Xiang, somewhat indifferent, believed that even if he could not meet Su Lao, it was inconsequential, as he had never harbored hopes of becoming Su Lao's disciple. Yang Xu tightly gripped the car keys, exhaling a sigh of relief. He cast a meaningful glance at Dongfang Luyun, who seemed to be momentarily taken aback. Without waiting for a response, he turned and walked away, helping Ting Yuanyi into the vehicle. Elder Jiang of the Jiang family was well aware of this matter, as it was customary for one in a high position to stay informed about occurrences beyond the Beika territory. However, she was unprepared for the revelation that the entirety of the Beika territory was aware of her name. With a sharp command from Mu Yi, the Phoenix Lin formation descended, radiating a blinding light that crushed Lu Su's sculpture, leaving his face pale with shock and disbelief at the ineffectiveness of his attack. For reasons unknown, upon meeting the gaze of the man with golden eyes, her heart trembled violently, an endless chill surging from her feet to her heart. In her moments of utmost vulnerability, it had been these hands that guided her step by step, and she was reluctant to alter her current life. Mu Yi extended his left hand, gently opening it as a dazzling light flashed, causing many to instinctively shield their eyes. When they opened them again, an ethereal silver sword had appeared in Mu Yi's grasp, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Lan Zilang gazed at the two individuals seated on the long bench ahead, a faint smile gracing his handsome features. Money that lay before him was too tempting to ignore. Song Tian Yin summoned the proprietor directly to purchase the highest valued goods in the store. Young Master Long did not wait for an introduction. He was determined to acquire the lifeless chrysanthemum at all costs. Having not fully recovered previously, Su Qi reopened his attribute panel, meticulously observing each detail. Everyone was taken aback. If they were truly brothers who shared mutual trust, why had they not come to aid when danger was apparent? Zhou Yu was perplexed. He too struggled to comprehend Qin Feng's antics and his continual transformations. From an adjacent room, the sound of a colossal sword resonated, a cacophony that caused Yi Bai's eyes to sharpen. His fingers on the sword emitted a faint hum, not from the sensation of encountering an adversary, but rather from a sense of disdain. He could have articulated the intricacies of the situation, yet he refrained. This was a test of Tai Ruyun's character. Should he make the right choice, he would not hesitate to assist him in elevating the Tai family to new heights. Furthermore, the Fei Yinwei was not to be underestimated. Aside from Lu Ting, the Grand Commander, there were two deputy commanders of the Tianzhou realm nearby, attentively monitoring their surroundings. At the slightest hint of danger, they would strike without hesitation. As Zhang Liao aimed at Ding Haibin, the latter's expression shifted abruptly, sensing something amiss. He deftly sidestepped at the last moment, resulting in a bullet that would have struck his heart piercing through the center of his chest, leaving a transparent wound. Chapter 61. Leading three fluffy creatures across the great prairie, the vast expanse of the plain unfolded before them, the wind carrying the fragrant scent of grass seeds and the dampness of the earth. Jiang Xu removed his sunglasses, allowing the golden sunlight to cascade over his face. Behind him, Huan Huan clung to the car window, her round ears twitching as she emitted an excited howl. The mountain bike inadvertently rolled over a pebble. causing the vehicle to jolt violently. Huan, caught off guard, tumbled in the back seat, her short legs flailing momentarily before she scrambled back up, paws scratching at the window. Indeed. Countless attendees expressed unreserved agreement with Shuang Yinhao's words. After sorting out the military uniform arrangements, Chen Ning and Wang Chong no longer rushed as they strolled leisurely down the city streets towards the hotel. As Yin Feng stepped into the next secret chamber, within the main tomb of the ancient crypt, all the powerful beings of the Ghost Clan had gathered. Even 9 of the Tenyin Luo were present, while the last had been taken away by the tomb's guardian spirit, their fate unknown. "How dare you!" shouted the green-haired youth, disregarding the pained expression of a Lang beside him, as he lunged at the boy in a white shirt, throwing a punch accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, just a step away from his target. Before Yin Feng could finish his words, he realized something was amiss. At some point, his clothing had vanished. Su Xian blushed deeply, covering her face and lowering her head, only to discover that she too was completely unclothed. When Chen Guang learned of this matter, he was engulfed in terror. Even after a decade, he could not erase the memory of witnessing his roommate's murder at the hands of Teacher Cheng. The surveillance equipment at the time had been inadequate, making it difficult to retrieve the decade-old recordings. Panic began to set in for Chen Guang. Cui Feng, on the other hand, was preoccupied with thoughts of Zhuang Yao, Ning Cheng, and Yang Qingyan, worrying about their whereabouts and situation. Dong Zhanyun's expression shifted as a wave of spiritual energy coursed through him, feeling himself being pulled by the figure in gray. Among the items, there was a basic-level refining spirit tool, which surprised Cui Feng, as such a poorly crafted item could still be considered a magical artifact. The gray wolf slid back 2 meters, while Qin Jun's feet remained firmly planted, kicking up dirt as he slid 8 meters before coming to a halt, revealing blood flowing from the tiger's mouth on his hands. Ji Yong Sheng's voice suddenly echoed. Since his battle with the Eye of Fate, he had not awakened. Yet now he emerged, dressed entirely in black. Xianzi was ensnared by chains that seemed to bind his original cultivation. Although Lu hurriedly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, it was still noticed by Yang Zhen, standing nearby. The teachings of Buddhism primarily focus on subduing demons. And as the Buddha, the abilities of Buddha Rulai to quell malevolence far surpassed those of the great Emperor Zhenwu. I made a gesture for silence, for I sensed something lurking outside the tent. Moreover, it felt like the presence of restless spirits. The ominous energy lingered just outside, not yet breaching the tent, but I could still perceive its weight. Lin Fan's thoughts were grand. The soul is the very essence of human consciousness, easily wounded, especially by the natural forces of techniques like Thunderbolt. In the course of each day, Tian Miao not only conversed with Wu Chun, but also diligently practiced his divine abilities. What are we doing? Naturally, I intend to have some fun with you. While I believe your strength has significantly improved, to maintain my nature, let us seek out Li Hen Tian together. You two should join forces, Xiao Kuang declared with fervor. I trust one can thwart you, and I believe Li Yu can overcome anything. Victory will belong to us, even if the consequences may be severe. However, for the sake of tomorrow's peace, I deem this endeavor worthwhile. The machine did not waver. Instead, it fueled its determination even further. Chapter 62. Rescuing the flower leopard. This slumber was fragmented, disrupted by the occasional whisper of the wind or the subconscious awareness of the beasts nearby. When she finally opened her eyes for the last time, her sun hat had slipped down to her neck, and the setting sun in the west painted the sky in hues of honey. Beside her, the low, rumbling purr of a lion resonated. Jiang Xu was about to raise his hand to adjust his hat when he suddenly caught sight of a green shadow swaying above him. As he looked up, he was met by a pair of cold, vertical pupils. Li felt a surge of indignation from that gaze. Since acquiring the system, he had never before been looked down upon by a mutated creature. Ma Rulong turned to glance at Shun Cheng, the most composed and grounded youth in dormitory 168, who was crouched in the pouring rain with his hands cradling his head. Zhao Yun, amused and slightly mocking, nodded and said, "Indeed, you are the most noble, the most ethereal. Your grand sacrifice for righteousness shall surely etch your name in history, earning you the admiration of countless souls." With that, he swept his sleeve and entered the door. As he spoke, his withered body began to shrink, turning dry and brittle, and then it cracked apart, disintegrating into powder in the blink of an eye. Only his eyes remained, resting atop the scattered remnants. The mutated dog, Seeing Li Yi was equally excited, likely tired of feasting solely on rats and yearning for the more delectable flesh of humans, craving a grand meal at that moment. Yang Bo felt no concern. He occasionally paused to examine valuable objects he encountered, though few were worth his attention. I detest others making decisions for me. Regardless of the matter, Nie Fenghua exclaimed as he stood, unsteadily leaning on a chair. It was not out of any ulterior motive. He merely observed that even the workers here were attired so splendidly that it led Feng Shi to believe this place must be exceptionally prosperous. To counter the thrown shuriken from Dongfang Yang, he was compelled to halt his hand seals abruptly, then grasped a kunai, either dodging or defending. The emperor's errors are also correct. His words are law. Each utterance is a decree. To defy such edicts invites dire consequences, even death. Our duty as subjects is simply to comply, Yin Zhonghai remarked. Little did she know, upon opening her eyes, she uttered that statement before abruptly falling silent. The fully armed duo, while conversing, surged with the throngs of people towards the 5th floor of Qiandao Plaza. Despite such a grand display on the move, it caused no congestion on the roads leading to the capital, yet it did draw a crowd of onlookers, making the palanquin bearers exert considerable effort. Like Lin Chu's roommate, Zhang Hua, Zhang Wei was also a genuine enthusiast. However, compared to Zhang Hua, Zhang Wei excelled immensely. Just as he was steeling his resolve, Liu Huan unexpectedly noticed the court's army, which had been relentlessly attacking his forces, suddenly becoming chaotic. Who would have thought that the System S products would possess anti-theft measures? The wings could not be removed or concealed unless one was the host. They were meant to be worn openly for all to see. 3 phrases never stray from one's true nature. Whatever she says, he find a way to tie it back to matters of love. That skill is indeed remarkable. Wang Jin inquired of the guard why the seemingly deceased Daji, a hybrid of human and demon, appeared to be so cherished by the guards. Chapter 63. The Park Deployment for Rescue. In the coming 6 months, a complete set of defensive and offensive systems will be synchronized for implementation. As she spoke, she prepared to dismount, but for some unknown reason, the arms that had just coiled around her waist, providing her a sense of security, suddenly transformed into iron chains. Although the posture remained unchanged, Long Jinwei distinctly felt a binding force that tightly ensnared her, stripping her of her ability to escape. Moreover, Feng Wuhan felt a vague fondness for her, yet that fateful moment had inadvertently instilled a profound aversion within him, coupled with her words seemingly aimed at him. It led to his distaste. Zhao Jiangwo appeared bewildered, clearly unable to recall what had just transpired. With coordinates in hand, Feng Wuhan, having learned the location from Yi, instantly teleported them to Yuhuang City. Suddenly, a faint light flickered before him, growing increasingly brilliant with the passage of time. Yi Fan tightly shut his eyes, unwilling to open them. Furthermore, the influence of the Ghost Clan had long been classified by the various high-ranking officials of the Xingyun Star Domain as a key monitoring subject. However, due to some obscure reasons, it had yet to reach a level warranting open conflict. Then to enlighten me, why should I trouble you? He Qing smiled, gazing at Yu'er. Yi Fei's display earned him a round of applause and cheers, as the onlookers, mostly racing enthusiasts, had come to witness a high-level and thrilling competition. Could it be that we encountered some specter? She whispered, feeling not fear but curiosity, hesitating whether to investigate further. At that moment, beneath a massive grove deep in the canyon, a dozen oddly dressed cultivators sat expressionless beneath the trees, silently engaged in some unknown activity. Yang Yang was swiftly taken to the local armed police hospital. Fortunately, the hospital had some knowledge about the toxicity of forest insects, and after a simple examination, treatment commenced without major issues, rendering it a mere false alarm. Subsequently, 9 dragon heads emitted a silent roar, intertwining as they lunged towards the distant Jitian Junren. In midair, the 9 dragon heads suddenly converged into one, transforming into a gigantic creature with a dragon head and serpent body, resembling a monstrous being with 2 claws, recklessly crashing toward Jitian Junren. No, senior sister Shui, you flatter me too much. I haven't even formed my Qi Si yet. Not even a low-tier master. How can I compare myself to a celestial being? Wang Chun hastily replied with humility. Xiao Feng agreed to stay as a guest, and Qianyi Jixiang was elated. She personally took his hand, introducing the scenery of the garden and sharing her feelings upon her arrival. The exterior was not a resplendent crimson, but rather an apricot yellow, surrounded by plenty of green embellishments. If a few transformation stage beings were present, Wu and Ti, the cultivators arriving through the Bloodbath City teleportation array, become mere cannon fodder. Inside, there were some more refined sports such as golf, archery, and horse racing, all of which came at steep price, perfectly suited for those wealthy individuals who enjoyed flaunting while being somewhat lackadaisical. Once the trio exited the West Wind Tower, Jiang Xu and the guard were already holding the Star Luck carriage and their mounts outside the archway of the West Wind Tower, waiting for them. Not far from the Demon Army base, there lay a demon city previously known as Mechai City, which had changed hands after a recent war and was renamed Qingyan City. What nonsense! Tang Chun is a wanted man by the underworld god. We are neither relatives nor friends. What reason do we have to assist him? To offend the entire holy heaven for his sake, risking the wrath of the underworld god. Is that necessary? A 9th-tier star sage from the Holy Dragon realm retorted. The vehicle arrived at Wanxiang Tower, the name of which carried a certain poetic allure. The ancient building was surrounded by evening primroses that bloomed year-round, their fragrance enveloping the entire structure, refreshing and inviting, with a gentle breeze carrying their lingering charm. This matter extends beyond the realm of education. Projects such as road construction necessitate collaboration with various departments and local lower-level agencies in Shun City. To ensure the Gratitude Charity Foundation sees results promptly, even the public willingly volunteers to lend a hand. Perhaps due to the escape of the Shuyu men from the monsters, many areas deliberately took detours. Tang Chen's soul sense extended over 20 kilometers, often allowing him to discover shortcuts in advance, thereby saving considerable distance. Soon after, 10 vividly colored, oddly dressed figures emerged, some even adorned with ear piercings, strutting with an air of arrogance. The soldier recognized that Yue Tang was my maid and said nothing, allowing us to exit. Due to the night, the 2 lamps at the gate were dim, creating favorable conditions for a stealthy escape. The majority of the human cultivators who enter the Longgong secret realm are predominantly affiliated with the Qingyang Alliance or have close ties to it, suggesting a sense of camaraderie among them. Shall we resume our battle? Yue turned to Bai Xing, a smile gracing her lips. Her softly spoken words, tinged with a sigh, conveyed an extraordinary tranquility, devoid of any dread or sorrow associated with parting. They resonated like the lament of a wilting flower or the fading of a sunset. Indifferent and unperturbed, Lu Yu and Bai Shuanghe, both slightly intoxicated, urged their horses forward, the cart rattling with urgency. Despite Lu Yu's desire to converse with Bai Shuanghe, the clattering of the wheels drowned her words, leaving her thoughts unspoken. Chapter 64. Jiang Xu's secret at that moment. Bei Bei nestled in Jiang Xu's arms emitted a low warning growl, stepping protectively in front of Jiang Xu. Its massive form nearly obscured Saintt's line of sight, its sharp fangs glinting ominously in the twilight. This was the behavior of a top predator sensing potential danger. They were young and brimming with vigor, representatives of their respective factions, their noble status fostering an air of arrogance. Though not entirely dismissive, it was difficult for them to regard others with genuine respect, harboring an underlying pride. Upon hearing Lu Zhang's words, the expressions of those present transcended mere surprise, resembling the astonishment of witnessing a ghost. Lu Shuang was agitated, pulling at Lu Zhang's garment in desperation. When that failed, he grasped her hand and pinched it firmly. The remaining black dots were undeniably dark, yet most of the dice bore simple diagonal stripes, either 2 or 3. Even if they managed to break free from the villa, they would remain under the relentless pursuit of the company for an extended period. As the saying goes, it is preferable to dismantle 10 temples than to ruin a single marriage. Yet within a year, she had already destroyed 2 promising unions. However, even if Lu Fang agreed to the marriage proposal, she would not allow her mother to easily enter the Lu family. She had her own stipulations, and should they remain unmet, the marriage proposal would be rendered void. Merchants inherently pursue profit, naturally favoring products that sell well. Yet, upon hearing that Tong Shiwei's supply price reached an astonishing 139 yuan, they hesitated. Cultivating martial skills differs from pursuing immortality. While techniques are vital, the accumulation of time is the true determinant of one's proficiency. Mafizan, the world's earliest anesthetic, enabled Hua Tuo to perform numerous successful surgeries. Before his death, he documented it in the Qingnong Jing, But regrettably, this text was lost to later generations, depriving them of the ancients' medical wisdom. What Xiaoyan did not know was that after Ning Wuhan was gravely injured by the 19th-ranked Mo Yun of the inner sect, a fierce debate erupted among the higher-ups of the Qianyang sect, prompting a special meeting. This garden is truly vast. In spring, when flowers bloom abundantly, it is perfect for wedding photos, Yi Jiqi remarked. However, it was precisely because of Yu Fei's decisive actions, devoid of contemplation, that Yi Chen's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Song Wang cast a glance at Ying Xian, noticing the faint smile playing on his lips as he regarded him, instantly realizing his intentions. Despite his thoughts, Dr. Luo felt pity for the child, deciding that regardless of its utility, he would allow Shan Wan to give it a try. They did not rush forward in a throng, but instead remained in place, transitioning from sitting to standing. Ning Yunhui and Tang Zongping finally grasped the situation. Tang Zongping instinctively released his grip on Miss Du's wrist, gazing eagerly at Mo Qingluo. Shi Xuejiao wore an expression of disbelief. Had her moment of mischief truly elicited an apology from Shi Kefa? His overcoat bore a fresh and pleasant fragrance, causing Wen Shui to hurriedly release her grip and sit upright, her eyes betraying a flustered confusion. Xia Anning nearly laughed. Clearly, it was sure Jin Feng who was reluctant, but insisted on dragging her into it. Ji Ming had no time to train new recruits, commanding everyone to exit the base and join him in battle. Was all that she had done today merely to celebrate her cousin's windfall? She sought Han Gung's intentions and could not wait any longer. She yearned to convey a message to him. Chapter 65. Seeking Jiang Xu's assistance when he arrived at the medical room's intensive care unit, he was met with an absence of the familiar figure. Saintt assumed Jiang Xu had departed, but spotted her resting with her eyes closed on a bench in the corridor. She leaned against the backrest, her eyelashes casting delicate shadows beneath her eyes, her fingertips still stained with remnants of medicine. Clearly fatigued, the girl was in a deep slumber. Saintt paused, quietly observing her. Captivated, Kennedy fixated on the screen, aligning her analysis with Eamon's response, thoroughly convinced. Luo Jiqing nonchalantly continued, slurping her spicy noodles, her nose reddening from the heat, yet unwilling to pause. Upon returning to the classroom, the lesson was in progress. Su Qiu stealthily slipped in through the back door. Xiao Fan's right arm bulged with veins, resembling a dragon's backbone, capable of absorbing the enemy's order and law, impervious to their attacks. To defeat him, the adversary must rely solely on physical strength. In the corridor, Su Wei led the way, with Gu Qi following closely behind, maintaining their previous distance. The day after Bai Xiang assumed the presidency of the Fei Group, her first action was to expel all individuals associated with the Fei family from the company. Her so-called expulsion was not baseless. She had gathered substantial evidence, compelling them to leave voluntarily. Su Muge observed his demeanor with curiosity, pondering if the family had caused him any trouble during their visit to the Meng residence. Old devil, are you still so arrogant? He scoffed, eyeing the enraged old devil disdainfully. Yan Zhenghao's heart nearly leaped from his chest as he kicked a stone, only to discover it was a massive boulder anchored to the earth, causing him to injure his foot instead, let alone the young Master Wu. Even his father appeared as mere ants in Du Zitting's eyes. No matter how much commotion the young Master Wu stirred, Du Zitting could effortlessly crush him with a finger. With a resounding crash, the crown prince was sent flying, crashing against the wall and subsequently coughing up blood. Sharon Stone had only witnessed Lu Chong subduing a few ordinary German youths, confident in his skills, yet uncertain whether these abilities could match up to Jean-Claude Van Damme's. Presently, Li Jian's sensation mirrored that described in the inheritance of the Witch Gate, signifying that after over 5 months of possessing past memories, Li Jian had finally transcended to the realm of Earth Witch. In reality, his level remained at that of Tianzuan, not yet reaching the forbidden ranks of Bagu, Destruction Tianzuan, Xinzu, or Ba Shun. Having mingled for years in the military department of the capital, he had encountered numerous gifted youths, most of whom were headstrong, their noble lineage inflating their egos. The burly leader was truly remarkable. Although merely a mid-level cultivator, he controlled a significant portion of the transportation industry in Jinling City, gaining considerable notoriety in the underworld, known as Yin Yang Pan Xiao Air. Nevertheless, Lu Chong had already secured evidence against the surnamed Chong, who had yet to attract the attention of Supreme Being and lacked formidable protection. With sufficient evidence, he could be brought down. Watching the peculiar crystal in Long Ji's hand radiate brilliant light, it caused the surrounding space to subtly distort. The blue-violet energy flowed across his form, gradually rendering his figure indistinct, as if he were on the verge of vanishing entirely. Chapter 66. Reunion Uncle? Jiang Xu's beautiful eyes widened, reflecting the subtle smile at the corner of Saintt's mouth. To be precise, it was His Highness Prince Pei de Luo Yisilon. Shaoyan schmoiled, raising an eyebrow. He was the younger brother of the previous emperor of Yisilon and related to the current emperor. Xianzhou is not far from Chang'an, and the Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum lies between Xianzhou and Chang'an at the northern foothills of the mountain. After 2 days of travel, Fukin had traversed most of the distance. The dimensional wind continuously poured into the chamber through the open entrance, its humid and oppressive atmosphere making everyone uncomfortable. He himself was a member of the Zhao family's dark division, typically moving in the shadows, engaged in those gruesome deeds that shun the light. A sudden clang resonated as an iron palm struck down upon the long sword with immense force, sending Su Li flying. Su Li staggered back a few steps, leaning against a tree to steady himself, when another iron palm struck fiercely. The pack horses carrying heavy weaponry were all purebred Japanese horses, unlike the Mongolian horses or inferior local breeds used by the puppet army. The arrogant momentum displayed during the march was not something the puppet army could possess. Those 2 Type 41 mountain guns and 2 Type 92 infantry guns were also equipment that the Japanese army could not provide to the puppet army. He had entered the realm of masters for decades, his internal energy profound and inexhaustible. With a single utterance, his voice boomed like a mighty wave, instantly enveloping the entire area. When Shuedia arrived at the haunted house, he heard the sounds of shouting and fighting coming from the yard. The photographer's assistant recognized Xia Wanqing and couldn't help but praise her while casting a curious glance at Xiao Jin Fan, who was sitting there. Nangon Do Ling closed her eyes and wailed, her voice hoarse and filled with emotion. After a while, she opened her eyes in confusion, realizing that cutting off a finger did not hurt. Hearing Sun Wu Fan's gleeful yet somewhat expectant tone, Jizhou Shuekai voiced her dissatisfaction. Her heart felt exhausted and pained. Everywhere was tiring. Everywhere was painful. She felt utterly drained of strength. Drawing their attention, they turned to see a plume of smoke rising from the snow, with a pair of alluring blue pupils faintly flickering in the mist. Inumo sat on the sofa. Her phone rang at that moment. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was a call from Inu Xian. Xiao Jin Fan smiled faintly, holding her tighter, the tenderness and concern in his gaze becoming more apparent, as if fearing she might be taken away. Wan Qing's heart already understood certain truths. She did not resist his embrace or proximity, but instead wrapped her arms around him tighter, wanting Xiao Jin Fan to comprehend her choice. The two eagerly ordered 2 servings of ramen, and after sitting in silence for a moment, the ramen was served. Meng Gue harbored some distrust towards Dr. Zhong, but at this moment, she could not voice her concerns and could only let her be. However, Lin Yu faced some troubles. After being sent to the hospital, her emotions remained unstable, and it was only after the doctor administered a sedative that her treatment could commence. All right, to be frank, although she felt immense dissatisfaction towards the fellow before her, Jian Ba, in this reality, she was merely a defeated foe. If her abilities were intact, that person would likely not be able to withstand even a single strike from her. Let us go together then. After all, we have fought once, and I'm already acquainted with Lu Yi, Lu Fan said to Lu Bingliang. Chapter 67. Jiang Xu speculation. The lion naturally would not oppose this. But seeing the girl's attitude suddenly become so respectful, he felt somewhat unaccustomed. Prince Pei de Luo thought of his nephew's intentions and decided to lend a quiet hand. His tail gently swayed as he said, "You may call me uncle, just like Saintt." Jiang Xu was momentarily taken aback. Reflecting that Saintt's family was indeed approachable, and without further thought, she softly called out uncle. The greatest advantage of a high-grade alchemist lies in their ability to concoct advanced elixirs, with a success rate higher than that of lower-tier alchemists. However, for the commercial guilds, what they prioritized most was cost. How many times must it be reiterated? Qin Feng is merely a city soldier. If hardship cannot be endured, then we shall bear more. Let us get to work. The class leader's authority was still quite formidable. If the Xiantian hospital were to open, the scene would be quite telling. As the patients needing treatment at Xiantian would require hospitalization, It cannot be resolved in just a day or two, hence the inpatient department is vast, with 50,000 beds alone. The inpatient department comprises 20 buildings, each 20 stories high. The children joyfully shouted, flocking like a swarm to Lin Shiwei, surrounding her and chattering away. Last time, Qin Ming burned the magical power left by Qin Xianwei. The main cannon discharge was in its complete form, capable of piercing through the void and constructing a void passage. If it were to strike here, it could utterly annihilate the Danling Great World. Yu Chengguang chuckled coldly, continuing to ignore her, not even casting a glance at Fang Jingchu. Yu Chengguang's indifferent demeanor clearly indicated that he no longer regarded Yu Xiaomin with any concern. Only through lack of love could there be no hatred. Pei Er possessed martial skills, while Chu Jiu had none. Wei Yunju barely protected Chu Jiu. It could only use his own body to shield her from Pei Er's strike. What is it, Zhu Ke to shun? As Zhu Ke's expression darkened, she hurriedly inquired. Amidst the heated discussions of the crowd, someone made this remark, and when people sought the speaker, they discovered it was a hidden voice. Unable to ascertain the identity of the speaker, yet his words were correct. Wang Buge was indeed too mysterious. Having played the role of a pig to eat a tiger until now, no one had compelled him to reveal his true abilities. Initially, there were no expectations, yet unexpectedly, the other party agreed directly, and the contract took immediate effect. Hua Yining knew that contracts could be established under such circumstances. For the Shura king she had subdued had used this wicked method, albeit encountering a nemesis. And you? In their brief interactions, Lung Yu discovered that while Kai had some lecherous tendencies, he was not a bad person and was quite warm, leading to a significant change in her perception of him. You useless fool, you have regressed from the third layer of chi refining to the second, wasting the family's resources. I've long found you displeasing. From today on, obediently withdraw from the martial arts arena and become a mere merchant like your parents, and I shall spare you. Lei Heng was exceedingly arrogant. Lei Zhong exchanged a glance, and Lei Heng drew a dagger from behind, skillfully slicing off 2 dark yellow tusks from the steel bristle boar's mouth. The steel bristle boar's bristles were tough, and its tusks incredibly sharp. Only after death could they be removed along the seams of the mouth. Let us go together. After all, having fought once, Lu Fan said to Lu Bingliang, who was already acquainted with Lu Yi. Chapter 68. Treating the brown bear, Bei Sai Nt's pupils suddenly contracted. Although he was not a professional medical expert, he understood that Jiang Xu's speculation was highly plausible, perhaps even the truth. The Imperial Academy of Sciences and the medical team on planet Watua had long attempted to externally repair the sea of consciousness, but their direction was misguided. Considering this, Saintt inquired further, can you think of a treatment method? His gaze swept over the 3 ferocious beasts nearby, and though he felt apologetic, Jiang Xu weighed heavily on the truth. She feared that the hope that had suddenly appeared before her might vanish in an instant. Hastily kneeling forward a few steps to position herself at Emoju's feet, extending her hands to tightly grasp his clothing. Fordong Iyuya. Kong Jian possessed an inexplicable charm that deeply attracted her, captivating her and driving her to madness, compelling her to pursue the impossible. Yuan He Ping's conjecture was largely accurate. This information was overheard by Wu Ming while Wu Zhihai was on the phone at home, and the scene that flashed through his mind was of his father seated on the sofa, making a call. After hearing Lord Yi Yiri's words, the astute Huang Jinbiao and Jia Gui jointly discerned the clues on the scene. In other words, even if one were to collapse on the road, it was imperative to ensure that the 4 of them understood clearly. This understanding was not the pursuit of Bai Fan, but rather the aspiration of Bai Fan. Her half-dreamy, half-awake gaze was exceedingly hazy, and the sudden influx of light was painfully blinding, causing her to instinctively furrow her brows and struggle to open her eyes. After a brief moment, Shui Ran finally grasped the reality of her situation. She let out a muffled groan and extended her hands, forcefully pushing against Mo Ju's sturdy chest. This was excessive, utterly excessive. You disregard all conventions. The competition has yet to commence, and you exert such force. Must we engage in a life-and-death struggle today for your satisfaction? Today, Heitong seemed to have crossed swords with Jia Gui, perhaps as a test for Jia Gui. Regardless of what Jia Gui stated, Heitong always countered him. Although Zhou Ku was seasoned in battle and indifferent to life and death, he did not wish to meet an unclear demise at the hands of Mo Ju. Please follow me, the elder said to Long Ling, then proceeded into the room. Without hesitation, Long Ling followed suit. Moments later, Long Ling accompanied the elder into a chamber where the elder also registered Long Ling's belongings. Upon hearing those words, Nie Zhenbang abruptly stood up from his seat, while Hong Feng swiftly rose as well, retrieving Nie Zhenbang's coat and handing it to him. If someone suddenly informed you that you were about to die, I believe no one could accept such a harsh reality. Tianyu village was not solely built by Tai Shuizhan Ao Tan. As it continued to grow, other players did not merely wait idly. Among them were several entities far larger than the Tai Shui family. Hatred, a lifelong negative effect that cannot be removed or disappear. Permanently increasing damage to abyssal beings by 5, and permanently decreasing favorability towards abyssal beings by 30, with the hatred value from ordinary attacks doubled. Ma Ji had fought to this point and was aware of the scale of the youth army, which numbered at least 50,000. Although he was reluctant to believe this fact, he dared not halt any longer to contend with the youth army. Following Jing Tianfei, Xiao Chiyue suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream, subsequently displaying the same expression as Jing Tianfei. The remaining dozen cavalrymen whistled, trailing behind the bearded captain as they rushed towards their camp. Zhu Qianni understood that he could not contend with Wei Chen at present. Thus, he could only leverage his words, which would also ease his mood somewhat. Chapter 69. The Fluffy Humanoid. The lion's tail abruptly stiffened as it awkwardly nudged against the girl. After its massive body collapsed, it deliberately maintained a half-punch distance from her. Yet, as Jiang Xu's fingertips grazed its mane, a long, suppressed purr escaped its throat, revealing its immense comfort. Realizing his lapse, Pedro immediately straightened his back, his tail snapping into a straight line. Jiang Xu stifled a laugh, her delicate fingers gently pressing on his scapula. That was precisely where she had previously examined. The Heavenly Dragon cavalry was undeniably stronger than the Heart's Eye. They were convinced it was not due to their own prowess, but because of the formidable leader, Sarah, who could support the entire army in continuously executing the Kasaro techniques. A feat that seemed impossible, yet was accomplished by her. Yet, what exactly was this other universe space? And what events transpired 40,000 years ago that led to a slight overlap between these two universes? The situation was clear, yet it was far from over. Zhu Ninglan was taken aback, then remarked, "That girl is hardly worth mentioning." A cold breeze swept in, causing her inky hair to dance in the wind. Her enchanting face adorned with a languid smile, captivating to the core. Due to the number of disciples, which had reached completion according to the days counted, no further apprentices would be accepted. Of course, some nominal disciples could still be taken in, but they were not included in this count. I will promptly report to our superiors how your Longzhou City Public Security Bureau has sheltered criminals. Zhang Guangli took out his phone to call Director Liu. The Phoenix's face bore a nostalgic expression as she recounted to Li Song the myriad tales of the past involving the ancient 3 clans of beasts and scales from the witch and demon tribes, of which the world remained oblivious. Meanwhile, the North Sea envoy, Yuan Fudong, had been relentlessly defeated by Master when over the years and had retreated to his lair, with the vast North Sea behind him, leaving him with no path to retreat. This predicament was indeed challenging for him, as he had never been adept in battle formations. Had it not been for the occasional support from the Tianqi lineage, he might have been defeated long ago. Silence. Sarah's cold command caused everyone to crouch down, shielding their heads in fear of the whip's descent. This is not a matter to create trouble for me. To be honest, I have no desire to concern myself with the lives and deaths of those from the ally kingdom. However, for your sake, I have resolved to intervene. Yao Ji addressed Jing Wei. Who are you? Zero inquired, studying the jade-faced gentleman before him, then glancing at Baiyu. Based on the intelligence gathered over the years, Baiyu had no trustworthy allies, yet this jade-faced gentleman, who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, was remarkably unique. With a loud crash, the crystal rock serpent erupted from the earth, tightly binding the careless ice ghost, exerting all its strength to constrict and crush it to the point of helplessness. Why must you, Holy Mother Yuhuan, make things difficult for me over a mere alchemy tower? Ma Lingyao addressed the Holy Mother Yuhuan. He bore countless secrets. Thus he understood how a person concealing secrets would act, akin to Yang Xiao at this very moment. This was both a challenge and a means of self-enhancement, and there were indeed other methods to restore the power of the soul. Upon groggily opening his eyes, his first reaction was to nurse the child. Yet before his feet could touch the ground, Lan Lichuan had already appeared at the door with breakfast. Chapter 70. Returning together to the office area. The giant panda, Ian, was the first to react, his paw thudding on the table as his black and white head nudged against Jiang Xu's elbow. Want to see my humanoid form? Visit the Ison Group's official website. The leader's introduction section has high-definition photos and videos of my speeches from the Aslan Empire Youth Entrepreneur Summit. As he spoke, his tail stood upright and wagged, his round ears perked up in pride. His father, Duke Ison, had long entrusted the group's affairs entirely to him. Who else could it be? It was said that the two families had already decided to marry us, but unexpectedly, Meng Qi suddenly vanished without a trace. Those tens of thousands of credit points were promised as a gift to Ian without requiring repayment. Yet when faced with over 100 million credit points, it was impossible not to be swayed. The elite soldiers maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of any signs of excitement. Only a glimmer of joy in their eyes betrayed their inner exhilaration. However, the rebellious magical domain lay deep within the abyss, and even the 6 top-tier forces of the Justice League would find it challenging to intervene. The group arrived at Yang Siwei's studio. He was absent, and they were greeted by Yang Siwei's assistant. During the Qi-Wang alliance, not only did Zhu now take a keen interest in Huang Dongxian, but Xiao Wujia also held a profound impression of this individual, for Huang Dongxian had nearly thwarted his plans when he infiltrated the capital. Do not assist me. I can still drink. I still wish to ride. Li Qingchuan slurred, his words barely coherent. The district governor, along with over a dozen 6-tier powerhouses, escorted Xi Minyu and others. Fang Wen was at a loss for words. As someone who had seen the world, she found herself trembling slightly when exchanging business cards. This could easily be interpreted as the helm of the Hua family hiring a senior manager at a high salary. Qing, he wrapped her tightly from head to toe, fearing the chill from the wind. The emperor approached, extending his arms to embrace her, feeling as if the delicate waist he once held was now enveloped in a pile of cotton, pleasantly plump and soft, yet lacking the former slenderness. Yin Yuchen's expression darkened as he grasped her tender fingers, preparing to rudely pry them apart. Xi Minyu jumped into the ancient well, which proved to be as cool and sweet as ever, plunging over 100 meters deep. He climbed down the well wall, attempting to uncover its hidden secrets. Sorting out the chaos makes everything manageable. Su Li was immensely grateful to Zhou Cainiao, yet she refrained from expressing her gratitude verbally, instead incessantly serving him dishes. The meaning behind her words was clear to everyone present, except for Fang Anyue, who remained oblivious and simply responded earnestly. Yang Fan understood that as the treatment progressed, the pain would become increasingly unbearable, turning into an everyday ordeal. Terrified, Chun Yinhua gazed at his own hand, gripping the pistol aimed at the bodyguard who had burst through the door, drenched in sweat. He desperately attempted to restrain his own body, but tragically realized he was utterly powerless. Upon hearing those words, Yi Xian could no longer contain the fury burning within him, emanating a terrifying aura of murderous intent. Just then, Yi Xian finally rushed out, immediately spotting the figure in black attempting to harm Lin Xue. Without hesitation, he swiftly flicked his fingers. Only Feng Shilin was taken aback to witness someone being eliminated so effortlessly, his expression shifting from shock to normalcy almost instantaneously. Chapter 71. Follow me in cultivation. The entire space had already been cleared, with all surveillance equipment switched to internal loop mode. This marked the first instance in the history of the Yazalan Empire where complete beastly transformation restored human consciousness, classified with the highest level of confidentiality. After all, no one could explain why these 3 imperial elites, who should have remained in a permanent beast state, awakened under the care of a frail human girl. Inside the laboratory, as Kelly turned around, she stumbled upon a scene that could only be described as surreal. The lion, Pedro, pawed at the village kindergarten, a place that had never seen a celebrity, as they were a rarity. For the locals, they could only catch a glimpse of them on television. Capturing 2 wild ones was indeed a cause for great curiosity. Upon hearing Father Yin Fengli's words, the spirits present displayed subtle reactions. Although the self-proclaimed noble hero king remained nonchalant, excluded from this sentiment, despite it being the warm summer season, the large floor-to-ceiling windows were still laden with snowflakes blown in by the cold wind. Liu Jiangwo couldn't help but smile wryly. As a senior official, the director of the emergency center, he had merely made a casual phone call, without even mentioning his name, simply stating he was a friend, and all the clouds of trouble over his head vanished in an instant. Thanks to Yi Anqi's reminder, Fu Yin suddenly recalled his best partner who had stood by him and assisted him considerably, and promptly headed towards the kitchen. L'Isisai del Plisli. He had never anticipated such an event would transpire, far exceeding his imagination. If a confrontation were to occur at that moment, there was no doubt that no one could rival him. You silly girl, this is hardly a secret. A slight inquiry would reveal it, Elder Morong explained. As black smoke began to rise slowly, a strand of darkness twisted in the air like a worm, drifting toward the person before them. When Ai Qing departed, she had tossed a grenade, which exploded right on Yin Xiang, and both Wu De and I were caught off guard, sustaining minor injuries. I thought it wasn't particularly severe, but I was startled when I checked after my shower, as Yi Wu recounted nonchalantly, with a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. After all, in the perilous arena where two had just perished in an instant, the sudden appearance of such a beautiful woman was enough to invigorate all the men present. As if they had been electrified, Qiao Shiguan initially felt dizzy, but being tossed around in such a manner had surprisingly alleviated her nausea. Through the opening song and dance, many had already guessed that the special guest would be Li Xiaoli. The close personal relationship between Li Xiaoli and Park Tianxiu was no secret among fans, and everyone was curious about what this pair of superstars, who referred to each other as siblings in reality, would bring to the audience. How could one steal a friend's boyfriend, especially when it jeopardized their friendship with Wei Muron? Now, in Qi Lingfeng's tone, it seemed as though these matters were being brushed aside as trivial, as if he felt entitled to benefit from the situation. Chapter 72. The Yazilan people unable to cultivate. While electronic reports are convenient, particularly crucial data is also preserved in paper form. Kelly distributed the reports she held to the 3 individuals present, providing a brief verbal summary as they reviewed the documents. The latest test results indicated that His Highness Pedro and, what did you just say? I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it, please? Liang Yin feigned ignorance, leaning her ear closer to Li Zixiao as if truly unable to hear him. Now, channel the 360 ancient characters, integrating them into the Emperor's blade, then rotate the blade. Tian Yan's voice resonated in Yi Xiaoshuan's ear. Though she yearned to rush in and behold someone's physique in its entirety, she ultimately lingered at the doorway, awkwardly descending the stairs. Before her lay an individual missing an arm, grimacing in pain, clearly injured, with legs awkwardly splayed, struggling to rise from the ground. Yes, that's correct. Lin Xiaohan is her name. Feng Xiaoqian settled down, relishing Lin Xiaohuan's expressions as if thoroughly enjoying the moment. Han Xiao was already dressed and ready, standing before the mirror to tidy himself up. His dark eyes fell upon his rather disheveled visage, the wounds on his lips, and the bloodied bite marks on his neck caused him the most distress, as his shirt collar barely concealed them. Don't act like this. Go see how Qiner is progressing in her cultivation. Xia Biao activated her spiritual sense to locate Yang Qin's whereabouts. His despondent exterior, coupled with a gaze as sharp as a dagger, evoked a profound sense of approaching death. Yi Xiaoxian was acutely aware that those who had ambushed him on the night of the full moon were summoned by Bai Song, yet faced with Bai Song's sincere apology, he found it difficult to justify not forgiving him. The battle formation, originally composed of Golden Core disciples, was now made up of nascent soul disciples. Could their power be the same? 5 or 6 decades was sufficient for a batch of promising Golden Core disciples to advance to nascent soul. Bai Yu immediately clarified. The 4 beggars expressed their immense gratitude and then dispersed, instructing me to wait at the designated spot for about 10 minutes, and someone would arrive promptly. Don't move. Ji Tanjing suddenly shouted, her face pale and her eyes blazing with fury. With a swift motion, she swept all the piled gift boxes to the ground, scattering them in disarray. The technique she employed was undoubtedly of the Xian level, although her opponent shared the same realm. The disparity in their techniques saw him being kicked off the high platform. Taoist Wang, he was a professional, fixated on the black mist before him, undoubtedly discerning some underlying principles. For him, we were mere outsiders, left to watch the spectacle helplessly. The judge stared in astonishment at the sudden arrival of a figure with the rank of a major general, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. My curiosity surged, compelling me to inquire about what he and Musa had been engaged in. Yet I bit my lip, realizing I should refrain from questioning further to avoid stirring up trouble. Wang Bin, where have we arrived? An elderly voice emanated from the carriage, as a weathered hand slowly opened the carriage door, revealing a head of silver hair. A venerable elder sat within, and those words were indeed his. The Eternal Bonds Guild had only recently begun, yet with their foundation and influence, no one would believe they possessed the resources to provide a strong celestial treasure to a single individual in a short span of time, even if it meant taking down Shun Yinluo. Chapter 73. Keeping up with the times requires learning. No problem. Kelly nodded, her wolf ears shimmering under the light. Leave it to me. I will escort them to the Emerald Forest. Saintt donned his military cap, casting a glance at the three beasts in the conference room. That place was close to the office. Generally, those who utter such words harbor expectations for the outcome. True to being a loyal fan of old James, it was evident that Rihanna held great hope for his comeback. Carl set her down, pulling her to a safe place. Do not move, nor entertain thoughts of resistance. Your efforts are futile. This battle is inevitable, perhaps due to his overwhelming power. The prince had become engrossed in his study of various formations, developing a haughty indifference towards many matters. What do you know? My poison can be resolved at any moment. Without the protective heart lotus, she would perish, Sangyo retorted coldly. Yet I have heard that Guard Yi slayed a treacherous member of the Hua dynasty during his return journey. With the crown prince and the third prince present as witnesses, is that not so? The Emperor Wide suddenly broached the matter of the inquiry pavilion, plunging the Yunfeng pavilion into silence. In the stillness of the night, her presence rendered the solitude less profound. Simply gazing upon her slumbering visage brought him immeasurable joy. Had Jing Ruhu spent more time in the modern world, she would recognize this sensation as one of pure affection. In just 20 minutes, the van entered a villa district, situated in the outskirts and notably spacious. After winding through the area for a few minutes, the vehicle finally halted before a lakeside villa. A towering obsidian gate loomed in the central square, guarded by several high-ranking spellcasters. Suddenly, the obsidian gate emitted a faint spiritual glow, startling the vigilant spellcasters. With Li Youxiang and Edward commanding the team, Chu Kitian could indeed relax with his tea. Initially, I believed that Nico Robin, as the left hand of the sand crocodile, would serve as my ally in this realm. Calculate the meteor's trajectory. Alan activated the chip's supercomputing capabilities. Data surged before his eyes, culminating in a three-dimensional image materializing. Lin Miao's mouth watered. She quickly seized an opportunity to hang up the phone, then handed chopsticks to Luo Yin, eagerly eyeing the dishes before her. Spanish villagers faced brutal assaults from British soldiers, who brandished bayonets at these unfortunate and panicked individuals, leaving them helpless as their sustenance and possessions were seized. As for weaponry, Bai Mingxiu provided primarily light arms, for industrial equipment required excessive space. GZI, I hereby appoint you as the plenipotentiary representative, responsible for negotiations with the Daming Navy regarding our surrender aboard the Iris Flower. We are willing to yield, but we wish to retain our dignity and safety, Lon Burant suddenly declared to GZI. Upon returning to the office, Qiyu found no sign of Qiao Dongyang. She sat down and called Yu Feng to inquire about Qi Yan's situation. Just a day prior, she had spoken with a boy named Wu Chong, even having a quarrel. Yet today, no one seemed to remember him. Chapter 74. The Imperial Academy of Sciences. At the appointed hour, Jiang Xu drove her trusty mountain bike towards the Emerald Forest. When she inquired about the route from Saintt, she discovered that her mountain bike had already been commandeered by his men. No worries, speak freely but with honesty, Lu Lei remarked, observing his demeanor, which prompted memories of the past. Daiyu, unusually, did not retort against Jia Baoyu's words, though hidden in darkness. Her cheeks flushed with warmth, and she felt feverish. After dining, they retired to bed, fatigued from the day as travel lulling them into slumber upon resting their heads. Reflecting on his thoughts, he suddenly recalled Qian Jingyu's words. To open the tomb of death, one must use explosives. Entering the tiger's den to capture the tiger cub. This phrase might seem perplexing to the average person, who could hardly fathom what Huang Kun referred to as a gift. Perhaps only a select few understood that the gift was merely anesthetic. Uncertain if it was merely an illusion, Yi Fan sensed something different about Qi Yufei today. Her gaze, typically filled with admiration, now bore an indescribable emotion. Winding and lush, Qin Feng's breath, undeterred by the Jiu Zhuan, Shun Dan nestled in his embrace, guided the clouds above. In the present, Zai Bujan was indeed devoid of any weaknesses. His heart and mind were as ordinary as any other. The myriad colors of the skeletal remains shimmered like gold and crystal, radiant and resplendent, reminiscent of a vibrant, ethereal rainbow. Yet, this did not instill fear in Chu Feng. Minister Li respectfully accepted the imperial edict, scrutinizing it before passing it to the censor and Su Yajun. After their review, they nodded in agreement. Li Taiwei solemnly declared, "The edict is genuine, indeed the last will of the late emperor. Long live our emperor." He bowed reverently. Yu Canghai observed with a cold smile. This Qing Feng Ding was a secret weapon of the Qingshang sect, passed down for centuries, perfected since the Northern Song dynasty. Thus, the cultivation of guardians must be approached with caution. The Baiqi family, with its military roots, was in dire need of such talent. Should Dai Wenna indeed possess exceptional gifts, it would undoubtedly bolster the Baiqi family's standing within military. This news weighed heavily on everyone. As the treasures bestowed by the palace were unique, both in material and craftsmanship, crafted by the finest artisans of the realm, making it nearly impossible to find an identical piece elsewhere. Feng Qingye and Bai Lin tactfully sidestepped the bickering between the medical sage and Hua Qianli. Trailing behind the two siblings, their expressions revealing their discomfort. Upon entering the room, Yun Qian spotted Luo, she seated below, having removed her veil, attentively listening to the elder lady's words, her dimples appearing on either cheek. "What is that?" The crowd gasped, descending from the spider's back, astonished by the red stone. Chapter 75, This Little Fish Cares. The three ferocious beasts did not protest the girl's peculiar names for them. Saintt had already briefed them beforehand. Among the trio, Xiaoyu harbored particularly deep-seated resentment towards the Imperial Academy of Sciences. His father, steadfast in his principles, refused to bow to the Academy's president and was thus wrongfully accused, leading to his resignation. Even more heart-wrenching were the soldiers who, deprived of mental stabilizers, succumbed to insanity. How innocent they were. However, Su Ranhua glanced at the sky outside, realizing it was indeed late. What might the Northern King's manor do with her for staying out all night? What had become of the third wife, who had striven to protect her? As she listened to Lung Xiaoqian's voice, her eyes remained fixed on his every move, observing the expressions on his face. Qin Feng fell silent, staring blankly at the scenery outside the window, his brows furrowing in deep contemplation. Yang Roli's eyes glistened with tears as she secretly wiped them away, saying, "I know, I just feel like I have utterly failed in this marriage. I gained nothing, truly nothing, even losing the child to her." At 17, the master timely arrived at the assassin's location, but was shot due to the sudden ineffectiveness of his ageless wine. "Brother, do not stop me. I have no intention of seeking Chen Xiao's forgiveness today. I can no longer bear this. Why should Chen Xiao endure so much suffering while she revels in comfort?" Chen Xiao's injuries were caused by Jin Yinnu, yet she aids Jin Yinnu in dealing with him. Hisu's eyes turned red with anger. "If you were to traverse as Yun Rong, it would save us much trouble," Ling Sai teased, grasping her chin with a smile. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chun seized his phone, a devilish grin spreading across his face. Montauk Ying a Blasteazev. Realizing that she was the only one present capable of conversing with Yenqin Shengwang. This peculiar energy was something he encountered for the very first time. He hastily severed the entirety of Susanu's right shoulder, which was engulfed by crimson lightning as it fell. As I conversed, I followed Director Han to the detention room. Through the iron bars, I beheld Sanjia Hishang sitting cross-legged on the ground, his eyes tightly shut, palms pressed together in a serene demeanor, his white suit unblemished. "Young master," Lan Xinyu called out, fearing that Yu Wushuang might be deceived. After all, those so-called remnants of a sacred weapon were mere illusions. It felt as though time had accelerated. The large banyan tree was visibly deteriorating at an alarming rate. "It is over. Master Han has triumphed." At that moment, a voice boomed, causing everyone to gaze toward the center of the square. Currently, the fifth Lu Feng was a prisoner, regardless of his official rank. He was rendered powerless within these prison walls, thus significantly diminishing his strength. Simultaneously, its offspring vanished without a trace. Consequently, the search for the Beast Clan prince became a paramount concern for the entire clan, and today, a resolution finally emerged. To be frank, he felt a twinge of guilt over the actions taken against Yin Xiu. However, given the circumstances, he could only express his apologies. Before he could regain his composure, Lung Bing was struck hard from behind by a flying kick from Lai Fu, sending him sprawling to the ground. Petition work is an exceedingly challenging aspect of police duty. Not only is it fraught with trivial complexities, but it also confronts a myriad of unpredictable individuals and events. If mishandled, it could potentially escalate into a collective incident. Therefore, no deputy director willingly accepts the responsibility of petition work. Chapter 76. Braving the Forbidden Zone. Jiang Xu gently patted the shoulder of the brown bear. His fingertips still tinged with lingering spiritual energy. "Please set me down. I need to recuperate for a moment." The brown bear suddenly realized that in his excitement, he had lifted Jiang Xu off the ground with his claws and quickly set him down with care. Observing Jiang Xu sitting in meditation, the lion cub flicked its tail against the brown bear's calf. When the latter's curious gaze fell upon him, he inclined his head, signaling it to move away. "Ian, you stay with Jiang Xu. We shall take our leave." "Damn!" Before Mu Fengye could revel in excitement, he suddenly slammed his fist onto the computer. "Descending the mountain? Training?" Chun Feng inquired, having entertained the same thought, yet fearing that his limited abilities might place him in peril outside. As he cast a wary glance towards Yin Yu, his concern about keeping his distance intensified, mindful that he might be struck by an inexplicably mysterious golden light should Yin Yu approach. Though Zhao Ming was astonished, he had no time to explore the origins of this energy, channeling his internal vitality to suppress the blue energy with all his might. After a moment, the blue energy began to wane, gradually losing its earlier fury. Upon reopening his eyes, Yizhua discerned the specific forms manifested by the 8 ethereal figures: the dragon, the white camel beast, the golden-haired ape, the azure-maned lion beast, the venerable tortoise embodying profound wisdom, the nocturnal bat, the giant mosquito, and the white-headed eagle, each reflecting the newly emerged demon clan figures from the perilous realm of Luoyang, all shattered into jade fragments. "It goes without saying. It must be so," Bloodley remarked in a somber tone, suddenly gasping, his complexion paling as he gravely spoke. As Xia Mingfeng approached the entrance, he overheard 2 cultivators outside discussing fervently. Soon, the crimson door creaked open, revealing a 30-something cultivator with a brutish demeanor, who glared at the two with hostility before cursing and turning to close the door again. If not, why was there such a significant time difference? However, if this were not Japan, why were these individuals conversing in the Japanese language? After the elder of the Hinata clan departed, only the Zhu, Liu, and Dai families remained before the noble lords. Casually rummaging through Xia Yofeng's embrace, he found nothing but a single invitation. With an invitation in his left hand and a long sword in his right, Luo Tian felt momentarily at a loss. It was clear that Xia Yufeng had surpassed the peak of martial arts, undoubtedly acquiring numerous treasures during the trial in the Wuji secret realm. And the long sword he held was no ordinary item. In that fleeting moment, Lu Mingfei activated his magic, yet Chinamo simply uttered the word cancel, and the spell was indeed nullified. Bainan raised an eyebrow, a wave of profound disappointment washing over him. He steadied his mind and fell silent for several seconds. The DG burst device emitted a radiant glow, revealing a peculiar symbol within the light, which soon enveloped Daige Beast. A chill breeze swept through, causing his body to shudder violently, as if frozen by ice, radiating an aura of impending death, as if he might perish at any moment. Chun Fei inquired, noting that the quantity of steel materials was substantial and high quality was essential. This was intended to assist the evolving digital beasts in reaching maturity. The money jars had indeed mastered the essence of concealing their presence. Even he could not discern Sheng Jiqing's true form and nearly fell into his conversational trap. Had it not been for Nan Xian's accidental mention, Jiao Yu might still be oblivious. At that moment, Niao Yu forcefully executed a shoulder throw, sending Chao Tsong Lu tumbling head over heels. The two erupted in a dazzling display of pink and yellow energy, which then transformed into beams of light colliding in the sky, each impact causing the very fabric of space to tremble violently. Xia Hanmo suppressed her feelings deep within a corner unseen by others. To converse with him a few times each day and share fleeting encounters was a source of great contentment. Chapter 77. The predecessor of the Forbidden Zone. Before his words had fully dissipated, Jiang Xu heard the thunderous roar of an aircraft engine overhead. Soon, Saintt, clad in crisp military attire, appeared before them. He cast a cold glance at the lion cub, causing it to instinctively shrink its shoulders as the death ray from his nephew re-emerged. Saintt then addressed Jiang Xu. I have parked the aircraft in an open area ahead. Let us proceed together. Inside the cabin, the faint aroma of cedar mingled with the gentle caress of the military equipment's tender evening breeze, as Bai Bing's azure locks fluttered slightly, unintentionally brushing against Wei Feng's cheek. However, they would only sample lightly. After all, this establishment was under their watch, and for the sake of their livelihoods, they would refrain from taking any excessive actions. The courtesan's entrance naturally warranted a performance. Yulan, the courtesan, was renowned for her exceptional guqin and shao performances, having dazzled the audience during the anniversary celebration of Shrek City with her stunning solo, solidifying her reputation. Chun Qingji, flanked by numerous elite guards, approached the palace gates, locking eyes with the four figures atop the city walls, displaying no hint of trepidation. The investors of Chantian Holdings, along with shareholders who had purchased stock in the company, were exceedingly concerned with the performance of Chengtian's private equity fund. Strong performance would drive stock prices higher, while poor performance could lead to drastic declines. In the second circle, centered around the city, several individuals noticed 3 convoys approaching from various directions. Wei Feng swiftly organized their formation and proceeded according to plan. The atmosphere was warm with the fragrance of perfume and the flickering candlelight. As director, Chen initially felt somewhat reserved. After a few drinks, he relaxed, conversing with his uncle as if they were brothers, while Mrs. Chen and Auntie shared a sisterly intimacy. Even the usually taciturn Jia found herself chatting with Lu Mingze about the exquisite yet mysterious dishes. Upon hearing that sound, many felt a wave of nausea. At over 40 years of age, such a sound seemed unbecoming, far from the playful tones of youth. Naturally, they believed their superior would never abandon them. If he could frighten Long Jiu away from Mao Qing'er's residence, he could certainly assist from the foot of the mountain to capture Long Jiu. The first thing she did upon waking was to fix her gaze intently on Mu Xuanqing, and after a few moments of silence, she suddenly embraced him tightly, exclaiming, "It's you, Mu Xuanqing. This time, I will not mistake you." The grand landing proceeded successfully, unnoticed by anyone. Chun Liangyu chose not to follow. After indulging in a moment of intimacy with Chun Ruoxi, he lay wide awake on the bed, observing the progression of the landing through satellite imagery. Yi Hongye attempted to speak, but a gentle hand rested on her shoulder, pushing her aside. The information contained within was precisely the rules for the interdepartmental competition, considering the vast number of students in a single year, not to mention the entire department. Reflecting on this, Bai Gujing's jaw dropped, and with a transformation, she morphed into a youthful maiden of barely 20, appearing with a basket in hand. Yi Xian, already in a foul mood, was naturally incensed upon witnessing such an event. Without further thought, he slowly ascended the steps of the nightclub's entrance. Upon encountering blood, Abaka let out an exuberant roar, charging into the guard team as if it were a deserted realm. His subordinates faced no opposition. Within moments, they slaughtered those surrounding them, leaving a scene of devastation. This expansive territory, if conquered solely by him, would take years of relentless effort. How many tanks and artillery would he need to produce? Lu Hao looked up at the figures above. If the 2 prominent mustaches were removed, who would the mysterious Huang girl on the 4th floor of the Jin Du Zue Hua Lu be? Su Yang, upon hearing Lei Hao's words, ceased to ponder what those 2 might do to him. His mind was solely occupied with the desire to fire several shots at the designated location. Having only fired 10 rounds during military training, he had been thrilled at the time. Now, faced with an opportunity to indulge further, he was eager to embrace the experience fully. Chapter 78, The Icefield Giant Wolf. Saintt surveyed her steady steps beneath the goggles. Her brow shifted slightly as her physical data was sufficient to induce shame in many new students at the Imperial Military Academy. He Han Jintian's complexion gradually paled as he glanced at the indignant descendants in the dining hall and suddenly managed a bitter smile. After speaking, Mr. Gui, who turned and vanished into the forest, contemplating how to use this formation to trap the wandering king. Seizing the opportunity to capture the city of Shishuizhou and establish a direct route to the heartland. After breakfast, Gu Nuanying bathed and donned a pure white garment with golden silk trim. Following his words, Lin Hao ignored Zhao Dehai's reaction. turning directly to get into the car and departing swiftly. The production was particularly legendary, having been filmed in just 18 days, with only her and another actor collaborating throughout. Moreover, with so many people in the room, should the opposing party truly file a complaint, she would be at a loss for words. As far as those at the Wu and realm were concerned, he could not offer them high demands. How could any hunting group possibly present something genuinely compelling to those at that level? Lin Hao merely smiled casually, casting a glance of mild pity at Zhou Yushan before preparing to leave. After being blasted away by a spell, he was fortunate that the spell was directed at Imo Xian, preventing him from being struck directly. Otherwise, Tian Wang might have lost his life. Even with his defensive abilities, he might not have been able to withstand such an extraordinary spell. So what? Ngu frowned, wondering how this related to his current activities. Chu Lu furrowed his brows slightly. While it was true that nothing resembled anything else, there was an indescribable sense of similarity lingering in the air. Just as he was about to open the car door, his phone rang, revealing a call from the kindergarten. Did Feng's strength finally emerge from the dire straits to establish the foundation of the southern province? Su Jingsheng displayed a look of surprise. Although the siblings occasionally clashed, it was the first time witnessing such a scene. Su Jingwen repeated her words, her anger intensifying. Su Junlin shook his head helplessly, casting a glance at his father before stepping outside. Shun Zhong attempted to mediate between the already quarreling grandfather and grandson, suggesting they each refrain from speaking, and discreetly gestured for Ning Nanxing to leave quickly. Before Qingming could contemplate further, a dozen figures descended upon the Xiaoyao Peak in rapid succession. Mr. Cheng, I cannot make any promises at this moment. However, please send me the addresses of the islands in the Caribbean, and I will dispatch someone to investigate. If all is well, I shall fulfill our previous agreement, Kong Min stated. Suddenly, Lin Haoshua pointed emphatically at the center of the golden circle. Subsequently, a white light point, gently hovering at her fingertip, shot forth like a meteor, hurtling towards the golden circle. For words encapsulated the essence, analysis at its core. One must never overestimate or underestimate the strength of their opponent. The hidden mage, do you understand? Sometimes, I envy your abilities, Palo remarked earnestly. Chapter 79, Venison Hot Pot. Saintt raised an eyebrow, reiterating, Big White? Jiang Xu truly enjoyed giving these imperial beasts whimsical names. Jiang Xu gently stroked the fur on the back of the giant wolf, which felt unexpectedly rigid, yet still quite pleasant. Look, its fur is pure white. Big White is an adorable name. Indeed, I concur. Big White fits splendidly, Panda Ian chimed in eagerly. Why should only they have such whimsical nicknames? In the future, the immense primordial spirit would be visible to all beings in the celestial realm. Yet many celestial kings remained perplexed, as the actions of the human emperor were akin to self-destruction. Despite the formidable nature of the primordial spirit now, it was but a fleeting moment. Once the physical form withered, it would be akin to a rootless reed. They could not fathom the human emperor's intentions. Of course I remember, you little ghost. After all these years, the cunning girl has blossomed into such a beauty. Li Qingwan playfully ruffled Li Qingyun's hair. Great general, those barbarian troops must believe that guarding the city is futile, and thus they have fled. I fear the Zhuxian County has become a ghost town, remarked a general sitting to the left, stroking his beard with a hearty laugh. The perceptive youth grasped one thing. This was undoubtedly not a fabrication. So was the foreign brain cells statement true? In terms of measurement, according to the standards of it equated to kilograms. While 100,000 kilograms of timber was manageable without specifying the type, they had accumulated a vast quantity of timber, making 1 million kilograms quite feasible. However, iron and copper posed a dilemma, as they were strategic resources that the had perpetually lacked. The situation did not unfold as he had anticipated. Others seemed oblivious to his words, and the battle continued unabated. After several breaths, only when the bandits lay slain did the chitin soldiers turn to look at a solitary horse 20 paces away. Yet it was too late. A deafening roar followed, and a blinding light spread forth, accompanied by the terrifying force of destruction, followed by a cacophony of screams. Upon inquiring, Xiemo Huan discovered that not all soldiers had adhered to the order to drink the Huanghua Hao potion. Enraged, he commanded Ho Dayan and Li Humiao to personally oversee the soldiers in each camp to ensure they consumed the potion. Sidu Xing furrowed his brow as he embraced her into his apartment. Upon entering the living room, Shan Shui immediately reached out to assist him in unbuttoning his coat. I have never heard you mention Chu Junyan, her eyes sparkling as she contained her thoughts. Now that she is here, everything must change. Rest assured, I will take good care of them. Most importantly, the Zhang she had always looked down upon turned out to be the sister of the president of the Shuntong Chamber of Commerce, which was utterly unbelievable. The masked figure hesitated momentarily, finding his words to be quite reasonable, suddenly at a loss for what to say. It was at this moment that the warrior threatening Chen Yuding was suddenly struck by a hidden weapon. With a swift kick, he toppled a barbarian soldier, seizing the long spear from his grasp, and charged directly into the battlefield. It was not entirely smooth sailing. Frankly, Mr. Fu was unaware of why his survival instincts were so weak at that time, nearly costing him his life. Dr. Gu adjusted his glasses, reflecting that it was precisely because of that surgery 5 years ago that he had risen to become the most promising newcomer in the industry. Song Wanrong remained silent, as did Song Jingqing, their gazes locked in an unspoken understanding, seemingly affirming her self-belief on a spiritual level. Chapter 80. The deer meat one mustn't overindulge in upon returning to the tent. Jiang Xu poured another batch of meat slices into the pot of clear broth and began to fish out deer meat from the spicy broth, preparing to satiate his hunger. It is truly delectable. Would you care to sample it? Jiang Xu's eyes sparkled as he lightly tapped the cage-like mecha with his finger, uttering a command that brought the previously hovering cage down upon the writhing zombies, ensnaring them entirely. As Chu Lingxian entered the room and approached Chen Afu, his face radiated excitement, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, his once stern visage now animated by overwhelming exhilaration. If you refuse to accept this, I shall have to decline the gift, said Dugu Lioli coolly. Chen Afu diligently exercised, and amidst his busyness, the date of March 17th arrived. In the afternoon, Chun Ming led his family to the Duff Fong residence. Just before stepping out, Chen Debao mischievously smeared Chun Afu's face with flour from beneath the stove. Emperor Jinheng gazed at his departing grandson with a sense of comfort, realizing that Ai was soon to embrace fatherhood. Little did they know that even in broad daylight, ghosts guarded the castle. If the adversary's rifle were loaded with ghostly bullets, we would be in dire straits. Fong Fong's father explained to her mother, saying, "Since you fear injuring Nana's womb, let us arrange for Nana and Fong Fong to marry and conceive at an earlier age." The man in black cast a fleeting glance at her, then produced 2 items from his storage bag, a gray cloth pouch and a resplendent golden token. How can one be certain? Perhaps she has grown weary of her playful life and desires stability as she matures, seeking a good man to marry. Sure, Luo Ying inquired with a smile, subtly implying he was the fool in question. Sure Shiro observed him, also smiling, yet her laughter did not reach her eyes, which remained piercingly clear, exuding an icy chill. They had previously arranged to meet Qian Guangcai, but due to unforeseen circumstances, they could only postpone their meeting. Yet now, Ning Jijun had come in person. Could it be they had discovered a gift certain to please the Yin family? Li Zheng, not one for words, politely smiled at Aunt Huang before following the elder into the dining room, where a feast had already been laid out, replete with dishes favored by both Li Zheng and the elder, including a tofu fish soup. Within the luminous mirror, a vast valley was suddenly illuminated by a striking halo of thunderous light, captivating the viewer with an electrifying jolt. The thought of acting on impulse once more sent a shiver down Yang Qianyu's spine, causing her scalp to tingle. Upon hearing this, Guo Qianqi realized that a statue had unexpectedly appeared before Shen Qianshan's gravestone. "Look, still trying to argue," he sighed and patted Su Xiang's shoulder, saying from now on, "Take good care of our Xuehan and Mingrzixen. Ensure their happiness." Such words, delivered with a veneer of solemnity, might lead an outsider to believe he was making a lifelong commitment. Qin Jingyu, clutching a wine jug, was about to speak when a sudden sharp pain pierced his mind, followed by a rush of warmth in his ears. Chapter 81. The Golden-Edged Snow Lotus. Only when utterly exhausted did the white lion's speed gradually diminish, its fur receding like a receding tide, revealing Saintt's pale and weary human form. He stumbled into the aircraft, leaning against the cold wall to catch his breath. As the dawn broke outside, the metallic door of the aircraft closed behind him, and Saintt retrieved some items he might need before striding towards the temporary camp. Lin Yifei took considerable time to complete the low-level trials, finally managing to stand his body slowly regaining strength. Following the guidance of Sun Wukong, he felt like a light bulb coursing through the meridians of his body, traversing every corner. Several hours later, he gradually regained consciousness. Upon lifting her head, she realized she had inadvertently arrived in an unfamiliar place, lost and disoriented. "Crazy person, why did you stop me just now? Do you know the so-called Sanshin gang?" Lu Shuai panted, seriously gazing at Feng Hua without any playful banter. Bai Yu had anticipated a spectacle, brimming with excitement, only to find that the commotion had unexpectedly turned onto him and the leader, being mistaken for a ninth-level alchemist. Initially furious, he suddenly broke into a smile. "A veteran?" Uncle Yang raised his lips in a smirk, dismissing the incessant chatter of the academic affairs director hiding nearby, and approached Instructor Li with a scrutinizing gaze, demanding, "Where did you serve? What is your unit number?" His tone was akin to that of a superior reprimanding a subordinate. I hastily closed the door, my face burning with embarrassment. While picking up a bath towel, I glanced around the empty room, realizing I was alone. It dawned on me that I had encountered something sinister. This hotel was not clean. I wanted to call Zhonglinger for assistance, but since I had not yet finished bathing, it would be too abrupt. I decided to wait until I was done to seek her out. When is Master leaving? Sang Jinhua knew that Master had long wished to visit Lingshuziren, yet had delayed due to concern for her well-being. The man abruptly flung open the coffin lid, agilely leaping out, and hurried to open the right coffin. Fearing that Chun Chun might inquire about their mother, Lung Ruobing had tucked away all photographs related to her sister. In truth, Lung Ruobing and her sister Lung Ruoshan did not resemble each other closely. Lung Ruoshan was more beautiful, with a better disposition and exceptional qualities. Yet no one could have anticipated the calamity that would befall their family. There must be some hidden truths in this matter. Lu Chengxian realized that maintaining silence about her true identity was no longer feasible. Zhu Youjian's lips twitched, his fingers trembling uncontrollably, and after a moment, his face blossomed with overwhelming joy. Unlike the savage fire giants, the ice giants engaged in combat not to conquer or incorporate other tribes. Their actions, in fact, were a form of military training, showcasing their tribe's strength in hopes of securing a better position when the king of the ice giants led an army to conquer Asgard. Chapter 8-2. Breaking through to the Golden Core stage. No worries, you may consume it with complete assurance. Saintt's ice-blue pupils fixed on Jiang Xu, assuring her that their numbers would ensure her safety. Indeed, the great wolf by also stepped forward, its fluffy tail sweeping the snow, leaving faint traces behind. It had been Jiang Xu who devotedly treated them, and now it was their turn to protect her. "We shall always be your staunchest support." Jiang Xu surveyed the group of fluffy companions, all of whom wore solemn expressions and determined gazes, yet their eyes never lingered on her for more than a second. Not out of feigned gallantry, but rather due to finding her gaze painful to behold. In truth, he cared little for mingling, but it depended on whom he mingled with. That girl was a relative of Xiang Yinyang, and should another of her kin enter the courtyard, his standing would be threatened. Thus he resolutely barred her entry. Upon hearing Yinner's mother utter those words, Li Yifeng felt a sense of understanding, and a slight smile graced his lips. Very well, but who could blame him for being the child's father? She finally comprehended her sister's feelings, that piercing pain. Qing Di felt reassured upon hearing Chu Yaotzen's words. She would never be asked to undertake tasks without certainty. Yet Chu Yaotzen was, after all, quite capable, and the servants of the Xiang residence would not dare to harm her. The sounds of a scuffle echoed outside, and then Chu Yaotzen burst in. "I'm sorry," Su Julia lamented, clutching his head in agony. What in the world had he done? How could he explain this to Qiao Wanxin? He was about to propose to her, and she was carrying his child. Dodo blinked innocently at Lin Shuang, her doe-like eyes causing Lin Shuang to feel a pang of guilt. "Why are you looking at me? You should have held on to it better." Speaking of which, she proactively lifted the basket of vegetables into the house. Following the teachings previously imparted by Shun Xingnan, Li Ninger flipped through the account books while deftly manipulating the abacus. Suyin took some time to deal with the brown bear, and at that moment, Cao Cao arrived with guards and Zhao Yun in tow. Lu Huijin felt a sense of anticipation, thinking that he might soon witness more intriguing craftsmanship. The trial concluded in merely 3 days. Such brevity in deliberation suggested that the 9 jury members had effortlessly reached a consensus regarding Samsung's infringement on Apple's intellectual property. Naturally, she did not wish for the artists in her care to take shortcuts, Yet she was acutely aware of the arduousness of the path ahead, recognizing that relying solely on her own abilities would be insufficient for success. Currently, Liu Huijin was still practicing with the flawed piece, and he was curious to see what kind of finished product he would create after refining his skills on a pristine piece of ivory. As a city governor and seasoned general, he certainly understood the absurdity of employing warhorses as weapons. She was fully aware that continuing along this path would inevitably lead to trouble. Fearing delays, she promptly grabbed her phone and headed to a nearby hospital for an injection. Liu Huijin picked up the carving knife, diligently making modifications as instructed by Jiang Xu. Although the latter had weathered many storms and cultivated the ability to conceal his emotions, he couldn't help but feel a spark of excitement upon hearing Su Zhonglin's words, instinctively bending slightly at the waist. Ha ha, merely jesting. The mood of the bald eagle was evidently quite cheerful, as he rarely indulged in humor. His laughter instantly lightened the atmosphere within the command center, prompting several players to hastily record videos, as this was a primary source of material, leaving those who missed the promotion scene feeling quite regretful. Chapter 83. Cleaving a Mountain Ridge. Even the most advanced garments were rendered tattered by the thunderous strike. Saintt took out a spare outfit and handed it to Jiang Xu, then gallantly turned his back. Just as his pupils constricted and his particle blade was unsheathed, the next moment, a beaming Jiang Xu stood before him. Having changed into the new attire, Saintt sheathed his weapon. However, it must be noted that the so-called improvements often come with accompanying disadvantages. Under such circumstances, the new goddess hand achieving this level of proficiency is commendable. Even Shinjun believed he could only attain such a standard at best. At this moment, Yi Zixuan appeared in their line of sight, sprinting with feet that seemed to be propelled by rockets. Just charge through, I will handle them. We only need to buy some time, Zora communicated through the walkie-talkie. Su Luoluo was well aware that Zhang Wei had been pursuing her. Though other classmates had previously expressed their affections, they dwindled over time as Su Luoluo understood that Zhang Wei had been dealing with them behind the scenes. If Qi Yun remained hidden in Changping realm, before conquering this realm, numerous formations and restrictions, along with many cultivators guarding it, would pose a formidable challenge for the light path practitioners. This news was undoubtedly explosive. Lin Feng had long suspected that his identity was likely Penguobin, yet he never imagined that this old rival would turn out to be the reincarnation of the greedy wolf demon star. At a secret construction site, Zhong Wei was directing a group of newly transitioned workers from the militia to install a new equipment base. Completely engrossed in his task, he remained unaware of Zhou Jiping's arrival behind him. Outside Lu Mengming's villa stood several men clad in black suits, their faces bearing fierce expressions. Every person entering the villa was subjected to meticulous scrutiny before being granted entry. Upon hearing these words, Xie Dong and Mu Lingshan exchanged puzzled glances. Minister Yang and others looked at the unfortunate driver with amusement, presumably recalling that he might receive some sympathetic words once the police arrived. Is it truly edible? Governor Xiao glanced at County Chief Liu. Though he knew Liu wouldn't deceive him, he couldn't help but harbor doubts, especially since this was a novel experience he had never encountered before, leaving the edibility uncertain. Not to mention the three dominant forces in Tokyo and nationwide, Yangping, Gizuka, and Honglei City, along with Mizusawa, Ichiro, among others. However, Tang Zhun informed the group that entering the fortress meant certain death, indicating the likelihood of high-level monsters within. Upon hearing Tang Zhun's decision, Amuga displayed a hint of reluctance and explained, the energy currents fluctuate and the various dangers hidden within could easily consume one if not cautious. Once the city tower is successfully established, it would equate to having logistical support. The continuous elevation of the tower's level would provide cultivators with a significantly safer stronghold. There is also a batch of remnants so severely damaged that they could not assimilate human souls, merely serving as a form of welfare. A gift from the celestial realm that allowed mortals to receive a boon. Naruto, seeing that it was finally his turn to speak, immediately remarked that the great toad sage had sustained serious injuries while protecting him, with several wounds bleeding profusely from being pierced by stones at the valley's bottom. The two looked up to see Wang Nianlei appearing not far away, holding several sheets of paper that appeared to be test results. Chapter 84. Healing the Black Panther. I did not. Ian exploded, his black and white fur bristling as he leaped up like a punctured fur ball, his pudgy paws flailing in the air. Do not spread false rumors. I was clearly admiring Jiang strength. Xiaoyu, you are framing me. You dare use the ancient Qian emperor against me? The third Yin emperor's aura surged, enveloping him in a thick gray mist, accompanied by a continuous cracking sound. However, as he suppressed the urge and began to practice the mountain technique, the great Qian soul technique simultaneously activated. As his consciousness fluctuated, he suddenly felt the fire within his heart gradually extinguishing. Two men walking together had little to say. Even if they did, their exchanges were exceedingly succinct. Upon touching the peculiar roulette salvage from the oasis, it seemed as if something sealed within the wheel entered his body. This was certainly not an ordinary ghost. It required at least a century of cultivation to unleash such a torrential black flame. The singers behind him, including the 4 staff members, could no longer contain themselves and erupted into laughter. Upon hearing this, Hao Ian immediately sat cross-legged, commencing his recovery. When he reopened his eyes, 3 hours had already passed. For nearly 7 months, he had been obsessively challenging his limits, and on numerous occasions, he felt his consciousness teetering on the brink of collapse. Were it not for the recent awakening of the great Qian soul technique, he might have succumbed to despair. Almost 3 weeks had passed, and she remembered each day spent with her male deity quite clearly. In just 2 days, it would mark a full 3 weeks. Wiping the tears of laughter from her eyes while pointing at Qin Zifeng, whose complexion had darkened significantly, she continued to revel in her mischief. The crowd began to chatter animatedly, with those unfamiliar with Nanning Long, such as Zhao Linghu, rolling their eyes, thinking to themselves about his audacity to question the prophet's decisions. After an indeterminate period, Lu Wantian and Dong Xueqing exchanged glances, sighed deeply, and began to express their regrets about attending this spirit hunting conference. The situation was far more complex than they had anticipated, now entangled with the Buddhist sect and the 3 formidable cultivators from 3 millennia ago. Such speculations, understandably, caused the men to regard him with a blend of ferocity and menace. Only the most elite cultivators could breach these layers of underground prohibitions and directly assault this place. No need, this is quite satisfactory. Mu Chonggao smiled, then placed his hands on the piano's surface, plucking the strings. A melodious tune flowed from his fingertips. Fortunately, during the initial construction of CHNGCHNDN, the OUN dedicated considerable effort to the task, meticulously planting towering trees and flowering shrubs throughout the courtyard. At this moment, the fragrance of the Paulownia blossoms permeates the air, while the jasmine appears as pure as snow, and the elm nexi vines cascade gracefully, with the bee elegantly gracing the garden. At this juncture, SNFNGZHO resembles a frenetic figure, flailing about and uttering incantations that are far beyond his current mastery, behaving like a madman lost in the throes of chaos. You must understand that since you have ascended to the rank of a martial artist, you are now capable of cultivating techniques and mastering martial skills. Jiang Yuan remarked as he glanced at Jiang Chn. According to the Jiang family rules, only those who attain the martial artist level may engage in the cultivation of techniques and study martial arts. Chapter 85, Experiencing Sword Flight. Jiang X articulated his earlier conjecture, which resonated deeply with the group. Just then, the black panther on the ground trembled and opened its eyes, its once blood-red pupils shifting back to a warm amber hue. Upon spotting the cluster of fierce beasts within the cave, its amber eyes narrowed instinctively. Despite just awakening from unconsciousness, it arched its back, emitting a low, threatening growl, while its inky tail lashed against the ground like a steel whip, warning the predators nearby. At this moment, the chip remains a work in progress, requiring further encapsulation and testing before it can be launched or delivered to clients. The village has been utterly ravaged by the dark giant, and K.O.M. Ing and others are resting in a clearing adjacent to the village. Resolving troubles? What troubles are you referring to? It appears you are the one who has stirred up trouble. As for the present, it is uncertain. However, he will inevitably appear in due time. YZ Eng's statement left GWI perplexed. What does it mean that he will show up eventually? Yet, observing WWI Eng's expression, it is apparent that her condition has significantly improved, and since she has healed, she wishes to depart. Suddenly, the devastating power within the XWNY erupted like the arrival of an apocalypse, wreaking havoc upon all. Watching Jiang in a state of disarray brought a smile to me, Ru Ln's heart. He remains the same, always bashful regarding matters of the boudoir. Let us first seek out Zhog, with effing sh and f-ing Ling present. There should not be significant issues there. We shall leave this to Li Yn and take our leave. The three vanished like a fleeting star. What is the matter? Bizh and sensed something was amiss with this individual, while Shio shook his head slightly. After his cultivation had progressed, he perceived a parallel realm where energy flowed ceaselessly. Were these places truly? Come, weep upon my shoulder for a moment. I'll wait, I do not have shoulders. This line was uttered by F.N. Shuing, since the plasma liquid from the Earth's engine is conveyed through underground pipelines. Approaching it through the electromagnetic barrier from the sky poses no danger. At this moment, SNGN and Hu Xiang's armies clashed fiercely. Both sides were formidable, with soldiers' blood splattering amidst the battle. SNGN, HND Ying, and the other four generals, along with SNC, fought valiantly, drenched in blood. Godmother, I wish to go. Allow me to witness the opulent lifestyle of your kind. FN Shu Ing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. YNF Ing immediately tightened his grip on the transparent orb, realizing that to become a celestial talisman master, one must undergo an evaluation. He fervently hoped to meet the requirements set forth by L, his passion to become a celestial talisman master burning brightly within him. At this juncture, Chi-Ru held the fort, while Qin Ing commanded an army of 10,000, exuding authority as he prepared to engage. Following the strategist Li Bwn's orders to charge forth. In the instant the music abruptly ceased, the veil upon Ing Lo's face was swept away by a sudden gust of wind. Within her earpiece, the sound of countless footsteps echoed, each one heralding her impending fate. YJNM understood that once she revealed her identity as MY, inquiries would inevitably arise. The guilt that had long entangled his heart began to dissipate, and WIDR smiled, an authentic smile that emanated from deep within. He envisioned himself breaking free from the gallows of destiny, the noose that had ensnared him for decades finally loosening. L. Ing WCH and finally relinquished his grasp on her, while LNHNX felt as though the world had darkened around her. Her instincts suggested that her face must be vividly flushed at this moment. She longed to find a crevice to hide within. After all this time married, she still found herself unable to withstand her husband's kiss. If it were nighttime, would she not be overwhelmed to the point of fainting? The sisters arrived at HUCH's hospital room, intending to enter, only to be startled by a peculiar sound. Someone could not help but glance at LNS Liu, who was intently annotating a scroll, feeling a wave of sympathetic sorrow for him. Yet, such sentiments did not prevent the individual from disdainfully casting aside the second scroll and opening the third. Chapter 86, The Academy Inspection Team. Under the dome of the capital of the YSLN Empire, within the alloyed corridors of the Imperial Academy, a cold metallic luster shimmered. The footsteps of the Intelligence Department Chief, Shiruar, echoed on the magnetic levitation floor until he halted before a laboratory suffused with a pale blue glow. Shiruar gently knocked on the door and, upon receiving permission, entered to report to Dean Gi. Dean, several individuals from W2 Planet's intelligence team. Meanwhile, Zhoch Ing, the National Guard, is an exceedingly significant figure in HXN's heart, perhaps the only one capable of lending him assistance. I will purchase a Coca-Cola bottling plant right away. LNF, if N declared excitedly. At this point, the situation has become clear. Ting Fing soul is fragmented beyond repair, and only an extraordinary elixir can heal him. One that is not an ordinary potion, but rather the highly valuable soul-gathering pill found in the celestial realm. As for the 100 Luzon generals or officials who were slain, whether Luzon would descend into utter chaos thereafter is not a concern for DU and the others. The subsequent matters will naturally be handled by the Luzon envoy. A burly man in his 30s stood at the entrance, scrutinizing Ing F. Ing as he emerged from the tent. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted, and a sharp pain shot through his left arm as he received another palm strike. This weapon is undoubtedly a high-dimensional object. Although LNF, if N has ventured into the Eternal Spirit Sea twice, it remains an elusive and primitive realm, far beyond reach. In contrast, the four-dimensional space, a higher dimension than the three-dimensional one, presents itself as a tangible goal. Feeling the warmth radiating from the bun in his hand, Jiang Xu mused that the vendor must have given him the bun out of consideration for T-ish-Y, with so many people rallying behind you. Perhaps you truly should not meet an untimely end. Gazing at the imposing city gates before him, and then at the halted troops of CHISHO behind. Lien could no longer contain his frustration, unleashing a string of curses. I must first express my gratitude to this young lady. It is entirely my fault for being unable to discern your cleverness and understanding sooner. Had I recognized your wit, I would not have engaged in conflict with you. MY chuckled, his features contorting into a grin. Almost simultaneously, a streak of fire illuminated the night sky, tearing through the air like a fiery dragon aiming for the banks of the Qinui River. Upon hearing this, the elder ceased to impede his grandson, who could finally indulge in a hearty meal, much to his delight. CHNSN, can you tell me, aside from matters concerning JM Angji, was there anything else that brought you to the capital? FIN inquired, as if addressing someone familiar. Why do you not continue reading? Uncle HZ observed the hesitation in his LOLT, prompting the question. A rain of missiles descended upon the enemy, enveloping them in a deluge of destruction, the smoke of explosions saturating half the sky. If you do not mind, treat me as your LNYN sister. She NRS voice chimed like silver bells. You are indeed clever. What is your name? Diaking pondered, contemplating what to have for lunch. LB was aware that WDCH, having emerged from the capital, was proud and haughty, especially as the commander of the southern camp. He would hardly regard those mountain bandits with any esteem. Nevertheless, LB was prudent and sent a few riders to scout the area. With a room card in hand, I ascended to my quarters, feeling too lethargic even to bathe, and simply collapsed onto the bed, enveloping myself in the covers, compelling myself to drift into slumber. At this moment, the vast distance was not what tormented him. Rather, it was the haunting fear that she had truly departed from his life, leaving him bereft of even the object of his concern. Uchiha Sasuke found himself deeply unsettled, particularly as he struggled to refute Uchiha Obito's words, each statement resonating with undeniable truth and heart-wrenching reality. Chapter 87, Silver-Backed Poison Spider. As Saintt pressed the send button, the engine of the aircraft roared to life. Ascending into the sky, the Academy had dispatched an investigative team to the planet Wotu for scientific research, claiming to have developed a new generation of potent mental tranquilizers for clinical trials on animals that had lost their human consciousness. Your Majesty, this is the final signature confirmation. Gaia's indifferent voice echoed in his ears, accompanied by 3 Academy Council members in white behind him. Yet, within the span of a single year, Shun Muk's aspirations had shifted. She now desired nothing more than to attend Ningxing University, fulfilling a promise made with Su Ming. Even the ancient sects found it exceedingly arduous to acquire such a treasure. It was not something one could simply obtain at will. Ironically, a minor role had him in a quandary for an extended period, failing to find a suitable candidate, as those capable of producing remarkable art often harbored peculiar obsessions. The surrounding space was saturated with formidable energy radiation, the realm of Takamagara enveloped in eerie silence, where even microorganisms could not survive in the wake of catastrophe. Escape was utterly impossible. The disparity in speed was insurmountable. Should he reveal his back, the adversary could effortlessly unleash a lethal strike. Knowing the identity of the opponent made it significantly easier. Wu Su subtly calculated, murmuring incantations. For the so-called art of divination was intertwined not only with one's cultivation, but also with the depth of information available. Layers of dust coated by Ju's form when a red-haired man appeared, none other than Nagato, who had recently met his demise. Lu Yifan was bound to a cross, a specialized instrument of torture rendering the captive unable to cultivate or harness the powers of the rules. Consequently, Elder 8 felt no remorse in squandering resources. After all, the waste was merely that of the tribe, of no concern to him. It's nothing serious. I'm accustomed to it. The main issue is the prolonged duration. They are merely minor abrasions, he reassured while observing Wen Jing's expression. The onlookers regarded them with a hint of peculiarity, yet the two remained remarkably composed, betraying no discomfort whatsoever. In this era, the Ming army, under the military household system instituted in the early Ming dynasty, saw officers' descendants remain officers, while soldiers' offspring perpetually remained soldiers, resulting in a long-standing hereditary establishment of formidable local power factions. It was common knowledge that Shi Jing harbored affection for Lin Xiaojian, and coincidentally, she had gained admission to the same university as Yi Guogua and Lin Xiaojian, albeit not in the same major, yet under the same sky on campus, leading to numerous intersections, for she was indeed a person of intent. I haven't heard of it, but did he mention seeking He Jia Hiandao on Fangzhong Island? Could it be the wine Immortal Hiandao? Li Ziun exclaimed in surprise. Did you give him all your previous funds? Gu Wancheng suddenly recalled her previous entanglements with him. Jiang Xu was entirely oblivious to Bai Qingyan's machinations, contemplating whether to leisurely stroll through the shopping mall or confront Bai Qingyan for a reckoning. Chapter 88. Varied Fur Colors. Upon this thought, Fells cast a glance at Anson. Major Anson, please escort Professor Jason and researcher Sierrul to the monitoring center. A fitting expression of apology graced his face. There are still some matters in the garden that require my attention. I must take my leave. Please, Director. Professor Jason responded promptly, though his gaze discreetly swept over Fell's trembling shoulders as he turned away. His companions surged forward, playfully pushing and shoving Ma Yong, embarrassed by their antics. Ma Yong adjusted his attire, scratched the back of his head, and unsteadily made his way across the street. Long ago, Chun-Li had sought to undermine Zhang Yan's research company, but without a pretext, she had been unable to do so. Now, with Yang Changqing's support, she was eager to acquire the research company outright. Yes, Lord Rome, I shall attend to this immediately. The guard who had spoken turned and hurried out. Upon hearing the commotion, the white ape glanced into the distance, emitting incessant hissing sounds. Butian contemplated for a moment and realized destruction would be effortless. However, he remarked, "My dear, do you not sense that there is something yet undiscovered here? I have an inkling that there are objects we are unaware of. Let's not rush. Keep an eye on the big tiger and the rat while the master investigates." One of the supreme emperors roared in fury. The slain emperor belonged to their lineage and was a descendant of his own. It was a brutal scene, drenched in blood. He felt a twinge of fear. Was he not in the Ninth Heaven Palace? How had he ended up here? What place was this? The imperial court is, in essence, a battlefield devoid of bloodshed, where everyone engages in intrigue, and everywhere abounds with traps, where mere jest can lead to fatal consequences. He had begun to perceive that Li Ji was somewhat extraordinary. This individual could traverse stone walls, and should he wish to escape, it would be a formidable task. Nevertheless, for the Jiuli tribe, combat was a matter of honor. Should one party hesitate to engage, it would be deemed a great disgrace. In contrast, Hu Biao, relying solely on the pharmaceutical trade, inspired apprehension in any military leader who dared to underestimate him. The fiercer the conflict, the greater the casualties, which in turn escalated the demand for medicine. Suddenly, the pool began to churn, sending up a spray of water. In the hazy depths, a terrifying shadow emerged, hissing ominously, its blood-red eyes flashing before sinking back into the abyss. Typically, Shui Long Chao was used in conjunction with physical training techniques, greatly enhancing the practitioner's physical strength. The process of Di Baichen's breakthrough persisted for an extended duration, nearly exhausting the elemental energy surrounding Wanyan Peak. Well, guilt is guilt, and mistakes are mistakes. Yet who could blame him for playfully suggesting such a patronage? Indeed, to assume the position of sect leader is a source of pride for me. Elder Seven declared with a sense of satisfaction, neglecting to correct the grammatical error in Du Ruoyo's statement regarding her role as sect leader. Furthermore, after the confrontation, he scored a 21, not merely for the sake of confrontation, but due to genuine skill in making the shot, surpassing even the prowess of the legendary Martin. With that, Yu Yang cast down her words, intending to leave, but the Yin Yang soul-settling banner behind her emitted faint sounds, its light swirling around her form. Acting too prematurely would only expose their fervent desire for this tears of flame and cold, not to mention they needed to observe Qin Guan's intentions. As for the jests and taunts aimed at Bing Ning, the prince would certainly not concede easily. Having finally caught hold of a significant flaw in Bing Ning, he could not let the opportunity to mock her slip away, for he was her vanquished foe, and such a rare victory must be fully exploited. Chapter 89. Men are like flowers at 40. The campfire warmed the cave walls, as Jiang Xu turned the skewers of meat on the grill, the dripping oil igniting the flames further. She suddenly turned to the Black Panther beside Xiao Yu, asking the very question she had longed to know. Major Kurt, you spent over half a year in the Forbidden Zone, yet you haven't finished your story. The Black Panther lifted its head, its golden-green eyes shining in the firelight. Although you were mostly unconscious back then, was there anything that stood out? Song Wan was utterly defenseless, now fully aware that the man kissing her was none other than Lu Mang, her most beloved. She understood men, for he was her boss, her lover. The silver-armored giant ape has succumbed to madness, showing no intention of retreat. It leaps high into the air, its massive form soaring nearly 60 meters, and, as it descends, its powerful forelimbs collide forcefully with the ground. Dr. Steve, yet another expert in the field of neurology whom she had invited, has come specifically to treat her sister. If a confrontation were to ensue, Han Xingxuan would not be at a disadvantage, perhaps even able to dominate, yet such an engagement would bear little significance. The longer they linger, the greater the uncertainty. Perhaps, aside from the internal factions harboring their own agendas and being fractured, the intervention of external factors is a crucial element that had been previously overlooked. Yang Ting, Jia Iren gritted his teeth, venomous resentment flashing in his eyes, utterly oblivious to the changes in the Huang Shitzi. Dong Yuan is a prominent family in the realm of the ice and snow fairyland, and Dong Yuan Guang is the most formidable young member of this clan. Like Pan Su, he has reached the level of a lower-tier ice saint at this age, being the strongest disciple of the Yunlong sect. Jin Fuqing was waiting outside the restroom when he suddenly heard the elder mention the lack of paper inside, prompting him to hurriedly produce 2 sheets from his person and pass them into the restroom. When the snow ceased and the sun broke through, Zhou Yang, along with other hunters, crawled out from the wooden house like insects retreating from their shells, stretching their arms to bask in the warmth of nature. Upon hearing about Dahu Town, Beastify naturally recalled Pang Jinhai and promptly instructed his subordinates to bring him over. After some casual conversation, everyone continued to meditate and rest, planning to reassess their situation at dawn the next day. Not long after, Gao Huayuan arrived at the front line in Jingshuan, personally inspecting the southern bank of the Jing River with Huang Yin and other generals, surveying the terrain and dispatching troops to establish encampments along the river to prevent the Mongolian forces from crossing. Yi Zhengqi had been diligently practicing the soul chain, which he understood to be an ancient martial arts manuscript. The scarcity of practitioners was due to the immense soul power required to master it. Now, the Great Wind Emperor claimed it to be a symbol of his legacy. Yang Kong gazed grimly at the corpses littering the ground, all clad in armor, with the majority of soldiers not having relinquished their weapons. The banquet was uniquely set by the riverside, featuring primarily river delicacies. While not excessively extravagant, it was evident that considerable thought had been put into it. Lu Guangyun, accompanied by several attendants, had been waiting nearby with a smile for the arrival of a certain individual. Such demeanor would leave even the most fastidious critic with no room for complaint. Chapter 90. By the hot spring pool, the glow of the screen illuminated in Sin's profile as he spoke with displeasure, stating that this was not a matter for discussion, but rather an order from the principal. Professor Jason, an authoritative figure in the field of animal behavior at the Imperial Academy of Sciences, would be observing the movements of the leopard over the next few days. Eric, left with no choice, scratched his head in resignation and relinquished the main control position, muttering, "Well, fine then." Professor Jason and Cheryl unceremoniously pushed past Eric, sitting down at the monitoring station with little regard for anyone else. Limited by Earth's environment, the Levection vine could not grow into a true immortal vine. It had long stagnated in growth, a deformity within the Levection family. The figure at the window was lost in contemplation of the scenery when a cold breeze swept through, revealing that the window had been opened unbeknownst to him. For a wizard, death is merely a passage in life. The more powerful the wizard, the more their perspective on the afterlife diverges from that of a muggle. Their primary desire is to ascend to the immortal realm, rather than remain entangled in the trivialities of this world, engaging in petty conflicts. Such matters are beneath those who have transcended to a level where they can disregard the early stages of divine realms. Upon hearing Wang Yidong's words, Dan Tai Xianyu revealed a fleeting yet eternally profound smile. From Wang Yidong, she perceived the shadow of the Lord of the Divine Court. These two men shared many similarities, yet also possessed marked differences. After a minute's kiss, Yang Bingling felt a reaction within her mature form, blushing as she pushed Wang Yidong away to prevent further teasing. Shui Wu found herself at a loss for words to adequately express her disapproval of Yu Yu's impudent remarks, resorting to calling him a mischievous child, which left Yu speechless. Soudainement, anda na conceive da clever idea. A sly glimmer flashing in her eyes before summoning Wang Yidong into a room prior to the formal commencement of the banquet. Under the gaze of 7 pairs of eyes, Lin Chuan was drenched in cold sweat, feeling as though a mountain weighed heavily upon him, rendering him immobile. It is well known that every entertainment company harbors some dark secrets. Or rather, every industry does. The crux lies in whether these secrets have fallen into the hands of competitors. Hawkeye, refusing the treatment offered by the life potion, simply utilized the medical equipment available at the seaside restaurant. Instantly, 5 or 6 monsters were struck by the cannonball, reducing them to a gruesome scene of dismembered limbs and flesh. After careful consideration, Song Yu agreed. Yet as he observed Lu Yan's symptoms, he could not entirely dismiss this possibility. Only 2 days later, when Lu Yan began to regain some semblance of normalcy, did he cast aside this thought. In other words, Yi Tao required 10 pieces of lower-tier nether stones to advance from the initial stage of a first-tier necromancer to the mid-stage, and 20 pieces for the later stages. Zhou Mingfeng, upon hearing these words, was already livid, her face darkening to an extreme as she perceived Chen Pingyan to be the source of her humiliation. Enraged, she approached Chen Pingyan and raised her hand, intending to slap him. To avoid any misunderstandings among the rough characters outside, it was necessary to clarify that they were not being taken to an ostentatious location. Among these items, only the pearls held significant value, especially in this era where artificial pearl cultivation was non-existent. The moment their hands touched, they quickly withdrew, the chilling and searing sensations dissipating as if nothing had transpired. Wei Chi Yu wore a smirk of triumph, expressing his appreciation as he drew Zhong Qing into his embrace, his eyes crinkling with delight. Chapter 91. Preparing to refine elixirs, Jiang Xu hurriedly approached, crouching down to inspect closely, confirming his observations were not mistaken. The emerald green plant stood elegantly by the hot spring, its leaves shimmering with a subtle glow, adorned with golden veins, the precious Tianxin grass known to strengthen the soul. It is indeed Tianxin grass. Jiang Xu's voice trembled with excitement, the breath he exhaled crystallizing into frost in the cold air. She suddenly turned her head to award a commendation. Having arranged for a 7-day trip to Macau and a check for 1 million to be delivered to Lu Jiaming, the second ripple was a sudden plunge from a romantic tragedy into a supernatural event. This person is dead. How is it possible for someone to appear riding a lion? The Inu Society was also diligently searching for Meng Qin's whereabouts, but they too found nothing. As time passed, clusters of green flames coalesced, enveloping Qin Heng and transforming him into a divine fetus. In Gao Ling's view, the death of a few individuals was hardly a significant matter. His own joy and satisfaction were what truly mattered. Of course, the more critical factor was Xiao Yunfei's strength, which far surpassed theirs. If they could truly contend with him, they would not so easily concede. The elevator was nearly empty by the time it reached the first floor, and Jiang Xu descended to the underground parking lot alone. Glancing at the time, it was already past 12, and he still needed to deliver meals to those people. Yang Yunhan, Shangguan Bixia, and Wen Wuguwei watched as the beggar clan's elder Jiang Haoba, Huashan Sex Bei Tang Xian, Luo Yinjiang's Nen Gongong, Qingjing Sex Su Jingzhenren, Kantong Sex Yin Qinglong, Yang Qinglong, and Kunlun's 7 swords departed in succession, also escorting their third brother Zhao Pekong, second brother Lingu Fan, and an Amei disciple to the entrance of the Huanqing Palace. One day, an unexpected multitude of Yang Yunhan appeared within the vast expanse of the Qidong, manifesting in a manner that divided into 2, which then transformed into 4, and subsequently into 16, as if his presence permeated every corner. The 4 venerable monks, in a profound communion of minds, stood resolute, channeling their energies into the Dao-style sword net, steadfast in their defense. Yang Yunhan's internal power was immense, circulating boundlessly as though it were inexhaustible. The 4 monks, too, possessed formidable strength. Their vital energy flowed without end. Impossible, Long Jiu exclaimed instinctively. The devouring beetle has long been extinct. It cannot possibly resurface in the realm of the dead. Elxian pointed with his sword, unleashing a radiant beam of pure light from his forehead, piercing through the roof and soaring into the heavens. Long Luo, upon hearing this, waved his hand and departed from the demon extermination list, which transformed into a streak of black light, entering Long Luo's dantian. These items belonged to the Tian Tung family, and he believed he had the right to voice grievances against Yunyu. Suddenly, Lin Shun conceived a new idea, to imbue the bullets with an array, thereby allowing the firearm and the bullets to each possess their own formations, thus harmonizing speed with firepower. She was so astonished that she nearly plummeted from the sky, instinctively knowing it was related to the youth in white. Chapter 92. Further treatment. All right, I shall take care of it. Fei Ersi nodded in agreement, though a frown soon creased her brow as she accessed the interstellar map. The route flickered between Capital Star and Wotus Star. What about the large jade stone? Such decorative gems are only available in the jewelers of Capital Star. The Eisen Group undoubtedly had some in their stores, but even with teleportation technology, it would take 3 days for transport. This posed a dilemma, yet since Jiang Xu had mentioned it, it was evidently urgent on her end. Moments latte. Luanimo opened his nearly crimson eyes, fixed intently on Bu Qinlian, gazing at the 3-inch wound that should have unambiguously pierced her chest, and coldly spoke. A red-black light, shielded by a pink mist, had already arrived before Zhang Ruxu. However, when confronted by a clearly superior mage, such as the Void Prophet, Ryan instinctively opted for an alternative combat strategy. After tidying up, the two sat on the sofa, Du Yuechio grasping Xiao Ran's hand, her face radiating with maternal affection. Many who indulge in horror films are not particularly courageous. They're drawn to such works because they evoke a profound sense of fear. Goodness, is your emotional intelligence negative? How could you ask such a question? Do you wish to lose your landlord status? The blood of the true dragon, if it had not yet been surreptitiously taken, had already formed over a millennium, and it would not be an exaggeration to call it immensely powerful. The black and yellow banner of the Zhuke army, under the protection of the honor guard, slowly ascended amidst the music as the crowd stood in solemnity. As a vice-general, Yao Erlang was fortunate to experience the atmosphere of this moment up close. He relished the camaraderie of military life, filled with exuberance and fervor, where everyone regarded one another as brothers in life and death. After she had poured boiling water over me and calmed down, standing before me, I posed a question. No, Blood Spider. Unless you clarify, we cannot assist you. Yu Ming sensed the urgency in Blood Spider's words and restrained himself. Days later, the Divine Machine Camp captured Wuchang City. Subsequently, the Han King dispatched troops from the South Jili to cross Poyang Lake and engage in a field battle with the Divine Machine Camp, suffering a resounding defeat. My dear, you have become a billionaire. Lu Wanxiong's wife, Bao Yongqin, looked at him with newfound admiration. As soon as these words were uttered, the Japanese attendees erupted into cheers, resembling fans celebrating a World Cup victory. The individual before us was a man of 50 or 60 years, of modest height, around 1.70 meters, portly, clad in a thick leather jacket, his furry collar framing a face glowing with vitality, his thinning hair showing signs of age. Bai Wu Fei and Ji Weiwa both felt a jolt, the sheer impact of their defenses vividly revealing the disparity in their physical prowess. A day later, in a certain corner building, the morning sun once again bathed the earth. Under the guidance of a middle-aged man with brown hair, 3 individuals arrived at the minister's office, where Claire smiled and stood to greet them, while the brown-haired man pointed to a 50-something white elder beside him for introduction. A figure imbued with the scent of earth materialized from the ground, leaping nimbly to evade the encroaching tendrils of the vengeful earth. Previously, I had suspected Lu Ye to be the insider, but it now appeared otherwise. This traitor had been lurking among us all along. This was a phrase my grandmother often used, combined with the anger she instilled in me, leading me to glare at her with righteous indignation, without considering the consequences. In essence, you compel me to annihilate, yet I would not, as my sole intention was to intimidate her into leaving. Chapter 93. Resuming broadcast. Uncle Pedro. Try transforming just this arm. Her voice was somewhat hoarse, yet could not conceal the anticipation in her eyes. Pedro, panting, scrutinized his right forepaw, where the human-shaped arm grew from his beastly form, the pale skin contrasting grotesquely with his fluffy fur, prompting a brief, muffled chuckle from his throat. That phone call was merely the beginning. Thereafter, a mysterious number called Shun Rouge S mobile daily. They had indeed heard about Ning Tao's open flirtation with the campus beauty in the teaching building, and they were curious to see her reaction upon encountering him. Even though she had countless questions, such as why he was consuming fulling, why he sought Mozian, whether Yi Ci was present, and if Ling Xingyu was with him, she dared not voice any, merely calling out his name. He was seated, casually playing online poker on his phone, seemingly oblivious to the window. It must be said that, engrossed in the moment, Sun Yu was unaware of the intimacy blossoming between them. In ancient times, during the era of family rule, the government would grow increasingly vigilant regarding such matters, leading to intervention and eradication. On Pu Shirshu's side, they were drafting a contract, with both parties exchanging and signing the agreement. Yin Simi glanced over the document and showed it to Ban Yihan, finding no issues. She picked up a nearby black ink and marked her finger before pressing it down. Within a day, Mao Ritian had adeptly wielded a resplendent Qian Kuan Baizuan whip. As long as he intoned the incantation in his heart and struck the ground, the earth would crack and stones would shatter. If the current strike were executed by the master of the ghost ninja style, Guirun, then Lu Lang must respond with utmost seriousness. That man, no. Perhaps it should be said, that elder, was under 60, yet appeared as aged as a septuagenarian, moving with some difficulty. His impatience evident as he tapped his purple sandalwood cane against the ground. Yikong glanced at them, but disregarded the formation, opting instead to head directly toward the entrance without claiming his qualification certificate. To speak frankly, the assault by the Death God Beast forces was undeniably peculiar. The current outcome was utterly unacceptable, leaving them puzzled as to how matters had spiraled into such a bizarre state. They were reluctant to observe further. Entrusting a 3-star empire individual, particularly its emperor, to confront a Death God Beast seemed an exceedingly low probability of success. Sujiu looked down at the soil beneath her feet, bending to examine the black earth, which contained a faint trace of ethereal power, indicating it was not ordinary soil. Though they were merely engaged in a fair contest, the elder brother lacked the spirit to continue in such a manner. The second contestant proved to be significantly stronger than the first. However, during the confrontation with the third adversary, both physical stamina and spiritual energy were utterly depleted, leading to their eventual elimination. With a thunderous shout, Lu Qi thrust his palms forward, unleashing a colossal flame emblem that surged forth, colliding with a massive poisonous needle, resulting in a deafening explosion and a cloud of reddish-brown smoke that enveloped the air. Wu Enki cursed his misfortune upon unexpectedly encountering his creditor, as he had lost a bag of priceless jewelry belonging to her, which had caused her to suffer from harmful rumors. If she were to see him, she would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of scorn upon him. Lu Qi's attempt to change the subject irked Lu slightly. Yet, gazing upon the gentle demeanor of the boy before her, any lingering anger dissipated into thin air. Chapter 94. The heart-stirring pack of snow wolves at that moment. The familiar black and white bear was rolling about in the snow, sending up a flurry of snowflakes. The massive brown bear nestled within the snowdrift, its fluffy ears quivering in the wind, occasionally pawing at the accumulated snow, exuding an air of leisure and tranquility. Some audience members expressed their astonishment in the comments, even forgetting to type their subsequent thoughts. After a long absence, she pondered whether anyone had missed her. Today, she aimed to share. The prestigious families, steeped in tradition for centuries, remained remarkably united even to this day. He sought to carve a new path for himself amidst the emotions that might be affection or love. The crowd had anticipated Yuan Xiuhua's thunderous entrance, only to find her sipping tea and fanning herself leisurely, as if watching a play from the sidelines, content and composed. What could this signify? Despite her unusual and seemingly eccentric behavior, she remained silent and inactive. The audience grew restless, whispering amongst themselves. Lung Yuqing's amber eyes shimmered with a chilling intensity, though he managed to conceal it well. His fingertips were embedded deeply into the ground, and with a series of recent events closely tied to Mu Lin Yuan, he felt an urgency to depart. Ahua dropped them off near Qingchuan City Airport and left, as their flight was scheduled for the evening, and it was still early. If Lu Ning were to catch a glimpse of Lung Yuqing bathing, would she still be willing to marry him? Yuan Xiuhua remarked straightforwardly, disregarding origins, only discerning sincerity. Should it be genuine, she would step aside to facilitate their union. Liu Yifei, of course, had no doubts about her husband's words, and his actions were beyond reproach. Very well, Brother Xia, you may come directly tomorrow. Pei Zhao smiled knowingly without revealing his insights. Before long, Lin Yu felt an unsettling rhythm in her chest, each heartbeat akin to a hammer striking within, intensifying with each pulse. Why was it that after the turmoil of the Temu Fortress incident and the defense of Beijing, her father-in-law and Emperor Jingtai, along with the prominent figures in court, unanimously chose to recuperate? Was it not due to the Ming dynasty's inability to sustain further conflict? If this matter were not a miscalculation by Yu Peng, then the true adversary against Luo Qiu would be the Qiu family. Yet, why would they target her? Did the Qiu family possess knowledge of Luo Qiu's origins? The enormous cabbage consistently struck the head of the Western giant zombie with pinpoint accuracy. However, no one expressed other sentiments, for the discord between the emperor and the crown prince overshadowed that between the crown prince and the ministers. Huang was astonished by Jin's translation. How could this cat father convey messages from home across such vast distances? What level of cultivation was required for such a feat? Wasn't the cat father considered a formidable deity in the realm of cats? Luo Qiu observed his expression, sensing sincerity in his words, but feeling a peculiar unease. What did he mean by needing proof? Did he intend for her to witness the event? He suddenly recalled a question he needed to consult with the Xian Yu sage about, seeking their assistance. Chapter 95. The snowfield race. Upon learning this news, she had spent countless sleepless nights, relying on medication to barely achieve a few hours of rest. It was ultimately her daughter who suggested that the Wotu Planet Zoo had initiated a live broadcast of ferocious beasts, offering a glimmer of hope to find Kurt. I understand. Minister Ford nodded, his expression now serious. The scientists seemed to abandon their research for these bizarre schemes. It was no wonder that the mental calming agents were in high demand. Long Yuan stumbled into this realm, filled with trepidation, and was about to exit the cave when a sudden forceful pull emerged from behind him, compelling him to turn. There, 20 feet away, a black hole had appeared, emanating the very suction that drew him in. It is indeed I, Su Chen declared, removing his golden mask and surveying his surroundings. Where is the Dragon King? I wish to see him. 30,000 acres of spiritual fields, of which 20,000 were seized from the Xian Wei divine realm, while the remainder was obtained from the two immortal mountains, Jinting Mountain and the land of dragon prosperity. Such a monumental convergence of swords swept across the universe, piercing towards the tip of the god-slaying spear of Luo Hu. With Yi Liushang's current celestial prowess, even a mere relic revealed numerous clues. In these two monks, Luo Hao sensed a potent aura. They were cultivators of no small strength. A single punch shattered a boulder weighing 100 pounds in the courtyard, without any use of spiritual energy, illustrating the remarkable strength of Li Xiao. Atoms, release Yang Ling, and I will immediately contact Dr. Chao. Jean Tianyi conceded. Truly, the lingering spirits were relentless. Li Xiao clenched his fists, astonished that these individuals dared to interfere with Lin Sheng. However, he was perplexed as to how they had gained entry. Meanwhile, the ever-stoic old matron's expression shifted dramatically as she glanced toward Empress Dowager Lu. Thus, an intricate system reliant on the Jishui River had long been established, facilitating trade among various merchants. Come now, show me your prowess. Zhao Kong beckoned, striking a battle-ready pose and gesturing to Xiaolong. Mo Qi did not immediately harvest the flesh of the silver-backed earth dragon. Instead, he placed his hands on its body, exploring its form. Ming Han had initially no intention of engaging, but witnessing the formidable strength of the instructors ignited his fighting spirit. At the level of the blue sky crane, one no longer needed to release soul energy to control their body, gliding seamlessly through the realms. A being who had lived for at least 30,000 years, perhaps ranking alongside the revered ancestors of the immortal domain, if not higher. Such a perilous calamity, once entangled, would be inescapable. The four beloved disciples of the Celestial Master, including Zhao Gongming and the three heavenly maidens, perished as a consequence, exemplifying the dire stakes. Zhang Weiniing remained silent, devouring skewers voraciously, signaling her decision to abstain from commenting on matter. Considering the current weakness of the son of the demon, we must seize this opportunity to locate and eliminate him before he fully regains his strength, Chen Feng advised. Although Li Changjiang was not unattractive, He was hardly handsome enough to make an air hostess blush. Exiting the terminal, he recognized his shortcomings and followed Wu Cece closely, both making their way to the roadside. Thus, Kato Suichi acknowledged and summoned his surviving subordinates, who gathered around him, weapons in hand. Tiffany, one of the oldest and most renowned luxury brands in American history, offered diamond-encrusted platinum pendants of considerable value, far exceeding the worth of a folding fan. However, Duke Chunhua, now a wealthy socialite, had elevated her standards considerably and, perceiving Jennifer's sincere attitude, graciously accepted after a few pleasantries. Chapter 96. An unexpected outcome of the competition charge, for the King of the Prairie is not named lightly. The Black Panther is the pinnacle of speed. Mind you, Black Z shattered the finish line. Dubai, hold steady. Use your perpetual motion physique to overwhelm them. Transformed into a commentator, passionately explaining the benefits of the talismans to the audience in a live broadcast. The advantages of the talisman became immediately apparent. Although Meng and was at the Foundation establishment stage, the Golden Armor Shield talisman was of the yellow grade, first rank. Yi Qingli, with his lower cultivation, struggled after activating 3 Golden Armor Shield talismans, showing signs of fatigue. The ice arrow struck, shattering 2 of the golden shields, and ultimately, it exhausted itself against the final shield. Upon entering the bar, the atmosphere was far from the anticipated silence. Instead, it was filled with raucous shouts and chaotic singing. However, Ling Xiao, with his keen perception, sensed hundreds of vigilant gazes piercing into his heart, making it difficult for him to breathe. A certain ruffian guessed Wei Lianshuan's intentions and, after a brief consideration, declined assistance. Uncle Wei immediately adopted a playful demeanor, understanding that if the Crown Prince said it wasn't necessary, it was indeed unnecessary, and he would not dare to contradict that. On the external map, there were monsters to be fought. With a new map opened, many high-level players from other regions would come, leading to the local monsters being annihilated. Thus, it was wiser to enter a dungeon where there were plenty of monsters to slay without risking injury outside. Wu Yinglin remained troubled, his face etched with concern. Do you know why Sun Quan did not cooperate with us in the uprising? On the day of the uprising in Hangzhou, he had sent a secret letter to Sun Quan. Qi Liang inquired, who exactly is Qin Yuanxiang? Although military affairs were now under Gue Ming's purview, Qin Yanfang still knew more about past events. Huang Zhua, still shaken, spoke cautiously before falling silent, shivering slightly as the chill lingered around him. The lips of the yellow-haired thug moved incessantly, though it was unclear what he had just said. Given his frightened demeanor, his words were likely pleas for mercy. Suddenly, the earth trembled, and a fissure about a meter long quietly appeared at the bottom of the giant pit. The fissure was short yet unfathomably deep. Damn it! Han Ping and the others were infuriated, pushing the view count to 30 million once more. To avoid offense was futile. Once offended, one would be trampled mercilessly. Since they had already publicly humiliated Ni Zhan this evening, both sides had reached an irreconcilable state. Mo Xian would no longer hold back. The more mercy one showed to a contemptible person, the more they would take advantage. As Lin Ling stated, the King Jing, for princes, and 20 unmarried sons of nobility had all changed into the garments sent by Su Lixian. They dismissed the dancing courtesans and stepped to the center of the stage, where a vast gauze curtain descended from above. Suddenly, the wind around them intensified, and the fierce gales moved with him. Tai Feng swung his sword, only able to slice through the air without striking his foes. Concurrently, the number of wounds on Tai Feng's body began to increase sharply. Yi Chun activated the protective shield, preventing the kidnappers from approaching them again. At that moment, Lin Ling's emotions were beyond Yi Chen's comprehension. While Yi Chun could mimic human emotions, the essence of those feelings remained an enigma. For Yi Chun, they were merely terms devoid of true understanding. Before she could react, she saw Tai Feng's enlarged face. Mere inches away, their noses almost touching. In Chapter 97, the enormous jade raw material was carefully handled by Saintt, who operated the mechanical arm of the flying vessel to steadily unload a 1-ton block of jade raw stone onto the snow. The once flat surface of snow instantly formed a shallow pit, and the stone, encased in a grayish rock shell, lay quietly. To the untrained eye, it appeared to be an unremarkable boulder, yet upon landing, it sent snowflakes swirling into the air. Jiang Xu, and upon seeing the artificially carved observation window atop the stone, Her pupils involuntarily narrowed. The moonstone illuminated the path, and the tunnel's end was clear, with 2 wooden sticks magically controlled to move forward, posing no apparent danger. The 10th cave grew brighter, with rivers and mountains rapidly forming, resembling a vast world. Upon hearing Jiang Xu's words, he released his hand and turned to lean against the wall, his hands groping forward, clearly reluctant to see the old cat's visage. 3 meals and 9 bows, I will not kill you, Qin Tianming stated coldly, regarding Li Shaoqian. The onlookers shuddered, looking up with wide eyes, filled with disbelief and astonishment. Li Xiaofeng gazed at Xiaomi with increasing tenderness, offering comfort, while she noticed Rong Sun's pale complexion, her voice weak, causing her to feel concerned. If any other man dared to speak to Fu Mengru in such a manner, she would have long since acted to sever their head. Thus, the fiery path's leader vanished over the next few days, and Nan Fengyi, witnessing this, felt a surge of anger that reddened his eyes. With the deaths of the Saintt and White Tiger Hall leaders, only they remained to bear the wrath of the sect master's wife. Yet as time passed, feeling the life force within Wen Huaihong flickering like a candle in the wind, Wang Jing could not suppress her urge to shout. I was wrong. I should have left with Ruffeng. If not, staying in Shu with Yin Yang would have sufficed. Yet here I am, watching you two flirt. Bai Rian remarked, arms crossed. Dayo readily accepted, praising Yu Yichen's mother's exceptional cooking at the dinner table. When Michael Jordan signed with Nike, the media must have said the same, Yu Yichen remarked. Under their gazes, it seemed that everything was laid bare through the floating map in mid-air, with no secrets to hide. Suddenly, Bali utilized his 6th subsoul to resurrect immediately, wasting no time, for the Qingyao tribe was in dire straits. They took the unwanted injured soldiers from both sides to the medical camp established by the Holy See for careful treatment. Her fair and delicate skin would bruise easily under pressure. Until he had tamed her, he would not ruin this hard-earned quarry. Zhu Lin, witnessing the situation, realized she could not assist Bai Li significantly, as most of the top-tier warriors who had come here had participated in the forbidden curse ritual, many possessing strength far superior to hers. Remaining here would only lead to death. All right, you may go, and kindly summon the iron soldiers to come in. The figure behind the chair spoke without turning. Humph, Ling Xiaotian, falling into your hands today is fate. It is only to blame that I did not eliminate you 7 years ago. He chuckled, bloodshot eyes filled with a terrifying hunger. In Chapter 98, Jiang Xu loathed such schemes that disregarded the lives of ordinary people for the sake of power and profit. The soldiers, who fought valiantly on the front lines, were tragically innocent, becoming victims of the Academy's internal power struggles. Their blood spilled on the battlefield against the insect race, only to be met with the Academy's petty machinations, igniting a seething rage within her chest. She suddenly lifted her gaze, speaking firmly, Saintt, bring me the high-temperature resistant container. It was precisely because of such unstable factors that the various sects in the realm of death were slowly seeking solutions. Time passed, and Ling Xiao regained consciousness, his eyelids heavy, summoning all his strength to barely open a narrow slit. From that point onward, Ji Tian ceased to emerge from the Tongtian sect, allowing Xian Xingzi to select over 1,000 fire-affiliated disciples to learn the art of crafting under his guidance. 2 burly men took their respective seats in the driver and passenger positions, starting the car and driving off. Almost within a few breaths, the entire tree vanished without a trace, leaving not even a speck of dust, only a massive pit in the ground. Of course, Brother Long, for taking me away from this ancient toothed town without holding a grudge, I must offer you my most precious possession, Gu Yizai said with a playful grin. Drawing the curtains and illuminating the room with light, Chen Yu began to close his eyes and nurture his spirit, mentally simulating various potential scenarios. Despite having prepared for this on numerous occasions, he found it difficult to calm his mind. Upon hearing his words, Ling Xiao deemed them quite reasonable. His left shoulder bore a penetrating injury that indeed caused a faint ache while gripping the steering wheel. The realm of life and death indeed constituted a separate world. Yet it was not the true world. It merely relied on the foundation of the Han dynasty, a semi-virtual realm. Although Han Jun remained unconcerned, he felt it essential to exhibit a semblance of seriousness as his mind gradually cooled. After picking up half a plastic bag of chestnuts, Du sat on a stone, beginning to crack and consume them. Just as he was enjoying his meal, he suddenly let out a shriek. Han Jun's words left the two perplexed. They had just been immersed in a sinister atmosphere. Yet a single phone call resolved everything. Zhang Daoling was skeptical, but regardless of his disbelief, a force pressed down upon him, and he heard the sound of shattering, his body and spirit fracturing completely. The media's influence was immensely powerful. With its embellishments and the examples set by role models, the consultation center, which had been relatively idle for nearly 2 weeks, suddenly became bustling. Originally, each of the 4 consultation centers received merely a dozen or 20 visitors daily, but now each center was welcoming over 100 each day. The strawberry greenhouse was a success. Under Liu Xiaoyu's stringent restrictions, this plot of over an acre yielded nearly 5,000 pounds of strawberries. This was largely due to Liu Xiaoyu placing a significant portion of the strawberries into a spatial realm, or else the actual yield per acre would have been astonishing. Han Jun wore a blank expression, shook his head, and approached the phone as the family of 3 gathered once more to hear about Han Jun's college entrance examination results. The spiritual energy that he Lao spoke of was merely a sensation, an impression, rather than a palpable presence, as Zhang Guodong could sense. Sister Sima, Fang Xiaomin, was accustomed to being carefree and did not notice Sima Guang's gaze fixed on the ground, and she directly shouted. Chapter 99. The Restrictive Seal. Jiang Xu happened to return under the silvery moonlight, which lay scattered like broken silver on the ground. But as she lifted her gaze, she halted in her tracks. The man before her stood by the hot spring, his frost-white hair cascading over his forehead, wisps of steam-caressed strands sticking to his neck. His once sharp jawline softened under the dual illumination of moonlight and spiritual energy, taking on a jade-like warmth. No wonder the moonlight in the valley seems to have brightened. Jiang Xu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with realization, as the sudden sound disturbed the slumbering air meow, who let out an annoyed meow. The sound of a shriek emanated from the second floor of the tavern, and Gu Chun looked up, witnessing a burly man clad in gray being flung from the second floor, tumbling toward him. This was someone who could linger in the memories of Dongfang Shimin and Shimin Dongfang for 3 long months. The oaf-like demeanor of this individual caused Hua Shi, who had witnessed the entire event, to roll her eyes in exasperation. Prepare an extra bento for tomorrow. As soon as the call connected, before she could speak, an imperious and irrefutable voice resonated from the other end of the line. The silent Shun Kanglin appeared noble and aloof, prompting many curious onlookers to silence their gossip. Mu Mani felt a bit bewildered, as since taking over the Mu Sun group, she had not encountered any matters so targeted and significantly beyond her control. He Sha lay amidst the rubble, striving to aim his gun at the 6 approaching wounded soldiers. His collarbone seemed fractured, half kneeling in the snow. His trembling left hand made 2 attempts to load a new magazine, but failed. The football rolled to his feet, and Yifeng raised his left foot to execute a lateral pass. Yet, he failed to make contact with the ball. At that moment, the home crowd erupted in laughter. For the match had just begun, and this error was hardly catastrophic. The 3 sisters, however, collectively displayed signs of impatience, evidently harboring no fondness for the steward. Though the opening ceremony was still several days away, the Olympic village was already bustling with people, particularly the national teams of various countries. Each smiled outwardly, yet their hearts were filled with caution. This was a true child of destiny, born with extraordinary gifts, possessing multiple eyes and a gaze like a sea of stars, capable of speech and movement from birth, endowed with innate knowledge. Unfamiliar with its nature, I paid it no mind, merely taking a seat on the stone platform before it. The distance of several miles posed no hindrance to them. The area within 10 miles was suffused with their genuine energy, and every fluctuation of their essence stirred the ambient vitality of heaven and earth, rendering every corner equally perilous in its deadly defenses. Qin Kuan sat on the sofa. After the task refreshed, he found himself before an unfathomable green vortex, emanating a faint glow. Consequently, Reiner devised a new plan, transforming the anti-dimensional beast coalition from mere nomenclature into a genuine alliance, simultaneously establishing a new governing body that superseded all nations, an operation that proved remarkably ingenious. Shun Zhao sat upright in the southern part of the room, while the other 9 senior officials occupied wooden chairs in various relaxed postures. With his prowess as a high-ranking ranger, he was well-positioned to oversee the entire team, even in the event of an emergency. Chapter 100. The 3rd Grade Pure Spirit Pill. The conditions were rudimentary, yet unavoidable. Jiang Xu sighed in resignation, grateful that the pill she was about to concoct was of a lower grade. Cautiously, she retrieved the spirit-nourishing herb and prepared the other auxiliary materials in a specific order, placing them into the alchemical furnace. Fingers forming seals as she began the refinement process. A wisp of azure, spiritual fire quietly rose from the furnace's base, its intensity fluctuating in accordance with Jiang Xu's hand gestures. The majestic lion Pedro and the others curiously gathered around, observing. How will Liu Xin proceed? Jiang Kairan, panting heavily, directly tugged him over for an inquiry, disregarding their current state. He was no fool. The old man's words clearly hinted at further developments. Since they could make concessions, they were likely to have additional demands. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, swiftly retreating to stand before Chan Feng and the others. Yi Wudao bellowed, half squatting as he exerted force, 1,000-pound weight crashing down to pin the white-haired zombie to the ground, immobilizing it, while he pressed 3 fingers against the creature's crown, chanting incantations. Surrender the golden thread robe, or you shall not leave this place, Yi Ruobong declared with malice. Meanwhile, someone who had been intently watching the stage internally wrestled with doubts, increasingly convinced that Tianyin Company was a fraud. Ever since the release of the future Model 1 smartphone, its formidable performance and unparalleled battery life had frequently led Wang Jichuan to fantasize about applying the new batteries developed by future technology to electric vehicles. Li Ling and his troops set out for Jiankuan, determined to ensure the safety and future of the soldiers who had fought alongside him for many years, enduring injuries and hardships, yet now found themselves in a foreign land. Indeed, in the past, a few sheep were kept confined for fear of attracting hungry wolves. Furthermore, sheep required constant care. Now, with bears living next door, they possessed greater awareness than sheep and could become valuable allies if treated well. However, due to the scarcity of medicinal herbs in this area, most were counterfeit, leaving large wholesalers unimpressed, although many individuals still ventured in to seek treasures. She had not participated in the team competition, so the points and rewards she could obtain paled in comparison to those of Song Yimian. Chu Kuei cast a disapproving glance at Qi Yinze, who was speaking on behalf of Yun Jingma, signaling him to observe the other classmates. In truth, she shares no deep affections with the emperor, having only recently entered the palace as a mere false princess. When a formation encountered an issue, 2 individuals cloaked in black who were supposed to resolve it vanished without a trace. On the 10th day of the 10th month, a decree was issued. All generals. In the course of battle, if soldiers perish and their remains are not gathered, I mourn deeply. Let the counties and states provide coffins for burial, returning them to their families, and the officials shall prepare offerings. On the day of Bingwu, they arrived at Chuli, with the removal of Wang Ren and Wang Zixing, and now Wang Zidong having also fallen into the water. The Wang family was left without any men to uphold their reputation. Despite the numerous defensive treasures at their disposal, they were still overwhelmed by the assault of the centipede spirit, which activated all their protective artifacts. He Zhuyu discreetly signaled to her brother to keep his distance from Yunhua, fearing that she might not withstand the sight and worsen her injuries. The 6th prince understood that rescuing Yun and could bring danger, not only to himself but also to Lin Wansheng. Conversely, after the Eastern Egna Empire secured the southern region of the Western Territories, the areas controlled by Duke Pei Bo seemed less intimidating, with even Jin Ti City capable of restraining the influence of Lady Z. It appeared that the information at hand suggested that the death of Duke Pei Bo would not significantly impact the Eastern Igana Empire negatively. Chapter 101. Red Fox Akai. The red fox, unable to flee in time, decisively fluffed its fur, curling into a trembling ball. After all, pretending to be a frozen creature was far safer than confronting these unexpected guests directly. Indeed, the fragrant bipedal creature kindly embraced him, enveloping him in a comforting aura that nearly lulled him into a state of relaxation, letting out a contented sigh. In such circumstances, one cannot help but reflect on how much has changed, feeling as if the desires once held have faded away in comparison to the current moment. The Shiming family and the Ho Wen family suffered significant losses in this war without reaping any benefits. Although Liu Hua indicated a willingness to allocate the usage quota of the Yuan Qi Grand Formation to them, the two remained discontent. However, a later remark from old Liu managed to slightly lift their spirits. Everyone was busy. Members of the Tongji Society patrolled the mines during the day to maintain order in their territories, taking turns to search for treasures in the endless marsh. To maintain secrecy, the special training class was publicly referred to as Jiang Foreign Language Continuing Education College, with a deliberately vague address stating only the southern foothills of Qianling Mountain. Upon arriving in Jiang, Lu Xuehua inquired with the locals about the exact location of the school, but the citizens were utterly bewildered. The 7th medicinal bath for Tsang Yuan was scheduled 3 days later. After the bath, Mo Beihai pushed him to the spring designated by Yuuzhua. Reflecting on that moment, Gu Yu felt a lingering fear. He had never anticipated that Yi possessed such formidable skills. Had he not activated the Tiangang for defense, that blow could have been fatal. During the night shift, there was no title akin to the dean, and at that moment, the highest-ranking individual in Jiangbei Hospital was merely a deputy director responsible for the outpatient department. "You speak to me so cryptically," Shen Dongjiang remarked with mild discontent, gesturing towards Wang Peng. However, according to Shui Yun's estimation, since it was a tree demon, its own heart fire could surely be of use, for after all, it could still invoke what attributes. It was certain that it fears fire. The Mao family. As Gao Muchuni arrived at his doorstep, Zhang Xin, stationed at the entrance, sent Li Si to notify him. Thus, as Gao Mu entered the courtyard, Mao San quickly approached, donning morning attire, and knelt before Gao Muchuni, bowing his head in respect. "He, then I shall smile more," Yun Xiaoxiao replied, her smile blossoming like a flower, her eyes sparkling. Upon reaching Jiangnan, they had no choice but to disguise themselves. Shifting her gaze from the river, she whispered instructions. "What are you doing? What is Grace?" Shun Zhao's displeased voice rang out, causing Hong Yu and Huan Er to tremble, immediately dropping to their knees. Zhong Lixua sat back, sipping tea, pondering recent events, feeling an odd sense of unease, though he couldn't pinpoint any specific issue. The courtesan had yet to be located, seemingly vanished from the world. Perhaps finding her would elucidate some mysteries. Treated with such tenderness, the pain was no longer a burning ember upon the heart, but rather a melted essence of regret. Chapter 102, Sierruer's Test. Jiang Xu had anticipated this moment. With a gentle touch, he stroked the soft fur at the tip of his ear, uttering little, before turning to step into the tent, commencing his cultivation practice. As for the fluffy ones, they would remain outside the tent. Yet there was a sword that cut through the turmoil of the underworld for millennia, standing as a legend, forever etched in the hearts of the rulers of the Nether Realm. She had never imagined that she would overhear the engagement of Lu's fiancé during this gossip session. After deliberation, the three of them unanimously decided it was best to inform Lu. Jiang Yuan thought it unnecessary, as she had wealth, but upon reflection, she chose to remain silent, realizing that Zhang Chen needed an outlet for her frustrations, lest she fall ill from suppression. Who was unaware of Qin Zhu's fierce temperament, his decisive nature in battle? Now, not only did he choose to disregard the ancient kingdom of 10,000 demons, but he also intended to cede the territory north of the Great Wall to the Duanmu family. She was clad only in her sleeping attire, lacking even shoes, wearing only a pair of socks. This anxiety permeated the air, the radio persistently broadcasting instructions for civilian evacuation and retreat, greatly amplifying the impact. Jiang Yuan had often visited the store for purchases. Aside from the 3 gold bracelets belonging to her elderly relatives, everything else had been sold on a bargain platform. Bai Yurong initially believed that Bu Yao was merely trying to console her, but seeing Bu Yao's earnest demeanor, a flicker of hope arose uncontrollably within her heart. On her way home, Jiang Yuan did not ride Ji Sheng's car, but voluntarily hopped on a Qi Siwen's bicycle, much to his excitement. Previously, it had always been Qi Yin and Jiang Sheng, or, at the very least, Qi Yang. He had never been afforded this opportunity before, and this was the first time his younger sister had chosen to ride with him. They had once been led to believe by the crown prince that they would ascend from humble beginnings to become something grand. The turmoil within the duke's residence had finally concluded. According to news from the Eastern Bureau, Su Xingrong and those fearsome figures from the duke's residence had also been dealt with by Lu Xingzhou. The shopkeeper was quite pleased, as this was a mutually beneficial arrangement. The diners in the hall quieted upon the departure of the performers, and the grandfather and grandson duo who sang were able to secure bookings from private room guests, ensuring their business continued. Although Huadong University of Science and Technology may not be as renowned as Tsinghua or Peking University, is indeed a prestigious institution, attracting many top science students from Guangdong province. Consequently, Chu Xiaoxiao resolved not to suppress herself any longer, embracing her true nature as her most captivating self, leading to various subsequent events. Though she was uncertain how the ancient clans had learned of the demigod's arrival, she still sensed the imminent arrival of danger. Countless thoughts flashed through Lu Xingzhou's mind. In a moment of distraction, he hastily rushed outside. Lu Xinghan, feeling somewhat helpless, sighed softly and refrained from further bothering her. Quietly focusing on his exam, Xiao Lu was left in awe, rising to the balcony, sleepily gazing at the lights below and the red beacon of a nearby lighthouse. Does it matter where I conduct my experiments? Can't I delay writing my schedule until after I finish? Wang Shuefan said. He did not change his position, remaining sprawled on the chair, appearing ready to sleep there for the night. Outside, everyone awaited the spectacle of Wen Yu's misfortune, should she truly be expelled. Future directors would undoubtedly reconsider her when casting roles. Yu Er's face darkened. How did these two men know about the birthmark on her body, leaving her feeling exposed and vulnerable? Xiang Qingji lit a cigarette for himself, inhaling deeply, then closed his eyes, leaning against the car wall, exhaling a plume of smoke. With a sense of resignation, she harbored no grand aspirations. Her only desire was for Su Yinyu to live a life of peace and joy, and that alone sufficed. Having made up her mind, Sierue Air felt that remaining on Wachuo planet was a waste of time. The longer one lingered in this perilous place, the greater the danger, and there was a genuine possibility of being cast aside by Saintt and meeting an untimely demise in the forest. The following morning, Fei Air C carried forth, having been 2 days since Shangxiang and the others departed. According to Shangxiang's prior words, he would return the next day. Ling Luo regarded this opponent with considerable seriousness, hoping to glean something from the encounter. At the very least, the inhabitants of Ling Xiaogu were wholly unprepared for the events that would unfold that night. Even a master of Jinghonggu was merely in his abode, contemplating how to compose a few new prescriptions. Half an hour passed, and Mu Jinghong's footsteps halted before a grand residence. At this moment, Ling Jiantong raised his gaze to the stone lions guarding the entrance. The scene evoked the words describing Jia Fu in Hong Lu Meng, where the residents were deemed unclean. Save for the pair of stone lions at the gate, which remained pristine, they stood in silence, the room enveloped in tranquility, the light casting a delightful glow upon them. Yet this beauty felt shrouded in something nebulous. Lin Zhenghao and Prince Yong exchanged nods, resigned to the circumstances. The disappearance of the Wu Tian Legion left them with no clues to pursue, and aside from enhancing their defenses, they were at a loss for further action. Then let the curses fly, Xingyu declared, lightly clapping her hands and smiling at Wan Yukai. And Wan, if you wish to bring harm to Ling Xiaogu, what would you do? Shu Ling inquired of Fu Yunwan. However, Li Xian felt the likelihood of such a scenario was minimal. For among the disciples of Hai Tang men, there surely existed descendants of its higher echelons. Indeed, I find your attitude rather appealing, Luo Nan observed with keen interest. On set, Feng Xin, he was genuinely bewitched by the process of filming. Nioli watched Lu Yi's incessant, silly grinning with confusion, shaking his large head in bewilderment, pondering that perhaps Li Dao and Zhao Lan might possess some insights. Within the confines of Luo Jiantang, layers of security abounded. As this was a clandestine site for sword forging, aside from few swordsmiths and Yi Zhiqiu himself, few were granted entry. Within the independent forging furnaces, the sound of intense heat was palpable, and merely approaching felt overwhelmingly oppressive. Though she was indeed convinced of the enigma surrounding the Xianji Dao run, she remained skeptical that the individual could maintain such secrecy indefinitely. A grizzled general, his eyes brimming with merciless resolve, issued the final command. Upon entering, disappointment washed over them. The space was scarcely 10 square meters, filled solely with gold, devoid of anything else. As he beheld the delicate flesh wall before him, Liang Hao's lips curled into a smirk as a bold thought took form in his mind. The 8th floor housed the wards. Would those nearing death reside there? Yin Mou, having never experienced such, was oblivious in her haste, yet Su Qi began to harbor doubts, following at a measured pace. Indeed, with you to go, I find myself quite famished. Lin Yu ran, basking in Tong Yu Ji's praise, felt a swell of pride. contemplating how Tong Yuji could not possibly fathom that the esteemed Yixian restaurant's proprietor was none other than herself, Lin Yuran. The path of enlightenment is manifold, yet all roads lead to Rome. As long as one reaches their destination, they may attain sanctity. What? Are you afraid? It's not too late to beg for mercy now, Lu Yi remarked with a smile, having initially assumed the elder would show signs of trepidation. Chapter 104, Cultivating a Pill Master. She first carefully scraped some medicinal powder from the Jingling Dan provided by Jiang Xu for analysis, then consumed a diluted solution made from that very powder. Personally experiencing the effects of the Jingling Dan, Kelly C scrutinized the incomprehensible energy sequences in the analysis report and compared them with the soothing agent in the adjacent test tube. That substance paled in comparison to the medicinal powder of the Jingling Dan, akin to sugar water masquerading as elixir. This minuscule quantity of powder was indeed a considerable risk. As a prodigy adept in risk management, how could he permit his family to shoulder such a peril? What do you mean? Do you not see me conversing with several deities? Such a lack of decorum. Confronting Xing Chun. It was unlikely that anyone could best him in wit. The elder's eyes gleamed with a shade of excitement. Thus, it appeared they had encountered a significant benefactor. How vexing. Liao Sha's cheeks flushed, her heart fluttering. In that moment, she completely forgot to continue the interrogation. Old Zhao continued to smoke one cigarette after another, his furrowed brow remaining taut as time elapsed, the electronic clock on the wall failing to divert attention from the tense atmosphere within the establishment. The remaining officers organized the dispersal of the crowd from the bustling market, slowly guiding them away, and the police departed for the station. Although his senses dulled, Zhao Yuan instinctively trailed closely behind the figure of Jiuda Zhenren. With the vigor of youth, perceiving the Xianling was indeed attainable among those present, the youth focused solely on what insights the Xianling could offer. As long as there were no objections, he could act freely. Luo Yang's delicate moan was akin to splashing water onto a sizzling hot oil. Feng Sheng let out a low growl and pressed his lips against hers once more. Yet, she could not help but wish that while he held her, he would not inadvertently utter another name. Even in the absence of love, she retained her dignity. Reflecting on their first encounter, she had quietly opened a shop, the illustrious Li Ren Fong, and he could not suppress a faint smile. She continually surprised him. With her neck arched for easier breathing, Mom Min's eyes gleamed with ferocity, attempting to glare at Yi Jian, but alas, Yi Jian remained behind her, rendering any attempts futile. All her struggles proved ineffective. She found herself immobilized, a mere prey to be accepted. With a loud bang, a bullet shot forth towards the fierce spirit. Yet his position was precarious. Should Yuan Guanglong fail to crouch in time, he too would be struck. Jier nodded, watching Jun Ho rise to depart. As he left, Jun Ho tossed a jade token to Hualien. Upon receiving it, she noted that the token bore the character Jun elegantly inscribed upon it. The constable graciously guided Mu Huan to the prison. The dim, damp cell exuded a foul odor, flies and mosquitoes buzzing incessantly, the air thick with a stench of urine. Mu Hua wrinkled her nose. Chun Si Lang, hailing from humble beginnings, was nonetheless a clean young man. Lu Shuihua's demeanor astonished Yin Jianxiu and Yin Jieyun for a considerable time. Had the previous Lu Shuihua ever spoken in such a manner? Chapter 105, The Conspiracy of the Academy. From this day forth, a new name was added to the roster of practitioners within the Yaslan Empire. For the sake of Kelly C, Jiang Xu deliberately lingered in the office for several days, personally guiding her in her cultivation methods. In addition to her daily dedication to practice, Kelly C also made breakthroughs in her research on potions, precisely calculating the optimal dosage ratios of Jingling Dan for varying degrees of mental ocean trauma. By diluting a single Jingling Dan 100 times to create Jingling liquid, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Given the injury's location, precisely at the knee, suturing proved challenging due to the considerable skin tension. He instructed the nurse to procure long gauze, wrapping several layers as a means of securing it, before lifting Su Mo into the office at the nursing station. By the way, who are they? Although Wang Tian had already surmised the identity of the elderly gentleman in traditional attire, he still asked with a serious demeanor. Of course, Wang Tian understood that Lu Quan's strength had not fundamentally changed. The additional 30% was merely the ocean's enhancement of Lu Quan's abilities. Lu Quan had always ranked among the top of the pinnacle of the seventh stage of the Great Ascension, and with the added 30% boost, who could rival him upon the ocean? As the pitch-black door closed, a faint sigh echoed within, laden with regret and reluctance, reminiscent of a thunderclap reverberating across the heavens, causing Tianfan's primordial spirit to tremble momentarily. "Try it on," Zhao Ru said, uncertain whether her flushed cheeks were due to prolonged squatting or the overwhelming shyness and excitement bubbling within her, as she spoke while deliberately avoiding Zhou Ming's gaze. "I have endured, but this matter is far from over. Time is on our side. We shall settle this debt bit by bit. When the time comes, I shall strike tenfold, with each blow landing 10 times. As for where to strike, naturally, I shall target the areas most tender." Wang Tian seethed inwardly. Zhou Ming, not one to be easily deceived, recognized that Yin Daxiang had not mentioned any official matters, and thus he too refrained from disclosing his thoughts and intentions. Consequently, today, he had caused Jiang Rahai, who believed himself thoroughly prepared, to lose his composure and become ensnared in an awkward predicament, ultimately interrupting what should have been a seamless conversation. Exchanging glances, the 10 individuals encircled the entrance to the ancient ruins. Yi Hua, unable to discern the reason for the situation, reluctantly departed to seek guidance from Gu Deliang, hoping he might elucidate the matter. Wu Yuqian cast a complex gaze at the 3 newcomers, finally fixing her attention on Cheng Xiang, who sat on the ground. Coldly, she stated, "If you wish to avoid your brain matter spilling forth, you should promptly discard the gun you are clutching." "I do not believe so," Sihai remarked with a sigh, and it was precisely this disbelief that fueled his anxiety. Dr. Du, bearing the single character lawn, hailed from the ancient Du clan of Chang'an and, being just over 30, was considered among the younger generation within the officials of Taichung Temple. Whether due to unfulfilled ambitions or other reasons, this once promising scholar now wore a perpetually stern expression, which rendered his thin lips even more acerbic. Su Ji and his companions quickly introduced themselves and their intentions to the elder and his disciple, who were revealed to be Wang Jin and Jingxi, respectively. Not true grandfather and grandson. A fine item, Danbai affirmed, having gained a profound understanding of burdens, particularly the weight of gold coins, which was her most immediate experience while accompanying Zhang Cheng. Lu Yifei, however, was in no hurry to leave. Instead, she meticulously examined the seemingly unprofessional yet remarkably proficient alchemical furnace, settling down at the threshold. The surrounding wooden plaque, embellished with gold yet not excessively so, bore exquisite regular script, feeling somewhat weighty in hand. What thrilled me were the characters inscribed in that script. Chapter 106, Military Academy League. Across the vast star map of the Yazalan Empire, over 100 habitable planets scattered like brilliant stars. Each planet boasted various military academies, totaling several hundred. The Empire's Military Academy League is renowned as the most fervent event throughout the Yazalan Empire. All participating military academy teams must first endure the hellish preliminary rounds on their respective planets, followed by the brutal eliminations across the 9-star systems, ultimately distilling 50 elite teams from over 300 formidable competitors, culminating in a decisive showdown. Ordinary arrows shot by common folk are of no concern. However, this elderly man is different. His archery skills have reached an extraordinary level. Is it possible to withstand such prowess? Utilizing the space ninjutsu he had just mastered, he and Jia Luo teleported to the entrance of the tomb. The guide had long departed, leaving the area deserted. After probing with his chakra, he discovered 3 Konoha ninjas hastening towards the cave entrance, prompting him to leisurely settle onto a smooth, clean rock and await their arrival. "Master, we're your disciples. Though our talents may be lacking, we must not bring shame upon you. Wouldn't you agree?" Xiao Tianlin cheerfully said, offering a cigarette and dutifully lighting it for Lu Yan. In truth, the primary reason he wished to use this intelligent system was to monitor financial transactions. Once recorded, any discrepancies could be promptly identified. It is no wonder that Director Xiao ventured out in the dead of night. Should he act against this young man, he might find himself in dire straits. Upon hearing of a potential divine lamp, Tang Qi naturally would not miss the opportunity. It seems the wisdom of the elderly holds true even among the simple-minded and physically strong of the Wu clan. After enduring countless years, this elder has grown shrewd. Adept at luring the unsuspecting into traps he has meticulously laid. Just as Long Zhong finished speaking, Lianhua wrapped her arms around him, pressing her lips firmly against his. Xiaolong Wujing rose from the ground, his expression shifting upon recognizing him. Yet he quickly regained his composure, coldly remarking, "So it is the arrival of King Shanglong." However, as his gaze fell upon the dragon sling, sacred sword concealed behind him, a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. Morong Yintian found his reasoning sound. The nation faced tumultuous times, and if the Wudu sect remained unchecked, internal strife and external threats would lead to endless turmoil. Thus, he chose not to insist on their stay. Let us set aside these matters for now. By the way, the nation is facing challenges. Since we are here, let us contribute some funds to improve the living conditions and meals for the elderly revolutionaries. With a smile, he took her hand and led her toward the dean's office. They had all been scorched black by the metal man's blue flames, their hair singed away, leaving them with nearly bald heads and eerie, piercing eyes. Only the 2 white feathers of the Taoist remained unscathed, their color unchanged. "Who are you?" The guards atop the city tower spotted Yudong below the city gate. A man, clad in a yellow robe and donning a steel helmet, shouted at him, prompting 20 or so guards to line up, drawing bows and arrows in defense. Chun Xinghai had a sudden epiphany. Rather than be passively teased, he would take the initiative to tease her and scare her away. Chapter 107. Saintt's confession. Both were acutely aware that Saintt would serve as the overall commander for this league, as someone sought to have him leave the Woda Star. Thus, safeguarding the Woda Star would not be an easy task. Furs pondered for a moment, mentally constructing strategies to bolster planetary defenses. Should Jiang remain on Wotu? After becoming a cultivator, Furs finally understood. After a wait, the Frost Demon King finally appeared in the living room, a look of delight on his face, causing the two to exchange puzzled glances and inquire. Shun Lian had scoured numerous places for Zhang Fatsai's information, yet no one had seen or even heard of him. Even the patients purportedly treated by this so-called divine doctor had vanished. Meanwhile, Anna, attentively listening for the approaching footsteps of Xiao Shi and the others, was lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. Resolute, she raised her stick and swung it towards them again. After a dull thud, the limbs of all 3 were shattered. She opened the door, tossed them outside, and secured the door. The 3 large knives were left behind, which could fetch a few taels of silver. It seems I was right. My luck appears to be fortuitous, having struck the right chord at once, Sun Fei remarked with a calm smile. Lin Zongtan gazed at the children piled at the window, initially smiling politely, then abruptly furrowing his brows. Noticing the students arriving in droves, he declared the commencement of the second round of assessments. Ian observed as a silver needle hovered in midair, the closest one to him, and soon, more silver needles began to levitate, each obeying the commands issued by Ian in an orderly fashion. Yanhua emerged prominently in this meeting, and Nanzhou also reaped some benefits. The plot in Woolly Village served as a practical field for Yanhua to implement his proposed initiatives, drawing much attention. Every week, O'Neill compiles the players' on-court blunders into humorous clips, garnering considerable attention from fans. Since Emoda has suggested it, let's take a look. Gufanyu secured the consent of Su Jurue to summon the 3 sisters. While this task may seem straightforward, executing it proves to be quite challenging, particularly in mastering the delicate balance between the physical and spiritual selves. Lei Rue faced repeated failures in his attempts, with the most arduous step being the maintenance of a mental separation into 2 distinct parts, each controlling the body and soul independently. During this occasion, Qin Yang frequently practiced dribbling behind his back, learning the techniques of Jamal Crawford, resulting in a triple-double performance in the game. Diana, on the other hand, abandoned the Mark 42 iron armor, preferring to don the champion armor and wield the sword and shield of Zeus along with the sword of the god of fire in battle. General Gui truly exemplifies the prowess of a martial champion, as Song Chong exclaimed in admiration upon witnessing the last enemy soldier fall beneath the walls of Loaxia. Chapter 108. A rare holiday. The night breeze swept past Saintt's tightly pressed lips, carrying with it the essence of spiritual herbs. When he raised his gaze, his eyes, sharp as blades, precisely targeted the burst of fluff from Ian. After all, some individuals, even when transformed back into human form, exude an aura of light laughter mixed with a chilling hint of spiritual energy, causing the panda dumpling to involuntarily retreat, revealing its inherent nature as a playful and cuddly young creature. Ian's round eyes widened in protest, but was silenced as Jiang Xu's gentle hand rested on his plump back. According to popular belief, it seems that mere attractiveness qualifies one for a leading role, which is a misconception. In a stadium designed for 30,000, at least 26,000 Huagua nationals were present. After accounting for the visiting Team S section and the isolation stands, it was nearly full. This must be a dream. It cannot be real. Long Yushan murmured in disbelief. Lin Zhao mentioned land allocation, which generally falls into two categories: allocation and transfer. Allocation is primarily for public infrastructure, military facilities, affordable housing, schools, hospitals, etc., while real estate and industrial projects, along with tourism, require transfer method. Due to his inability to obtain German citizenship, he is now seeking Swiss nationality. Thus, based on his shares, he would need to take away hundreds of thousands in assets, which falls short of his share valuation. In his haste to prevent the bearded man from harming his fellow Huaran, he momentarily overlooked the so-called martial arts expert who had been by his side. Now, searching the surroundings, there was no sign of him. Zhang Xinlei's leniency towards Dai Xiao was not solely based on her being Huang Lianhong's assistant. Part of it was due to Dai Xiao's beauty. However, Huang Ruxi's greed for accolades led Feng Zizai to despair, prompting him to switch allegiance to Lianzhou, which was then part of Guangdong, and to showcase his skills during the suppression of the Tiandi Society's siege on Lianzhou. It was you who forced my hand. Compel me to act. Shame on you. Had you heeded my words back then and eradicated all beings of the Dao realm to refine their death energy, our alien race would have grown significantly stronger and we could have fought against the heavens today. The trees doused in oil ignited upon contact with a spark, flames soaring higher than the struggling demons bound in the middle. Alternatively, one might employ their own non-material essence to exert pressure, extricating the target's non-material life from its vessel. Yi Qingyan proposed another idea. With your lack of intellect, simply not causing trouble would suffice. I cannot expect you to assist in any meaningful way, he remarked disdainfully, propping up a stool with his foot, placing a bamboo basket atop it, and rummaging through the contents. Shavagero and the iron frame made a jarring sound upon contact, a sight that induced pain merely to behold. Yi Wenfeng furrowed his brow. He would decline, yet even one bite would leave him still hungry. Finishing his own before consuming another S. Fearing discontent among the crowd, Diu quickly compared the map on the ground, leading everyone to realize that while the world map was detailed, it was not entirely comprehensive, as evidenced by the recently drawn depiction of the falling Dragon Valley, which was absent from this map. Upon concluding his words, he brandished a massive axe and charged forward, the blade scraping against the ground and producing a shower of sparks. Ringing loudly, he this, that. Teacher, I simply found Lela's drawing quite beautiful and wish to appreciate it. Is that all right? Wei Xiaoyan chuckled sheepishly while speaking. Shu Qin, please take a moment to rest. With me here, you'll be safe. Li Yunfei gazed at Li Shu Qin's sleeping beauty-like face, gently kissing her, then lightly pressing her neck. Initially slightly frowning, Li Shu Qin fell back into a deep slumber. Chapter 109. Encountering familiar faces, Jiang Xu closely followed Saintt, curious as she stepped off the spaceship, surveying her surroundings. With Saintt present, she felt no fear of losing her way. As they queued for the shuttle bus, tourists continuously descended from various spacecraft, the hustle and bustle of interstellar travel enveloping them. Pedro and Xiaoyu appeared quite familiar with the surroundings, skillfully dispersing as they exited the ship, seamlessly blending into the throngs of tourists, their figures quickly disappearing among the vendors of Kai's Star. How interesting. You seem a bit dazed. Let me wake you up first before I ask you a few questions. Lin Fei chuckled, extending his hand. Only Huagua's largest live-streaming platform, Real Live, and the second largest, Doxiao Live, boast over 10 such superstar hosts. Brother Changqing, are you angry? Or are you planning to tie up Chan and spank her? Lu Chan blinked her large eyes playfully. You may deceive me, but if I uncover your ruse, then I'm afraid your son will be divided into two parts. Lu Yu replied in a calm tone. Yuan Ying made no pursuit. Jumping into the boundless sea equated to suicide, while remaining on the ship would only lead to death. Upon deciding, Su Xinyue promptly got out of bed, began to beautify herself, and donned a lovely outfit before heading out with her bag. This individual, in their mid-20s, possessed an admirable physique and handsome features, though their complexion was pale, with deep-set eyes that hinted at a certain malevolence. He had anticipated that Lu Yu would demand an exorbitant price, but the extent of the demand exceeded his expectations. Han Feng frowned and remarked, "Do you think I would continue conversing with you two without disclosing my intentions?" With that, he attempted to walk away, as he still wished to inquire about the current situation of Lanling. At this moment, the calligraphy of the poem about geese that old Wang had composed was being carefully collected by Jiang Xu's servants. The place was rife with poisonous mushrooms, toxic vines, poisonous wood, toxic fruit, toxic flowers, and a continuously flowing toxic spring. Xiao Yuan Shan, exasperated, struck out at Yi Feng once more. This blow was even more powerful, and Yi Feng felt the pressure intensifying. Personally sending someone to stab his heart and casting him into the sea to feed the fish, yet he truly did not die. This situation echoed Li Xiu's use of the spiritual flame in the previously traversed Ziyu kingdom, where a larger demonic sect collected tolls from righteous sect practitioners. They even enforced restrictions on the movements of righteous sect practitioners. Meanwhile, a golden light shot towards the heavens, causing Wendy to gaze in astonishment at the direction from which the light emanated, halting her preparations. This time, the Shuqian temple descended in an extremely remote maritime area, bordering the uninhabited zones of the outer sea and the edges of the inner sea. A brief inquiry revealed that the producer was a mogul from a renowned entertainment company. He had come to inspect the crew's progress and was said to be behind Jin Jiayu. "When did you concoct the elixir?" Beichen gazed at Mo Li, his eyes brimming with tenderness. However, upon regaining his original form, Mu Yi felt an inherent pressure, as if this ancestral land was rejecting him. Whether it be Lai Hua or Zhong Lu, both were individuals of great understanding, naturally aware of the necessity for restraint in this moment. Furthermore, the divine realm is the paramount of the seven realms, and they dared not offend it. This world is not devoid of love. It merely lacks the catalyst for love. Too many individuals habitually choose to remain aloof and indifferent. Chapter 110. Enemies on a Narrow Path. Jiang Miao, adorned with exquisite makeup, impatiently swatted away the wrist of the brown-haired girl, exclaiming, "Which one? Have you been overindulged in interstellar internet celebrity filters?" She swirled the purple cocktail in her goblet, the ice clinking melodically. "Your brother just won the Best Commander Award at the Imperial Military Academy's internal competition and will soon represent the Academy at the Interstellar Military Academy League. I cannot fathom anyone who could possibly outshine your brother. With such an outstanding fiancé," Jiang Miao's words inadvertently revealed a hint of pride. Suddenly, a voice of astonishment broke the silence, as the last challenge turned out to be amidst a sea of blood. Chun Luo moved 2 ordinary peach trees closer, and the 2 pits transformed as if the trees had always belonged there. Gasps of surprise erupted from everyone as a rich aroma wafted through the air, blending the sweetness of peaches, the savoriness of chicken, and the earthiness of mushrooms, creating a delightful fragrance that tantalized the senses. A cloud of gray mist suddenly billowed forth, transforming into a wisp in the air, where shadows danced, occasionally morphing into swords, knives, guns, and mythical beasts like dragons and phoenixes. "You claim we have stolen, so we're thieves?" Bai Yao and Huang Rong shook their heads in denial. An attack flew towards them in the blink of an eye, leaving no means of evasion. AIC watched helplessly as the Tsang Bing blade was unleashed. Witnessing her released phantom projectile pierce through Li Jieba Luo's body, creating numerous shocking wounds, she felt an unwavering conviction of the world's singular truth. There are no drawbacks. After consumption, one can achieve a breakthrough at the host's maximum potential. In other words, even if the host practices diligently, the most perfect breakthrough would equate to that achieved after consuming an upgrade pill. The strongest antagonist system declared. During the attempt to use pre-login handshake confirmation, the timeout limit was exceeded. This may be due to a failure in the pre-login handshake or the server's failure to respond in a timely manner. To everyone's surprise, Shen Mingyue was the first to object, asserting, "That won't do. This trip will surely be delightful. How can we not go? We cannot abandon the 2 of us." Lu Zichen nodded, slightly in agreement. What these natives did not expect was that Zhao Taijin, this Chinese individual, was somewhat unconventional. In dealing with such troublesome folk, Zhao Tiejin's principle was to issue a warning. If ineffective, he would resort to using a baton or bullets for education. Is that so? The gangster was taken aback, lowering his head to ponder for a moment before looking back at the assassin captain. A full 9 alien royal princes gathered here, seeking the secrets of Pangu, which greatly astonished the hidden Qin Tiange. You guessed correctly. Let us begin the fusion. First, let your blood drip onto the stone instructed. Successfully merging with the divine thought's Dharma form, all movements could synchronize perfectly with the entity, akin to a mech directly connected to the nervous system. Of course, the Dharma form was composed of an energy field, integrated with divine thought control, allowing for complete mastery in the truest sense. All corners bow down, united under the Middle Kingdom. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. The crowd erupted in genuine excitement, their cheers echoing loudly. At worst, when the creditors arrive, compensating with some secret silver would suffice. This young lady had diligently assisted in constructing the grand formation, hindering the search for spiritual medicine. It was unreasonable not to share it since he possessed it. This admonition was laden with a father's fondness for life and reluctance to part with his beloved son, shaping Victor's resilient character, who never relinquished hope in the face of despair. He staggered forward, overcoming countless difficulties along the way, arriving at this moment. Chapter 111. A Failed Theft. She raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of a smile gracing her lips, though the mirth did not reach her eyes. It was truly unexpected to encounter these two familiar faces in this quaint tavern on Kaiyer's Star. Memories of the past surfaced in her mind. Jiang Yao, relying on her mother's support, had tormented the original self at the Jiang family, even pushing her into the swimming pool. Shun Ting, upon learning of her brother Xinyu's affection for Jiang Xu, had coldly mocked the original self's identity every time they met. Wanzhou had always harbored feelings for Tang Yao, and after tonight's dinner, she sensed their relationship had deepened. For seed-like inheritances lay hidden in the depths of memory, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura, constantly nurturing Li Zhen's spirit. Disturbing others' cultivation in the primordial chaos was a matter of life and death, let alone the chaotic demon ape being forcefully demoted by a significant realm. Bai Luo nodded. Her child had become her true spiritual sustenance, and thus, she must protect the pregnancy diligently until the child was born. Meanwhile, his conversations with Hui gradually veered from new creations to trivial topics, such as the weather, where the early cherry blossoms bloomed, and today's dinner seemed a tad too salty. Following the substantial changes among the team players, the coaching staff underwent a complete transformation. From this day forward, Parma officially entered the era of Crespo. Haha, I thought you'd become stronger after transforming, but it seems you remain no match for me. Diana laughed heartily. Occasionally, beastly roars echoed, shaking the forest. Lin Fan scanned the area, noticing scattered residents, and only then did he sense a glimmer of life. Is this your way of seeking revenge? To entice Gu Chunsheng under another identity? Shenrue sneered. I had thought you would possess some dignity. Ron Kai felt utterly wronged. This couple was excessively oppressive. One treated him as a hostage while the other shot daggers of disdain at him. He only wished to clarify and reassure Madam. I have never been adept at crafting endings, particularly as a tale nears its conclusion. I always feel there are countless stories yet to be told and many words left unspoken. However, I believe that perhaps life is not always so complete. Leaving a hint of regret suggests that everything has not concluded and they continue to forge their own narratives. Xiao Yi flipped over, taking the initiative. Wali Shi's hand naturally rested upon his chest, feeling the strength of his heartbeat. The Godslayer armor slowly mended the wound, consuming the blood that spilled from Bu Jingren's chest. Suka followed his gaze and soon discovered Moon Nani standing motionless in a shadow ahead. The attendant whispered in her ear, but she could not absorb any of it, slowly drawing near the brightly lit room. With the power cut, the music ceased, and a brief silence enveloped the venue, soon replaced by a cacophony of discussions. Although she could not discern their words, she instinctively understood they were undoubtedly about them. Looking out the car window, the hearse carried her mother and her uncle, who clutched his abdomen, finally departing. Tang Luo watched the first van drive away, a smile curling his lips. Just moments ago, he had seen the bull demon king seated inside. In a crucial moment, the third plump fellow was anything but hesitant. Before I could finish my sentence, he sprang into action with the agility of a monkey, lifting one foot and curling his entire form like a frightened pangolin behind the golden umbrella. Although most were oblivious, Tang Qing firmly believed that Tang Zhan would not apprehend individuals without just cause. Chapter 112. The Skybar. The neon lights cast a play of light and shadow across Saintt's sharply defined jawline. He swallowed slightly as he recalled the information about Jiang Xu, knowing that one of the girls mentioned must be Jiang Xu's sister, Jiang Miao. Jiang Xu seemed to grasp the query hidden in Saintt's gaze. Casually scrolling through the holographic screen, her pupils illuminating at the sight of Starfall Bar on the Kyre Star Travel Guide. One was my half-sibling who came along with a lawyer, a legal advisor. The master was lightly punished and released yesterday, and everyone was hardly surprised by his arrival. There's no need for that. I can jump down myself, Gu Yuanyuan said, elegantly leaping from the carriage with a swift and decisive motion. Not only in the music scene of Yinzhou, but also in the European music scene, which had been suppressed for a month, the commotion was even greater. Even if you told your mother, she would undoubtedly remain unfazed. He slightly parted his thin lips, poured himself a cup of tea from the pot on the table, and took a gentle sip. Lin Muzin thought that even with her pregnant belly, she would still look beautiful. However, Lin Muzin had learned to be wise. He refrained from voicing this thought, opting for the wisdom of silence. Qin Shen closed his eyes, and the fiery energy within him quietly curled up in its lair, unperturbed. Qin Shen was not disheartened. The years of accumulated failures were not in vain. With a rare opportunity of Mo Li's popularity, the company would not let this chance slip by, arranging numerous performances and engagements for him. Compared to his father, Aragon was far more natural, seemingly able to connect effortlessly with anyone or any creature. If this statement were made in the presence of a reporter, it would undoubtedly incite uncontrollable excitement. Fortunately, I'm merely here to assist. Yifan did not allow this slight to provoke him. When she had her incident, all the maids who would serve her closely were sold if they could be, while those who could not were given silver to leave Jin City. Someone like Zhu Chui, who remained in the manor, would never have been spared had it not been for her muteness. Chun Wanrong raised his cup, declaring, "Old man, cheers. We won't stop until we are drunk today." Having witnessed the supreme wisdom of our ancestors, Chun Wanrong felt a surge of pride, using that wisdom to complement his drink. What could be better than this? Under the gentle moonlight, Chun Shezi pursued the limping cat, unknowingly venturing far into the ancient tomb forest. The ancient trees twisted and turned, towering towards the heavens, and in the depths of the forest, mist swirled, accompanied by the faint sound of flowing water, exuding an aura of eerie foreboding. Before Yifan could respond, Father Yin had already kicked out again, exclaiming, "Are mushrooms plants? They are fungi." Father Yin seemed quite irate. Wang Wei suddenly reached back and grabbed, then thrust forward, causing a new challenger who had intended to sneak attack from behind to insert their head into the narrow doorframe. Blood and brain matter spilling onto the pristine floor. "What are you doing? Soak it again and come up. We will bandage your wounds," Louis Rand said. Chapter 113. A grudge for a grudge. Shen Ting's dance was remarkable as she energetically showcased her alluring figure before Saintt. Her big eyes continuously flashing sparks at the man, convinced she could win him over. This man was handsome and powerful. What right did Jiang Xu, that defective who could not beastify, have to possess such a worthy partner? "Sir," Shen Ting's voice dripped with sweet intoxication, "would you dance with me? I would suit you better than her." Her intentions were evident. A series of colorful lights intertwined, appearing on the surface of the shell. Although the trio's assault was fierce, they could only shatter the colorful rings one by one. In this round, it was just him and Cheng Ziheo. Cheng Ziheo would become his most formidable ally. Only Cheng Ziheo was strong enough to assist him effectively. As the final countdown commenced, Yi Wei simultaneously hurled the cursed dagger toward Wen Shan. However, having exhausted his strength, he stumbled and fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of yellow dust. In Yi Feng's memory, the 7 elemental immortal treasures and royal weapons did not possess the ability to transform. The only reasonable explanation was that this bat was also a celestial treasure. Yi Feng inhaled sharply, thinking to himself that this group was simply terrifying. Having long existed in the chaotic realm, he was no saint in Sha City. When it came to a fight, he was anything but gentle. The giant axe was raised high and brought down with force. Yang Kai's dagger clashed against Yin Tai's large blade, buzzing loudly. With each of Yang Kai's attacks, Yin Tai was forced to retreat. Every leader of the ancient sword sect was a man of iron will, and even in the face of certain death, they would not flinch. The current Yin gang was at its zenith, which explained the deepening animosity between them and the Tianya gang. In this rivalry, only one stronghold could prevail. What was achieved came without effort. Mo Wuxia silently praised this old fellow for his ability to rally people, though it was unfortunate that he had chosen the wrong target. Su Hongdo was skewering skewers with Chun Nanxing and teacher Mai when she blinked and turned to glance behind her. Thus, it was evident that Zhan wanted to save face. How could a person concerned with appearances personally spread rumors about discord between him and his wife? Or how he could not assert his authority in his own residence? Many were eager to learn about this matter, as it might imply they too could partake in filming, perhaps foreshadowing their own rise to fame. Indeed, this aligned with the original plot. The main and dark angels had descended upon Earth, leaving only Lixidi and Lays among Ptolemy's ranks. Damn, that scoundrel actually went for a double date last night, and even hired someone to attack me. Poverty truly limits my imagination. Li Dingbor remained somewhat dissatisfied, but understood the weight of urgency. With a cold huff, he led the two to a Mercedes-Benz. Lu Zhe and Runyi each held a large zongzi. Though zongzi are typically enjoyed cold, Lu Zhe preferred this slightly warm food, only to find that Runyi, after taking a couple of bites, began to vomit. Zhang Jizong, upon learning that Jiang Xu was the owner of Tianyan Entertainment, immediately extinguished his thoughts of casting her as Kong Min. Over the past half-month, Wei Yin had secretly mastered the soul-searching technique and the secret art of astral projection obtained from Wu Sanpei. When Yiziyu entered the dormitory, aside from Zhou Moran, who was still studying, the other two were already in bed. Chapter 114. General Alpha Shun ran approach to support his sister, who was weak in the waist, and said displeasedly to Jiang Miao, "Stop messing around. Let us hurry to the hospital." He instinctively touched his head, vaguely recalling that he had been engrossed in a stage performance before suddenly blacking out. Upon awakening, he found the bar in disarray. Despite this, he was not fazed by Jiang Miao's words. Liang Hao had anticipated this. Seeing them mistreating the race cars, he felt a twinge of sympathy. However, considering that these cars were sponsored by that racing company for advertising, he soon felt at ease. Thus, Kobe was not worried in the slightest, barring any unforeseen circumstances. He was set to be the top vote-getter again this year, having already locked in his all-star spot. The more he struggled, the more he felt himself fading. Yet he became increasingly aware, the itch intensifying. There's no point in putting on airs. I have no forces to wield, and there's no way I could confront an assassin one-on-one, Li Qing said with some frustration. The Saints below, even if they had not been vanquished by Lin Xian and others, were torn apart by the aura of the Saint King, dissolving into blood mist. In the next moment, he saw a figure in a black robe flash by. Lin Xian snorted coldly, thinking that anyone daring to entertain ideas against him truly wished for death. Xiao Qingtian also discerned Zhao Feng's intentions. Zhao Feng was not the type to risk his entire family for the sake of righteousness. Xiao Qingtian spoke with piercing clarity, showing no mercy. Jiang Jin gazed at his emotionless face, swallowing her words, unable to articulate her thoughts. "So, you've already devised a countermeasure?" Xiao Yuqing, seeing the confidence in his words, felt a surge of joy on her face. On the display screen, the parentheses following the Tier 3 task indicated it was accepted by the Dawn Mercenary Corps, led by Qi Yu. Simultaneously, he activated the firewalls of all the software. In an instant, a dozen protective shields and firewall walls appeared around Yu Jian, rendering the monster's lightning utterly ineffective. The guests celebrating the longevity of the host are well aware that disputes should not arise within the host courtyard, let alone during clan ritual. A man held 4 gleaming gold coins, their brilliance reminiscent of the wealth found only in affluent households, symbolizing the livelihoods of 4 individuals for the coming months. As he gazed at the tall, imposing figure, he felt a mix of emotions, gratitude intertwined with a tinge of regret. Just as he spoke, he noticed an unsettling scene before him. He had not anticipated that his parents were also outside, and the circumstances surrounding the others were perplexing. As he prepared to inquire about the situation, Mrs. Liu preempted him with words of her own. Qian Shui felt a surge of fear upon seeing 2 massive sea serpents with an attack power of 2,500. But she recognized that engaging in battle was no longer an option, thus she did not panic excessively. At that moment, as Ba Yi was in the process of shedding his garments, a group of individuals approached Qin Juanxi and the others. Qi Yu felt vexed, pondering how one might communicate with a bear. At this juncture, Chan Er, noticing Qi Yu's hesitation, entered with Qi Qiu in her arms and inquired. The program was completed. the screen's brightness shifting from a stark white to a serene blue luminescence. In an instant, a vibrant red phoenix leapt onto the screen, appearing remarkably lifelike. The passage of time became indeterminate. Exhausted, she closed her eyes, unable to discern whether she had fainted or truly fallen asleep. Li Ruoxin wore an expression of curiosity, yet her words were laced with sharp barbs, unceremoniously directed at Sun Yinchi. The debt of gratitude is but a trifling act. Should the other party possess wealth and be inclined to repay, she would accept, but if not, it could easily be disregarded. Chapter 115. The Opening Ceremony of the League. Jiang Xu regarded the middle-aged man before him. At this age, an alpha's physical and mental capabilities would likely have begun to wane, and retirement was anticipated within the next 2 years. General Alpha was currently engaged in conversation with Saintt. My sincerest apologies. We did not foresee your highness's fervor for the event, arriving so early. Coincidentally, I was dispatched to the front lines for command, regrettably unable to extend proper hospitality. Saintt maintained a calm demeanor, assuring, no matter, thanks to you why are you crying? It's as if we are bullying you. Do you not have an understanding of your own situation? Zhang Xiaoli exclaimed in frustration. Li Quan met Li Chang'an for the first time, and found himself unable to resist engaging in conversation. As for Hu Yang's other hand, it bore a pistol, its muzzle pressed firmly against the temple of the middle-aged man. Zhongqin grasped Luo Yunera's hand, urging her to refrain from further comments, as this was not the time for explanations. As they conversed while walking, Lan Huang remarked, "Is this truly the young master referred to by the blind man?" The most primal impulse compelled Huiting to tighten his grip around her waist, his breath cascading against her skin as he spoke. Lu Xiaoxi found herself at a loss for words, feeling as though her innermost thoughts had been inadvertently exposed. Rumor had it she was an obscure model with no renown, her only claims to fame being a few photographs and allegations of having been previously supported by a benefactor, with nothing more to her name. The bedroom had just been tidied up, adorned in shades of tender green, with a lavish princess-style bed, and plush carpets that invited intimate encounters with soft toys at every step. Lin Peng suddenly wished he had remained oblivious to such truths, for prior to this revelation, he had been a fervent aspirant striving to grow stronger. The distinction of a Xinghui level is exceptional, as it delineates two disparate realms. Today is Thursday, and with the weekend approaching, for days should suffice to resolve all matters at hand. Thus, Chen Fu, disregarding her intoxicating allure, approached with a cup filled with a viscous liquid that was uncertain whether to be deemed a fine brew or a potent elixir. For some reason, she felt an overwhelming longing for Mooning Yuan to be by her side at that moment, to welcome their child into the world together. The lengths she had gone to in order to avoid being with Ling Chun were truly exhausting. Strong arms bound Li Imo tightly, leaving her to lie on the bed, her eyes wide open, staring into the dark as she confronted Ling Chun. A multinational corporation's owner had taken an interest in Shanghai department store, seeking a collaboration with Li Mo to expand into the domestic market, which aligned perfectly with her ambitions for promoting Shanghai. He surveyed the palace, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed the palace where Jian Jiao resided. The jade bricks beneath his feet, a clear reminder of the training grounds. Given that the bill was covered by the Alex Company, naturally, the meals would be arranged by Smith, each signature dish served in abundance. Although they were all criminals, many had committed their offenses out of desperation or coercion, inherently not malevolent. Yu Chen's gift of the Ghost Eye Blade to King Yin was the best arrangement he could conceive. The inventory of the Bai family's assets was compiled. Although a full-scale war was not currently feasible, they could still ensure their adversaries suffered in discomfort. Lu Yimyin finally revealed her first smile of the day, albeit it appeared somewhat insincere. The prior scene had been so shocking and horrifying that it had instilled psychological trauma in the millions of inhabitants of Lushan City. Madame Lu observed for an extended period, hesitant to act rashly, and after much deliberation with Zhan Qingshan outside the village, she finally resolved on a plan to rescue those in peril. At this juncture, the inspection team would need to separate for their evaluations. Shun Guanglin had his own itinerary and had no intention of entertaining them. Chapter 116. The Alpha Who Could Not Gain Advantage. In the society of the Yazalin people, practitioners from various professions, even past the age of 80, often maintained robust physical and mental states, capable of persevering in their roles for another 20 years. However, alphas, as professional soldiers, endured rigorous training in their youth, and frequently engaged with insectoids, leaving them with chronic physical and mental scars. The tree spirit warriors also entered the spider camp, gathering the massive stone bases and large stone projectiles to hang from their branches as weaponry. The position of Golden Guest is not permanent. Other guests may challenge and defeat him to seize the title of Golden Guest. Initially, the reinforcements were to be elders from the Qilin clan. Yet taking advantage of Qi Mo's influence, Qi Lu intended to join as well. Westerners regard dishes merely as sustenance. Thus they consume large cuts of meat, whole chickens, and hearty fare. In contrast, Huaguo cuisine emphasizes flavor, leading to a significant freedom in ingredient selection. Lin Rue nodded, lifting his teacup to first observe its hue, then closing his eyes to take a deep breath before finally savoring a delicate sip. Now that the Chu army had recently faced defeat, Yuan Shao's refusal to pursue victory was a grave oversight, missing a divinely bestowed opportunity. Wouldn't it be more prudent for General Sun to mobilize alongside the world? Xiao Yang smiled faintly, gazing at Sun Jian with a knowing look. At this point, Lin Rue deduced that Goryo had lost control of the situation, and thus would inevitably seek out Lin Rue and Xiao Yu, the first to uncover the matter. Xiao Feng's words were icy, his tone as sharp as a dagger piercing through the air, instilling fear in the onlookers within the papal palace, especially the two archbishops, Sang Liang and Shangguan Hongzhuang, who were now acutely aware of what the Pope's wrath truly meant. Their recent cooperation had been out of necessity. In reality, both harbored a desire to eliminate one another at any moment. In other words, even if one could provoke a foul from the other, it was likely they would still fail to score. Is this all there is? The monarch of Binhai pressed, knowing this information merely revealed Lu Ke's identity. But to secure the beauty's favor, he needed to uncover more about the Lu family. Could it be that Qinlan's promotion and the sudden downfall of the L family were orchestrated by Xia Yinjie? What if it were the case? Just moments ago, they were in the wilderness, and what if someone silenced them? She placed a trembling hand over her chest, feeling the lingering anxiety. The two individuals were seated in a corner, with no one beside them. After all, it was lunchtime, and patrons were sparse. The primary business here thrived in the evening, as the music restaurant truly came alive under the night sky. However, the two of us cannot venture to Tianhua Island just yet, for we are unaware of the circumstances there, and we are not disciples of the Shun family. To set foot on the island recklessly would likely invite trouble. Trust me, truly, if you grant me an opportunity to showcase my abilities, I assure you that from this moment onward, you shall regard me with newfound respect, Cho Cho declared earnestly. Before Fenglin Temple, Mei Yu could respond, Chun Tianqi, with a look of resignation, made a swift mental decision. With an open palm, he instantly drew the impatient Ji Tan Mei Yun, Fenglin Temple Mei Yu, Dongfang Bubi, and Dongfang Qian into the peculiar confines of the predator's wallet. Chapter 117. Impulsiveness comes at a cost. Seeing this unfold, Major General Liu Ji could only sigh in exasperation, shaking his head with a bitter smile as he ascended the stage to obstruct the figure of General Alpha. After Saintt finished speaking, he paid no further heed to the visibly agitated Alpha, his sharp gaze sweeping across the assembly as he languidly inquired, "Is there anyone else who wishes to take the stage and spar with me?" Many attendees fervently shook their heads, terrified that the prince's gaze might land upon them. Conversely, the students of the mecha department were stirred with competitive spirit, eager for action. A bold student, emboldened after Duo descended from the arena, was met with a chorus of boos from the audience, who were disappointed that the anticipated romantic scene had not materialized. Rumors swirled outside, with tales ranging from Su Yang being deeply in debt to claims of his fortune being in the billions, and even assertions that it had surpassed 10 billion. With his career just beginning to ascend, Lin Fu'er and Min Siyuan exchanged glances, opting for silence as they had no time for discourse. The person in charge hastily issued commands and departed. Wu Yang, poised to flick his fingers, startled Safa into retreat, prompting her to resolve never to engage in gossip again, particularly regarding Wu Yang's preferences, lest her forehead suffer another blow. Jiang Jun meticulously prepared everything as per Yi Qingyin's requests, only then realizing the extent of Yi Qingyin's attention to detail. From Hong Lian, Chu Chun learned that, due to interference from the Dark World, Hong Lian had personally intervened. As the then leader of the Hong Men, Zhou Renmei had exerted considerable influence to avert a disaster for Huaxia. Unfortunately, the cup rested in a cabinet, its intricate patterns obscured by glass and reflections, leaving her uncertain if it resembled the one she held. Particularly vexing was the thought that this monumental opportunity was originally meant for them, the Haoqi sect, yet now had been seized by others. Feng Yu, of course, bore no anger towards them. Self-interest was a perfectly natural inclination, and there was no reason to harbor resentment. Tang Li continuously maneuvered in the air, evading his opponent's blade, but unable to find an opportunity for a counterattack. The sound of gunfire erupted as Feng Gu and the Baron unleashed their weapons simultaneously. Vibrant tongues of flame igniting the air, sending the wild bull into a frantic retreat. Meanwhile, some individuals were bargaining for items, discussing which locations offered better prices. Through the records of the temporal river, it became evident that Feng Yu's imprint easily discerned that the sovereign of this world had likely fallen into slumber, though whether he had awakened remained uncertain, as the sovereign's active period had preceded the last world advancement. My constitution is such that after a brief slumber, I am rejuvenated, Clement remarked with a smile. It's nothing. Carlin shook his head, the confusion in his eyes gradually dissipating as he refocused on Rodness. His gaze once again filled with crimson intensity. Accompanying this cold huff was a grand yet indifferent will, which manifested in this star domain as a colossal chaotic eye, spanning half a star system. I knew you would forgive me, Lu Ranjun thought with joy, lightly kissing his lips and leaving a trace of sweetness. Chapter 118. Infiltration into the circle of influencers. Professor Garrett widened his eyes, astonished that the young girl truly understood the subject. I have excavated this glowing yet frigid sand from the permafrost of Molestar for quite some time, and I have named it Stardust Sand. He abruptly paused, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. How do you know about such extremely cold sand? This remains classified within the Empire's biological circles. Jiang Xu shook his head, stating, I'm unfamiliar with Stardust Sand, but I know how to cultivate Stardust vines, which require this extreme. Contemplating that since he had taken in Yin Xiu, the ladies should be pleased, as they wished for a child to cherish. Dabao turned to gaze at the purple treasure hanging from his waist, casting a discontented glare, as if to say he had no desire to consume the flesh of those individuals. It was simply unpalatable. Young Master D, you are too polite. We shall handle this matter ourselves, Di Beicheng replied with a smile. Currently, it was merely a matter of adding some ornaments or other items inside, which was essentially in sync with the Jia family's arrangements. Yin Liang sat with his phone in hand, adorned in a beautiful long dress. Her oval face adorned with just the right amount of makeup, and her voluminous waves of hair cascading to one side, the flaxen hue enhancing her stunning beauty. However, Guofu was unwilling to concede, immediately huffing, You need not concern yourselves. I shall take charge. She leaped from the carriage, heading directly for the portly Mongolian man. Huan Hua, carrying the soul-calming bottle, hesitated to approach Chu Yuan, but upon witnessing his continued obstinacy and rudeness, she pondered for a moment before advancing. Even during this expedition, she sensed a lack of the usual respect from others towards her. At the Wellai Inn, room 13 was quite new. It was not merely well-maintained, but genuinely fresh, having just opened a few days ago. It was not just the mango that was repulsive. She attempted to flirt with Yu Gu and his companions, but failed, thus shifting her focus onto us, and fearing we might incur trouble. We had to flee. Xu Hao wiped his nose, stating, I have never encountered such a detestable person. It is infuriating. Just as Su Feifei was engulfed in self-reproach. Xu Chao's excited voice rang out. Su Feifei paused, looking up to see Xu Chao, covered in mud, grinning while holding a necklace caked in dirt, addressing her with delight. A deafening crash resounded, leaving the bear's forehead a bloody mess, with blood streaming down, obscuring its vision. It hastily wiped at the blood with its clothing, ignoring the sword still embedded in its body, and anxiously peered ahead. Simultaneously, on the other side, Qi Xuan was in stark contrast. As he listened to the announcement of results, upon hearing the name of the Qi family enterprise, Assistant Yuan nearly leaped up, yet he remained composed in his seat. I just mentioned that I intend to ascend this mountain, to control it and restore it to its rightful position. Such actions could yield rewards and activate benefit from the previous tier, Yi Xiao explained. Yan Shuangdao keenly detected a fleeting shadow of black surrounding Chao Yu, her eyes shimmering with intensity. Master Yu, How can you remain unfazed by the dire circumstances of the Yu family? Ancient Mingyuan questioned, bewildered by her lack of joy upon learning that the Yu family's leader had coughed up blood and been hospitalized while their stocks plummeted. Consequently, Bai Sui's live stream exploded with activity as more and more viewers flooded in. After the topic emerged, Bai Sui bit her lip, opting for silence as she contemplated instigating a situation. Nonetheless, not all meats are suitable for roasting, a fact that would soon become evident. Level 6 permissions on the Zhanlong network were already quite high, as the maximum level was 8, exclusive to the heads of the National Defense Corps. Chapter 119. A brand new military competition in that moment. Even though Xiao Bing had resigned himself to death, a tremor coursed through him, for he did not truly wish to perish. Although they had never laid eyes on these executives, they had seen them through magazines and news articles. Tang Mu was rendered speechless, never having contemplated the possibility of pregnancy. If it were to occur, she would certainly keep the child if it were Chunji fans. Hoyu appeared rather relaxed, casually resting his hand on the card table while smiling at Chen Sanyuan. As Luo Yi finished dealing the cards, he resumed sipping his tea, his back turned to the door. The man felt a sense of familiarity with the individual but could not discern their identity. With the utterance of Grandpa by Zhao Mao, the previously silent corridor erupted into a chorus of voices filled with grievance and indignation. "Father, what bizarre tale shall you recount today?" Chunji Fan inquired nonchalantly, instinctively aware that extracting any useful information from his father would be akin to squeezing toothpaste. He was presently impatient with such tedious efforts and found certain matters irrelevant to him. Dao Hong, Shui could no longer restrain herself, stepping forward to embrace Xia Lu tightly, fearful of his possible disappearance and any news of his demise. A surge of intense killing intent emanated from Qi Shi's back, and a dog-shaped battle aura materialized above, soaring towards the rooftop of the mall. This prompted several long-suffering nations within the Mile Federation to consider engaging in meaningful dialogue with the Iwaya faction. "Xiaolin, have you forgotten your elder brother?" The voice remained gentlemanly and magnetic. "Who else could it be but Ma Si-jin? We once vowed that in our lifetime, we would undoubtedly pilot a model capable of rivaling the Divine Hawk and engage in a contest with it," Carlos enthusiastically declared. "Our sect conducts business with utmost integrity. How could we possibly attract enemies?" Sure, he expressed her bewilderment at why her grandfather would suggest that their sect had adversaries. Xiaoming, Lu, and Lin Peng appeared like puppets under his command, smiling at those around them. Their actions incited an even greater uproar, stirring astonishing chaos in certain corners. Upon entering the living room, Chun Mu inquired of her husband, "What has transpired between you two? It is the new year. Cannot you share some joyful words?" "Grandfather, please do not say such things. You will be just fine." Lu Xiaoling fervently grasped one of Lu Diye's hands, tears cascading down her cheeks once more. A mocking laughter gradually approached. Upon hearing it, Yin Feng was suddenly startled. At that moment, two figures descended from the distant horizon. Each step they took allowing their voices to propel them forward a significant distance. In the critical moment, Chui Feng threw a punch, while Chao Yu snapped his fingers. A flash of brilliance illuminating the scene as their red and blue fists struck the peculiar creature, sending it flying. The serpent-like being plummeted from the cave's ceiling. After secretly ridiculing how Tian Go, Sun Xing suppressed his laughter and caught the danshin flower thrown by the stone monkey, swallowing it whole before sitting cross-legged. The demon clan, having long coveted the mainland from their secluded existence in the forest, had previously been relegated to the shadows due to the flourishing of the human race, amassing power in secret while awaiting an opportunity. "We have found something. Let us step outside to verify what it is," Ling Xiaohan remarked to Jiren, and the two proceeded to the balcony. The next day, when Emperor Xianping and Empress Liang visited to pay their respects to Grand Empress Pei, they casually mentioned this matter. Taking advantage of the court's festivities, Songlan discreetly notified several young ladies named on the list. "What nonsense are you spouting? You uncultured folk wouldn't understand." Sure Tai Nome's rat-like eyes scrutinized the situation, keenly observing. She needed to find a moment to discuss matters with Ling Xiao Ran once more, striving for the future she and Guanja could share. "Then I wager a month," Lung Yuchen stated, believing that the shortest duration would be 3 months. Hence his outrageous guess. Suddenly recalling that Ning she had yet to channel energy into her body and had her meridians unsealed the previous night. He surmised she had likely fallen into a deep slumber again. She lay peacefully asleep as Lung Yuchen leaned down, his cool lips gently pressing against her forehead. The severely injured Yu Luo rarely ventured from the mountains, and on the rare occasion she did. Her identity as a disciple of Ling Yun Mountain's Songjian Peak commanded respect. This time, however, she encountered individuals who sought to endanger her despite knowing her affiliation. Although Luo Tianqing desired something, she lamented that her current foundation-level cultivation rendered her efforts futile. Observing the scene, Murong Laoi inquired of Murong Foreign, "Are you afraid?" He perceived her suppressed fear as they were alone in the room, drawing her into his embrace. She had forgotten that this was his territory. He dictated the terms, and there was no need for prior announcements of his intentions. Lu Wen's eyes glistened with moisture as she beheld a tenderness in Mo Yang's gaze that she had never witnessed before, stirring feelings of painful jealousy within her. In pursuit of temporary peace for the five factions, she was reluctant to instigate conflict immediately, even if it was an opportunity for decisive victory. Infighting was exhausting and could easily embroil the innocent in disaster. If possible, she intended to dissipate this smoke of battle without a trace. How curious, aside from Qi air, there is no sign of Su air in this room, Nangong Foreign remarked with some perplexity. Mei air instinctively submerged her body beneath the water, aware that without the petals obscuring her, she would be fully exposed. Chapter 120. Taking things seriously. As the competition commenced, the medical team's work began simultaneously. Securing a spot, Jiang Ning was dragged by Kellys to the event site to observe while remaining prepared to provide medical assistance. As the competition began, the members of the command team were already busy. Although everyone was present in the Twin Star Canyon, Jiang Xu could not see Pedro or the others. The medical team had not yet received any assignments, so Jiang Xu and his companions took the opportunity to explore the event. Meanwhile, Lung Mushan remained silent, allowing him to attend to her until he finished disinfecting her wounds and applied a bandage. Nearby, Grandma Yi, listening to her grandson's earnest fabrications, could not help but extend her hand, giving him a thumbs up. This action was harmless to the hungry wolf, as the priority was to ensure the safe exit of the others. Zhuo promptly agreed. "Is this a surprise? I had no idea. What other secrets does Jess hold?" "Please continue." Zhuo smiled slyly. "Speak clearly. This child is inherently innocent. Do not frighten her," Rong Mu advised with concern. "You need it," Situ Hao said, stepping forward to grasp her delicate wrist and lead her toward the car. Xiao Fei leaned against him in silence. Her eyes lowered as she couldn't help but envision their future together. She relied on the force of Yeching to maintain her balance, yet her complexion was pale, and her lips devoid of color. He had witnessed her most genuine smile, a radiance that compelled everyone to smile in return. Thus, it had to be the individual beside him. Only he could elicit such a gaze from grandfather. This battlefield was originally the domain of the Holy Clan and the Demon Clan, two races historically at odds, engaged in ceaseless conflict for countless years. The enmity had long since become irreconcilable, and the war had evolved into a mode of training for the strong within both clans. "Princess, shall we signal to eliminate the child within the new bride, Wang Shufang?" At the moment when Luo Chen's hand touched the stone coffin, a surge of azure light erupted from it, coalescing into a blue sphere that shot toward Luo Chen's brow. I was startled, cold sweat trickling down my forehead. What did this sudden statement from Jin Zi imply? This essence of fiery poison, embodying the utmost yang and rigidity, could even overpower the bloodline strength contained within his fully developed Lei Yin Wang body, causing the lightning and flame power within his bloodline to collapse instantly. Moreover, it now possesses a purity of ancestral bloodline that is half complete, a fact of which it takes immense pride, serving as a testament to its formidable prowess. The sinister figure of Qin Yu, resembling a demonic wolf, transformed into countless phantoms that surged toward the adversary, while the radiance of the Jiulong divine fist coalesced fiercely between its fists. Subsequently, Zuiji, swathed in a blanket, descended from her bed and hurried to the bathroom, where she indeed discovered her coat and sweater hanging on the drying rack. "Long, Gxin," I exclaimed, a wave of excitement washing over me. The Long, Gxin, as my third uncle had previously mentioned, was merely a heart nestled within the belly of a dragon, and he had cautioned us that such an artifact was not easily found. It required serendipity. Chapter 121. A Heartfelt Effort. The Valiant Visage of Combat. Saintt couldn't help but scoff. The might of the Imperial military was such that enemies would flee at the mere sight of our banner on the star map. Not merely reliant on a group of students exhibiting flashy techniques to garner so-called high scores during live broadcasts. The slightly plump team leader flushed with indignation, feeling that communication with Saintt was utterly futile. It was not merely a matter of watching students embarrass themselves during their live performances. Saintt furrowed his brow and replied coldly, "If your esteemed institution wishes to cultivate a mere spectacle." Ling Fengyu suddenly appeared taken aback, realizing that the individual they referred to was likely a traveler from another realm, and a manipulator at that. "Accept defeat. You are no match for me. Let your senior brother come forth." Chun Jian cast a glance at the male cultivator before him, whose strength was but a mere reflection of the vast celestial palace, and perhaps even weaker than the first contender, Jiang Xu. Such a foe hardly warranted the drawing of his sword. However, what Dr. Wang did not voice was the inexplicable sense of potential he felt emanating from Yijia. Just moments prior, he had been acclimating to the radiance of the treasure chest, oblivious to his dwindling health until Asuna alerted him. He discovered he had less than a quarter of his health remaining. He harbored no attachment to the first level, even if it was a random treasure chest. The presence of one on the first level assured him of another on the second, perhaps even more, given that the monsters on the second level boasted higher levels and larger territories. In such circumstances, he held no ground to persuade other teams to engage in a relentless struggle against the Huaxia team. Li Yinlong contemplated the impending contest for the position of Chief Executive Officer of the United Nations, seeking to seize control firmly. Noticing Xing's silence due to shyness, Ling Fengyu too fell silent, embracing her as they exited the room into the empty corridor. At that moment, his power surged to the 8th realm of true sanctity, rendering him no weaker than Wang Luo in terms of strength. With only a thin veil separating him from the grand door, Chun lingered outside, merely lacking the final gentle push to open it. For the past fortnight, this place had been teeming with people, as countless individuals traversed the various arenas for myriad purposes. Regardless, neither Shangwan Ming'er nor Lung Fei were the type to surrender easily. Everyone understood the significance of an invincible divine body. The higher the ranking on the divine body list, the greater the power and the higher the potential of its possessor, paving the way for a brighter future. Doneng Sheng emitted a cry that was more monstrous than human, hastily revealing his indestructible golden body, yet under the might of the colossal hand. He remained in agonizing torment, his bones creaking painfully. Earlier, when Chun Jin had shattered his opponent's weapon, he refrained from launching a counterattack, showing restraint. He merely wished to discourage his adversary from persisting, as he did not want to attract further trouble. There were still many matters to attend to. As soon as he finished speaking, the silent figure in the hat twitched his hand, aiming an exaggerated firearm directly at Yu Chao. Previously, both sides appeared evenly matched. Yet in the blink of an eye, the situation had drastically shifted, with 3 individuals succumbing beneath the celestial wheel of sun and moon. The 10 strikes of the funeral sky. Upon the first strike, Ling Tian unleashed 8, exuding a formidable might, each strike surpassing the last. Driven by a relentless murderous intent that forced the formidable divine dragon practitioners before him to retreat one after another. Should this be the case, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a mortal enemy by the Nantian Shang zone, a circumstance that boded ill for both him and his father. Having come this far, what do you wish to do? In this dire situation, there was no opportunity for turnaround. Xiao Xian could only resign himself to fate, his head bowed in despair. Hai Sheng and his companions had indeed received orders to conceal themselves within the military camp, preparing to seize the opportune moment. Yesterday, Chi Chu tasked the bearded man with gathering tung oil and firewood throughout the city, instructing him to hide the firewood in a concealed area of the military camp. Chapter 122, Engaging in Beastly Combat. The intelligent interface kindly reminded that this was a safety officer for the competition. The audience in the live broadcast room fervently discussed this arrangement. Prince Saintt had considered everything with meticulous care. The presence of a safety officer was crucial. Should a catastrophic collision occur, the consequences could be dire. Only through practical competition could one truly assess the combat readiness of military academy students. Although the contest appeared perilous, Prince Saintt also took student safety into account. A dense fog emanated from the blade, thickening the surrounding mist. over the glowing coals. The skins of the pigeons were roasted to a deep caramel brown, rich fats oozing from the skin, pooling together and, under the force of gravity, dripping onto the coals, causing the flames to leap higher, sending sparks soaring nearly to the pigeons. The bobbit worm remained hidden within the rocks, sensing an unusual disturbance, foreseeing impending calamity. At this moment, a considerable crowd had gathered on the mountainside, rendering them quite embarrassed. "We are in love. What business is it of yours?" This unexpected revelry momentarily made Shui Han forget his current predicament, allowing him to disregard the dark world and peculiar sky outside, unexpectedly finding a rare joy in this terrifying alternate realm. The long sword swept through the air, its dazzling blade shooting upwards like a splendid silver dragon, seemingly attempting to connect with the lightning descending from the heavens. Enyo stammered, his voice trembling, "Perhaps we should not go." Enyo had already recognized that pain was inevitable, yet life was paramount. Without life, how could one endure pain? This was the logic of a fool. Chinese individuals from France to Spain, and indeed from other corners of the European continent, had flocked to Madrid to see Dingyu. As they approached the stands, Dingyu occasionally caught snippets of cheer in standard Mandarin. By night, he practiced soul power, while by day, he absorbed the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth to refine his meridians, becoming so engrossed that he forgot everything else until Feng Yuanshan arrived, awakening him from his reverie. Upon calculating the time, he realized he had been cultivating his spiritual body for 2 full years. Dingyu smiled. "The person opposite you is not me. What is there to panic about? A figure like Godin might very well prefer to engage with a muscular man like Hulk." The activation of a triskill sword array was an extraordinary feat. Even among the ancient Xianghua, few could accomplish such a task. Zhuoku also acted simultaneously, albeit slightly delayed, pushing Li Tianqi aside just in time to narrowly evade the thunderous strike. "Follow me, and you will see." With Du Han leading the way, the great yellow dog did not impede their passage, and upon seeing the abundant herbs in the plastic greenhouse, Yang Xu was equally astonished. Tang Feng steadfastly pursued his own path, a route previously untrodden, for paths that do not exist in this world must be forged by those who dare to walk them. As the saying goes, the divine artifact, the golden bell, lies hidden in mud, while mortals merely regard it as a stubborn rock. Yet one day, the bell is lifted, and the universe trembles in awe. With Chao Yangjin's words, Laze felt a renewed sense of assurance in treating Yi Lu Sheng well, aside from the usual affairs. She even learned embroidery from Tong Shuang, gifting Yi Lu Sheng a handkerchief. Perhaps some may argue that such contention is unnecessary, for we ought not to engage in these futile disputes. Yet, these individuals fail to grasp a fundamental truth. The more we concede, the more others will take advantage of our leniency. In the realm of academia, retreat signifies defeat and compromise. Chapter 123. Preparations for kidnapping votes. On the eve of the 75th star battle, the team from Saintt was bustling, reviewing previous match data with the command group. In stark contrast, Alpha sat leisurely in his office, his expression composed as he regarded the young man across from him, a person whom Xie had previously indicated required assistance. "What can I do for you?" Alpha inquired, lifting his gaze. Though the young man's appearance was unremarkable, his almond-shaped eyes sparkled with intelligence. After a moment's contemplation, he dialed the phone of the Gossip King, using his nephew's schooling as a pretext to subtly inquire about the well-being of the kind senior brother. Tang Ling was taken aback when Wang Hao casually decided to purchase an item after merely toying with it, completely disregarding manager Lu's prior suggestion of haggling. And a joyous smile instantly illuminated her face. With a fleeting glance, Ningyang swiftly identified the location of the monkey's seal. "Do not panic. The individual is right behind you," the great being advised, its tone unexpectedly gentle and compliant. Merely voicing intentions is preferable to repeated action. As soon as I coaxed along you like child. Li Tianyun and his companions occupied one spot, while the Bai brothers claimed another. And Lu Junjie along with Dong, Li took another. Instantly, everyone turned to look, and upon seeing the attire of the men, they were all momentarily dumbfounded. If the realms were unified and all beings therein granted prolonged life, it would be inevitable for the resources of this world to be divided among them. Chen Yu shook his head incessantly, realizing that it held no significance for him. Despite Hu Yan's grand assertions, he certainly did not wish to become a ghost. When he beheld Qin Yi stepping out from the cloud tower, his brow furrowed, and his pupils constricted, his expression gradually turning grave. Indeed, with only over 6 million participants nationwide, the previous event had already accounted for 1/6, suggesting that subsequent registrants would be few. Thereafter, Yifeng spoke a brief word to Zhou Yaqing before striding directly towards the kitchen. "Yes, third master. Rest assured I know what to do." Heitar replied with a bow. Though he did not grasp the full context of the situation, he understood my fury. As she spoke, Shen Mengqing pressed a hand to her chest, striving to convey an appearance of profound sorrow. While playing cards with Yi Ming, Yifeng did not cheat. He merely played casually. Yet no one anticipated that Yi Ming would have such ill fortune while Yifeng enjoyed such good luck. A rather irritable alchemist pushed through the crowd, striding towards the palace entrance, while the surrounding alchemists retreated in fear of being caught in the chaos. Were it not for his temporary usefulness, the three sisters of the Feng family would have long since rushed forward to eliminate him, but they chose to endure, knowing there would be ample opportunity later. Moreover, others merely came to express affection. One may not harbor feelings for another. It cannot dictate that others do not hold affection for them. Astonishingly, this individual managed to envelop a bolt of lightning with his own divine consciousness while transcending the tribulation of the fourth stage of the underworld immortal realm. Consequently, Li Yalan, akin to a maternal beast rescuing her young, hastened after Elder Su Chun, her fire spear trembling violently, unleashing a torrent of electrical flames aimed directly at Elder Su Chen's back. With a few meters yet to traverse, Lu Chun suddenly spun rapidly, sweeping his legs towards Tang Yanxiu. Li Xinru was caught off guard, having never experienced such embarrassment in her life. Moreover, this incident had clearly taken her by surprise. She reacted with no forethought, landing squarely on her backside, the pain searing through her. Observing Lu Chen's smug expression only fueled her frustration further. Chapter 124. The fainted student Lin Sangbai pondered for a moment before uttering a remark. Yet, to believe that individuals affiliated with such a cult would be foolish enough to act in such a manner seemed implausible to him. Calmly introducing himself, Lin Sangbai conjured a ball of flames, which swiftly coalesced into a sword. Mu Jin twirled her long spear, arcs of lightning flickering around it. The Austrian artillery faced the towering abomination, preparing to unleash a barrage of solid projectiles upon its massive form. In recent years, the territory of the concession had been expanding. For instance, Ping'an Middle School, once not part of the concession, now belonged to it. At this juncture, Awan clamped her mouth shut. Casting a hurried glance at Princess Jinling, previously harboring doubts about the princess, her suspicions had now escalated significantly. A shadow passed through Lan Xian's eyes. He understood perfectly that Pu Yangze and Long Lin were mocking him, equating his intellect to that of a mere guard. However, given the current circumstances, he could only listen obediently, feigning ignorance. Lin Sangbai lowered his gaze, smiling as he pinched her nose. Li Bangxia raised her hands in defense. Her long hair sprawled chaotically across the sofa. Mother Zhou appeared to have been conversing with someone outside for quite some time, finally re-entering the room. And though Yao Yuqing could not see, she could discern her displeasure from the sound of her footsteps, which were markedly slower than usual. The guards at the palace gate were the same ones who had been on duty the previous day. They recognized Yun Lingjing and did not impede her entry. The crown prince was momentarily taken aback. In the wake of a palace coup, it was customary for princes lacking ambition or power to feign ignorance, only to appear once the situation stabilized. Yet, now, the usually reticent and disinterested Prince Gong had arrived. Was he here to pledge his loyalty to Xi? Gao Fei stared blankly at Ling Feng, as though the words were not intended to escape his lips. A net of sword energy formed before the fire tiger, barely restraining it. Yet the creature continued to roar and claw, clearly unable to be contained for long. Liang Fei was momentarily stunned before quickly raising his hand, only to witness a blue arc of electricity leap from the ground, connecting with the young man's dangling hand. Almost simultaneously, a bolt of electricity surged towards that hand, leaving Liang Fei feeling as though struck by lightning, his firearms flying from his grip as he was flung back several meters. In such a place, the presence of third-tier demon beasts was ubiquitous. A plump man, merely a mid-stage martial artist, engaging in solitary action was exceedingly perilous, with the threat of demise looming at any moment. As Zhuo Zhongyang's injuries worsened, Zhou Fengron was filled with guilt, resenting himself for lacking extraordinary talent, for failing to cultivate his abilities. Were it not for this, he would not be a burden to his father, but rather a source of support. Jin Yang was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of guilt and sympathy surfacing in her eyes. Yet she could not afford to utter even a hint of ambiguity at this moment, for to do so would be to lead him astray. Yi Zue harbored a pathological fear of the knight's sacrifice. He could maintain his carefree demeanor before others, yet when faced with the knight's sacrifice, he transformed as if plagued by delusions of persecution. Without certainty, Yi Zue would not take action. Luo Jue displayed a troubled expression, unable to meet Lu Xiumei's gaze, lowering his head in silence. The void continued to fracture. As Tang Fei's massive axe bore down, Yuan Long felt the impending crisis and dared not linger. Once more channeling the heavenly emperor's bell, its resonant tones echoing through the air as Yuan Long's form gradually faded. Knight Allen not only described his armor, but also assisted Yang Yi in donning it. As it was Yang Yi's first experience with armor, he was filled with curiosity. In his mind, armor had always been synonymous with cumbersome and outdated. Yet upon wearing it, he discovered that it was not as unbearable as he had imagined. Though heavy, it still allowed for considerable mobility. The Zhou surname, cultivator, upon hearing Xine's words, appeared deeply insulted, his face contorted with fury as he fixed his gaze upon her, seemingly harboring a profound grudge. In the 1960s, many occupational tasks related to magical beasts were rendered insignificant and could easily be bypassed. Essential tasks could be addressed later when one had achieved a higher level. It was of no concern, for with iron armor shielding him, it felt no different from a mere bee sting, remarked the one known as Ta by casually. What was even more infuriating was that midway, the vehicle pulling the high platform encountered a malfunction and required urgent repairs. Consequently, Yang Yi and Princess Su Fei paused to wait. Exhausted, Yang Yi leaned against a tree and dozed off, only to be awakened by the vigilant calls of 4 companions. Turning to find that Princess Su Fei had also succumbed to slumber. Knight Lev displayed commendable skill in card games, primarily due to Yang Yi's reluctance to defeat him. After 3 rounds, Yang Yi had won only once, which only served to inflate Lev's pride further. He even neglected to propose dinner, exhibiting an eagerness for a night of competition, while Yang Yi could not suppress a yawn. "Oh no," Tian Xuanzi silently lamented, sensing the situation was dire, and promptly prepared to leave. However, a crowd had already encircled him. Detecting the demonic aura emanating from them, he realized that conflict was inevitable, though he wished to avoid a scuffle within the establishment. With a swift motion, he escaped to the street, where the demonic figures hastily pursued, surrounding him once again. In Chapter 125, with the student who had fainted now recovered, Jiang Xu waved farewell to the team. "Be cautious behind you. I shall take my leave." With that, he set forth toward the direction of the flying vehicle. At that moment, the ground beneath him began to tremble, and a sudden chorus of insectoid roars erupted from the nearby jungle, prompting the insect horde to rush toward him. Observing the unfolding chaos, Jiang Xu halted in his tracks. The captain quickly leaped onto the mecha, glancing at the control panel. In an instant, blades clashed, sparks flying, spears pierced flesh, blood and gore splattering amidst a cacophony of shouts and wails, mingling sweat with blood, rendering it impossible to discern morning mist from blood fog. "Zhang Yi, what do you truly desire?" After tormenting him extensively, Zhang Yi could endure no more. At that moment, Lord Tang was in a foul mood upon hearing the outcome of the divination, and you surely recall your own words, Pei Ji reminded. After respectfully bowing, Wu and Zhang Yingxue followed Elder Huang away, connecting the term burial with Zhang Tianshan. Ning Yu harbored a suspicion that this mountain was originally a realm of its own, perhaps the underworld. Yet, Ning Yu kept such thoughts to himself. The location where they parked turned out to be the maintenance area of the racetrack, which had 2 entrances, one connected to the track for races and the other allowing Xiao Peng direct access from his home. Sensing the formidable aura radiating from him, Shen Feng's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. His combat prowess now surpassed that of a typical perfected battle deity. Out of anxiety, Lu Yun hastily concealed his thoughts, exclaiming, "How could I possibly be unaware? Such commonplace items are found everywhere. Well then, I shall take my leave." In this manner, he hurried past, Hao Cheng was astonished that the so-called Xing Tian was so formidable that even Ji Jia, the Earth's protector, could not contend with him. It seemed this journey to Earth would be fraught with challenges. He could hardly fathom how that fox spirit had allied with such a being. I had once searched the bodies of those assassins, but alas, found no clues. However, those capable of easily tracking my whereabouts were few in Yushin City, especially since I had disguised myself when I left. Yifeng slightly raised his head, furrowing his brow. The thrill of ambush was unparalleled. I swiftly dispatched 2 guards, leaving them convulsing on the ground, unsure whether they were alive or dead. From this incident, Agner realized that Zibuluo was not his enemy, and that Prime Minister Baiman possessed a hint of cowardice. He had never entertained the thought of toppling everyone to establish a new nation. The sheer number of shadowy figures was overwhelming. Hao Cheng, brandishing the black general's sword, shielded Jiang Xu as he endeavored to carve a bloody path to escape. While the likelihood of success was slim, one should not be careless. It would be prudent to have some guards accompany you when you venture out. I will request Situ to deploy another batch of guards for added precaution. Feng Er, do not forget that you bear the hopes of our entire Yi family. Yi Ba Tian fixed an intense gaze upon Yi Feng as he spoke. After Gan Lu had tidied up the scene, he led his men away. However, while Gan Lu departed with ease, Wang Haiyu was left in dismay as the police arrived, inquiring about the explosion incident, compounded by the presence of several unburied corpses, creating a chaotic scene. Master Matty mentioned that the leader of your Dream Legion is a figure who can contend with the king of the underworld. Is that correct? Polite asked with a serious expression. In chapter 126, following the wedding, the name Qin Wei became the most talked about topic among the populace of the entire empire. Did you see clearly? Is he that villain? Lin Yushi gazed in the direction where the taxi had vanished. Lionnaire, how can you say such a thing? I'm not that type of person. I was simply idle and, in a fit of pique with my father, thought that if I dug a tunnel to somewhere, it would surely vex him. Her greatest concern lay with her flowers and plants. Although their blooming period was drawing to a close, they still thrived with vibrant blossoms, filling her with joy. Rao Pei felt a sudden tension throughout her body, her scalp prickling, for she sensed something looming above her, perhaps directly overhead. Yet she dare not look up. Lien Xen moved to a nearby chair, massaging her temples, and before she could continue, a pair of hands took over, gently attending to her temples. As for the image that surfaced in his mind, it undoubtedly stemmed from the painting he had acquired from Wumeng Jugu, and he was acutely aware that the figure depicted therein was none other than his biological father. Suddenly, the trading interface before Wei Yi turned pitch black, as if it had lost its signal and all screens vanished. In this moment, a series of voices emerged from the elder's lips. He was wagering, betting on Ye Tian's character. If he lost, he was willing to pay with his life. The onlookers fell into a profound silence once more. Just you? You are unworthy to challenge me, Shifeng remarked dismissively. Rising with the waves, a mighty wind. If one refuses to bow to filth, they must strive to ascend. What a novice! What of impure lineage! If I am the Azure Emperor in years to come, I shall repay with blossoms of peach and plum. In a world untouched by dust, amidst the vastness, the Kuan Peng sword, challenging all who dared to oppose. Wei Ziyin, a renowned prodigy of our snowy wind continent. I have heard your name, Jimeng Xiu said, looking at Wei Ziyin with a natural warmth. Upon reaching the edge of the white circle, Yiyun found a valley to settle in, quietly meditating and concealing his aura, waiting for the opportune moment. By the way, allow me to add one more point. The top 5 will face competition among their respective domains. Therefore, whether for yourselves or the great domain behind you, showcase your utmost proficiency in alchemy. Dan Shin cheerfully concluded, then gradually took his seat. However, now was not the time for action, and Tai Sun did not seem to harbor any ill intentions. Currently, Xiaoyu could easily surpass those in the early stages of the true God realm, and even those in the mid stages posed no threat to him. As for the late stages, even if unable to defeat them, escape would not be an issue, and Xiaoyu was filled with confidence regarding this. Do not misinterpret me, Niangao Mama. I merely wish to join the Huanyuan Media Company as an internet celebrity, to dance and showcase a bit. Ren Mingyu hastened to clarify. Wait. This remark from Niu Chong caused Chun Yian's heart to constrict. He was about to venture into the tiger's den alone, without any backup from Jiping. The true value of Boeing lies in its immense scale and its prowess in the research and manufacturing of both military and civilian aircraft. Who are you? A lavishly dressed, middle-aged individual with long, flowing hair pointed at her and berated, "How dare you act recklessly in my camp? Do you wish to perish?" As he spoke, numerous guards armed with spears surged forth from behind him. The Lin family had already pledged that as long as they steadfastly defended the Hai family and prevented anyone from emerging, they would allocate a portion of the cultivation quotas within the Yuanmai to them, even dispatching a substantial number of skilled warriors, with over 20 at the Jinshi realm level alone. What does this mean? Bai Li Shouyue was momentarily taken aback by Li Yuanfang's demeanor and was perplexed by his words. Zhu Ting felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Having enjoyed a smooth journey in Yunlu City, he could hardly accept such a reality. However, this was the capital, and he lacked sufficient manpower, leaving him in a quandary. Such a treasure. Zhao revealed a look of resentment and envy, pondering why such a precious item belonged to another rather than himself. What use is there for me? I wish to be of service. Having finally laid his thoughts bare, Bianke was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Liang Wan was a quintessential figure, slender yet voluptuous in all the right places. The old-timers of the sect asked, "Have you remembered all that you learned in the academy? Do you truly understand? Have you put into practice? After so many discussions, do you genuinely grasp the essence?" Without descending the mountain to experience it firsthand, one remains restless and impatient. The path one discovers for oneself is the true path. Listening to others, no matter how much they expound, is ultimately futile if one cannot comprehend. Yi Fifan possessed remarkable jumping ability, yet he felt a twinge of anxiety, for the spread of bloodlines had not yet reached a level he could confidently leap over. Observing the inscrutable expression of young Master Qi, the others were increasingly baffled by the situation. Look, the city guards, who usually wield their authority without allowing dissent, are nothing exceptional. They are merely at this level. It is said that the area is rife with skeletons, with ghostly apparitions weaving terrifying tales. The driver seemed to experience less pain, ceasing his cries. Yet he stared wide-eyed in silence, likely too intimidated to speak. Suddenly, a flurry of sounds echoed from the dense forest, accompanied by countless arrows raining down upon Han Sui's army. Observing Hua Xiong's indifferent demeanor, no one dared to move. They all understood that someone was bound to face dire consequences. However, your dominance over territory cannot be a lasting solution. Humanity will eventually vanquish each of you. A voice from the sofa remarked. Ho Yang then smiled and shared some of his findings with Yun Dan, noting that this Irina was no simple adversary. Perhaps it was a ploy by the opponent. What is it? Have you given away everything, only to regret it now? Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind Su Xian. Footsteps approached, accompanied by the clanging of metal. The prison door swung open, and I was let out of my cell, leaving behind a bewildered and terrified Zhu Yan. Chapter 127. Jiang Xu takes action. Clearly, this was an individual who had gained entry through underhanded means. When I called names during training, his name was absent from the list, and at that moment, a girl behind me remarked. Wang Ge followed my Zhe as they exited the vehicle, although from brother units. Wang Ge had visited Yaxiang-affiliated 3rd Hospital, yet his interactions here were limited to the emergency department, often transferring patients here based on proximity, where he occasionally recognized familiar faces, albeit by name alone. Discontent within the Shirdong Shanglian forces revealed a looming crisis to the Yuan clan. After much contemplation, they reluctantly agreed not to obstruct Zhen Qian's plans and would leverage their family's influence to secure recognition from the Japanese court once Zhen Qian truly controlled the Feiqin kingdom. Chao Ren's voice boomed, and in his fury, the sound reverberated, causing dust to fall from the beams above the hall. Simultaneously, the heart rate monitor displayed a sudden plunge to 0. However, this time, the golden blade of light was considerably weaker than before, dissipated by a manifestation of the engine heart wielding a spear. At this moment, the left side of the BMW had both front and rear windows slightly ajar, about a fist's width, and 2 binoculars were set up on the opened windows, observing the situation at the hotel. Before the hotel owner could finish speaking, Li Xiuyuan had already descended from the building. After acquiring the address from the hotel, Li Xiuyuan sought out the old sanitation worker and the child. Li Guixiang erupted in anger, disregarding her 2 younger sisters in the crowded corridor. Sister, must you be so heartless? Is it just because of that girl? I can take care of her for you." Upon hearing Su Yanhong's reluctance to pay, Su Yanhong's demeanor softened immediately. Huang Yuming had no surgery scheduled. As the latest examination report indicated, he had no issues. Not only was he problem-free, but he was also in excellent health, yet he remained hospitalized. An intense killing intent emerged as Hen Zhu and Chaima unexpectedly rose, simultaneously charging towards the evil monarch from opposite sides, their martial spirit at its peak, aiming to unleash their strongest strike and repel the evil monarch. It was akin to moths drawn to a flame. Even if they were to be consumed, they surged forward, seeking warmth or perhaps striving to prove their love to the extent of forsaking their very lives. At the moment the silver spear pierced the gray talisman, a gray glow emanated from the vial, enveloping the spear's tip. Following an investigation in Haizhou City, Xiaoqi engaged in a strategic contest against the concealed demon clan within the city, ultimately deciding upon Wanhuagu as the battleground. The outcome was unfortunate. Duanmu Lu carelessly lost a match that could have ended in a draw. With mealtime still a while away, Lin Jilan, eager to stroll up the mountain, found Lin Chong agreeable to accompany her to the hillside where he had practiced that morning, setting aside the frenzy of everyone eagerly spending copious amounts at Shanshui Meijia. The daily collectors of money were quite a headache. Mountain Ghost, you traversed the Jiao Mountain for 2 reasons. 1, to find me. 2, to ensure that the temperature here remains perpetually suitable for the blooming of the bellflower, so let it bloom eternally. In truth, the military structure of the Lanqi Empire is quite similar to that of modern armies, differing primarily in nomenclature, which did not leave Qing Shan feeling out of place. A light sigh escaped as the Blood Knight radiated golden light. A powerful airflow formed a peculiar current, colliding with the sharp notes emitted from the Tianyin Qin, producing a hissing sound. As the crowd observed 007's reluctance to discuss her past, even refusing to reveal her name, they refrained from pressing her. Ma Long hastily diverted the conversation away from the sorrowful topic, and the atmosphere once again became lively. As a result, as soon as Jean Ran gained his freedom, he immediately lunged at Bai Yi, sinking his teeth into Bai Yi's ear, a look of triumphant scheming glinting in his eyes. The second brother wielded a dagger. Excelling in close-quarters combat, within a 10-step distance, killing was an instantaneous art. The second brother typically appeared solemn and unsmiling, a cold-blooded assassin, not tall in stature, but possessing a well-built physique. Look at yourself. Do you think a beauty would be interested in you? Have you even glanced at yourself in the mirror? Wishing to marry without any foundation? Do you believe that just because your backside is ample, you will surely bear children? Huolin scoffed. Engaging in business competition is something that, if assigned to someone like Chun Weimin, a sales supervisor, might yield insights. For a sales newcomer like me, it is utterly bewildering. It is said that on the road to hell, countless tormented souls wail, terrifying those who have just arrived in hell to the core. In truth, after spending an extended period in this hellish world, one would hardly speak. Wow! Lin Lang bellowed, startling the infant next door, who had just fallen asleep and now began to wail once more. The jade tablet of the Elder Council had always been safeguarded by the Grand Elder. How then did that Xie Yun acquire it? Observing Hong Shi, who engaged in conversation with Xian Yuan Yunimo, a sense of doubt arose within. It was not that Xian Yuan he had neglected to seek out Xian Yuan Yunimo, but rather, why had Qing Yin, who typically clashed with Xian Yuan Yunimo, suddenly chosen to speak? Although Dong assured that nothing would go awry, Bai Liu still wished to observe closely, so that she could respond promptly should any unforeseen event arise. Chapter 128. Is it Jiang? He. Is this the Jimmy Lei Lang? Yaoi is Sikol Futkoldi. Casting a sharp glance at Han Lei. Noticing the departure of the three, the steward did not attempt to retain them, but instead nodded with a satisfied smile. Though the suburbs were tranquil, the festive season brought with it a certain liveliness, unlike the previous desolation. The 15 red-clad guards stood frozen, as if they had encountered celestial beings, hesitating to breathe. As the conversation unfolded, the items from Aunt Zhou's side were delivered, filling several large bundles, carried by Xing'er and Tower, whose eyes were also red like walnuts. If Wei Ru Yu were to abandon the hard-earned path to prosperity for the sake of Wei Jia Xiu's legacy, it was certain that Wei Ru Lei would vehemently oppose this, and he could even envision the irritable figure from his family's spiritual herb garden. The reputation of Yishan had grown significantly. Neither the Murong family, the Meng family fortress, nor the Huashan sect or Qingchang sect would dare to tread lightly, for they were all too conscious of their standing in the Jianghu's top 100 rankings. You had your chance, yet you squandered it. Now you face only a dead end. Ming's son spoke, his voice frigid. President Chuan Zhangwo and Defense Minister Mai Erka met with Li Tianzheng at a private club. As Meng Chong approached, Chun Jie observed the outline of the enormous island, which resembled a colossal river clam, spotting the few fruit trees still bearing red fruits. Lien Yinsheng approached one and reached out to pluck. The monk Wei Hong, shouldering his hefty iron shovel, closely followed General Tang's horse, charging in with the others. When Lien Yinsheng successfully passed through the wall, it felt as though the barrier was a mere mist, and with a blink, he entered a peculiar space. Should no practical solutions arise, one might simply continue to carry out the duties expected of the Jinyui. Previously, the pocket was made of wool and quite comfortable, yet the garment worn by Shun San today was made of an unknown material, causing an immediate itch upon entry. Just as the words left his mouth, the crackling sounds emanating from Shang Lu began to echo consecutively. Uncle Yu was truly at a loss for words, anxiously gesturing that this absurd nest of dozens of eggs was certainly not his doing, but who would heed him at this moment? DFA naturally placed unwavering trust in Wu Chun, aware that the plan involved leveraging the protagonist's might. Even in a game world, slaying gods was no trivial matter. As past Terminators had proven, if a powerful ally could be secured, it would be most advantageous. Ultimately, after achieving materialization, one must also sustain the existence of the manifested object, which was rather simple as long as sufficient energy was maintained. However, he had never before engaged with a piano. Asking him to play a duet was tantamount to asking for his demise. As for me, I am the very subject of the Spirit Master Association's fervent recruitment, possessing both strength and beauty. Yet, once one joins, absolute personal freedom becomes a myth. It is not merely a matter of coming and going as one pleases. The path he chose was somewhat arduous, yet it was safer than the main road. When faced with a cunning opponent like Pei Donglai, exercising caution is not a sign of weakness. Despite the grievous injuries sustained by Pei Donglai, his demeanor remained unperturbed. Within his body, the righteous energy circulated, cleansing the residual demonic aura from his wounds and swiftly sealing his veins. Once prepared, Han Biao took his place behind the sharp protrusion of the great beast's horn, tugging the electromagnetic reins with enthusiasm. Go. The great beast began to lumber forward, cutting Han Biya. Due to the previous wager, the inner sect elders were now Li Ziqing and Lin Xiuxin, while Lin Yangxin had retreated to the outer sect. Thus, under such circumstances, the opinions of the Lin brothers no longer held decisive weight. Coupled with the inherent authority of the Zilong Mang Jingguan that Song Li possessed, it was highly probable that he wielded two types of life-bound treasures. As Hong Xian approached swiftly, she noticed that one of Li Han's two demonic souls had vanished, and the remaining one had become timid and dared not come closer. Shi Qingxiang appeared disheveled, yet emotionally stable, while the two demonic cultivators exhibited signs of distress, teetering on the brink of losing control. The loss suffered by Yu Xiao would undoubtedly make headlines. No one had ever witnessed Qian Yu's Yu Xiao leave in such a disheveled state. Lin Mu too concealed his presence, shrouding his aura completely, and then directly entered the chaotic realm. Indeed, it was a 9th-grade flying spiritual treasure. Lin Mu observed the flying spiritual treasure in the hands of the original wife. Slowly making his way to the rear courtyard, he encountered the Tiger Band guard stationed between the front and rear courtyards, who would not permit entry without authorization. Lord Shuaying stood at a distance, watching every move of the four alliances. He chuckled to himself, I did not expect to be discovered so easily. However, this adds an element of intrigue, providing an opportunity for some amusement. With that, he stretched and swiftly departed. Sister Fan glanced at Zhang Mei, who remained cheerfully smiling, seemingly absorbed in the joy of Lu Han's return. Thus, she could only smile in response, acquiescing to the moment. Hong Xian felt her expectations had strayed. The assessments by these formidable predecessors were entirely different from her initial estimates. Her brother Fang Zheng, whom she had high hopes for, would likely struggle to pass even the first trial outside the hall, and even if he managed to enter the Grand Hall, obtaining anything from a jade slip would prove futile. Although the Lord of Yuzhou had shattered a calamity cloud, the tribulation of the chaotic fire was far from over. Wu Zijiang's demise, while fulfilling Shangwan Lianhong's desires, left her feeling inexplicably sorrowful as she accepted the detoxification pill thrown by Yao Ping'an. Chapter 129. The Dark and Ominous Bug Flesh. Despite the insectoid adversaries encountered being of relatively low rank, most were of considerable size, with sharp claws and viscous secretions dripping intermittently. Some insectoids even possessed the ability to unleash psychic attacks. The mech students, although quicker to react than previous cohorts, still exhibited a degree of awkwardness in their operations when faced with the threat of the insectoids. Moreover, as the deputy director, he had to exercise even greater caution. This was the nation's funds, and he could not afford to show favoritism. Xiao Jingsheng understood that his elder brother's family must have spoken to their father about this. At that moment, propelled by the thick, gathering vitality within him, Guanxi finally halted, managing to regain control of his body for a brief moment. Not even 100 years old? You humans are truly favored by the heavens, Yuan remarked to Yi Siyu, her tone devoid of envy. As she had come to terms with this notion, he had done so before, although the malevolent energy posed a threat. The healing divine power within him could gradually cleanse it, though it was merely a matter of time. The camel gazed in astonishment at the severed blade on the ground. It turned out that this time the fainting snake pearl had activated even more functions, and the thick, armored skin resembled that of the great python it originally possessed. Cheng Dezhong's inquiry abruptly jolted Aunt Ma, who realized that she had inadvertently let slip her promise to Xia about her medical skills. She glanced around at the faces of those present, her expression pleading for understanding. Very well, you may proceed, she conceded. I shall commence my training. Zhou Yi nodded and settled into the center of the gathering spirit array, entering a meditative state. A surge of exquisitely pure energy erupted forth, which he guided into the triceps of his right arm. Countless sword energies rained down upon the arena, crackling loudly as the ground was cleaved into innumerable fragments. Hiao Yao became aware that her previous shout had been rather loud, and she immediately subdued her voice, restoring her innocent demeanor. Zhou Xiao turned to see Su Chun and approached him, lifting him to wash his face in the restroom. Just moments ago, Lin Feng had sent her a message assigning her the responsibility of caring for Tang Rao, a task that delighted her, and the thrill of it still lingered. Having endured a night of sordid tales, and Rua's mood was akin to a stampede of 1,000 wild horses. She merely desired to quietly appreciate beauty. Yet her reality had twisted into this. This time, however, the mansword did not land as it had before, but instead followed her movements to the opposite side, almost as if it were closely tailing her. Suhan chose not to offer her consolation, but instead quietly accompanied her, allowing Chun Sitsai to vent her emotions for a while. After all, this too was a form of parting. Only those deeply attached would feel sorrow. Any attempt by the involved party to comfort her would only deepen her sadness, so it was best to let her weep in silence for the moment. Moreover, the man before her appeared to be of significant wealth and status, clearly not an ordinary individual. Did I provoke you? Who was it that pressed me against the wall and forced me just now? She retorted angrily. Why? At her words, the crowd was taken aback as if struck by a thunderous blow, ceasing their actions and collectively turning their gaze toward Lu Juabin, inquiring in unison. Chapter 130. Culinary show Jiang Xu was at a loss for words. The final product was hardly distinguishable from the original. Allow me to demonstrate. Saintt nodded in agreement with Jiang Xu's statement. Jiang Xu found a spacious area to prepare a bonfire while Saintt ventured nearby to hunt edible insect species. A hovering camera drone captured Saintt's silhouette, which he was oblivious to, not bothering to instruct the technical crew to reposition the camera. The lens revealed a massive insect coiled up. Furthermore, if Xiao Yinyu had severed ties with them, Chang Haoming would not have spent money to buy them off. To his surprise, Gu Chanfeng stated it so bluntly. It seemed to imply that the two women were nothing but a nuisance. No one held high hopes for Li Ming's battle against the fourth prince, not even Tang Xiao, who was rather pessimistic about the situation. The cameraman rode his bicycle along a street blanketed in red maple leaves, the drone initially following closely before rising high, capturing the scene of a person and a bike gradually fading into the forest of crimson foliage. She yearned to graduate soon and secure a high-paying job to provide a better life for her father. Hearing the whispers around her, as her family was compared unfavorably to the Dan family, a bitter expression surfaced in Yichang's eyes. Xinyan tantalized him. deliberately ensuring that this easily attainable prize would be destroyed by his own hand due to Wang Jing's offense against the Xi family. However, Hui Li's innate language spirit of judgment complemented this, capable of imposing a death command on all life within its domain. If developed to its peak, it could potentially create miracles. Tang Long's character was such that he did not care who the opponent was. Anyone daring to threaten his nephew would receive no mercy from him. After leaving Cass Mountain, their actions became even more discreet, and discussions about them proliferated. Bai Yu shrank back, hesitant to emerge from behind Tan Jinyang. Normally, it was one thing for him to touch her or peek at her while bathing, but today, when her mother was clearly at home, he actually attempted to force himself on her. As she spoke, her voice choked, leaving her unable to articulate further. On the night of the extermination, the young man wielded his sword with such imposing energy that it altered the atmosphere, leaving all present gasping for breath, including the capable fighters sent by Xiong Wu Hall. However, just as he exerted all his strength to pry open by Luofeng's fingers, the only wrist of the young man that remained free drew an arc in a critical moment, and the one attempting to seize the sword, whose face had turned red from holding his breath, suddenly lost vitality. Under Song Yaoting's leadership, the Leopard Head Society transformed from a disorganized rabble into a formidable force. Today, it has become one of the most prominent gangs in the underground world of Nanhai City. From a junior demon general to mid-level, the advancement was instantaneous, and the pace showed no signs of slowing. Within a few breaths, he ascended to a late-stage demon general. The outer shield of the warship flickered slightly, and warning icons had long appeared on the shield-related display screens of the control panel. If you disagree, then do not release my hand. After all, you were the one who grabbed me first, she said, her expression reflecting her culpability. Nevertheless, none of this mattered. The moment Mu Chi-Han saw Saiku, he so infatuated with her, her fingertips had already dug into his flesh beneath the table. Spirals of energy coalesced in her palm, merging with her cold, fierce spiritual power to form sharp, inward spiraling ice energy. Osweki felt as though the driver in the front seat was incessantly stealing glances at them through the rearview mirror, causing her to grip Qin Shi Huang's arm in fear. Chapter 131. The turbulent competition. The viewers in the live stream were utterly astonished. In this desolate wilderness, how could only such a fragile young girl and a Black Panther be left behind? Was it my eyes deceiving me, or had His Highness lost his mind? If the insect horde were to arrive, were they intending to have the Black Panther carry Jiang away? Jiang Xu and the Black Panther paid no heed to the discussions in the live stream, leisurely enjoying their roasted meat. After all, both were well aware that if the insect horde appeared, it would be a self-delivery of their doom. It was unclear how long they had been walking when Bai Taizong's voice gradually softened. He did not cease his inquiries into her well-being. As for the foolish uncle, the doctor merely stated it was due to a strong stimulus, and since the onset had lasted too long, complete recovery was impossible unless a miracle occurred. They were fortunate to still be able to converse and chat, yet they failed to notice that their superior's expression was becoming increasingly grim. Zhan Yuqing realized that his back was drenched in cold sweat, and his limbs felt weak. He stumbled 2 steps before collapsing into a chair. This was evident to her from the moment Sun Qian was confined in the secret chamber, even in his dejection. He had chosen the cleanest spot in the room to lie down. Let's not overthink it. Let's go straight to the heart of the matter and infiltrate the inner city. Lei Mu was clearly brimming with energy. Upon seeing the wooden box, Chunan's thoughts immediately drifted back to the moment he had found the alpha chip while hiding from thugs in a garbage pile. Today marked the first banquet hosted by the Song family since their arrival in the capital, with 70 to 80 tables set and not a single issue could be permitted. As the cool night breeze swept through, Su Qingyun suddenly felt a chill, and having already been meditating, he opened his eyes and scanned the surroundings, his demeanor alert. He truly could not fathom what else she considered to be quite good. Shi Zhengfeng believed that King Mu's treasure was akin to an emperor's ancient tomb. One was fully aware of its presence, yet could not find the entrance, rendering all efforts futile. Since someone is assisting us, we shall not let their goodwill go to waste. Taking advantage of their lack of strong firepower, we must strike decisively. One middle-aged man with a square face calmly uttered a command before immediately firing a shot. Firstly, there was Nord, his eyes wide with terror. Mouth agape in a silent scream, yet a searing pain in his chest rendered him incapable of uttering a sound. Lowering his gaze, he beheld a gaping hole in his chest where his heart had long since vanished. Eyes bulging, he struggled to breathe, but his body uncontrollably crumpled to the ground with a resounding thud. The Shalem? In this moment of despair, Long Xiaofeng suddenly recalled the Shalem. He nearly forgot that he held the title of the young master of the Shalem, a status that had enabled him to retain 3 formidable experts of the Shalem in this place. The gentleman clad in a tang suit raised the bid to 36 million, calling out for higher offers. Hong Tu, standing atop the platform, exerted his voice, clearly invested in the auction. Even Guan Pei Pei beside him was unwittingly swayed by Hong Tu's earnest demeanor. Suddenly, Zhang stopped her embroidery, retracting the needle and lifting her gaze to her man. Her expression caught between words unspoken. Glistening stones radiated a rich aura, invigorating one's spirit. The items casually produced by Su Qingyun instantly captivated dozens of gazes, each reflecting a myriad of emotions. Chapter 132. A new path to wealth. The military students responsible for the unforeseen mishap wore expressions of dismay as they pushed forward. They first bowed to Saintt, "Your Highness," and then deeply bowed to Jiang Xu, murmuring apologies. The youth's eyes were filled with trepidation as they realized the gravity of their blunder. Had it not been for the protection of a slender girl with a black panther, they could have caused her grave harm. Saintt's icy gaze swept over them. That Shalivan was not slain by you. He kicked aside Yin Qingru, who was desperately pleading for his belief, while Nan Qingyan approached the river to wash his hands. Ouyang Ming's reproach was deflected by Zhang Peng, and the court was adjourned early due to Pei Guangting's demise. Li Longji, being the emperor, deemed it inappropriate to attend such an occasion, choosing instead to express his condolences through Crown Prince Li Ying. Shen Mannion shifted her gaze, her enchanting eyes fixated on Chu Yu, blinking intently. She softly reassured herself, placing her hand against the door without exerting force, whispering her thoughts. This time, Nan Chongqing did not hold back. Bai Lu was directly flung into the courtyard, lying on the ground, gazing up at the sky in silence. After consuming the elixir, Yin Qingying could finally rise from her bed, although she had taken only 2 pills. The rapid recovery was beyond her expectations. It is said that humans are fickle. When the throne is precarious, Li Longji, as a prince, faced a much harsher environment than this one. As night descended, rain softly tapped against the window, playing a soothing lullaby, accompanied by the faint, earthy fragrance unique to the night. The journey continued for 2 days, passing through Urumqi, heading westward, traversing Changji and Wusu, before turning south to Yining. There they paused for half a day, then crossed the Ili River, finally reaching the stationed troops of the 13th Border Defense Regiment, where the twin treasures were located. Sun Yi shook his head, hastily deciding the future of Longwang Village was ill-advised. He pondered why he had been involved in this matter. Such decisions required the wisdom of the elders and the opinions of other villagers. My body began to rise slowly from the ground, surrounded by these detestable creatures, akin to a herd of sheep led to slaughter. This wretched old woman was clearly a specter. How could she dictate the fates of the living? By what right could she restrain me, as if I were a fat hen awaiting the butcher? In the Sword City, Shi Lian inquired of several cultivators. The earliest among them had only recently arrived at Kangwan, where Du Jun had already unleashed a massacre. Yet, he had not approached closely enough to discern the details, only vaguely perceiving a handprint. Beside him, Jiang Songyang, around 27 or 28, exuded an air of youthful vigor. Noticing Lu Xiangju's fatigue, he draped an arm around her shoulders, advising her not to overexert herself. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Lu Xiangju was several months pregnant, her belly gently rounding. Sun Yi's words momentarily stunned the young man. He was well aware of the individuals residing in that building. As a core member, he understood that they had all emerged unscathed, and the outcome was evidently predictable. Engaging with such individuals was a venture he did not feel prepared for. Chapter 133. The wormhole opens. Why not engage in further processing and packaging for sale? Jiang Xu paused mid-motion, the barbecue tongs suspended in the air, gazing at Saintt with bright eyes. Such fresh ingredients held considerable market potential. Saintt replied, "Previously, I believed insectoid meat to be unpalatable. Nobody would buy it. At least, it would pass here." Jiang Xu retorted, That is merely due to your lack of culinary skills. I can create recipes that will turn insectoid meat into a bestseller. At this moment, Uncle's talents were once again on display, effortlessly playing nearly every instrument. Jian Quan felt a wave of embarrassment. This MO was truly remarkable. Had she been an adversary, he could only imagine the calamity he would have faced. Lin Zi continued to caress the soft sword, her entire focus devoted to enhancing her connection with the weapon, a daily practice for a sword cultivator. Originally mere souls, they soared once more through the skies of the eastern region, emboldened by the golden radiance of the ancestral dragon, unafraid of the sun or the earthly realm. The two exchanged glances, uncertainty clouding their minds. According to the Lingxian Academy, barring exceptional circumstances, most individuals would directly appear at the academy. Moments ago, the heavens could absorb the true dragon power of Longting, a feat made possible by their prior experience of absorbing the power of the Azure Dragon, hence enabling the instantaneous absorption of Longting's essence. Subsequently, Lin Shi and Yin Wei, disguised as eunuchs, carried a box out of the inner palace. The recent military rebellion had led to lax security within the imperial city, easing their escape. The cold beauty nodded in understanding, her thoughts mirroring mine. She sat beside me, her silent company providing immense comfort. In truth, his understanding was not misguided. Despite the events of the myriad realms, the divine kingdom had not dissipated, and peace had indeed arrived. Originally, Ma Qin sat in the middle but came over to greet me upon my arrival, subsequently taking a seat beside me. Thus, I found myself between Mu Meiqin and Ma Qin. Ma Qin appeared to have dressed up. Though charming and lively, she lacked the allure of Mu Meiqin. Upon entering the canyon, he was horrified to discover that the long-silent gorge had awakened. This indicated that the intricate mechanisms hidden within were patiently waiting to be triggered, ready to mercilessly eliminate any unwelcome intruders. Yet, Luo Tinya, you indeed harbored feelings for Luo Chenxi. With Xia Yunjin obstructing and treating you this way, should you not bear the consequences of your own actions? My life had never been subject to upheaval. All uncontrollable factors had been preemptively shielded by my parents until I encountered Lu Tian. Observing Haonan, his scales gradually merged into his body, while his form revealed itself. He appeared as though his energy had been completely expended, the power he once felt fading into oblivion. Is it truly so wrong? My royal majesty, if you could wed your princess, it would be a match made in heaven, and you could withdraw your troops, the elder remarked disdainfully, as though the passive party were Yang Guo himself. Chapter 134. Struggle on the isolated island. The experts and professors aboard the command ship were now aware of the inexplicable emergence of the wormhole. The real-time satellite imagery displayed a myriad of insectoid creatures surging forth from the wormhole, scattering through the skies. Some swarms even began to engage in fierce territorial disputes the moment they exited the wormhole. President Ulixis's voice trembled as he exclaimed, "With such a multitude of insectoid creatures, how can we possibly fight them?" Steve, having completed the final set of encrypted commands, stood beside him and offered reassurance, saying now, "Let us begin the preparation of spicy kimchi." Kongfang observed the array of fruit purees and numerous ingredients, pondering how it could possibly taste anything less than delightful. Their gazes drifted to Hongdo, who, in their eyes, had already become a doomed figure. The staff wielded clubs and rifles, leaving trails of afterimages as they struck, overwhelming the observers with a dizzying spectacle. The air was filled solely with the metallic sound of scraping. At that moment, Baiyuan had acquired ghostly currency and grew bolder, directing the ghostly visage to pinpoint the location of the malevolent spirit. Ichian could feel a surge of energy within him as his eyes beheld the liquid. All the cells in his body seemed to boil with fervor. Although Sun Bao had yet to uncover information about Ichian, he understood the principle. The more the enemy desired to act, the more one must obstruct their intentions. During their physical education classes, Han Liani and her classmates occasionally practiced basketball in the gym or swimming in the pool. Today marked the first occasion for their three classes to converge for a lesson together. The reasoning of his apprentice was sound. Sometimes, whether a breakthrough succeeds is closely tied to one's inner resolve. Ascending to the pinnacle of the merit list had bestowed a significant boost of confidence upon Baoyu, making this moment truly the optimal time for a breakthrough. On the arena, a beam of light illuminated the body of a deceased individual. When the light extinguished, The body had vanished without a trace. Just then, a large door swung open in the distance, and a figure, as graceful as the moon, entered. She slowly removed her crystalline white mask, revealing a stunningly beautiful yet frostily serene visage. "I say, brother, your wardrobe must contain a wealth of garments. Would you not part with one for me? The attire I wear is tattered and reeking." As Qin Bing spoke, she tugged at the corner of her clothing and sniffed, immediately discarding it with a grimace of disgust. "He is merely a bit drained from blood loss. He shall recover slowly." Yang Jingrui reached out to take Ping and into her arms, gently rocking him to sleep. At this moment, an endless torrent of steel filled the streets they had previously cleared, advancing relentlessly. Armored vehicles thundered forth, accompanied by an onslaught of artillery shells. Wei has taken to practicing marksmanship. "Let's sneak a look in the backyard." Zhang Yiri invited Hua Hong with a smile. Li Yifan grimaced, clutching his arm. That collision had been no trifling matter. While the Bai Zhe armed forces were renowned for their strength, the power of the third-level ghostly visage was equally formidable, leaving his entire arm numb. Qin Zi's heart grew heavy, sensing the gravity of the situation. Otherwise, Zhao Lingyi would not have been reduced to such a state of fright. Presently, with 1.5 million players in Yinzhou, 1.2 million had gathered under Ji Ning's command, though often less than half were online at any given time. This still provided Ji Ning with a formidable cadre of supporters. The monkey had inadvertently destroyed its most vital possessions with that fierce grip, and now it lay frothing at the mouth. Yet, Shu Qingyu had not made another move, and Xiao Binglan sat quietly, observing the unfolding drama. Chapter 135. Rescuing the students for over 20 years, Xinyu of the First Military Academy had believed that aside from the burdensome engagement, his life path was smooth sailing. After gaining admission to the Empire's top military academy with exceptional grades, he had meticulously charted his future. He aspired to become a celebrated mecha engineer, joining the ranks of the idol prince Saintt after graduation, thereby inscribing his own legend within the Empire. He had never anticipated encountering such a significant crisis on the battlefield of the League. The First Military Academy team. Wang Yufei did not regard her appearance as an act of goodwill. There was no need for her to exert herself on behalf of Wang Yufei. Time was ample, and one must not allow the opposing side to sense pressure, lest they develop a rebellious mindset. During the day, she had instructed Guan Bao to gather intelligence at the Zhuge residence, ensuring it was delivered by dawn. With a smile, she remarked, her chest heaving with excitement, entirely unlike the calm demeanor she had professed, as she disregarded the 2 green boxes on the ground and continued her way through the military base. The official developers of Glory had created a feature allowing merchants to scan real-world products, enabling players to choose between purchasing real goods or in-game items, or even both, with the real products delivered to their homes while allowing the players to take their in-game acquisitions with them. As a long-standing rival of the Black Dragon Guild, Fengling Tianxia had inserted informants within the Black Dragon Guild. This operation was promptly reported to the president of Fengling Tianxia, Daofeng. Despite being a mage with a legacy, still only at the novice level, discerning these matters was not particularly challenging. Wu Gang's emotions were somewhat unstable. I could faintly see his eyes glistening with unshed tears. His mother, Lin Wan, sported short black hair and favored wearing black work attire, always neat and tidy, with her wardrobe consisting solely of white and black. How could anyone possibly deploy a firewall to every location of Thanos' assault and withstand his attacks? While it is true that the majority of the students at Nanxing No. 1 High School are locals, the school's ethos and atmosphere dictate that all who gain admission are top students, none daring to slacken their efforts. To maximize their study time, many students opted for on-campus accommodation. An elderly gentleman, appearing gaunt and dressed in a scholar's robe, was seated beneath a grand banyan tree, eloquently sharing his thoughts. In front of him, alongside 5 or 6 young children, was a youth holding the reins of a long-haired, slender horse. The Taoist, Shang Daoran, nodded intermittently, acknowledging the wisdom of his words, yet he knew that putting such principles into action would not be straightforward. However, Bai Yujing had mentioned that the Heart-Truth Sutra could transform the false into the true, and since Yao Mingwei had also practiced the Heart-Truth Sutra, he felt a sense of reassurance. Perhaps Bai Yujing's method, as claimed, could indeed rectify the flaws of the Tai Shin Sutra. Bai Yujing inexplicably felt a chill run through him, opening his eyes to find the candlelight extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. Just as he comprehended this, a figure suddenly soared from the drum, landing upon the towering bronze bell. It was Lu Bing. Young master is ill and refuses to take medicine or see a doctor. If this continues, he may perish. Yu continued, observing the silence, followed by a series of indistinct sounds. It is nothing. Yuan Zhou L. shook his head. It is indeed unwise to speak ill of others during the day. It frightens the little ones. He observed Qing Shan Hong, who was furiously voicing his displeasure. His subordinates appeared utterly terrified, for the authority of an imperial-level expert was not to be trifled with. Should the words reach the ears of the demon Emperor Zhaning, not even the support of the venerable Qingshan Lao Zu would save them from certain doom. Hearing his seemingly omniscient remarks, Zhou Xianxian felt a mix of fear and confusion. The tales of the right prime minister being a divine seer were widespread, said to possess boundless knowledge. Could he truly know of the matters pertaining to the Western Xia? Chapter 136. The graceful and dashing Jiang Xu, the real-time satellite distribution map, was instantly synchronized onto the screen before Saintt, revealing a sea of crimson, resembling a scarlet net enveloping the entire planet. Immediately locate the coordinates of the trapped students, he commanded. Even in this dire situation, Saintt's voice remained composed. Inside the command ship, the technician's fingers danced across the keyboard. Moments later, a new satellite distribution map was transmitted. Amidst a vast expanse of striking crimson, sparse green luminescent dots are interspersed. It must be said that Shi's flamboyance is innate, although he usually appears quite rugged upon arriving at the Jumang tribe. He truly indulged repeatedly, akin to riding a motorcycle through the ocean, leaving a trail of vapor in his wake. This man, if judged solely by appearance, does not pale in comparison to An Wei Chun, and perhaps possesses an added touch of the mature man's allure. However, one cannot help but wonder about his prowess in the bedroom. She would not answer his call. Xiong Rui pondered as he entered the unit where Ding Yalan resided, ascending the stairs and gently knocking on the door. The golden thundercloud is indeed in your hands. Unless absolutely necessary, I have no desire to be your adversary. But you should never have injured my brother and destroyed his soul device. Huang Yahan stated coldly, her long knife subtly twisting, casting a deep and eerie blue glow in the moonlight. Shang Wanfeng and Xian Yuan Yi departed from the Xian kingdom. Yet neither realized that Ouyang Chushang had been stealthily observing Shang Wanfeng from a hidden corner until their vehicle gradually vanished, at which point Ouyang Chushang slowly stepped out. The baby carriage is cloud-shaped, as soft as cotton and as gentle as water, providing exceptional protection. Hong Hao lies within, and even if it were to be tossed about, he would remain unscathed. Jiyun added both a cleansing magic array and a protective array, having conducted over 10 trials before she could be somewhat satisfied. Subsequently, many analyzed this pair, hoping to discover a suitable matching method. Yet after much deliberation, all sorts of opinions emerged. This duo ultimately became a rare addition. Originally, Xiong's mother was exceedingly fond of An Wei Chen, but from this moment on, her previous affection was entirely eradicated. However, the tender demeanor of the Changsun clan earlier left Li Yu's heart in disarray, reminiscent of a dream. Due to Tianin's presence, there were many reporters surrounding them. As Tianin drove away, the reporters shifted their attention to Yi Shanghan. Lan Duo, I misjudged you. Wei Yuxuan turned away in despair, her voice trembling with unshed tears as she said, I'm sorry, I no longer harbor feelings for you. I do not favor violent men. After speaking, Wei Yuxuan wiped the corners of her eyes and, disregarding the crowd, ran out of the basketball court alone. It belongs to Bing, and it is his alone. No one can take it. Yet if it is not his, he can never possess it. Everything shall follow its natural course, Shuo remarked. From another perspective, Lu Feiyong has already become a representative figure of domestic capital. Would his absence equate to treason? The three, filled with curiosity, entered the living room only to be bewildered by the explosive music and stage lights. They beheld Li Yu cradling a peculiar instrument, the sounds it emitted nearly compelling them to dance along. Chapter 137. Preparing for the entire migration north upon reaching a secure location. Saintt adeptly maneuvered the mechanical arm to extract the trapped students from the wreckage of the mecha and place them into their companion's cockpit. He opened the supply compartment, distributing some mental pacifiers and high-energy nutrient solutions to them. The guards of the command group were elated to see Saintt. Can you find your way to the rendezvous point from here? Saintt's voice transmitted through the communicator as the mecha's engine began to warm up. I must proceed to support. In the next moment, a fierce surge of primordial soul energy erupted from the Zhaoyang sword, followed by Lin Zhuxian's anguished scream, which echoed for a full 10 seconds. What? Do you think I cannot utter such words? Qin Fen chuckled, then unexpectedly descended from the podium, heading straight toward Yun Liangyan's seat. This spatial teleportation array was likely crafted by the domain masters of the 8 great mysterious realms, each possessing at least the strength of a half-step-sword saint. Originally, Zhang Tsutsue had hoped that Zhao Hanliang would increasingly detest her, thereby agreeing to part ways. However, she never anticipated that while he consented to cut ties, the situation would evolve into what it has now become. When Xiao Mimi concluded the press conference, her hands and feet felt somewhat cold, partly due to the chilly weather and her choice of dress, and partly from the pressure of facing such a large crowd, resulting in a cold sweat. Yet today, faced with a lack of solutions, she could not afford to lament. Regardless of her reluctance, she had to put forth her utmost effort. The star array had already revived. Where else do you wish to escape? The voice of the stargazing Taoist was frigid. This star array was the lifetime creation of a second-tier celestial master. And even an imperial figure from the evil clan would return severely injured, let alone he who is merely an evil king. Finally, Huiting shouted in despair. He had always placed great importance on his appearance, and now, transformed into this grotesque form, how could he accept it? This battle was a deliberate show of weakness from the human race. Heishan's numerous demon soldiers once again launched attacks on the lake-covered regions, while the human hunters inflicted significant damage upon the demon soldiers with their powerful bows. Moreover, given that her space was vast, the group arrived at the prefabricated housing factory. Fortunate that the structures still stood. Likely, others could not relocate, and the base had no shortage of housing, allowing it to remain until now, albeit some were not well preserved, showing signs of rust or damage. Annotating the great works of various schools and injecting them into the imperial examination was Zhu Yijuan's counterattack against the monopoly of Confucianism. Having left the garment factory, he ventured into business, selling vegetables and daily sundries, which turned out to be quite profitable. Lu Hao nodded in agreement. Although Madame Yushio was present, seemingly unguarded, it appeared that a single spell could settle old scores, and she waved her sleeve to depart. It was not merely a matter of accurately gauging his psychology. It was a simple game of strategy. Regardless of the outcome, he would not suffer loss. Chun Fan smiled faintly, shedding his suit to prepare for a makeshift bed. The employees exchanged glances, ultimately looking to Lu Hao, puzzled by the meaning behind his inquiry. The restroom in the tube building was communal. The gentlemen could bathe conveniently, bringing a bucket, donning shorts, and simply rinsing off under the faucet, or even more simply, filling the bucket and dousing themselves from head to toe. Even the ailing old emperor could not forego daily feasting, yet the immortals required sustenance, which was naturally provided unconditionally. Grasping the entirely black, metallic-glossed longsword, Yin Jiping's face lit up with excitement as he stepped toward the counter. It turned out they had previously refrained from voicing grievances. It had silently noted each incident in their hearts. When I asked my father whether there was anything in particular discussed, he nodded, indicating that Grandma had asked all her questions. As for what exactly was asked, he did not elaborate. He inquired if I felt any better. Aside from a bit of confusion, I felt fine, and sensed nothing amiss. Thus I replied that all was well. Chapter 138. A delicious bug race feast. The most pressing issue now is the route selection for the northern migration. Saintt is currently engaged in a detailed discussion with Pedro and Xiaoyu around the light screen. Upon seeing Jiang Xu enter, Saintt's eyes brightened, and he beckoned her over for a look. Jiang Xu promptly approached, and Saintt lightly tapped the light screen before them. 3 luminous trajectories extending northward from their camp coordinates. The route unfolded along gentle plains, successfully avoiding complex terrain like canyons. It is impossible for me to assist you in resurrecting the Blood Knight, for I too have grown fond of the feeling of having the world under my control. The future lord of the demon domain no longer requires his aid, the Dark Knight proclaimed with haughty laughter. Fortunately, at that time, everyone in the household was already aware of the news about Madame Lu's mobilization. Naturally, the masters of Confangshai were also informed and, considering the circumstances, did not blame anyone for skipping class. For the first time, Naruto felt he had encountered a rival, his body involuntarily trembling with excitement at the prospect of facing an opponent stronger than himself. As the mist arose in the mountains, the moonlight flickered amidst the haze. accentuating the shadows of the trees, casting a desolate and eerie atmosphere throughout the courtyard. Despite having suffered 2 setbacks, Shi Ronghua remained within the bounds of his cunning, navigating the probing tactics of Sun Fengzhao without the intention of engaging in a life-or-death struggle. He merely sought to ascertain the full extent of Sun Fengzhao's capabilities. The disciples, unable to form teams, were either socially inept or lacking in strength, each harboring their own issues. A flicker of anger crossed the man's eyes as he contemplated replacing his 2 embarrassing teammates. Yet he deemed it premature, recognizing that such a change might undermine their unity. Meanwhile, the side of the Wan Tian sect was filled with uncertainty. Even the esteemed Shi Tian Wang furrowed her brow, confronted with an unexpected situation that stirred a sense of unease within her. Narrowing her eyes, she observed the 2 figures cloaked in black robes, her mind teeming with speculation. Watching the ethereal shadows gradually dim, Yi Mu calculated the time until his energy was completely depleted. In the skies above, apart from the Yingzong and a few top-tier factions of the Sangshi Academy, everyone else surged forward. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the Koga ninja frog fell into deep contemplation. Despite its confidence, it recognized that with only a month for training, failing to achieve transformation could jeopardize its performance in the upcoming national competition. A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the room. Had anyone passed by at that moment, they would have been paralyzed with fear, unable to move. The most cherished concerns of the target manifested in reality, creating illusory objects that could not endure. A certain cat admitted that she could no longer comfortably share a bed with the illustrious actor Hua. After a lengthy silence, Wang Shengnian opened her eyes to gaze at Su Cheng, her large eyes sparkling with a charm that could almost draw tears. Now, at the divine self stage, Shaoling's perspective had evolved. While executing the technique breaking the firmament, she instantly realized its formidable power, rightly earning it the title of true divine skill. News of the Yin army's continuous plundering south of Jinan reached Shun Zhuixing like a flurry of snowflakes, stirring alarm in the court as concerns about the Yin King's forces threatening the strategist prompted an order for Sheng Yong to dispatch soldiers for interception. In Chapter 139, Divided Forces, the uninformed audience believed that His Highness Saintt was reluctant to take such a delicate girl along to eliminate the insect race, fearing he might not adequately care for her. Those who had witnessed Jiang Xu's splendid demeanor understood that Saintt was actually instructing Jiang Xu to remain behind to protect Team 2. Fewer than 1,000 remained combat-ready in the camp, but even divided into 2 teams, each still boasted over 400 members. When over 400 mechas ignited their engines simultaneously, roaring into the sky. The past 3 days had seen the group quenching their thirst with mountain spring water and subsisting on rations. Now, the hot meals tasted exceptionally delightful. They feasted heartily, indulging until they were full in content. Wu Fei gazed at Xu Feng, smiling adorably, as if conversing with a dear friend, filling her with immense joy and a sense of well-being. As Murong Quang led the young masters from outside on a tour of the imperial capital, a significant event unfolded beyond the bounds of time and space. Upon closer inspection, I realized the creature was indeed a dragon, an enormous one that took my breath away. Quickly, let's go. Uncle Hao snatched the empty wine cup from Li Tianchao, almost kicking him in the process. After enduring a torment akin to death, they thought themselves perished, only to discover they were alive, their bodies intact, filling their hearts with elation. Taimu Yun, oblivious to the situation unfolding nearby, focused intently on the 2 divine beasts before him, only to suddenly feel a void within. Realizing the divine beasts had been defeated, he hastily retreated. "It's you." Upon encountering one another, both exclaimed in surprise. Taimu Yun recognized him as Xiao Yu, whom he had struck while atop the great rock. The sight of an enemy ignited a fury within him, and Xiao Yu, too, could not tolerate the humiliation he had endured. Meanwhile, the Ouyang brothers in the carriage remained unaware that they had fallen into a trap, still in high spirits as they teased the disguised Tu Jiao. He gently took Gu Xiang's hand, placing in his embrace for warmth, alternating between her hands repeatedly. Zhang Feiyu shot an annoyed glance at Ming San, who was digging a hole for him with his poetry, something he detested the most. Although the Valley of Evil Men sounded like a desolate place, the environment was surprisingly pleasant, resembling Xiuyu Valley, almost perpetually in spring, making this region a rare gem amid the harsh plateau. Hongo, while belching, extended a finger to indicate one, mumbling incoherently as he spoke, before collapsing onto the table in slumber. The seal on the stamp revealed the two divine patterns of Tying, signifying that the Moon Master had fully mastered the Tying star, with her aura surging, breaking through to the realm of Deluo Jinxian, becoming another quasi-saintly power in the world. Even saints could do nothing against her unless they obliterated the Tying star. But at that moment, the child's innocent face twisted in distress, limbs convulsing, as foam began to form at the mouth, and the devices at the bedside emitted piercing alarms. What did these monsters from the underworld intend to do? Did they wish to use the blood of these puppets to construct a sacrificial altar? Wang Lang observed the scene with cold detachment. He had no intention of saving these puppets, for they could no longer be considered human. In Chapter 140, Open Air Barbecue Festival. After merging with the essence of a dragon, the black Jiao underwent a remarkable transformation, its body becoming solid and resilient, shedding its previous loose form. Not even the fierce winds of the skies or divine weaponry could harm it, only sparking a few embers. The sound of water echoed from the bathroom, and shortly after, with a soft click, Qin Mo emerged wrapped in a towel, only to find an Ening absent from the sofa where she had been watching television, thus proceeding towards the bedroom. What do you intend to do? I can call for help at any moment. Yu Xinyuo felt an immense headache upon seeing him, as he defied all rationality. The man lying beside her earlier, now kissing her boldly, ignited a flicker of anger within her. The waters of the heavenly pool evaporated rapidly, the precious 9-layer celestial pool obliterated by the toxic fumes. My lord, what kind do you believe I belong to? She asked somberly. At that moment, the terrifying sword collided with the power of over 2,400 celestial bodies possessed by the 8 chaotic true gods. Xiao Yifeng smirked coldly, delivering a kick that sent the bespectacled man crashing to the ground, where he let out a wail, blood spewing from his mouth. At that instant, the bloodthirsty eyes of the 8-tailed serpent locked onto the divine figure, 16 ravenous eyes fixated on him, sending a shiver down one's spine. Upon awakening, his first action was to call Xiao Jun, boasting about the first property deed acquired by their siblings. These two hands were now the most renowned mid-tier swing positions, targeting both the top lane teacher to Mu and the mid lane Jinhuang. Observing Zhang he drinking with the others, he knew the latter meant no harm to Zhao Meiyan. Ning Jiabao found the chatter of Ning saining in the back row bothersome, propelling himself forward to the front row seats. Qin Nu deliberately paused at this point, speaking ambiguously, and gestured with her eyes to see if Xiang Yu, who was present, wanted her to continue. Tian and Li Jian, who had no thoughts of holding the baby, were likely feeling apprehensive, just like me. They both stared curiously at the human infant before them. The presence that emerged was not that of the person who had just left, although the newcomer was not as powerful as the previous cultivators. One among them emanated a demonic aura that instilled immense pressure in the giant tiger. Indeed, she had visited us that day to purchase chopsticks and had offered guidance on our carvings. Our carvings immediately improved significantly and fetched a higher price. Thus, in gratitude to Leah, I have come to deliver money to you, Ermao said, fabricating a story that we had devised after much contemplation. No one offered comfort to Shui Yao Yao. Firstly, they were unsure how to begin, and secondly, she needed to vent her feelings herself. The realm of Tian allows one to merge with the heavens, inscribing the great Tao upon oneself and reflecting one's own principles across the heavens. Engaging in a communion with the divine, contending with celestial beings. Yishi Lian was not foolish. Having initially failed to react, she should now comprehend her situation. The lingering blush on her cheeks deepened with a hint of indignation, her eyes flaring with renewed anger. The super battleships of the 4 major teams from Nanman had already entered the territory of Tianqing-zhou, and the bloodstained man on the Blood Lotus was closely monitoring the movements here alongside the mysterious expert from Leilingzhou. Lu Bian appeared composed as he looked at Lu Hong and the imposing eunuch Jian Shuo attending to him. Yun Jiuqing, who had just regained her breath, mercilessly pushed Yu Ming aside, subtly redirecting him toward Yu Ji, who was approaching her, while discreetly signaling to Yu Ji. Saman nodded, indeed feeling fatigued. After wandering outside for so long and negotiating various projects, her mental fortitude was waning, and she soon fell asleep after lying down. After experiencing this turmoil, the G family was inevitably weakened, yet they had passed the lowest point. The company's stock price continued to rise, and business gradually improved. At this moment, she was to meet an important investor. Certainly, and Mo Shang trembled, sensing that a romantic encounter was imminent, but with Bai Li watching nearby. Even if he had the desire, he lacked the courage. It was simple. Let us arrange it for a time that suits him. I have no objections, Zhu Xiuqin confidently stated. After some casual conversation, the four of them settled onto the branches of four towering ancient trees to meditate, their breaths converging as they entered a state of simulated slumber. Although the Qian was not devoid of passionate young men, it equally had its share of pragmatic martial artists. The allure of the blood-cleansing pill was overwhelmingly enticing for martial artists. Everyone secretly nodded. No one would believe Lin Xiao obtained spiritual energy from the hands of the Tian Mo scorpion. It was clear that such chaos, requiring swift resolution, would not allow for any gentleness or consideration for family. It would be a complete sweep with no mercy shown. In truth, if one were to trace back to the roots, the initial doubts regarding the Wen family's marriage proposal, as well as the current reluctance to accept Shun Chia Lan's proposal, ultimately stemmed from her accustomed role as the head of the household. She was still new here. Having not officially opened the establishment, she posed no threat to the Zhou family. The only person she might have offended was perhaps Fu Chuxian. Chapter 141. New tactical approaches. Saintt utilizes mental energy to amplify his voice across the entire camp. Do not panic. The support team from the Western Military District has arrived and is currently launching a bombardment against the insect race in the southwest direction. Upon hearing this, the students' tense shoulders relaxed simultaneously, and the camp regained its previous cheerful atmosphere. Jiang Xu looked towards the southwest and inquired, "Will they regroup here after their extermination is complete?" "It will require some time," Saintt replied. "Your lady is doing a great deed by aiding the common people. However, I wonder why Yu Yang is showing preferential treatment to those within my Dao sect." Jiang Qi curiously interjected after greeting his master. Today, their primary targets were the troublesome figures of Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Zhao Yun, and Tong Fei, who had been a source of distress for the past 3 months, while Xia Holan, who enforced military law, had already been thoroughly intoxicated. "General, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you." The Deputy Commander Wang Yan approached E2, who was originally a deputy commander but had been granted full command by Du Long before falling ill, thus becoming the temporary commander. Brother Tao's life hangs in the balance, and Zheng Hao intends to rescue him, but dark-clad figures with knives are approaching. If Zheng Hao dodges them, Brother Tao's life is surely in peril. These enemy camps, stretching for miles, were established half a month ago, surrounding Meiyang City. Although they faced the Han Army's fortifications, the enemy had yet to gain any advantage. But the faint scent of blood on the city walls indicated that the two armies had already clashed. Qin Sheng, upon learning this, could not allow the Xianyin Pearl to cause havoc, and since the Insha aura was a delicacy for the paper-cutting people, he would never dispose of it. He beckoned Aunt Li to step outside, while Ling Qing opened a brand new album and began to examine it closely. Among pirates, the Zhenzhen fruit can easily overturn an island, creating tremors in the atmosphere and splitting the sea, its power even capable of annihilating the world. The butler sighed deeply. Kneeling to apologize was better than turning away, and it was better to live lazily than to die well. One might even need to doubt whether they were experiencing hallucinations. Just as Coulson arrived at the mansion, he heard intense gunfire coming from inside and quickly drew his weapon before exiting the vehicle. He knew that wizards like Ollivander likely did not lack funds. It would be exceedingly difficult to persuade them to teach wand-making through mere monetary means. Of course, not all Slytherins were pleased by this. For instance, Malfoy, who had just persuaded his father to spend a fortune for him to join the team. He remembered that Xiao Zhan loved adding vinegar and scallions, enjoyed eating fried dough sticks, salty tofu, and custard buns, as well as bacon pancakes. However, this time, the enhancements in memory and comprehension, as well as other learning abilities, were not as pronounced, and the physical enhancements were not greater than during the first appointment. Su Chang Yin took out his phone and dialed a number. Upon answering, he displayed a warm smile reminiscent of a caring father. The second brother's mental calculation skills were exceptional, with his assistance within no time at all. He could tally the various business operations and expenses of the Li family without needing a calculator. The crown prince was aware that Li Huayu spoke the truth. Ultimately, Li Huayu would surely find out, as he was there to represent the renovation team in courting Li Huayu. During this period, investments relied mainly on national funding, with local investments and self-raised funds being scarce. Due to a lack of emphasis on infrastructure, coupled with insufficient national fiscal resources, road construction lagged significantly behind economic development, becoming a bottleneck for national economic growth. With a face that seemed to have just crossed 30, his handsome and resolute visage bore piercing eyes that coldly cast down upon Shisa. Iji was momentarily stunned, his grip on the sword slackened. The sword hilt slipped from Shisa's hand, clattering to the ground, his expression revealing nothing but astonishment. Chapter 142. The comprehensive use of the insect race. Garrett and the others stared intently at President Ulysses, their ears almost pressed against the communicator, fearing they would miss a single word. President Ulysses spoke with a hint of astonishment. You had already planned to obtain the yellow spheres from the previous wave of insect race to deal with the subsequent swarm when you were mapping out the route? Moreover, even the latter. Yu Xiangning appeared in Bai Qing's office, sitting in her chair, exuding an air of dominance. Regardless of the truth behind Xiao's words, the Xiao family bore undeniable responsibility in this marriage. Bai Qing's complexion turned pale, while Shun Shi furrowed his brow, gripping Bai Qing's hand tightly, imparting a slight pressure that revealed just how furious he truly was. Rarely did Shun Shi speak so much, as if he were making a statement, yet it unmistakably conveyed a hint of concern for Bai Qing. Xiao Qi had just bitten into a piece of watermelon, his mouth agape, momentarily frozen in place. Embracing Shun Shi's head, a lingering kiss, moist with saliva, was left upon his cheek, where he caught a faint scent reminiscent of milk. As they approached a location not far from the pet shop, Xiao Qi observed Fong Ling, Mu Yuan, and others, their expressions brimming with excitement as they appeared to be engrossed in conversation. Aware of her husband's views on their son's education, Zhang Mingyun acknowledged that she was not of a hard-hearted disposition. Thus, she often comforted her son while entrusting the discipline to Zhou Zikai. However, with the holidays upon them, it was permissible for the children to indulge in some play. Time trickled away, and Wu Tian refrained from striking Li Kuafu, instead holding his battle blade across his chest, seemingly awaiting the final outcome. The film's box office plummeted by 60 in its second week, yielding a mere $700, leaving Warner somewhat taken aback. Additionally, the reception of the film was far from favorable. To circumvent Hang Technology Import and Export Company, is that truly a viable solution? Upon hearing this, Zheng Jigang's initial hopes swiftly evaporated, leaving behind an overwhelming sense of disappointment and despair. Is this your method, Lin Hongfei? If we could bypass Hang Technology Import and Export Company, would we not have done so already? Wu Dingyuan, perplexed, gazed intently at Jiang Xu, who remarkably did not disturb the dust as he retreated. It appeared he possessed remarkable defensive skills. Wu Dingyuan was taken aback, having not realized how swiftly Jiang Xu had progressed in his martial arts after a year apart. These analyses were astute and reasonable, and Yak concurred. He himself had no aspirations for best director or best film, for such accolades were a double-edged sword. On one hand, they could immortalize him, while on the other, they would render him a target of envy. In light of this, he resolved to act upon his nefarious thoughts. As for the inevitable repercussions for many of his peers, he could easily dismiss them as unintended consequences of a conflict, shifting any blame onto the carefree fairy. Mendez followed Yak into the office, casually taking a seat as Yak instructed Kylan to pour 2 cups of coffee. Lin Feng could only speculate in this direction, while slightly off the mark. He was not far from the truth, realizing that the one sustaining Zagu was not a talent for life, but rather a scientific prodigy. However, Lin Feng understood that this was certainly not due to the other's unparalleled beauty. More likely, it stemmed from Qi Xingwang's reverence for Nalan Ruo and her formidable capabilities. Chapter 143. A New Mission. Jiang Yi nodded in understanding, refraining from further inquiries, yet his attention was soon diverted by skewers presented by a student. Meanwhile, on the Alpha side, he directed the Western Military District fleet in a fierce cosmic battle that stretched throughout the day. However, the energy fluctuations of the wormhole showed no signs of abating, even expanding at a visibly rapid pace, with larger insectoids emerging from the wormhole. Each required the concentrated firepower of several warships to barely contain them. It was all so senseless. He yearned for revenge. Yet, he was acutely aware that he lacked the strength and opportunity to exact it. Aside from cursing behind their backs, it proved utterly ineffective, wasting both his breath and expression. Initially, given the furious wrath of the king of Chu, he would have eagerly dispatched troops to attack Jiang. However, autumn had arrived, and any slight preparations would soon lead into winter. Furthermore, the various lords within his domain were preparing for war in the following spring, a plan the king of Chu had established during his diplomatic mission to Qi. The two men soared through the air for 3 zhang before crashing to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. The onlooking common folk hurriedly retreated, fearful of being caught in the crossfire of these two. All right, 10 venomous snakes should not be too much for you, right? You can handle them within a day, can't you? Lu Xiaoxing chuckled. Have it just gain power. Would he now abandon the opportunity and evade it at this critical juncture? The 5 magnates nodded in satisfaction at Mylan Shah's performance, recognizing her humility and composure. Indeed, after all, Antley was someone he had personally recruited. As her employer, he bore some responsibility for her injury during work hours. Given other reasons, he would have to assume a considerable portion of the blame, both morally and logically, necessitating a visit to the hospital. As it turned, the nearby floor groaned under its weight as it turned around. The Empress Dowager, aging, and the Queen, losing her influence, would surely see Zhuge Guifei ascend as the future matriarch of the harem. Where have you been? I called so many times, yet you did not answer. Is Sita Lei Yin by your side? Have you two developed anything? He struggled to conceal his frustration, attempting to maintain a good faade, but could not suppress his barrage of inquiries. Seiko regarded Bo Yanxi with satisfaction, surprised that the first to grasp his meaning was someone entirely unrelated to the design. As the time drew near, Su Jin slowly approached, her gaze wandering restlessly, her demeanor reminiscent of a leisurely stroll through the streets. What a splendid testament to the diverse talents across all trades. Truly a meritocratic society. This individual's insights are exceptional, not shamed by poverty or envious of others' achievements. Well done. Ning Tao subtly turned his gaze, and just as the blade was about to descend, he swiftly grasped the opponent's wrist. After some time out, Su Jin felt the sting of her wounds intensify. After applying some medicine, her thoughts drifted back to the events of the day, her expression growing solemn. Tang Gu stood proudly, harboring no fondness for the old dog. Since they were to play, they would play for keeps. Lu Rushi and Gu Hengbo trembled with indignation, appalled at such shamelessness. How could one perform without any instruments? Let alone the piece itself, it was utterly impossible to begin a blatant imposition of hardship. How could this be? It must be a coincidence. Upon discovering that his bullet had been blocked, the middle-aged officer's countenance shifted, disbelief washing over him. If there were a crack in the ground, he would wish to hide within it, feeling utterly humiliated and fearing he would never show his face again. Chapter 144, Cosmic Warfare. Jiang Yi gazed at the ravenous students around the campfire, contemplating the urgency of returning them to their respective school leaders for safety. The insectoid presence on Planet 75 was increasing, and should any mishap occur with these half-grown children, it would be dire. Within the lethargic Hu Ben camp, Yang Mingyi, his complexion sallow and spirit flagging, listened to Wang Yuanlang's report. As the two exited the main tent, the two awaiting messengers gaped in astonishment. Had they really changed? Or were both of them simply seeing things? Though their hearts raced, they dared not reveal their trepidation, forcing smiles as they led the two guests, whose words bore little truth in separate directions. The old matriarch had been in low spirits of late. Her son was imprisoned, her elderly spouse rendered immobile, and her grandchildren had been busy forging connections, uncertain if their family could weather this storm. If they could not, the He family would face ruin. That evening, Lan Yun reserved the entire dining hall of Earth Village, serving only the patrons of the establishment and select guests, closing its doors to the public. The monk's teachings were those of a sage. The ability to maintain fairness was elusive. It was not merely that the monk favored one, but rather that humanity itself was often biased. It was rare to find those who could maintain a just balance. Why must he conceal this from us? Dong's voice carried a hint of grievance. Though her ire simmered, Wang Leoi leapt from his bed to comfort her. Qin Mu Yang softly spoke, prompting Yang Jinxin to turn toward him, her bright eyes reflecting evident anxiety and traces of fear, stirring deep sympathy. After bidding farewell to Bai Luoyao, I idly called Wang Pengzi, intending to catch up. When the phone on the tea table rang, Su Wanyang was diligently slicing beef. After spending so much time in the kitchen, her knife skills were quite impressive. This time, without the capable aides Shi Zichu, Chu Xiaoyang, and Sima Xian. Yilingxi had Mo Kitchen, Qi Zai, and Nangong Wuxue take charge. Despite being young ladies of noble families, their words lacked discretion. Yin Duoer clenched her fists, eager to argue her case. Then let us find a quieter place, the man said, suppressing the urge to look at her unsightly face as he grasped her hands. Effortlessly dealing with the two, Wang Dong felt no sense of accomplishment, slowly walking in front of the short, stout man and delivering a kick to his groin. Swallowing all grievances, he resumed his seat, the redness around his eyes betraying his emotional turmoil as he finished the meal he had left uneaten. Wang Dong closed his eyes, focusing his spiritual energy, which flowed gently like water through his meridians. In that moment, the streets were bustling with traffic, vibrant lights illuminating the surroundings. And he was accompanied by a few friends with whom he could leisurely converse. Although he had indulged in a night of revelry, the dormitory regulations strictly prohibited guests, with violators risking expulsion. Song Mingwen noticed the fleeting indifference and anger in his eyes, realizing it was related to the events of the previous day. She bit her lip, choosing to ignore it as she approached the bed to retrieve her silver needles. In Chapter 145, titled The Super Insect Mother, Saintt's cool voice echoed through the communicator. You have 20 minutes to rest. The fleet is temporarily under my command. After 20 minutes, we will launch a full-scale assault on the wormhole and obliterate it. Alpha hesitated not in the slightest, immediately transferring the command authority of the entire fleet to Saintt. Lu Ji, quick to react, handed him a large handful of mental calming agents. Alpha accepted them. The dance of Shanai Duo was truly beautiful, with waves of yellow electromagnetic energy gradually radiating from her. Sometimes being a bit unruly can mitigate trouble, for most people fear the unruly, while the unruly only fear those who are reckless, as the dazed ones typically meet their demise. Lu Rushi held no objections. The other party merely wished to observe, which was perfectly acceptable. The prospects were promising. Once the Zhou family, Qin Shan escort, and Inkue sect were eradicated, they would reign as the immortal rulers of Xiang County. Wanwan spoke with confidence, though Ji Ruohua found it hard to fathom the source of her assurance. Is this what you discussed in the corner tonight? Bella's gaze shifted to the farm data on the computer screen. Then why do you keep staring at my face? It's making me uncomfortable, you know? Jiang Baihu felt increasingly vexed. His funds had run dry, leaving him upon his jade pendant for survival. He thought that if Yin Menglu truly assisted him into the end today, next year on this day might become his day of remembrance. Nonsense. Wanzhou City has been peaceful. Where did this epidemic come from? Yevin Epresit had irritation. She even considered shamelessly leveraging the fact that she had once saved Meng Jiqing to instill guilt in her, persuading her to stay with her. But her principles forbade such actions. However, Zhu Ji was not afforded much time to ponder, for while in Pingyuan County, she received a piece of news. What are you thinking, Master? Why have you yet to act? Ling Ji urged, as if fearing the elder would not take his life. Then leave it there. I will drink shortly, I said, removing the hairpin from my head and addressing the reflection of my appearance in the copper mirror. Simply inform them that we are newcomers, and our identification papers are being processed. We are entering the city to have our portraits drawn at the government office. If they doubt it, let them accompany us. Everything is legitimate. Chi Pu responded with ease. At that moment, both individuals shared a silent thought of gratitude for not suffering from acrophobia. Otherwise, encountering this monster would surely send phobic individuals spiraling into despair. The sword tip grazed the chest of the righteous emperor multiple times, but was rebuffed each time, producing a series of sharp metallic clangs. Amidst the chaos, Jian Hongyu seemed possessed by a demonic spirit, completely losing his usual composure. Yes, I said it. That fellow has the heart, but lacks the courage. Chun Gu responded submissively to the two divine beasts. At this time, the soldiers of the infantry had yet to realize that cannon fire and crossbow shots merely constituted battlefield slaughter. The ensuing battle would devolve into a true massacre. As the two emerged, the door of another wooden cabin swung open, revealing a figure adorned with half a silver mask. At that time, we could utilize these ships, distributing them to coastal counties, with a county magistrate responsible for organization, establishing official fishing teams, and once developed, we could open permissions to the public for them to manage. She mused. Usually temperamental and talkative, she now sat in quiet contemplation, her face reflecting a rare maturity for her age. However, it must be said that at this moment, Xue Jianping's mind truly struggled to keep pace, overthinking once again. Yet, whether it was Xue Ling or the similarly perceptive General Xue, they adhered to the principle of seeing through without exposing it, allowing Xue Jianping to continue his wild imaginings. In Chapter 146, titled Saintt in a Coma, Saintt's hand confidently hovered over the weapon control panel as he abruptly yanked down the energy cannon's lever. A torrent of purple spiritual energy surged into the thrusters, propelling the energy cannon into the wormhole. His veins bulged as he exerted excessive force, his slender fingers trembling slightly, lips pressed tightly together, draining of color as his pallor deepened. Yet, his hand remained steadfast on the control lever. The other starships fired in unison, unleashing energy cannons infused with spiritual power that accurately struck the wormhole. The chaotic celestial energy, infused with the light of virtue, entered the sea of consciousness, causing the previously slowly rotating Yuanling pearl to spin rapidly, as if a great whale was drawing in water, absorbing the chaotic celestial energy imbued with virtue. Observing this, aside from Xiaqi and Su Ping, Wei Song and the others gathered closer, preparing to jointly assault the portal to breach its confines. However, the subsequent unfolding scenes shifted their sorrow into joy, marveling at the might of the Yun, feeling a swell of pride in being a part of it. At that moment, the void shimmered, space distorted, and they found themselves completely transported without any means of resistance. A flash of light revealing 12 individuals standing in a vast square. The avatars of the earth spirit, fire spirit, wind spirit, water spirit, wood spirit, void spirit, purple thunder spirit, light spirit, and dark spirit coalesced. And Yun Zhongzi felt a wondrous transformation occurring within him. To conduct an experiment, he captured several hundred ice crystal fish and placed them in the river within the third tier of the Shurja Tower, curious to see if they could thrive. Envisioning a future filled with abundance, we must lend him a helping hand. Chun-Shi gritted her teeth, but upon reflection, she felt helpless, accompanied by a throbbing headache. Yue slowly opened his eyes, patting his head before tensing his body and turning to his side. Pinji, if zombies obstruct our path, I entrust it to you. Teacher Jingxiang, just like before, you can crash right through them. Once Pinji was securely seated, the Imperial Supervisor signaled Teacher Jingxiang to start the vehicle. A faint voice resonated throughout the hall, followed by an eruption of thunderous laughter. Regarding this event, he had indeed experienced countless life and death situations. The trials set forth by the King of Serpents, transforming him repeatedly into a stronger being. Then let us create a series of films and dramas. Everyone has the right to pursue their dreams. As long as one harbors ambition, anything is possible, so let us not casually discourage others. Su Junhua unhesitatingly signed with Qi Yuping. Then, the frail was grasped tightly in Wei Qingyu's hand. The entire bow was rendered ineffective, and crimson currents crackled chaotically, exuding a fierce aura. Shi Zhongshan opened his mouth, intending to say something, but ultimately refrained, recognizing that they were not in the right. Indeed, for many, securing a stable and comfortable job, earning a modest sum of 1 to 200,000 a year, and leading a leisurely life is already a source of great satisfaction. Victoria held the jade pendant in her hand, drawing closer to the bedside lamp for a meticulous inspection. Under the illumination, the pendant appeared even more translucent. Smooth to the touch, with a pink exterior and a vibrant green center, its colors strikingly beautiful. The man was not angered. Instead, he smiled broadly, fixated on Xiao Wan with an insatiable gaze, as if he were ravenously consuming her. Chapter 147. The Treatment of Saintt. Simple as the words may be, executing them proved as challenging as scaling a mountain. The comatose Saintt was far from cooperative. His mental energy was uncontrollably spilling outward, and his mental sea had descended into utter chaos. Observers from a distance remained unperturbed, yet anyone daring to approach would find themselves in peril. This led Yang Qingxian into deep contemplation. The task entrusted by Zhang Yun was one that needed to be fulfilled without compromise. This understanding was something Yang Qingxian possessed. Ultimately, it was an unforgivable divine punishment that could not be overlooked. Regardless of the type, both were undeniably perfect yet utterly unsatisfactory, beyond their palatability. No flaws could be pointed out. The days following the Dawn War were referred to as the era of peace by the people of the northern continent. Even the rulers had to concede that, although under the surface, dark currents still swirled, the overall trend leaned towards tranquility. The Jingu demon monk, horrified, grasped the blade with his right hand, resulting in a torrent of blood, his plump face contorting as he felt his palm might be severed at any moment. This slight pain hardly affected him. At first glance, she appeared to be in her early 30s, with a more optimistic perspective. One might even believe she was yet to reach her 30s. Mu Riji seemed oblivious to the atmosphere that evoked myriad sentiments among the people of Daji, merely stating that stabilizing the grasslands would benefit not only the northern Hu but also Daji. For millennia, this grassland had changed hands countless times. Which ruler had ever been amicable? Most crucially, it was imperative to have Tai Niu relocate all vital factories to the capital, as Zhang Yun could only rest assured if the technologies were kept within sight. The entirety of Kalamantha was divided into two sections, with Noxus and Demacia each occupying a crystal hub and mine. Before his demise, the Dark Lucifer, who had always looked down upon Feiyu, briefly displayed admiration. The form of the demon Lucifer was obliterated in the explosive energy storm. Upon witnessing Justin's furious glare directed at him, Lin Julan chuckled, narrowing his eyes and gesturing to Dean behind him. Zhong Qing, exasperated, cast a glance at De Hua, suddenly lost in thought, perceiving a hint of dominance in De Hua's words. In anger, he kicked over the stool before him and swiftly exited, listening to Mu Shi and Qiu Shi relay a few sentences before gritting his teeth and instructing Tanji and other aides to assist Han Jianzhong with the aftermath. How is it still unclear? Never mind. With your strength, you simply cannot defeat me, Clintz declared confidently. As the two emerged, He Sanyi arrived, and Sun Honglei also came over after a shower and a change of clothes. Kuang Zhonghai and Tang Feng had grown accustomed to seeing the two of them frolicking together. While He Sanyi and Sun Honglei exchanged knowing glances, and Shen Hao could not be bothered to provide a veil of explanation. Those with clarity would discern the truth. The minority warriors harbored considerable trepidation towards her, refraining from inflicting harm, and even sparing her in their skirmishes. Thus, after an extended struggle, they found themselves unable to subdue her. Since she did not perish a decade ago, perhaps she could attempt to live for herself rather than for vengeance. Dylan glanced at the full bottle of whiskey, seized it, and drank it down as if it were water. The matter on Han Dun's side eventually came to nothing. Shinruopu likely had nothing to say. It appears that the prince did not relay anything either. It was settled, Su Yin remarked. At that time, Yiji merely sought an excuse to send Qi Xiaoyu away, and now, gazing at the chicken soup where the bones and meat had begun to separate, she felt a twinge of guilt. Chapter 148, Alpha's Transformation. Thus, the concern over Saintt's mental sea collapsing was finally alleviated. Although his mental injuries remained severe, with subsequent treatment, he could gradually recover. Regrettably, she had forgotten that it was already late autumn. What she grasped was not his skin but his clothing. Moreover, having just trimmed her nails 2 days prior, her attempts to claw at him proved harmless, rendering her actions rather comical. In moments, the Pig King had been pierced by over a dozen arrows, and with his bristly mane, he finally appeared complete. Based on the bloodshed and the Pig King's declining health, Liani estimated that this creature possessed over 300,000 vitality points. The thought of being thrown onto him, having her clothes torn, and being pinned down sent her heart into a spasm of fear. I believe it was Zhang Hong. After all, Yin Feng is 2 realms below Zhang Hong. Another disciple remarked. Shield charge, Hua Hai shouted, raising his shield high, transforming it into a heavy projectile that brutally plunged into the crowd. The thronging masses offered no opportunity for the fragile ones to retreat. Numerous figures were struck down by the solidified shield, toppling players behind them as well. Yi Qingqing, hearing the commotion outside, seemed to discern that Lu Mo was embroiled in an argument, prompting her to cautiously step outside. Their objectives were evidently achieved. as the soldiers of the Soviet army, including Shulka, felt their legs weaken upon hearing the howl. Thus, it was only natural to assign the 333rd Regiment to defend Moscow. The bread had been consumed, and now it was time to find fish, having never seen the things in this forest. I am uncertain what is edible and what is not. We shall make do. Cheng Zijing also burped, reeking of fish, and lamented. Initially, due to the presence of flying fish and the fact that Dibalu's arrows were poisoned, the situation for everyone was rather dire. Even Sanji fell into a trap and was dragged into the sea. Regarding the actual circumstances, Noda gently caressed the hilt of his sword, turning to gaze at the distant figure. In that fleeting moment, he suddenly sensed that Zhong Wei had fully comprehended his intentions. Previously, he had exchanged food for a human, but now he held no human in his grasp. However, Yuna believed that given the right conditions, humans would always reach a compromise. Some treasures within the Azura jungle remained beyond human reach. Zhang Kuan glanced down at himself, tidying his appearance slightly before clearing his throat and pressing the doorbell. Alas, that statement evidently struck the softest chord within her heart, prompting a melancholic sigh, yet it was evident that she felt a surge of joy within. Moreover, this aura surged forth uncontrollably, akin to the heat radiating from a furnace, revealing two truths. One, that this power was formidable, and the other, that Bishop Beiki had yet to fully master the power within her body, unable to contain it. Lin Shuo smiled faintly, his sword swirling gracefully in his hand, as the internal energy surged within him, and he launched another attack. The dual existence had not merged with him, but it augmented his strength, granting him extraordinary combat prowess, allowing him to fight beyond his level. Chapter 149, Return to Woda Star. I have no need to deceive you, Saintt stated flatly. Thus you need not be hindered by the quota of sedatives set by the Academy of Sciences. He paused momentarily and added, not only have there been substitutes for tranquilizers, but there are also methods on Wochuoxing that can heal the collapse of the spiritual sea. Have you not already encountered Xiaoyu, Kurt, and Kulu? They all once experienced the collapse of their spiritual seas, yet they have all been cured through this very method. Upon finishing his words, a card was presented before Lu Zong. Lu Zong glanced at it and discovered that the card depicted precisely what he desired, a pair of whale fins entirely crafted from silver. Dong Rui, while speaking, produced a sachet embroidered with narcissus flowers and extended it towards the other ladies. According to Lu Zong's assessment, there were two options for martial affinity. One was to enhance the combat capabilities of long-handled weapons, while the other was to strengthen the ability to become incorporeal. As for magical affinity, there were two choices. One was to enhance soul extraction and binding capabilities, while the other was to augment lethal abilities akin to a fatal finger strike. Xiang Fong suddenly smiled, set down the cup he had been toying with, and looked at Hong Lu, saying nonchalantly, "The person you are referring to, is it Lan Yu Tang? That depends on the judgment of the Fate Tribunal. It is beyond my control," Yi remarked. After hearing Yuan Ying's words, Su Ying and the others gathered around, raising prices to sell at a premium, which is the nature of merchants. They, too, sought profit, so Su Ying and their group had already made their purchases and would not blame the merchant for this. However, the merchant's clandestine scheming left them feeling somewhat displeased. In such circumstances, Lu Zong found it difficult to concern himself with how far he had traveled or how long it had taken. Although he had gleaned some effectiveness from his practices, it could not compare to the meticulous summaries provided by Lu Biao. Since you wish to know, I shall demonstrate for you, revealing the basis of my confidence, Lu Wuqing said with a cold smile. With that, Zhongli suddenly struck out with a palm. This strike, rather than being a slap, resembled a sweeping motion, akin to shooing away an annoying fly, intentionally humiliating Yifeng. This guild is known as the Lanling Adventurers Guild, ranked 137th. Unfortunately, it has not established a teleportation network. The guild's vice president, accompanied by several pseudo-celestial teams, made their way from their territory to Tianfeng City. Long Tianwei appeared visibly flustered, persistently tossing out two orbs, one after the other, directed towards the killing monarch, while simultaneously retreating a few steps before suddenly throwing himself to the ground. Mutants? Are we truly going to release such monsters? Locke rarely fell silent, seemingly grappling with a difficult decision within. At this moment, a young man with a grim expression sat within the Jinghe Dragon King's residence, fully aware of the words spoken by Chun Jing the previous night. He was filled with fury, as he believed that his presence in Jinghe had already diminished his dignity, and he was shocked that anyone dared to disregard his commands. His eyes beheld the gruesome sight of his own organs being extracted, his body ground beneath a stone, reduced to a heap of flesh and blood. Others might evade trouble, but few, like him, would actively seek it out. Nevertheless, the hunter appreciated this quality, willing to go to great lengths for friends. Su Zimo, upon hearing this, looked at the other person with equal confusion, feeling perplexed by the landlady's actions. The invasion, the murder of innocents, and Mu found it hard to fathom. Even though she desperately wanted to disbelieve it, as the evidence drew ever closer, she realized that she was the last person who wished to witness that scene. Chapter 150, Refining Transformation Pills. Xiao Yu inquired, "Is this urgent push to enhance your cultivation going to affect your health? If so, we would rather wait a bit longer." Jiang Xu shook the insect core in his hand and smiled, saying, "With these items assisting us, it will save considerable effort, so you need not worry. Once you fully regain your human forms, you could train alongside me. After beginning your training, the spiritual energy stored within you will protect your spiritual seas, making it less susceptible to harm." He now harbored serious doubts about suspecting that this fellow was secretly a devotee of the god of deception, a cunning old charlatan. The initial crises in the horror game stemmed primarily from food shortages, aberrant entities, and survivors, all interlinked. This type of insect possesses primitive intelligence, feeds on plants, and will not actively attack any animals. It can be cultivated as a pet through artificial breeding. The enforcement department has raised a batch of specially trained alchemical insects that, in specific environments, are more effective than enforcement dogs. Chun Xian raised an eyebrow, his figure retreating 3 zhang, as he regarded the paper figure before him with a sense of familiarity. One might say that this world does not rely on faith or offerings for the existence of deities. All gods are merely reflections of the practitioner's own divine essence. The leaders of the various families drew in sharp breath. The head of the Chu family from the 5 great families had just perished in this manner. Had Su Qing employed this device against them, they would have been utterly defenseless, and they too would have met their demise. Everyone was taken aback. Had the first young master of Yinhai gone mad? Was he truly this audacious at such a time? After finishing breakfast, Su Fan's previously icy demeanor had completely thawed, especially in the presence of Su Tian, where he unconsciously displayed a hint of indulgence. The two shared a vehicle en route to school. Xiaoluan gazed ahead, where at the top of the 9-tiered staircase lay a space, at the center of which were 10 divine essence crystals. Li Yin announced his name, and upon hearing it, Jindao Vangva Zulmavat incredulus. At that moment, Li Yin was quite renowned, known across several provinces in the north. Since the uprising of the Qin army, Li Yin's name had become legendary among both the official army and the common people. Yuan Ruo hung his head in silence. The Empress Dowager would never permit Qingqing to marry him, nor did she wish for Qingqing to live in this world at all. Yuan Ruo was aware of the conversation between the Empress Dowager and the old matron. He had heard it clearly. He had simply not anticipated that the Empress Dowager would bring this matter up so soon, suggesting he marry the crown princess. It was that familiar, unique, ringing sound, as if something had struck his chest violently. A flicker of complexity crossed his eyes as he answered that persistent video call. He ordered someone to send a message to Lu Zhongmin, instructing him to engage with the Guanning army, while he gathered Zhang Huangyin and Gu's 5th Battalion for the rescue of Ma Jinzhou. Qing Er could no longer hear anything. She had even bumped the table, creating a loud noise that drew attention. With a vicious aura, she approached. 1,000 cavalrymen lined up in formation, not far from the official army's camp, launching volley after volley of flaming arrows into the official army's encampment. Chu Nin leapt from the ground, stretching his somewhat stiff neck with a cracking sound. "You dare to say another word? Hua Si Ran? Do you believe the next shot will hit you right in the head?" The man roared. Chapter 151, Brother Jiang Xu. Jiang, the pills you refined this time smell far more fragrant than those you have made before. Ian could not help but lean closer, his nose twitching slightly, filled with wonder. Just inhaling this aroma makes me feel immensely refreshed. The others nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the same sentiment. They had never encountered such a pure, medicinal fragrance. Inhaling it seemed to gently caress even their dormant spiritual seas, revitalizing them. Upon returning to the Forbidden Zone, the 9-tailed fox was in harmony with his spirit. Even in a state of slumber, He could act through dreamlike gestures. Tiri Han instinctively sensed something amiss. This was the first time he had encountered an enemy that placed such importance on terrain. This was a war that risked the fate of the nation, and Tiri Han was equally invested. After humming the tune several times, Shui Baicheng grew increasingly fond of it, reluctantly setting down her manuscript. Moreover, his hidden weapon's effective range might not necessarily surpass Christina's magical firing distance. Indeed, the latter might hold the advantage. Thus, he could not afford to take that risk. Otherwise, if the opponent's range exceeded his, he would only be left at their mercy. No problem. The police, seeing Du Kai soften his stance, finally felt reassured and arranged for a police car to take Wei Shi to the hospital. Indeed, one can say that there is a semblance of resilience. Thus, one need not endure the pain of another incision. The newly grown flesh is devoid of any dark blemishes, presenting a delicate pink hue. Xie, with a mere glance, spoke in a nonchalant manner, while Shin Qingwu, upon hearing this, felt an immense sense of relief. Though she refrained from breaking into a smile, her eyes betraying her excitement. Upon learning of their impending eviction from the estate's farmland, the serfs lamented their fate. Despite enduring oppression and toiling tirelessly throughout the year without sufficient sustenance, they found solace in their current state. The content of this message instilled in Mike a sense of significance, as if he were an esteemed player within the counterattack alliance. His quiver, crafted from animal hide, was designed specifically to carry his stone projectiles for easy access. It was his own reckless declaration of intent to eliminate Li Shimin that sealed his doom, dragging his subordinates into the same bloodshed. Terence Barrow, a disciple of Salazar Slytherin, was a young pure-blood wizard. Fan Yin found himself ensnared, his breath quickening. Should he be hanged from a tree by a white silk, the best outcome he could hope for tonight would be to remain in one piece. The once seemingly soft fur of the creatures had petrified, standing upright like steel needles, while their skin transformed from a pale hue to a gray, exuding a remarkable texture. Yet, after sustaining a beating from Belia, his strength diminished, rendering him less formidable than in his prime. Although Bedak retreated significantly, he did not feel disadvantaged. Rather, his confidence swelled. If this were a dream, why did the sensations feel so vivid, so piercing, invoking despair, regret, and pain? The elders of the Chung family, having secured their fortune, eagerly anticipated moving in with their son, their faces alight with joy. The father remained oblivious, convinced that his daughters were thriving at home. Perhaps aware of their demise, yet unaware of his own shortcomings. Between brothers, words were unspoken. My understanding would never be withheld from Huaiyu. Shindu appeared more confident than Qin Xiao. Yu Xiaowu's voice dwindled, the atmosphere thick with both embarrassment and a hint of allure. The Zheng family spent a month in prison, only to find Zheng Ji's whereabouts at Huangjia village after another month. Chapter 152. The coveted daughter-in-law candidate. She dared not apply at large corporations, nor work at supermarkets, nor venture into crowded places for fear of being discovered. Fong Yi had not forgotten his true purpose for coming. He would naturally bring it up at the first opportunity. Xiaoli cast a glance this way, a smirk of derision gracing his lips as he strode confidently into the venue, observing Qi Jin's emotions teetering on the brink of explosion. The man realized that Zheng Shuang must be deceiving him. These individuals were truly outrageous, daring to orchestrate a dark scheme. Jia Zheng was close by, yet Yi Shidi, do not be angered. These people are not worthy of our schemes. Today, I shall treat you. Let us enjoy ourselves at Hui Fong. This was not all. He executed a move aimed at undermining, nearly leading the Xia family to ruin. Yet, he remained undeterred. Xiao Wan felt a sudden wave of distaste. Why must such a vile and despicable brother exist when Lu Er was so wonderful? In the next moment, Xiao Zhu concealed himself. Although Fifth Master could not see the hidden Xiao Zhu, Lu Jiming and Qin Yi, endowed with formidable magical prowess, could still perceive his presence. Moreover, the fact that they had come from afar to protect her, yet were now left famished, was utterly unacceptable. Li Shuiying acknowledged her own benevolence had gone awry. The driver, upon receiving his payment, pulled the vehicle to the roadside. Butler Peng exited the car, his gaze fixated on the opposite road. A surge of blood constricted in his throat. Having watched for so long, he was about to be consumed by desire. Yet she simply turned and stepped directly beneath the showerhead. I understand. Wang Ku embraced the flustered Wei Wei, fully aware of her feelings. She did not love him, and he knew it too. Zhao Jin propped herself up to gaze at him. Though his tone and expression were entirely ordinary, she sensed something amiss, yet could not articulate what it was. Not all. You need not mock me, Daoist friend. Lu Wuyo, you can handle the remaining arrangements. As always, it is merely a sparring match. Let us not inflict harm upon one another's lives. After being mocked by the old Daoist, Zhang Tianshi felt it inappropriate to continue speaking, delegating the task to Lu Wuyo while he closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Zhao Ying'er became utterly infuriated, igniting a conflagration of discontent that drew the envy of numerous stars and artists within the company. Consequently, the majority of the village's labor force sought work elsewhere, leaving behind only the elderly and children. Xiao Zicheng was overwhelmed with guilt, never expecting that the matters between him and his wife would disrupt the peace of two elderly individuals. Amidst the murmurs of concern from their mother, the couple's anxiety and unease reached a critical point. To allow him to cultivate in a normal manner would undoubtedly yield no hope. Yet now that this method proved effective, he felt that breaking through the void realm was merely a matter of time. The earth-shattering ape employed sheer brute force, shielded by a luminous barrier, leaving it unrestrained. Each punch it threw created a gale that shook the earth, and any serpent struck by its blows was instantly reduced to a bloody pulp, leaving only the massive demon python capable of withstanding its might. Yet, considering the plot, Ayu Caizhai had long harbored intentions of capturing the murderer for her own vengeance, perhaps even utilizing her own potential. The bigwigs nodded in agreement. It was indeed prudent to have Shun Qianjun conduct an appraisal. The young man spoke with such bravado, lacking restraint, and attempting to withdraw would not be so simple. After the withdrawal of the Fengyuan Kingdom's feudal system, Li Hongbin became the left counselor of the Fengyuan provincial government, attaining the rank of 3rd grade. He should rightfully occupy the throne of the cathedral, receiving applause and accolades from the nation's nobles and officials. Initially, the Raikage delegation, under the guise of peace negotiations, infiltrated Konoha to steal the Byakugan. Orchestrated by this very 4th Raikage, Shun Qianjun observed the myriad of purple, producing a list. Tomorrow is the grand ceremony, and the regency shall follow the day after. Your husband's name shall be inscribed. The assembly fell silent at Zhao Linxiu's words, none daring to entertain any further thoughts regarding the elixir of immortality. The notion that those who had perished could reappear before them confirmed all their doubts, leaving them at a loss for how to react. It was not that Wei Jingshan was anything special. Rather, it was habit. Having been wronged, it was not Jiang Xian style to remain ignorant of the enemy's true nature. Since the Empress has issued her decree, you're no longer permitted to send them any items, Zhao Zhao stated. Before Lu Xiangwang, there was no mat. However, in his alarm, he disregarded the pain in his knees and immediately knelt, his knees striking the ground with a resounding thud. I silently broke into a sweat. I too wished for such things, yet it seemed exceedingly unrealistic. Fortunately, Yu Yanning promptly salvaged the situation. Manager Zheng, are you dissatisfied with our cooperation project, Abailai? Observing Zheng Jing's demeanor, Zhao Wanrong's beautiful eyes glimmered as she furrowed her brows and inquired softly. The color of the 3rd figure in dark gray deepened swiftly. When a second figure in a black robe vanished from 60 paces away, the nearby 3rd figure transformed into a profound pitch black. President Lin, greetings. I am Fu Rou, representing Huamei to discuss a batch of cosmetics. I have long admired your reputation and am delighted to meet you. Fu Rou gently wiped her delicate face and gracefully approached, extending her hand for an introduction. After the brute force fell, the shadow of the abyss rose, rushing to Qingfeng's side, attempting to shatter the black iron chains with divine power. However, the chain showed no signs of breaking, only elongating further. In usual circumstances, the action of the Mluji Ing can only be regarded as a preparatory aim, not equivalent to the precise targeting that occurs during actual firing. The distance between the two parties is excessively vast, and their relative velocity is considerable, at a distance that surpasses the so-called light second, which is approximately 300,000 kilometers. It is virtually impossible to strike the enemy with precision. In the vast battlefield, amidst countless encounters, one ventures forth, risking falling stones and sharp arrows to vanquish foes. It is said that a hero's heart can be merciless. They would rather perish with weapons in hand than yield even a trifling portion to the enemy. Who are they? Lin Xining was about to speak when she noticed two individuals behind Shen Yun, immediately furrowing her brow and inquiring. Chapter 153. The positive energy broadcaster. The live stream's comments read, "What a harmonious and affectionate scene. The fierce beast is surprisingly so well behaved. How did Jiang manage this? Why are my pets not this obedient? How can something so fierce be so adorable, especially that black and white bear? It is utterly charming." Jiang Xu engaged in light conversation with the audience while attentively monitoring the pot's contents. After more than half an hour, she estimated the time was right and lifted the lid. A surge of imperial spirit could command even the heavens and earth. How could such a minuscule viral spirit stand as its adversary? If one regularly makes noodles, drawing strands thin enough to pass through the eye of a needle is not particularly difficult. The ripples swayed like waves, rising half a meter above the ground. Upon witnessing this, Su Wani crouched down as the turbulent ripples swept violently over his head. He was forging a sword path uniquely his own, founded upon the ice sword path, amalgamating various other sword paths. There exists the silent wind sword path, the thunder unicorn sword path, the fire unicorn sword path, the water sky sword path, and others derived from the four ancestral legacies, which are said to exist only in legend. His kind invitation to dine together was not only outright refused, but was met with the assertion that he had only come to the Tang family out of respect for his father. Mo Chang knew who the master of this spiritual fluctuation was, and, to avoid causing trouble for Tang Zhongyan, he intended to meet this master. He discreetly entered the bank, exchanged money, and seized the opportunity to use the restroom, unsealing 500,000 Huaxia coins from the maintenance of the non-dimensional space. To preserve his life, his cumulative evaluation score must reach at least 44. In essence, he must at the very least become a copper card player. Spinelli ceased, smiling, and replied solemnly, "This is referred to as an acute stress response. When you engage in combat, your spirit is highly tense, and the sympathetic nervous system becomes excessively stimulated, rapidly secreting a significant amount of adrenaline into your bloodstream. This space is not a genuine structure, but rather an illusion conjured by a third-tier spirit formation. Should one's skill in formation not reach the level of a spirit formation master, they would not even glimpse the entrance to the netherworld before becoming ensnared in this illusion. Upon seeing the other party conceal themselves, a hint of disappointment flickered in both their eyes, yet the malevolent intent surrounding them grew more pronounced. Mu Chan suddenly turned his head, his gaze piercing like a tangible arrow, and with a swift motion, plucked a leaf from a nearby tree, condensing his inner strength and flicking it with his finger. As Su Chu prepared to take another step, a jolt of pain coursed through his body. Looking down, he was astonished to see that his already incomplete armor had been shredded as if sliced by numerous strands of golden silk due to the sword's wind, leaving him with multiple lacerations on his body. However, ultimately, despite the calculated strategy, the wild bear, no matter how formidable, finds itself at the mercy of human intellect. Just as the beast turned its head, Yibugue had already collided with it, forcing the bear to stagger back. Immediately, not only did the night sky swirl, but the nearby air currents also surged, sweeping through, causing the clothing of those present to flutter wildly. Disciples of shallow cultivation were knocked off balance, collapsing to the ground. Zhang Tianshi sighed, then proceeded to inform him about the deeds of Wang Daler, the ancestor of Wang Bingquan. Zhang Guangxiong was engaged in fierce combat with a masked man when he suddenly spotted Mu Chen's appearance, causing him to panic and shout across the several meters separating them. Chapter 154. The assault on the Yuan Ing stage. This was indeed a sensitive matter. Jiang Xu and Rui succinctly clarified a few points. Naturally, such matters would not be deliberated upon. Mo Yigong, feeling grateful for Zhou Xiaoyang's understanding of his intentions, refrained from saying more and respectfully stepped aside. At the moment those words were spoken, the sea demon was merely 10 zhang away from Long Yin, a distance exceedingly short for a king-level powerhouse. Yin Yin had just stepped outside when a soldier reported that a merchant named Lu Rin sought an audience. In truth, men are inherently combative. One need only observe uneducated rural youths, where fighting is commonplace. Not to mention humans, even male animals must contend with one another, for without territory, there can be no mates. Aggression is an innate trait of male creatures, naturally including men. The powers granted by the celestial beings are as formidable as one could imagine. None could have anticipated that Li Mo would encounter such extraordinary fortune. Sun Yu was left dumbfounded, and, as the cleanliness-obsessed girl reached out to tear her pants once more, he felt too embarrassed to remain there any longer, quietly exiting the room. Should this substance be taken orally or applied externally? Gazing at the milky liquid in the bottle, Gung Tianla found himself uncertain of its use. Though he was immune to all poisons, he could not simply inquire or recklessly ingest the liquid. Si Chuan, witnessing them whispering before him, was on the verge of expressing his displeasure when yet another individual entered the scene. However, there were only 10 opportunities, and he himself possessed but 5. He must select the most crucial questions to pose. Thus, what was it that I most desired to know? The overwhelming strength of the fifth realm instilled a sense of futility in any thoughts of resistance. Under such circumstances, the fifth realm resembled a colossal giant, while the others appeared as mere ants upon the ground. Conversely, Kay had, after an extended period of frenzied consumption, devoured countless spirits. Simultaneously, her previously depleting strength had restored significantly. Thus, she would not need to wait until dawn for her powers to be fully regained and perhaps even elevated to new heights. Eliminating the flame demon, gaining the friendship of the dwarf clan, thereby establishing rapport with King Arthur, and through him and Merlin rescuing the fallen. This sequence of plans was of utmost importance to him, and thus he could not afford the failure of this mission. Xiao Chu anxiously surveyed the entire room, finding no escape routes apart from a nearly 3-meter-high window, which was sealed with iron bars, rendering it impossible to escape through. Fortunately, Huangshang's vigilance allowed him to spot the flaws in these individuals. Had they managed to close the distance, it would have posed a significant threat to them. Why must everything require the Jindan stage? Zhang Fan felt a wave of frustration. His unique cultivation method left him uncertain of when he would reach the Jindan stage. Furthermore, it remained unknown whether such a stage even existed among the deities and demons. The Hurricane Pearl. Zhang Fan murmured to himself. This pearl had been obtained from the Elder of the Heavenly Gate, falling from him at the moment of his demise. Lin Mohan, without uttering a word, lifted his foot and stomped down on the bald man's left leg, the sound of shattering bone resonating clearly to both him and Lin Mohan. The following day, upon seeing the scratches that extended from her foster father's back to his neck, she was utterly astonished and unable to contain her shock. She never imagined that the person she encountered by the lake that night would be him. If you do not want it, then speak the truth. The knife turned its direction, the sharp edge poised against Zhao Zhou's skin, about to plunge down. Should it truly strike, blood would surely splatter. Tu Bao Bao earnestly addressed Nangong Yuhan, enunciating each word. Nangong Yuhan, let us marry. Tu Bao Bao had never spoken so seriously to Nangong Yuhan about anything. This declaration had been considered for a long time and was not a spontaneous whim. Upon seeing Zhang Fan, Zhou Wanxin immediately called out, "Come join us. Come play with us. Zheng Feng has already lost several times." Upon noticing the 3 unfamiliar figures behind him, his expression shifted in an instant. Estimating the time, he realized that he had been in the formation for over an hour. Zhan Xiu bit his lip, maintaining a stoic facade, yet inwardly, he felt anything but calm. Anxiety began to creep in. Pure sin, pure evil, devoid of any justification. Another bellowing shout echoed, reverberating with a tone of utmost reverence for the Holy Lord. Chapter 155, The Trial of Inner Demons. In a fleeting moment, when the lightning dissipated, Jiang Xu keenly observed that the once luminous insect cores within the formation had noticeably dimmed. She silently calculated that the formation could withstand perhaps 2 more thunder tribulations, contingent upon her timely replenishment of the new insect cores. As this thought settled, the second thunder tribulation struck, its girth significantly greater than the first, descending with a more terrifying force. Jiang Xu licked her parched lips, her fingers twitching. He too sensed that this adversary was indeed formidable. If he failed to convey this critical intelligence, both Jaidir and his 3 brothers would be in grave peril. Thus, he resolved to break through. Watching the holy light bullet at Ruoi's fingertips, the shadowy creature gaped, its body frozen, mechanically turning its head to its master, gazing earnestly at Hatsune Miku. This was a novelty. The prisoner fled right under the watchful eyes of the tens of thousands of soldiers from the Black Armored Army, provoking a mixture of amusement and frustration in Chumu. Reluctantly, Huda had no choice but to withdraw his troops, retreating 5 miles away from Yanlingjiang. waiting for the flames to subside before devising a plan to cross the river. The discord between the kingdom of Yu and the crown princess was no longer a secret in the kingdom of Cheng. Were it not for the southern Ping king, Chu Mu, commanding 100,000 black armored troops, perhaps the kingdom of Yu would not have regarded his elder sister, the crown princess, with such significance. Regardless of the complexities between her and Su Mu-chun, the girl Xia Qian genuinely treated her as a beloved sister. Rong Yu received the news upon arriving at the hospital, intending to bid farewell, only to be informed that the person had already departed for the airport. Meanwhile, Li Tian's million-strong army had come under the command of Li Wanshan, and he willingly embraced the role of the vanguard. However, Li Wanshan would not permit Li Tian to genuinely lead the million troops into the fray. Shang Guanyun's beauty was accentuated by her graceful form and ethereal demeanor, particularly enhanced by the butterflies that adorned her, while the delicate veil only intensified her enchanting appearance. Sister Gui Pairong, Bai Mei, San Wei, Jin Jia, Lu Ruyun, all were on edge, fearing that Zhang Jian, this devil, might inadvertently crush their hearts. Contemplating this, Lu Haoyu acknowledged the possibility. As this was the only lead currently available, albeit uncertain in its usefulness and accuracy, he had harbored a desire for revenge since high school. Having researched extensively, did he not understand? Zhang Chun feigned nonchalance, casually fabricating an excuse. I lower my head quietly, holding my breath, resisting the oppressive heat surrounding me. Beads of sweat cascading down. I yearned to turn and flee, yet my body felt utterly drained, my legs as heavy as lead. Staring blankly at Lin Miao before me. The crowd was perplexed by the meaning behind his words. The shadow paid no heed to Lin Qingquan's kick, opting instead to close its eyes and resume its meditative state. Upon checking my reflection once more, aside from the unsightly baldness, everything else seemed tolerable. My skin appeared considerably fairer. In response to his beloved wife's probing questions, Yuan Lang could only chuckle awkwardly. He couldn't reveal to Zhang Ning that he had traversed from the modern era over a millennium later. He possessed knowledge far beyond mere sand tables. Given the opportunity, he could create even more extraordinary inventions. The balcony lacked a security screen, yet Su Yin had locked the door leading to it while she slept, ensuring the window was closed and curtains drawn, making it improbable for any sound to penetrate. The ability to infiltrate the second level of the underground tomb as an intruder indicated a power sufficient to prompt varied reflections among the diverse souls of practitioners. Above the champions, there existed half-world-class powerhouses capable of harnessing the rules, and beyond them were the miracle wielders, truly inconceivable entities.